UK, there's a thing called the Oxford Debating Society. But it's like somebody said, I think Elijah or who else was talking, that just that objective, it will be so difficult to overcome just to get your foot in the door. So, it has to probably be approached from a completely different angle, like mass, like a movement, like real action, like people willing to go onto the streets and, make it more visible. Yeah, my 2 cents worth.
I thought I was talking this whole time. Um, but yeah, so that's what I meant. This isn't the legal aspect of what I'm talking about. When I was talking about speaking to professors, I was saying we kind of have this idea, this mindset that they're busy or we can't get an audience. And I'm like, who said that? Like, why do we think that? Because that's not true. So getting in the streets really would just be having conversations with them and getting it on record. That right there would make a lot of noise.
I like the way Stephen Crowder went about his business. He would go and set up a table, but now that students aren't even attending universities, to go and sit there and say, the earth is flat, change my mind. But go and do it by the campuses where the students go.
I think he's probably got the phrase "change my mind" copyrighted.
Change my mind.
But yeah, I mean, I can see how that would be effective.
Yeah.
But I think I don't know.
Because
I'm
I think
knowledgeable about all the different avenues.
I think it's at university level where there's these fraudulent scientism ideas have to be challenged, because as Elijah says, those places are they are taxpayer funded. They do have an obligation that they cannot, they can't run away from it.
Well, I've always said this, that I think that the avenue and the way to get this out there is through the court system against the education system, because that is where you get your grounds. Like I mean, you have a grounds for the case. You can make the claim of fraud, right? Well, several different things. There's bad faith, there's fraud, there's
and
I don't know what they would be, but there's probably a list of them, right, that you could charge them with and then get it into the court systems. And if they can't validate that the information that they're teaching is factual, and you've got like counter evidence saying these tests, these measurements have been performed, and they falsify their claims and they don't have anything. What are they going to do? They have to face it.
Well, then you have to petition. You have to start at grassroots level, and petition the individual education departments, in whatever state you live in. But yes, it will take some effort. I just want to say I'm on Telegram and I've got it open on my desktop. There are quite a few flat Earth groups from different parts in the world, and the one that I'm on now, it's just like where I go on Telegram, people are just putting that, they are arguing against all sorts of heliocentric model concepts. They are they talk about the fraudulent stuff that NASA puts out. It's all going on there. So I don't think we need to necessarily have the perception that, it's not becoming more widespread, because as far as I can tell, it really is. It's maybe it's now that I am a flat earther, now I see it. Maybe I overlooked it in the past, but I think it's really growing. I don't know how, but I think it is.
Well, the one thing that I can look at is the comments on YouTube. So when the topic does get touched on by someone with a popular channel, now you see that it it looks a little more even, if not more, over towards the flat Earth side. Like there are just countless people saying, "I want to hear more information. The guy is making sense. Why aren't you answering the guy's question? Yada 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 yada." That happens a lot. Like even like I began to think, well, damn, it is Dave Weiss's audience so big that wherever he goes, they just go and they comment all over people's like YouTube comments because what was that? What was that podcast? Killer Priest. There was like 4,000 comments there. There's not. There's. I mean, that can't all just be a segment of Dave Weiss's fans. Is sleeping? Are you talking Sleeping Warrior? Because I see your
Oh,
icon, but I don't hear you saying nothing.
I was muted. Damn it. Am I still coming through bad? Can you
You
No,
sound
should be
good.
understand
on
what
mute.
I'm saying? Okay,
Could
so
you guys hear me talking
all
then?
No, you were on
no,
mute.
I think both of us were on mute, and both of us were trying to say something. Might be real quick, I promise. But Killer Priest has a lot of pretty good following too, and even his following was, wanting to hear more and things like that because Killer Priest didn't do a very good, a very good job. His best thing was the perfect shape is a sphere.
Yeah. What does that even mean? Like, okay, but we don't live on a sphere. Let them tell it.
And it's not even true.
They don't even say it's a sphere. That's the craziest. That's what I'm like when Nathan Oakley says things like, "Well, if they were ever backed into a corner, they would just say, well, we told you it's right there," and it is all right there. Like when you look up the horizon, they're like it's theoretical. I'm like, why is
What
that in there?
what were you trying to say, Sleep?
Oh,
When you were muted? Sleeping Warrior.
I think he was just saying that he meant to be on mute.
No, I think he was trying to
No,
talk,
no.
but he was on mute.
I wasn't trying to talk. I was on mute, but Elijah thought I was trying to talk, and I wasn't. So I was on mute.
Oh, my bad. Misunderstood.
Hi. Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, man.
So previously, you were talking about Newtonian gravity and Einstein gravity, and how there seemingly is a conflict. And I think that's a bit of a misunderstanding how these things work.
Well, there's no conflict. Number one.
Well, you were talking about how Newton gravity is still taught in schools and universities, despite seemingly the Einstein gravity replaces it, right? So
Uh-huh.
that what has been talked about, right? And I think that it's a misunderstanding about what's actually going on.
Yeah, but
Okay, can
don't
you
leave out
explain it?
don't leave out the one important part that they're both pseudoscience.
Oh no, they are both solid science, and you can derive the Newtonian gravity from the Einstein gravity.
Can you explain? Well, I mean, Sleeping Warrior. Actually, you might You want to have this one?
So I can drop a picture in the voice text.
But can you explain what the misunderstanding is? Like, what do you think we're claiming, and where does the misunderstanding lie?
So you are claiming that Einstein gravity invalidates Newtonian gravity. That's your claim,
That's
right?
what they say, yeah.
I can qualify it as well if you'd like me to. Would you like to
That's
see the evidence that
claim made
shows
by
that?
flat earthers, right? The
No,
claim
no,
is
no,
made
no.
by you.
No. That's not a claim made by flat earthers. It's in his theory of general relativity. Would you like to see the page where it literally says that?
What are you talking about?
Are you claiming that that the scientists themselves say that Einstein gravity invalidates Newtonian gravity?
Yes.
Because that's a straw man. It's not true. It's a straw
It's
man.
not an invalidation, it's an expansion.
It is true. There are 12 citations in a video that I can present to you where current physicists in science today, not 100 years ago, not 2,000 years ago, today, say that gravity is no longer considered to be a force in science today.
I can give you a paper where they show how you can derive Newtonian gravity from
only
Einstein
mathematically.
gravity.
We're not talking about mathematics. We're talking about real world, actual current science. Would you like me to show you where it says it?
But how? of course, mathematically, I think I don't understand what you're claiming now. What exactly are you claiming then? What's your argument?
Let me read to you what it says in Einstein's theory of general relativity. It's only 2 paragraphs and it'll take me about 2 minutes. Do you think if I read it to you for 2 minutes, you'd listen to it and let me finish it, yeah?
I can try, yeah.
Okay. This is under the title, The Gravitational Field in the Theory of General Relativity by Einstein. It says, quote, "If we pick up a stone and then let it go, why does it fall to the ground? Question mark. The usual answer to this is because it is attracted by the Earth. However, modern physics formulates the answer rather differently. Keyword differently. Not refines, not makes it clearer. It's a different answer. Modern physics formulates the answer differently for the following reason. As a result of the more careful study of electromagnetic phenomena, we, being scientists, we have come to regard action at a distance as a process impossible without the intervention of some intermediary medium. If, for example, a magnet attracts a piece of iron," and then he goes on. But the point is, he says that the concept of mass attracting mass at a distance is not possible. It's impossible because of a more careful study of electromagnetic phenomena. So they regard action at a distance as a, quote, process impossible. That was the fundamental tenet of Newtonian gravitation. He's declaring it as impossible. So if you think that that means that the flat earthers are now claiming it, we're actually supporting that with the current science from Einstein that is still the science today. If you think that Einstein's wrong, can you show us why?
No, I think Einstein is absolutely correct. Both with his theory and with what he said here. But he did not say that Newtonian gravity is not an approximation to Einstein gravity.
So when he says we've come to regard action at a distance as a process impossible...
Yeah, I'm claiming that there's something like action at a distance. I'm claiming that Newtonian gravity, and that's why it's taught in school, is a very well approximation to Einstein gravity.
Now what you're doing is conflating mathematics and correlations with the science, which is what we contrasted with before, saying, yes, you can calculate these things the same. Yes. Your question was, is it a flat earther's claim that Einstein replaced Newton? And the answer is, that is the position in science today, but it isn't a flat earther's claim. It's what Einstein said in his theory of general relativity. I've provided where he said it. It's on screen for the chat for you.
Yeah. I said
so when he says we've come to regard action at a distance as a process impossible, what do you think that means if you think that Einstein did not replace Newton?
No. So what I said, what you're claiming is that Einstein gravity invalidates Newtonian gravity. Well, this is wrong.
Yes, because it's a process impossible.
Of course, it replaces it, but it doesn't invalidate it. Newtonian gravity is not completely wrong just because Einstein gravity is a more refined
Well,
theory.
the scientists tell you that it's an expansion.
Hang on. So can you explain to me what he means when he says that we have come to regard action at a distance as process impossible if you don't think that it means that it replaced it? What does it mean?
No, it means that there is, in reality, no such thing as action at a distance.
So then it replaces it then, doesn't it?
Well, the new theory replaces the old theory. That's correct, but it doesn't mean that the old theory is completely wrong.
Well, if it's different because it's process impossible, how is it similar?
It's an approximation.
No. It's different because it's impossible. That is what he says to contrast his theory with Newtonian's, because he says that Newtonian's theory is impossible.
You were talking about, so what you were, you're referring to something Einstein said with words, with English or German words, whatever. But in the theory itself and in its mathematics, it's clear that Newtonian gravity is an approximation to Einstein gravity.
No, I don't agree with that either. Can I just read this citation here from Britannica?
So I can post the link again?
Because Isaac Newton, listen very carefully, because this is the rebuttal to what you're trying to tell us, right? So because Isaac Newton's law of gravity serves so well in explaining the behavior of the solar system, the question arises why it was necessary to develop a new theory of gravity. The answer is that Newton's theory violates special relativity, for it requires an unspecified action at a distance through which any two objects, such as the sun and the earth, instantaneously pull each other no matter how far apart. However, instantaneous response would require the gravitational interaction to propagate at infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity. So this is basically saying, well, it for damn sure can't be a force. Well, which is a problem for, like, tides and shit like that, right? So you're saying that whatever Einstein did is an approximation. This is saying no.
No, what Newton did is an approximation. Einstein made a more comprehensive and accurate theory.
He didn't make a more comprehensive. That's wrong. He fundamentally changed it. He put a limitation on the speed of light, and he invented a whole new geography. He replaced it with a different. I've highlighted the word different, not similar, not refined, different. You understand what different means, right?
Yeah, but on this close to the surface of the Earth, the effect is the same. Both
the calculations.
There's a difference because
the effect is not the same. The effect is not the same. With Newtonian gravitation, there was an acceleration, but with Einstein's gravitation, there's only an apparent acceleration, or an actual acceleration. So the effects are not the same between the two models.
Yeah, you have to be careful here because Einstein, the theory of Einstein works in four-dimensional space-time, and so here it works a bit different.
So how are we defining space-time? Let's have a definition for space-time, please.
In Newtonian physics, you have kind of a time which is equal for all observers, and they assign three numbers to each master particle, x, y, z coordinates, right? So but in space-time, time is not the same for all observers. So you need a fourth coordinate, the time coordinate.
So respectfully, what you're doing is you're explaining. I'm asked for a definition for space-time. Can we have a definition for what it actually is, please?
Space-time is just a four-dimensional space in which motion happens.
It's a concept. It appears only in mathematics. It's not a real world physicality. It's a concept by definition. Do you agree?
No, I do not really agree. So it's
Can you see the live
natural.
chat? Can you see the live chat? I've put the definition for space-time in there. There's the concepts of time and three-dimensional space. So it's the merging of space and time, the two concepts that are not physicality, they're not real world, they're man-made and arbitrary. They're not actual.
It's the merging of the concept of space and the concept of time merged in one concept.
Yeah, so it's like merging two lies together to try and create a truth.
Space is not a lie, and time is not a lie, and space-time is also not a lie.
No. So maybe that was a bad analogy. It's like trying to merge like a unicorn. Trying to like merge a unicorn with some other mythical beast and coming out with a quasi mythical beast. You can't merge a concept with a concept and come out with a reality.
No, it's all three things are correct.
Space-time doesn't exist, mate.
I mean,
does the concept matter?
Of course,
or
it
energy?
exists.
No, it doesn't exist. Space-time is woo-woo. It's literally science fiction.
You can measure space and you can measure time. There you have your space-time.
No. So I've given you the definition. It is defined as two concepts merging together to create another concept. Okay, it's not real world. It only exists in mathematics.
Are you saying that the concept of space is wrong, or the concept of time?
Time is a concept. It's a man-made arbitrary measuring device. Measuring what? What are we measuring? Time. What is a second? What is a minute? What is an hour? These are man-made concepts. We quantify them with the amount of frequency hertz beats of a minute of whatever it is. But there's still a man-made concept. It doesn't have
it's the counting of ticks, actually.
Yeah, counting of ticks, yeah.
But
it doesn't exist. Passage of time exists.
You can also count apples. And you can count ticks.
Yeah, but these ticks, we're measuring the amount of time, right? Time isn't it's not a physicality. It is a concept in the same that miles isn't a reality. We can measure a distance in miles, but a mile is an arbitrary man-made concept that we use to determine distance. But it doesn't really exist. It's just a measurement that we use. Same with time.
You can claim that it's not real, but you can measure time just like you can measure space.
Are you claiming time is physical?
Yes, yeah.
Yes. Oh, well.
It's not.
He still didn't like when he says the concept of space is real.
Is velocity?
Listen, the space between my hand and my head, that's real. I get it. It's there. I'm looking at the space between where my hand is and my eyeballs. No, I'm not going to say that that's a virtual reality. That's not real. But what you're trying to pass off as space-time, what is space? What is the concept of space? Define it.
Well, so space, space is just, I mean, to actually define such fundamental thing in simple words is not so easy. But space more or less is just the set of all possible coordinates. Let's say it like that. It's a set of all possible coordinates. Yeah, I think that's good. And space-time is then an extended set. Then you have not only x, y, z base coordinates, but also a t time coordinate.
Okay, so how would this be bent?
Pardon?
So how would this be bent?
Bent? You mean like curved?
You bend x, y, z coordinates. Yeah, how do you bend?
Well, in Einstein physics, in relativity,
you described. You told us what space and time is, and is okay. That being a thing, how is it physically changed, and how can you validate that as a person?
Okay. Now, for me, myself as a person, to validate that, it's I think quite difficult.
Okay, who has validated it? Did Einstein validate it?
I mean, they made an experiment at, I think it's called LIGO, where they measure the curvature of space to kind of detect gravitational waves. But of course, these are very sophisticated machines, and you can't do it in your backyard. Measurement of such.
Well, unfortunately, I don't know anything about LIGO.
Let me look up how it's called.
They're good at lying. They go lie a lot.
Yeah, it's called LIGO lab. Yeah.
And this is science? Natural science?
Yeah, it's science. Yeah. They use two lasers to
What's
measure.
what's the independent variable?
The independent variable. You mean
the cause.
It's time. Yeah.
Time is the cause.
Well,
how do you manipulate time to determine that time is causing something?
You just let it run, right?
But how do you manipulate it? How do you change it to have it have a physical impact on something?
So you cannot change the speed of time or reverse the direction, but by just waiting, it kind of changes itself, right?
No, because when it comes to experimentation, you have to literally be the person during the experiment to manipulate the independent variable.
No, I don't think that's correct. Certainly not.
That's literally correct. That's the entire point of science and a scientific experiment.
Pardon? I didn't.
That's literally the entire point of a scientific experiment, right? You have an independent variable that you manipulate that causes a change in your dependent variable, and then you can have one or multiple control variables.
I mean, you can certainly do that, and that's of course valuable.
Not certainly do that, but that's what a scientific experiment is, right? So if you're talking about LIGO, if it's literally in the name, it's a laser interferometer. I'm not sure how an interferometer is manipulating time.
No, I didn't claim that the interferometer is manipulating time. Time just passes.
Well, I asked you if
observation, a measurement.
I'm sorry. It was implied. Do you understand what I mean by it was implied? Yes or no? Because I don't want to argue. I just want to.
I know what the word implied means. I know what the word implied means.
Okay, so you just said no, but that's what you implied when I asked you if it was actually science.
Yeah, of course, it's science. It's an observation.
Okay, so if it's science, then you should be able to answer the questions we're asking.
Well, what were these questions you are asking?
Well, you're the one that has time as an independent variable that can't be manipulated. That's the problem. The problem isn't what we're asking. The problem is what you think is science.
Look, they are just making an observation. Like in most observations, you measure something continuously and time passes. That's how it works.
Yeah, that's not an experiment. That's not science.
Well, it is science. Whether it's an experiment.
Well, it falls under.
I do not agree with your definition of science.
No. Listen, it falls under the definition of pseudoscience. You don't have to agree with it. The definition of pseudoscience exists, and what you're describing falls under that definition. I didn't come up with it, neither did Flat. Well, what do you... Hold on. Okay, so you disagree. Let's go to the definition of pseudoscience to see what you disagree with specifically. So pseudoscience is a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on the scientific method. So when I asked you if it was science and you said yes, and I asked you what the independent variable was and you said time, and then I asked you how would time be manipulated, you said that's not possible. This is why I'm calling it pseudoscience, because it falls under the definition of pseudoscience. There's really nothing to argue.
No, it's not. That's not true. I do not agree. I do not agree. I mean,
then you're the one who doesn't know what science.
Off of the basis of what? What
is there any observation?
How? Disagree how?
I do not agree but you say that this is a requirement for it to be science.
Well, why? So why is it?
I do not agree. But what you're claiming is that one has
to. So you disagree that you disagree that pseudoscience is a usable term that flat earthers didn't invent. This is a term that's just agreed upon and is a defined word. Are you saying that you have a problem with the word as it's defined?
I
Yes or no?
disagree with your definition of science, and not with the definition of
listen to what I'm
His
saying.
definition of science.
Listen to what
You're just distracting.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Because if you're not willing to listen to what I'm saying,
yeah, I'm really trying really hard to listen to you. It just doesn't make sense. It's not my fault.
So what is the opposite of pseudoscience?
It's science.
Right. So if you don't have science, then you have pseudoscience.
Well, but I have science. LIGO is science.
No, it's not.
Can I suggest something? Can I suggest?
Well,
Elijah,
have him look up. Have him look up independent variable science. Just
Elijah,
have him read out what it says.
I think I think the problem is that he doesn't know what the scientific method is.
Elijah, a question.
Do
you have any observation
before you ask your question?
Would regard as scientific.
Before you ask your question, do you know what the scientific method is?
Yeah. I don't have the definition at the top of my head.
Do you know what are the steps of the scientific method?
But it's of course about.
Do you know what are the steps? Well, do you know what are the steps? My question.
No, I mean, are you testing me? I mean,
I'm asking you. Do you know what are the steps?
Shouldn't we talk about the flat Earth theory instead?
No. We're talking about science. And
so I can go on Wikipedia and look up how the scientific method is defined in verbs.
So if you don't know what the scientific method is, why are you disagreeing with what Elijah says?
No, I don't agree with his definition of.
No, that's not our. It's not his. It's not a definition. So why would you disagree with it if you don't know what it is?
Well, here we go, and I hear Indio, so I'm going to give it to you guys. But this is the last thing I'll say. So when he said it was science, I said, okay, fair enough. What is the independent variable? So in anyone who's listening's mind, I'm assuming that you would think, well, he's already answered the question that it's science. He already knows you need an independent variable, which is why he answered the question. Even though it was time and it's not something he can manipulate, he does know that you need an independent variable. So what this means, what is an independent variable? This is what I think he's trying to disagree with me on. So let me read this out. Independent variable science, I just looked it up, my man. Thank you very much. The independent variable is the variable the experimenter manipulates or changes and is assumed to have a direct effect on the dependent variable. Which part of that definition that Elijah didn't write do you disagree with?
I do not disagree with that.
Okay, thank you. Continue someone else. I'm done.
Well, it's more than that. He's disagreeing. I think he's disagreeing with you that science is based on the scientific method. He doesn't think that.
No. That's not what I said. This is a straw man. No. A question. Is there any observation you would regard as scientific?
No.
I mean, okay. If that's the case, then you don't. Then I don't.
Okay, so I was right.
I just disagree with your definition of science.
No, dude. Observation is the first
part
step,
of the scientific method. They are not the scientific method. They are not science in and of themselves. In and of themselves, they are not science.
It's the first step, dude.
I mean, all this is just debating semantics. It just.
No, it's not semantics.
All right, look, dude. Let's pretend you're in like.
We began.
Hey, you get an observation, right? And so that's your dependent variable. That's the first step, the observation. The observation, the first step can't be science. It's just the first step. You're trying.
So the observation is the dependent variable.
Listen,
but
buddy,
what is the independent variable in the observation?
Science is trying to explain the phenomena that is observed. That's what science is. So just observing it isn't science.
I mean, I disagree.
Yeah, this is where you disagree because
obviously observation is the first step.
What's your agenda?
Look at that. Look at that. Go on Wikipedia scientific method. The scientific method, there is a diagram, and the first step is observation.
I just said that.
Yeah. So
yeah, but the
obviously observation is a part of science.
But it's only the first part. Listen, is a foot a person, or does it need to be attached to everything else?
Wait, time out. No, okay, so number one, hold on. Slow down. You asked me if I would agree or give you an example of something that's a scientific observation. I said there's no such thing. What I didn't say was that observation isn't a part of the scientific method. You're straw. Now you're straw. So don't make me mute you so that I can get my point out. I would much rather people think that you're a decent human being that understands when it's his turn to speak. So anyway, like I was saying, you have observation, which is the dependent variable, and you're going to be manipulating, trying to find the independent variable, which would be the cause of the observation in question. That's what the supposition of how that happens, that's the hypothesis, and then you go on to test that hypothesis.
Do you understand?
These are just debate tactics. You're using semantics just to waste time. It's nothing.
So do you agree? So do you agree or disagree then?
So do you agree or disagree? I didn't listen to you. It's just nonsense.
Okay, wait, time out. What define semantics?
Yeah, semantics is semantics is when you're talking about the meaning of words. The meaning of words.
Okay, we're not talking about the meaning of words, buddy. We're talking about
you're literally doing that.
That being said, even though it's not accurate, that being said, if your foundation has not been established, what's the point in continuing with the rest of the discussion?
Well,
can you hear me?
Put him on the spot.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So independent variable, is that part of it or not? Is that part of the scientific method, the independent variable, yes or no?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, so if you don't have the independent variable, can you have the scientific method?
I mean,
it's a yes or no question.
Use the word semantic.
I broke him.
I mean, it's a
yes or no question.
Come on, man.
It's even simpler than that. What's your agenda, man? Just get to your point. Skip all this looking for excuses. What's your point? You think you live on a bowl?
The original.
No. Go back to before
my agenda.
Elijah Savvy said anything.
I've
respond to what
I will tell you my agenda.
Hey, Eternal, stop talking while the moderator's talking.
I'm not talking about your agenda. Okay, so I asked you, is the independent variable part of the scientific method? You said yes. So then I said, so if you don't have the independent variable, can you have the scientific method?
I don't think so, no.
Yes or no question.
Yeah, brother.
So, I mean, LIGO is maybe here a bit of a bad example.
Hey, Potato.
So now you're saying it's a bad example because it's pseudo. Yeah, hold on, guys. Listen, forget the ridicule because it's wasting up space and air. We've been trying to have this conversation for at least 40 minutes. So you saying LIGO is a bad example, are you admitting that it is pseudoscience, which is the reason we got into this back?
Of course not.
So then what's the independent variable?
I mean,
you said it was time. So how do you manipulate time? Please continue.
With a clock.
You don't manipulate time, of course.
Okay, then it's not science. That's pseudoscience, right?
No, it's not. It's not pseudoscience. I mean, so you're being ridiculous. I mean,
how? We asked you what is the independent variable. You said time. Hold on. Listen. We asked you what is the independent variable. You said time. We asked you how did they manipulate. You said you can't manipulate it. Okay, so it isn't the independent variable if you can't manipulate it. Okay.
Time is
so what is the independent variable then?
There is none. Okay.
All right. So it isn't the science. It doesn't go through the scientific methods. Therefore, it's pseudoscience. No. Is it?
It's an observation.
Okay, that's the first step. That's the first step. So if you can't go through step 2 or 3, then it doesn't go through the scientific method.
I mean, eventually we will be able to do that.
Cool story, bro. So is it science? Yes or no?
It begins with an observation. Of course, it's science. It is. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is observation science?
Yes, it is.
No, it is not.
Okay.
You're wrong.
Wait, let me ask. I got him, guys. I got him. Do you agree that the dependent variable is the observation?
What the independent variable is the observation? I mean,
do you agree that the dependent variable is the observation?
I mean, don't you need an independent variable if you have a dependent one?
Wow.
I mean, what they are observing.
That's not what he said.
That's not what he asked you. Is that what he asked
you? If the dependent variable was your observation.
Your microphone doesn't work very well.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, you still understood though.
We are again. What I'm claiming is.
I'm going to mute you. Okay, look. So I don't ever.
What I'm claiming is.
Listen. No, you're going to answer the questions. You're double speaking. Okay, it's not going to be allowed, buddy. I don't know what you got going on in your life. Why are you interrupting me? I think you accidentally started talking when I was talking. So here's the deal, man. You're either going to put your little gamma act to the side and you're going to have an honest conversation, or your conversing ability will cease to exist. Okay, so is the dependent variable the observation? Yes or no?
If you don't have an independent,
you have problems, man. You have a mental illness. listen again, man. Is
ego problem.
Is the dependent variable the observation?
No.
Okay. Well, my friend, you are patently wrong. Okay. So objectively, the scientific method starts with the observation. That is called your dependent variable.
This is circular reasoning you're doing.
Do you understand that, Eternal Potato? Please tell us.
Can you observe sound?
Do you understand what was just said?
No,
please.
I do not understand the nonsense.
Please confirm that you understood what
I do not
was
understand
just
what you're talking.
Well, if you don't understand it,
can you observe sound?
Let me explain it to you. You are
talking.
Yes, observe does not mean with your eyes. Don't stop being obtuse, dude. Seriously.
Yeah, you're failing second grade science, even according to your fairy tale paradigm of a globe.
Please. I don't understand why these people cannot answer a direct question for their life.
But that's awesome, dude. That's all you got to do is just put them on the spot, let them expose themselves.
Yeah,
it's because they're lying.
Well, he needs to hurry up and get it figured out so that he can get back to explaining to us what we were misunderstanding that he wanted to help us understand. Because that's what he initially came in here for.
Let's unmute him. I'll unmute him and let's see what he has to say.
And that's why I said this is his ego. That's why, because he initially came off as like he's going to educate us, but he has to go look up what the scientific method is. He doesn't know that the scientific method is a process. He thinks it's a definition, but he's going to educate us.
Strawman.
Seriously, dude?
Strawman.
Okay,
look,
no.
He said it's a straw man under his breath. Wait a minute.
Define straw man, please.
The straw man is when you misrepresent an opponent's position.
Okay, that did not just happen. Sorry, buddy.
I mean,
also, you said circular reasoning after Witsit explained to you what he explained to you. Define circular reasoning.
Why do I have to define all these things? No,
because you charged him with. Listen, it's not a debate. It's not a debate tactic. Using logical fallacy. Do you have to? See, this is what makes me think he's not even a real person, a serious person, because it's like he's just in the background. This is debate tactics. Like he's smiling because he knows he's wasting our time. But if I'm going to waste my time, I'm going to get a funny listen out of it. Like, so that's the real purpose here. This is why I play around with these people.
We need a tag saying he's not a real person.
Damn, I'm halfway there. So, back to my original point, now that the sirens want to blare off in the background, I don't know if you guys can hear that with my new mic, but tell me if it's unbearable. Anyway, so the fact of the matter is, Witsit told you what he told you, and you said it was circular reasoning. So, in a debate or in a conversation where you're going back and forth, if someone commits a logical inconsistency, you can point it out because we all want to be able to communicate and utilize logic to make sense of the things that we're saying. So when Witsit told you what he told you and you said it was circular reasoning, you thought that there was a logical breakdown that should be addressed. Now I'm asking you what that was.
Look, I don't keep track about all things you.
Oh,
tell
he's so
all
full
the
of shit.
You're like a robot that broke down or something, bro. So, you just double speaking, man. And listen, this is my honest advice.
Can
for you.
I say something?
Right after I give you my advice, okay? This is my honest advice for you. You need to re-examine the way that you're going about life, right? Your current worldview requires you to lie, and that's very bad for your spirit. Okay, go ahead.
The reason why we are talking about semantics here is because you are afraid of the evidence.
Afraid. Oh my god.
Oh
my god. You're afraid.
No, he brought up LIGO. Is that what he wants to talk about? Is LIGO? Let's talk about LIGO.
I don't want to talk about LIGO.
Yeah, because you don't know
about the
a
sun.
thing about
Can
it.
we talk about the sun?
I guarantee you don't know a fucking thing about it. Not a single thing.
Yeah, and let me just point out.
Listen, what is the displacement that they say that they can measure? The size of the displacement they say that they measure at LIGO. Tell me what it is.
Displacement of what?
Yeah, because listen, it's two arms, right? It's an interferometer. Right? A gravitational wave is supposed to go through it, right? And there's supposed to be a displacement of the device, right? And they can measure that displacement using interferometry. What is the distance of displacement? The minimum distance that they can measure.
I would need to look it up, but it's very small.
Yeah, you have no clue with how the fucking thing even works.
Correct.
You're gonna come in here and bring it up.
And do
because you read a fucking headline somewhere.
Yeah, like this guy
I know
said
how it
that
works.
we're using. This guy said we're using.
You read a headline somewhere.
He said he knows how it works.
And you just ate it up. You have no idea how it works. You never read any of the papers they generated. You don't know anything about it. You just don't know anything about it. They said that they can measure displacement of 1/1000th of a proton radius. Well, here's the problem with that. The thermal noise is 37 orders of magnitude greater than that. So how do they cancel out the thermal noise? You know, there's regular scientists that don't believe the LIGO bullshit. So to come in here because you read a headline and try to pass it off on us, dude, is a joke.
Yeah.
They probably cool down their mirrors.
Yeah, you're just ridiculous,
Thermal
bro.
noise.
That's just amazing.
Well, that is how they describe they do it with cooling.
Listen, do you know you're the typical Dunning-Kruger just can't fog a mirror on your own. You don't know anything that you haven't looked up, do you?
No.
You read headlines.
Guys, you're making assumptions about me, like you're making assumptions about me.
Yeah, but you have no rebuttal.
All right, you said that we were using semantics to avoid using logic. Well, using the actual evidence to avoid actual evidence. The ironic part is you forced us into such a remedial conversation. We have to go back to basic fundamentals and define how you obtain evidence, define scientific evidence, define science, and the methodology used to get that evidence. So Dunning-Kruger is literally what you're experiencing, my man.
You know why this started? This started when Sleeping Warrior asked him. When Sleeping Warrior asked him, when they said it was an impossibility, this action at a distance, what does that mean? And he didn't have an answer other than to repeat that Einstein is just like what'd you call it?
What?
Fuzzy hair.
What'd you call it?
Well, Einstein gravity?
When we said that Einstein replaced Newton, what was your response to that?
I said that Newton gravity is an approximation to Einstein gravity.
Yeah, I said in response to that. In response to that, I said that you can calculate it mathematically, similar in both models, but we're not talking about calculations, right? And there was no response to that.
No, yeah, probably because someone talked over me.
Yeah, and that's factually wrong anyway. Let's want to get into that.
You were talking about why Newton gravity is taught in school, right? And it's because of this. Because the Newton model produces in the vicinity of the Earth produces the same results than the Einstein model. Pardon me.
You mean neither one of them are needed or even real at all on the actual local scale that's accessible? Is that what you meant to say?
No.
Yeah, that's what you should have said.
It's not true though. What you said was when it's close to Earth, the results are the same on both models, but they're not true. They're not the same on both models.
Well, but they are.
They're not, because on Newton's model, gravity is a force. It pulls things towards the Earth. On Einstein's model, it doesn't pull things towards the Earth. It's the medium that does it.
In the chat, I provided a paper for you.
And what's the point of the paper? What point are you relying on from the paper, and where can we find it in the paper?
It's just a few pages, and it's all about deriving Newtonian gravity from Einstein gravity.
Yeah, nobody disputes that you can derive them mathematically.
Where is the paper, and where can we read this paper? I want to read it.
Yeah, but there's a difference between deriving it mathematically and actually demonstrating it, right? You can calculate something 5 different ways and get the same answer, but it doesn't mean that those functions are the same.
We were only talking about the reason why it's taught in school. Newton.
Which page in the citation are you relying on when you cite it? Because it's only a 5-page. Where can we find it?
So equation 29.
Bear with me 2 secs.
That's the last.
Why would it be taught in school if it's not the same thing they say is actually happening, though?
Because it in the vicinity of the Earth, it has almost the same result.
Doesn't matter, though.
A very good model.
Why would you
very good model.
It doesn't matter, though.
Can I respond to your paper?
Mathematically much simpler than Einstein gravity. Much more.
Can I respond to your point that you raised in your paper? It says in the conclusion, in this paper, we have investigated the relationship between Newton's gravitation and Schwarzschild's gravitation. We have been able to show that Newtonian gravitation can be expressed in terms of a curved spacetime. That's the problem. Expressed in terms isn't science. Science is about the cause of an effect. We're trying to establish what causes acceleration on Earth.
You again back at semantics. I don't want
No. I'm pointing out that you're calculating and correlating. You're not experimenting within scientific method, and therefore you're doing pseudoscience, and you're claiming that we're being semantical.
All I claim, look.
Expressive terms are descriptive.
All I claim is that Newton gravity is a very good approximation to Einstein gravity, as you can see from the math. And it's a much simpler model. That's why it's taught in the school, and that's why you will not change any laws regarding that.
Do you even understand?
It's not based on current science. So the law doesn't support stuff that's not based on current science, and Newton is not.
To teach to students.
Much simpler is not what the law states. It requires that it's based on current science. So regardless that it's simpler, does not make it lawful. It's because it needs to be based on current science, which Newton is not.
You're being ridiculous now. I mean,
that's what the law says. It's got to be. But do you disagree with the idea that children should be taught the current science?
What's the name? Who's talking right now? Sorry.
Answer.
I want to address a sleeping warrior. That's you, right?
Answer his question.
Yes. My question is: do you disagree with the notion that teaching children the current science is somehow wrong, but teaching them the wrong science or the antiquated science should be justified on the basis that it's easier? Do you disagree with that?
It's not.
It is wrong. It's not based on current science.
That doesn't make it wrong.
Yes, it does. Because if it's not based on current science, it's not based on current science.
Guys, if you use the number 3.14 for pi, is that wrong? But you can still use it.
Is it based on pi? Is it based on pi if you call 3.142?
Of course it's based on pi.
Right, so then it's not wrong then, is it? But if you were to quote that it was...
It's a good approximation.
So if you were to quote the speed of light instead of 3.142,
that's a false equivalency, man. Come on, that's such weak.
No, it's not. It's a good equivalency because I can say, well, if we base a number that's not based on pi, even though it's similar, so let's just say God's phone number is 333 and pi is 3.1462. would you agree with me that when I quote God's phone number at 333, that would be not based on pi? Would you agree with that?
Yes. It's a very
So
bad
if it's not based on pi, then it wouldn't be correct, would it? In the same way that not being based on current science would be wrong if it was Newtonian, because that's like God's phone number. It's not the current science.
This is a ridiculous discussion we have here.
Not ridiculous.
In every good school book, which
it's
mentions
not ridiculous.
Newtonian
Just
gravity.
because you don't accept that Newtonian science is no longer valid current science doesn't make it ridiculous. It just makes you wrong.
In every good school book mentioning Newtonian science, there are also a paragraph which talks not in math but in words about Einstein gravity. And there you have it. That
no
actually
one cares about the
teach
maths.
Einstein gravity, but they do not teach it at university level and so on.
Yeah, but at the university level, they're being taught the correct, up-to-date current position in science, and that's completely acceptable.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're not being taught that in school, though, are they? In high school, and that's the problem, because idiots come out of high school thinking they've got their GCSEs or their whatever it is in America, thinking that they know everything about the world because they're kids and they're fresh out of school. But when they're not told that that's not the current position in science and they've learned the old position, I mean, you wouldn't teach children anything about the VHS cassette, would you, when it's all done digitally on USB now? You wouldn't talk to them about VHS because VHS is an antiquated technology. You might mention it in reference because this is how we used to do it.
Just because we can watch movies and stream them online doesn't mean I'm looking with a CD-ROM or whatever they've used.
Could I make a statement?
Although the DVD or the VHS movie can be expressed in digital format, doesn't mean they're the same.
But I would like to say this. I did actually
make a statement.
A live litmus test of the U.S. real fast, bro, and literally most people, adults, long out of high school, still say it's mass attracting mass. So
I guess
most of the world believes that same line.
Guys, in school books, they also talk about ray optics.
Eternal, shut up for a second.
Right?
Isn't
hey,
this all
can I make a statement?
Anyway, hold on.
Could I make a statement?
Go ahead, Sonny.
Okay.
Elijah, your attempts at stopping the conversation will cease and desist now. If you don't have anything to say, be quiet.
I'm trying to address the point that you were just talking about.
I'm just going to make a statement quick. Sonny. It's only a statement. It's only my statement, so you don't have to attach anything if you don't want. If it means something to you, fine. If not, just throw it away. Who cares? So my statement is this: in the military, I worked in a big machine shop. I won't go on too long. But we would always laugh at the officers that would come over and try to talk to us because they were very smart, book-learned people. You would think very intelligent. But I'm like, okay, that's fine, sir. With all due respect, could you not lean on my machine here? Don't touch my machine because I'm making a precision part in reality, quotations. Why don't you go back to the officer's mess with your caviar and champagne? Because I'm doing something real here. It's the same thing. Exactly. I'm doing something real. They're not. They're in a book-learned mode. They don't understand the real. They're trying to lean up against my precision machine. I'm like, don't touch my machine. They don't know things about the real world. They're lost in their books and their words.
Yeah. Right, sorry, Elijah. If you have a good point, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, my question was that this guy doesn't seem to be wanting to acknowledge what he's been explained quite fairly and quite concisely, but all of it hinges on assumptions and stuff that hasn't actually yet been proven, right? The whole topic of gravity doesn't even line up with the scientific method. Has he acknowledged that? Because I know I came in halfway through the conversation. Does he understand, or does anyone want to acknowledge the fact that it's all kind of
we can talk
entertaining?
I told him it was pseudoscience, I told him it was pseudoscience, and he said he disagreed, and I said, on the basis of what? And then he didn't answer. He didn't say anything.
Which ended up being, it was revealed that he thinks that science can be observational alone.
Yeah.
Right. But this is my question. When has anyone ever observed gravity? In any of its iterations?
Well, you might have missed Elisha, that he came in here because he was listening to us have a conversation, and Sleeping Warrior was talking about where he's wanting to take this. Well, you've probably heard the conversation. I'm not going to rehash it, but he heard Sleeping Warrior referring to something that he's wanting to do in regards to what they're teaching the kids in school. That they're not teaching them what they claimed that they were going to teach them. That they were going to teach them the current science, and even in the current science, the pseudoscience. Right? They're still not teaching them the current science they're teaching them. So he came in here to correct us, to correct him specifically, right? And on the science and on the gravity and how they're both the same. You hear how he's trying to conflate both claims of gravity or what?
Same, but it's
sound. You said one can be expressed by using the other.
Yes.
Okay. Just like when I said you don't think that science involves or is based on the scientific method, and you said no, straw man, and then proceeded to say it's just observation. So I don't think you really understand the things that you're saying.
No, I think you have there are a lot of misconceptions here, actually. Yeah.
Stop self-projecting.
Yeah, the misconceptions are yours. Yeah, they're all yours, Potato.
That's what you think.
Because it sounds to me in an analogy way of describing things
so the
you
point
brought
I want
a rubber
to
band.
make. The point I want to make.
Me, just hold tight. My mind might be dodgy, but it's not that dodgy. Yeah, it sounds like to me, to put it in an analogy, that you brought a rubber band to a gunfight. It's not wise to come in like that, to come in to think that you can correct people when you don't actually understand your own position properly. That's very unwise. I wouldn't suggest it.
To be fair, what he said was that he said it was, why is the flat Earth claim that Einstein replaced Newton? And I said in rebuttal, it wasn't. It was Einstein's claim that it replaced Newton. I demonstrated why and how. I showed him that it was different because of the citation in Einstein's theory of general relativity. And then his response was, well, we can calculate it the same. And that's not good enough.
So, first of all, can we
wrong.
not with the ad hominem, please? Because they're just a waste of time.
Ad hominem? No one ad hominem. And you don't know
what's an ad hominem,
and you don't know what they are.
Indio talked a lot about me, made a lot of assumptions of me.
Nah, he's laughing because he knows he's caught.
And someone said
Eternal Potato, instead of going into these moderation issues, which we'll take care of if necessary, can you respond to what Sleeping Warrior said when he summarized your claim, the evidence that was presented to counter your claim? So what response do you have for the evidence that was presented that Sleeping Warrior just summarized?
You are always talking about the same thing and always about semantics, more or less. It's really annoying.
Yeah,
I want to make another point.
You're welcome to
my point was listen carefully. Your criticism of my rebuttal was that you can calculate them both the same in both models. And my response to that criticism was that calculating is not good enough. Deal with that point. Calculation is not good enough.
Hey, man, if you've been taking your boosters, please stay in the right lane when you drive.
What do you mean with calculation is not good enough? That doesn't make sense. Not to me.
Okay, I believe that, actually. I actually believe it doesn't make sense to you.
What do you mean?
Your criticism... Let me say it again. Your criticism of my rebuttal was that you can calculate them both or you can express them both with each other's language. And I said that expression in mathematics, because that's how it is, mathematical expression is not good enough. It's not the standard in science. We've got to experiment to demonstrate the cause of the effect. Well, calculating is not experimentation, it's reification.
Oh, God. I mean, my claim was that it's nonsensical to kind of eradicate school books about from Newtonian gravity, right? Because it is essentially a similar model. It is an approximation to actual
that makes
gravity.
sense coming from...
That's not good enough. Not good enough. You haven't responded to my rebuttal. My rebuttal was that calculation or expressions mathematically are not the standard in science.
You're not talking sense.
That's the language of science, my friend.
It's just debate tactics, nothing more.
It's not
Eternal.
Trying to waste time.
Hold on, Eternal.
Don't have the guts to hear
Hold on, Eternal. 1 second. Listen, my bro. You don't know the difference between scientific method, true science, the difference between calculation and measurement. You don't know the difference of that. You don't know the difference between a natural science experiment and pseudoscience. You don't know the meaning of circular reasoning, logical fallacies, horizontal, straight line. These are things you can't talk about.
We can
in your
talk
religion.
about horizontal lines.
Yeah, they're banned in your religion to talk about those things. So of course you don't have an explanation or even a rebuttal to anything we say, because you're completely stuck, fully enveloped in your mind-controlled thought police control system. No, it's verifiable. No, it's we just verified it online here.
Wait, can I
for
say
all the whole audience to hear it.
Nothing more.
They heard it
help you
too.
out. I'm gonna help
You're
you
talking
out.
about me and not the point I make.
Potato, look, I'm gonna help you out, okay? Listen. Every time you say these accusations at the other side as if they dismiss the validity of their point, it's abundantly clear now every single one of them is nothing more than self-projection. Literally, because you can never respond with substance.
It's also an ad hominem.
You rely solely on semantics.
You're attacking my person all the time. You
No,
don't hear my point.
No, I'm letting you know that
For half an hour, you're
not
only talking about my person.
I've never mentioned your person once.
Incompetence in debates.
I've never questioned your person. Listen, I've never questioned your person once. I've asked you to respond to my point that is calculation or expression with different languages is not as good enough standard. And I've explained to you for why, because it's not science. It's not based on experiment. It's based on mathematics. And that, by definition, is reification. And I've asked you to respond directly to that. And all you've said is, I don't understand. It's a nonsensical point. That is an ad hominem. You ad homed me, not the other way around. So if you can't respond to the point that I've made and address why mathematical expression is the standard, then you haven't got a rebuttal.
So, Eternal Potato, do you want to concede that point and move on to another point so you can go and study that some more?
Since 30 minutes, I want to go to another point.
Okay.
Are you willing to accept his concession, Sleeping Warrior?
Yeah. For the sake of the debate, I will. Yeah.
Oh, you had to throw that little gamma comment in. So what has happened since I've been here is two flat earthers have had to absolutely school you on your own claims. You
again talking about my person.
Listen, man.
You're talking about my person.
I'm going to mute you. I'm going to mute you, Eternal Potato, so that
the ad hominem
make his
continue.
point. Go ahead.
I'm not trying to ad hom you. I'm just trying to say you're not going to be able to continue to do this. You don't get to run around and make claims, and then as soon as the flat earther in here just intellectually eviscerates you, explaining your claim you don't actually know about, you get to just run around, be dishonest, mumble all kinds of nonsense, and try and change subjects because it's just a waste of time. So 2 times I've watched you bring something up, and the flat earther just obliterate your position and have to teach you, and then you plead ignorance. So please drop the act, grow up. We know all about it. If you want to learn about it, then you should start there and try and stop freaking out. Thank you.
So are we finished with the ad hominems now? Very nice.
Wow. Okay, do you know what a radius is?
Yeah. Can I make a point now? Because I'm just listening for 30 minutes. I'm just listening.
I double dare you. Go on then.
Okay. So we have winter now, right? And let's assume we are in the middle of December. And there's sunrise in Australia and sunset in Argentina, right?
No, so what? So what?
Yeah. And if the Australians look at the sun, the Australians look at the sun and the direction of the sun, they will see it comes from the south. And if the Argentinians look at the sun and the direction of the sun, they will also see that it comes from the south.
Very profound.
How does that work on a flat Earth?
Wow.
Why does it matter?
The ceiling lamp is so round. It must mean my floor is round too. Look,
I'm not talking about the floor. I'm not talking about
an orb.
Sunny,
my
sunny,
ceiling
sunny.
lamp is an orb. I'm looking at it right now.
Well,
So I guess my floor is a sphere.
So here's the answer. Here's the answer to your question. It's a dumb, fallacious question.
No, it's just not.
Oh, what?
Yeah, it is.
Let me on. Here we go.
Yeah, it is.
Here we go again.
Because equally, if I asked you to explain lunar eclipses, oh my bad. If I asked you on the dawn of a lunar eclipse and we're both looking at it, and I asked you to explain why it isn't like what they suggest in the textbook, you wouldn't be able to explain it either. So the answer is whatever that's doing up in the sky, we don't have an answer or an explanation for why it's doing that.
But the globe Earth model has an explanation.
Except it doesn't match any observations. That's too bad.
Well, here's the
But
deal.
that's
But,
funny. That's funny. That's funny. Because
it doesn't matter.
Potato.
Listen, bro, if you make up a fairy tale about a superhero, okay, and then you say the superhero can do all kinds of stuff, and every time you run into a problem you can't figure out, you just scream the superhero's name and it fixes it because the superhero can do everything. You still made the superhero up, though.
Is it your official position that you don't have an answer to that?
I don't think you
understand. No, we don't need to have an answer. That's the point.
Hey, do you know what a radius is? You know what a radius is?
That's kind of a nonsense. That's a nonsense argumentation.
Do you know what a radius is?
Do you realize that your question is irrelevant?
I show you.
Hey, Potato, do you know what a radius is? Do you know what a radius is?
I don't want to talk about the definition of a radius. Can you
I ask him a question?
Wow, no. The radius of the Earth, do you know what it supposedly is on the globe?
I would need to look it up.
Okay.
Ooh, that's not a good sign.
Do you look at the video?
Gamma alert.
Did he just say that he'd need to look up the radio? And he's here arguing as a ball earther.
It's 6.3 kilometers. The radius.
I'm saying,
Just
man, like we've been here for I don't know how long. Listen. The bottom line is you don't know anything, but you're here arguing for something you don't know. I asked you if it was scientific, and you said yes, and then I said what the independent variable. Then you said time, and then I said how would you be manipulating time, and then you said you wouldn't be doing that. And then like you don't know, you literally know nothing.
So are you dodging
like,
and going back to the previous
everything you
discussion?
do know about everything you do know.
Do you see the video
about the Earth?
Can you
could have
describe
gotten from Buzz Lightyear of Star Command. Buzz Lightyear of Star Command, the fucking animated series. This is where you could have gotten the answers that you've given because they're not profound, they're not coherent, and they don't address anything that anyone has asked you here today.
Yeah,
and then we ask you about the radius,
happening on
and you're like,
video.
We'll just chill. So you didn't know the radius. Okay, so do you understand that if the radius is wrong,
6.3 kilometers. I looked it up.
Hey, buddy, listen, dude. Do you understand that if the radius they told us is wrong, then the entire globe Earth model is also wrong?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, so
let's
test, if we wanted to find out if flat Earth was true or not, or if the globe Earth claim was true or not, wouldn't the most efficient way to go about that be testing that radius claim?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to physically measure the surface of the Earth. Do you agree?
I mean, can you define physically measure? I mean,
Yeah.
in the end, every measurement is physical, man.
Well, okay. So do you agree the most efficient way to test the radius value would be to physically measure the surface of the Earth?
I mean, you can't put the thread around it and then measure the thread or something like that, right?
Well, if it's a
measurement, is the way to go. Yes.
Okay, if it's a radius of a sphere, then it has to curve on the surface, right?
I didn't understand. Someone talked over you.
If it's the radius of a sphere, then it has to curve on the surface, right?
Yes.
So we're going to test if that really happens on the Earth to see if the Earth is a sphere, right?
That's a good idea, yes.
Okay, and we're going to use that radius value because that's how we know what rate it should curve at, right?
You use your measurement. Go on.
Yeah, well, the size of the sphere is obviously going to let you know what rate the surface curves, right?
Yeah, it's the inverse, right? So curvature is the inverse of the radius. But go on there.
Okay, so basic geometry here. So if the radius is 3,959, right, then we should see the curvature of the Earth at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Just okay. So you can look that up or whatever. But anyway, that's just geometry, right?
Okay, using geometry, you can work it out there.
Okay, so we're going to go out to the Earth and see if this radius is true. So if it's the square root of 1, what is that?
The square root of 1 is 1.
Okay, so 1 times 1.225 is, of course, 1.225. So that means using the radius of this supposed globe Earth at 1 foot above it, we should see the curve of the Earth 1.2 miles away. No further than 1.2 miles away, because it's a radius, right? Which is the distance from the edge to the center. So from the center to the edge of the sphere. So that's the maximum distance away it can be, because that's the maximum distance of the radius, right?
So I will trust your numbers here, but it works only for hard spheres in the vacuum, right?
Yeah, man. So you have a fairy tale about a sphere in a vacuum. That's what we're testing. Can you keep up, please? The radius value. We're testing it. So if I'm 1 foot off the Earth, I should see the curve of the Earth at 1.2 miles away.
Yeah, right. I trust your numbers.
Okay, because do you agree that in the globe Earth, boats disappear over the curve of the Earth?
Yes.
And supposedly the sun gets blocked by the curve of the Earth?
Yeah, it's kind of Earth's shadow, yeah.
And supposedly we can't see things far away because the curve of the Earth blocks them?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so we made an observation 1 foot off the surface of the Earth where we should see that horizon no further than 1.2 miles. The horizon was actually over 10 miles away.
Okay.
That would require the radius of a sphere be over 250,000 miles.
Yeah, but then you make the assumption that the sphere is in a vacuum, right?
What?
Which it isn't. I mean,
spheres in a vacuum,
That's the
right?
problem with your whole idea.
Yeah, but we can
assumption
adjust for
doesn't mean
the refraction on your model, and it makes the difference of 1/10 of 1 mile.
Yeah.
Refraction is complicated. One would
No, it's calculated. It's not complicated. It's calculated.
No,
It's not very complicated.
You don't know anything about it, though.
Yeah, just
You
go
can-
in the middle right now. You don't know anything
You can
about it.
calculate
What man's
refraction,
saying
but
is he doesn't
you need
know what
perfect
he's talking
knowledge about the
and he would
temperature
rather
density
not
of
be
that
held
atmosphere.
to
You don't
account.
need perfect knowledge. You don't. Your model makes an approximation and it applies a formula, right? You were happy to rely on formulas before. Do you know the formula that they apply to account for refraction?
Yeah, it's Snell's law.
No, the formula.
you tell us what
not
it
the
is?
expression.
I mean,
formula?
from Snell's law you can derive how.
No, not the explanation. Not that. Just tell us the formula. What is the formula?
I would need to look it up.
7/6R. You should know this stuff if you know your science, right?
Snell doesn't apply.
Can I also
That's
ask
what
you
we mean
random
by a
questions
rubber
about
band.
science?
That's
No,
what
we're
we
not
mean
asking
by
random
rubber band.
questions. So we're talking about you immediately said that we assume it's in a vacuum. No, that's your crazy fairy tale assumption, dude. But
Okay,
anyway.
But we adjust for refraction, which then accounts for the non-vacuum status that we actually live in. But it only makes the distance to the horizon go up by 1/10 of 1 mile.
Well, I know what he's saying, yeah, but so yeah, okay. If he told you the equation you didn't know, and it's 7/6R, what does the R stand for?
Did you ask a question? I'm just looking something up.
What does the
Eternal
R stand
Potato, what do you
for?
think R stands for? That's all he's asking.
So in this,
What's your best
this,
guess?
link, you
Before you
can
go
have
on to
a
something else,
calculator.
can you answer Witsit before you go on to another thing, Eternal Potato?
What
We got
was
about
the
6
question?
things on the table we could go back to if you run out of stuff. We're not going on to a new thing. Answer Witsit's question. Can you repeat it, Witsit?
Yeah, so if the equation that he told you that you're going to have to look up is 7 over 6r, can you guess what the r stands for?
7 over 6r. Yeah, well, maybe the r is the radius, whatever.
Oh,
in your formula.
Isn't that interesting that we've come full circle back to the radius?
That's what you're talking about.
Well, that's what we're testing, so we can't just assume it's true and pretend that proves it's true, can we?
You see, the problem at hand here is that of course the atmosphere itself is also curved. So
Hey
if
man, can you assume something is true and then claim that that assumption proves it is true?
No.
Yes or no?
I think you're kind of misrepresenting my claims.
The answer is no. That's called a begging the question fallacy, right?
You're just realizing what the claim really is.
Let's see what he says.
The link I provided.
Hang on, he's claiming that you've misrepresented his claim. So let him explain how he thinks it's been misrepresented. Let's hear the misrepresentation claim. Come on.
You see, if you look for a lot of atmosphere, there you have refraction, of course, and that makes it a very bad experiment to actually,
where's the misrepresentation?
To measure the radius of the Earth. Right. I'm not claiming that you can, by looking for a lot of atmosphere, accurately measure the radius of the Earth.
Where's the misrepresentation? That's what we're trying to get at. Could you tell us, please?
We are talking about now looking through a lot of atmosphere, right?
No, we're talking about what you are saying. The words that are coming out of your mouth. We're holding you to what you say. So please tell us what we said was fallacious. Can you please tell us how we misrepresented what you were saying? Please.
He's now claiming it's a distraction to challenge him on his misrepresentation claim.
My original point
was about the direction of the sun. Here's the problem. You didn't have original point. Remember? Because Witsit asked you a series of questions.
Oh my God.
Right or wrong?
Oh my God.
Okay, so I'll assume that when I ask you right or wrong, you're like, yes, that's right, because that's what happened. There's video evidence. But anyway, so what we're talking about is the radius. That's how this conversation began. Witsit then asked you a series of questions in which you said, yes, sure, I'll go with your numbers. That's correct. Now we're here. You didn't put forth an argument to be strawmanned. No one is taking your position and rearranging it and doing any of the shit that you're talking about. All he did was ask you a series of questions, and you agreed that the method is fair up until the point where the method kills the rabbit.
Let me recap it for you. You said something about a vacuum bag. Basically, your argument being there's an atmosphere there, right? And I don't understand that the atmosphere is curved. And well, then immediately he told you that
therapy session.
Immediately he told you that standard refraction in your model, right? He told you what the number was. You didn't even know. He explained your claim to you. So don't try to pretend that we're strawman. You don't understand it yet, so it's okay. We're trying to help you. So you're using an equation. It only extends it like 1/10 of a mile. How does that help you when it's over 10 miles away? It's over 10 times too far away.
I went with your questions until I said that it only works in a vacuum.
Hold on. Before we go on with this circular little argument we're doing right here, let me just explain something to Eternal Potato. Maybe it'll help you refrain from interrupting people when they're answering you. We're not doing this just for you. You're a tiny bit thick. I'll say that. That's the nicest way I can say it. We are responsible. Our main mission here is educational. We have a live stream going out. Sometimes Indio makes podcasts out of these and so on. So when you say something publicly that we know is inaccurate because we've researched it, we've done the work, you clearly have not. You found my statement amusing, didn't you? You can laugh all day long if you want, but we're here for somebody who might be listening that might actually pay attention when we say the measurements falsify the globe model, which you can't even seem to understand that. You come in here with your straw man flat earth model. You even make it your avatar. You send your little GIF. Like that explains everything. No, your model has failed. We're not claiming a model. So you don't get to just come in here and say, oh, look at this model I made that I'm going to say is yours. That's what a straw man means. It's okay that you're being educated. Maybe consider listening, and you might actually learn something. But we're not here for your convenience. So yeah, when somebody's talking to you, you're going to make it hard for me. You're going to make me mute you every time, or somebody else. When we're trying to clarify a point, because we have a responsibility, an ethical responsibility, not to put out misinformation on our channel. So if you get all uppity about that, sorry, you're clearly the person who, like somebody said earlier, has come to a gunfight, a real gunfight with a whatever, a pea shooter, a water gun, slingshot. Sorry, that's not our problem.
You're talking a lot about my person. It's the only thing you're interesting in.
I just said, sorry if you don't like it. I said you're going to be, yes, you are, because you are a foolish man. We don't care about your feelings. We are trying to explain something to someone who might have eyes to see and ears to hear. And you're obviously not one of them. Stay as long as you want.
She's correct.
Get your cookie.
If you disagree with her, then prove her wrong. If you disagree with her, prove her wrong.
Well, wait, we're in.
Yeah, here's the deal, buddy. You said you agreed to in front of everyone that if the R value's wrong, the entire globe Earth model's wrong. We then proceeded to show you why it is objectively wrong. It has been falsified. So if the R value's falsified, the entire model's falsified. So when you talk about space, when you talk about any other fairy tale, it all needs that number. Well, that number is provably not real.
Let's just give a quick summary for what's just happened. You came in firing bullets. You came in firing bullets at me because you felt that when I said that Einstein replaced Newton, you felt that I'd done something wrong. I then justified why I said that and showed that it was impossible for Newtonian physics to be correct because Einstein says it is impossible, system impossible, he said. So then we moved on to this radius point. So we've gone through the radius point with you right the way to the very, very end of it, and we've concluded that the horizon cannot be 10 times further than what your geometric model claims that it needs to be. So we've gone through we've completely concluded 2 points, and your best rebuttal so far has been you've talked a lot about me. That's not really fair, is it, when we've dealt with completely to the end of the point 2 main points?
I do not agree with your recap. I think it's flawed.
We've already had that, and it isn't flawed. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean that it's flawed.
Can we look at the video again? What we just posted? Just ignore the flat Earth model here. just ignore it. On the right-hand side, I have a globe. And on this globe, there are parallel lines in the direction of the sun.
There are no parallel lines on a globe.
Pardon?
There are no parallel lines on a globe. All of
Please
your
look at the video. I'm talking about this video.
We've got this GIF here. He's been posting it repeatedly. I looked at it. So he's not going to, apparently his brain's not going to be able to engage until we look at his little GIF. I addressed it. Several other people addressed it. Told him it's a straw man model. I tried to even define straw man for you. Maybe my method is not getting through. Can someone else explain to him what's wrong with his little GIF? He's put it in
I'll explain it to him.
Which is his GIF? Which is his GIF?
I posted again. Ignore the left-hand side.
He doesn't
ignore
have
the flat Earth.
He's already telling us to ignore something. Listen, brother.
On
what are you going to do
right-hand
about...
Hey, wait, should we just ignore him?
You're really coding right
I just
now.
have a quick question. For the audience, there's some laymen in the audience, right? Earth measures flat. What are you going to do about that? Thanks.
Good question, guys. Remind us that every hour.
It doesn't.
He wants you to look at his little GIF, and he's been talking about it for the last 20 minutes every time you go on to real content. So who can address it for him?
His presence here doesn't warrant me looking at it. If you guys want to, that's fine. I just wanted to say that. Love you all.
That's true. If you guys don't want to, don't.
I get
already Grace has already addressed it. We've already answered it. He just didn't even notice that we answered it because he apparently doesn't know what a straw man is.
Yeah, well, there's just no ignoring the left side because we obviously know this is what you think is a good argument. There are no parallel rays. This dude just refuted you as soon as you said it. He said there's no parallel rays on a sphere. What say you back?
On the right-hand side, you see a globe and the direction of the sun.
You're like a robot.
Well, yeah, it's amazing. Really.
And the only reason you don't get like muted and stuff is because we think you're a good show to the audience of how to never, ever, ever go about this.
I'm running out of time.
Automaton.
Can I make a final remark? I will
Get
concede.
the game, I'll lose his energy.
I want to concede.
How did you find out?
Okay.
Just before you go, forget about your
out,
concession.
boy.
We know it's going to be flawed. Listen, there's your response, right? I've put a picture in the chat. Can you see the picture with the arrows on it? If we're on a ball, all three observers must look due south to see the rotation point in the sky. Guess what? They don't look due south. So we can't be on a ball. They look at different angles. Do you realize that's what happens in real world? Yes or no?
What I have in my video on the right-hand side, that is what's happening.
So that was his answer? Okay.
I did not really understand what you're talking about.
Well, listen then.
Your question was, where is the sun? And when I point out to you that on your model, when you guys are looking at the southern rotation point in the night sky, and you see the stars rotating, all observers in the southern hemisphere must look due south. The problem is, in real world, they don't look due south. So your question of where the sun is, we can just say, well, what is the sun? And that's the end of that conversation. But if you put a bigger picture to it, unless all observers look due south at the same time and see the same rotation point at south, not at X amount of degrees off south, at south, then we cannot be on a sphere. And that's exactly what happens. So if they're not looking south, it can't be a ball. They don't look south. It's not a ball.
But they do look south. I do not agree with you.
I believe they look south.
There's no straight lines on a ball. There's no straight lines on a ball.
Show me evidence for that.
There's no straight lines on a sphere,
Do
period.
you know what magnetic declination is?
Of course, the magnetic south pole is a bit off from the geographic.
Holy shit. Where does the magnetism come from?
But this alone, I don't know. But this
Where
is
does the magnetism come from? From the core?
So the declination adjustment is a just so story because they're not looking south. So you guys need a band-aid to cover up the fact that you're not looking south. So you come up with this rotation point, this declination adjustment.
That's just such a minor angle difference.
Not really. It's like it's not. So do you know what the declination adjustment is in Sydney, for example?
I don't know. Actually, I want to concede because I'm really no longer interested in this debate.
Okay.
Can I make a final remark?
Thank you. Wow, what a concession.
Can I make a
You
final
finally
remark?
realize you're wrong.
Now, Eternal Potato.
Would
did
you
just say,
allow
for
me
the audience, did you
a
just
final
say
remark?
that you're unprepared for this conversation?
I think I was prepared.
You thought
because
you
I
were
listened to
prepared?
your talking points previously.
You mean you thought you were? That's past tense, right? You thought you were prepared. What about
because but
Eternal Potato, before you go on about your explanation, I'm just going to ask you person to person. So I guess you're somewhat acknowledging that you're. Do I have to mute you to finish my statement? Is this how you usually have conversations with women? They don't have a mute button. I bet they wish they did.
Oh my god.
Anywho, Eternal Potato, you seem like you're going to say you were unprepared. You realize that you brought the pea shooter to the gunfight. And I think you're realizing in your honest heart of hearts that we have some arguments here that you are not able to easily refute. So I do not expect you to understand that the globe model is completely destroyed and falsified, even though we've done it thousands of times. I will ask you one little question. It's a very easy question, seemed to be into math. How many counterexamples does it take to disprove a mathematical model? To falsify a mathematical model, how many counterexamples do you need?
Must I answer or can I concede?
Give me a number.
Only one counterexample.
Run
that's
away.
all.
Run away.
Can you give me a number?
Just concede and leave.
That's all I want. You know
One
it's
count
one.
example
You
of
know it's
repeated
one.
measurement.
You know it's one. And we've already showed you tons. And we have thousands more.
I do
So
not
I
agree.
dare you on your please. I dare you in your free time to take a look at the observations that I'm about to link to you in the live stream voice text. Every one of those impossible on your globe. I get it. You're not going to let go of your fantasy globe. I get it. I would ask you, person to person, to at least acknowledge that flat Earth is an argument that has worth, that has value, that has depth, that has many very good minds working on it. And it comes up in topic of conversation again, I would hope that instead of laughing about it, like I'm sure would be your inclination previous to coming to the server, that you would say something along the lines of whatever the phrase would be in your language. Gosh, I met some of them and they were pretty sharp, or however you want to say that.
I think we deserve that after the way you came in here with your little attitude, got your rear end handed to you by the flat earthers, and now are shuffling out the door. But I actually wouldn't even bother to have this conversation with you if you hadn't conceded instead of just running away like most of these people do. You are more of a man than 99 globe heads before you. So I'm happy that you are willing to concede. That is a much more noble conclusion to this than most of the globe zealot cult members that come in here. So thank you, Eternal Potato.
All right, we got 2 more people in here.
Okay.
But wait, let me say this real fast. Eli, potato. Trust me, brother.
I don't want these 2 people to slide up out of here.
Oh, no, I got one liner.
Yeah, new people stay because we want to talk to you. This episode's coming to a conclusion, and we can't wait for a new episode.
Got a one-liner for Potato. You smell that, bro? You got smokes, bro.
Absolutely. What's it?
Can I have a final statement?
That was perfect.
Can I make a final statement? Just one sentence.
As long as you're not trying to lead people astray with your lies, go ahead.
So I think no amount of physical or let's say education in physics can be of any.
That sounds like an ad hom. I had to mute you there.
Even though
you don't know how educated we are here, Eternal Potato. I guarantee you we're 100 times more educated than you think we are. If you can't tell that from talking to us, then you aren't educated.
Well, the guy who didn't know what an independent variable is,
or the radius,
or the radius. It was something else. What else? Anyway, it doesn't matter. Hey, Ram, you wanted smoke, sir?
Yeah, actually, he didn't know what refraction was either. Which one of the 3?
He didn't know the calculation for refraction on his model. That was terrible.
He didn't know the formula.
Wait,
you want someone unmuted?
We had to teach him everything about his own model. So, wow, that was real. He was doing great, huh?
There's Hiram, a beef, the person. That's different from the guy we were just talking to. There's JKIFQ. And obviously Jesus incarnate. I don't believe for a second that he's on the fence.
No, I'm on a new name right now. You used to know me as Garbage Man.
Okay.
I'm not
That
sure
name
if
was
you remember
better.
me, but I used to talk to you guys a bit, and then I kind of stopped.
Did Garbage Man get blocked everywhere?
No, but I think I got muted a long time ago for like I must have been sleeping in here with my mic on or something. I'm not sure. I think you have logs that tell you why people are muted.
Yeah, but those are only temporary for like 30 minutes or a day or something. They don't last.
Because I had like a right-click mute on here for some reason. I don't really remember why.
I think you might have been naughty.
Oh well.
I don't know, dude.
Is there anything you want to say right now?
Me?
Yeah.
We got Kaiser also.
Well, no, I'm not. I am on the fence. Yeah, I'm like in between right now.
Okay, so hey, I got a theoretical question for you. All right.
I have a degree in math and physics. Ask me anything you want.
Perfect. If the surface of the Earth isn't curving anywhere, what is it? Nice. Welcome to Flat Earth, but I don't know what to tell you.
Okay.
Well,
yeah, you can just use lasers. You can always use lasers to confirm it.
Did you say you had a degree in physics?
Yes.
Did you get taught general relativity in your undergrad?
Oh my god! I don't want to get into this. I don't want to get into.
Come on,
this
yes or no?
but
Did you get
yes,
taught
I
general
did.
relativity in
Yes,
undergrad or
I
not?
learned quantum mechanics. I learned general relativity. I learned E&M. I learned all.
Okay,
of
so
that.
stop. Awesome. So in general relativity, when you got taught it, did you get taught that was the current position in science today for gravitation?
Yes.
Do you think that it's wrong that children get taught the antiquated position in science for gravitation?
Listen, dude, I went through that exact position myself. Even chemistry, they're teaching stuff in chemistry that when you go into physics, they teach you completely different chemistry. It's like why would you waste your time teaching these kids something for literally years, and then they go to university, and the people at the university will say what they taught you in elementary school is wrong. We're going to teach you something completely new. Why would they waste your time with that? It's all indoctrination.
to deceive
So
them.
in that case, then, if you accept that, what do you think about children being taught Newtonian gravitation when you know for a fact?
Indoctrination.
Excellent. So the previous guy, I wish that he could hear you say this, because that would.
I wanted to say that, but you guys wanted him to finish his points, and you like. I don't know. It's all stupid, dude. They shouldn't be teaching this stuff if it's not the current view.
Amen. I never
The
used that
biggest
word.
thing is, why do you take your time to teach them to reteach them? It's like it's double time being wasted. Why would you want to do that?
Because that's why.
Especially when we all hated school, and then it's like, okay, we got to do all this homework. Okay, we got to be somewhere for like 8 hours a day, and to turn around and say, yeah, that was all useless, Joe.
Well, I could just say
how much more
education
how much
is
more
more for blinding you than
that's the
teaching
whole
you.
point of it,
Yeah.
isn't it?
How much more interesting would science have been if the teacher that was teaching you, me, and everybody else in the room, if they'd have said to us, hey, this is not actually true, but we've got to teach it because it's in the curriculum, but nobody believes this in science anymore. And then they started talking about Newtonian gravitation. What would naturally
but wouldn't that make the kids just ask the question, well, why in the fuck are we learning it, though?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But that's the whole agenda anyway. The agenda is clear, at least to me. They're just trying to saturate people's minds with everything but the truth.
Well, if they have to show their cards to the children that it's super overcomplicated to even try to pretend it could be true at a young age, like the children wouldn't buy it.
Yeah, that's probably true as well, right?
They're supposedly the position of authority that knows everything. Yeah. These authority figures are supposed to know everything, and we've been to space and all this. So
trust me, they do know everything. We're the ones who don't.
The teachers, whenever you're like 8, you just think
not the
teacher
teacher
knows everything. Yeah, even in high school, though. I mean, if people were told that 95% of the supposed universe is way off mathematically, they'd be like, "Is it real?" So they had to oversimplify it like it's so just
the
obviously
first thing they
true.
should be asking is to prove it. They should be asking them to literally prove everything so that you know it's real.
Yeah. Austin. Can you hear me, Austin?
They don't teach you how to do proofs in elementary. They don't teach you the scientific process of proof, dude.
Austin, in the UK, we've got the lead case in this topic, right? It was a case called, the long title is Dimmock against the Secretary of State for Education, but the point was that Al Gore's An Inconvenient Truth was being challenged on whether or not it was like basically indoctrination. And the judge said that provided it's based on current scientific knowledge or fact, then it'll be permitted because it's not indoctrination if it's based on current science. So that then poses the question, well, if we've got that rule, why is it that they're being taught Newtonian physics when it's not based on current science anymore? And obviously, I don't think you guys in America have an equivalent, but we have literally something that says it's got to be based on current science, and Newton's not based on current science.
Wow, that's dope.
Mm-hmm.
That's hilarious.
If only the same thing applied to Shakespeare, right?
It's not meant to be educationally, like, it's not science, is it? It's philosophy.
Somebody has brought that as a case or something. I heard about that before. Has it made progress?
We were talking about that today. We were talking about that today, about anchoring these questions in the legal system so that we've actually got some sort of a case study or some way to progress.
Yeah, there you go, Solar. I was trying to fill him in. Sorry.
Like Zen Garcia, he had a bet with someone to prove whether the Earth's a sphere. The guy claimed that he proved it, then took Zen to court to say that he had to show it. All evidence was provided to the judge, and the judge ruled that the guy failed to meet the criteria of the bet in terms of proving the sphericity. So we need to be clever about this and use minds like yourself, Sleeping Warrior, and other lawyer-focused individuals who can figure out who is the establishment that we need to take it towards, like what you did with identifying the education system. It was brilliant. But now we need to take this one step further because flat Earth in the legal system is starting to gain traction.
Well, do you know what it was when I asked the legal department, why is it that they teach the heliocentric model? Their response to me was that it is a scientific fact that the Earth orbits the sun. That is literally what they said, and they see no reason for them to change it. I can read it to you. I'll dig it out. Hang on.
But in a court, you would have to provide actual evidence for that claim.
You could
And
just end up
having no evidence
getting
for the claim would support the opposite of the claim.
Yeah, see,
Would
that's
it
what I'm
not?
saying.
Hey,
He's saying the
sleeping.
same thing I'm saying.
Could you end up sleeping in the UK? Could you end up taking each of the school boards or whatever they're called over here, the governor boards and stuff? Could you end up taking them to Ofcom or to court on that?
We could
an
take them to
individual
court,
basis and just.
We can literally
that'd
take
be
them
funny.
to court because the law says that they can't indoctrinate children with political science if it's not based on current science. And it's not based on current science. So we can do it. It just needs quite a lot of money.
That's funny. That would be a fun thing to do. For sure. But I think it's easier just to not send your children to school, but people ain't gonna do that. Too lazy. But
Yeah, I
before
think
we
over
carry
here
on with this,
people would
'cause
have to do. I think over here people would have to do it on the notion of the globe being a religion, and they're not supposed to push religion in the public schools. That's how they got even a historical depiction of Jesus out of the school. So, I mean, that's how the atheists got the Jesus depictions out of the school and Jesus songs and all that, was by going to court. Just a few people, and they were hated in their communities, and in this current culture, probably people would be hated for getting the globe religion out, and at least it would be on record.
Maybe that's what we ought to do.
Even if you just went to the school board, and explained it to them why this is a religion that you don't want pushed on your children. Perfectly valid point, and make them prove that it's science.
I didn't even consider the religious aspect of it. I was just looking at the fraudulent aspect of it. But I guess both. I mean, yeah, the religion.
Because that would be hilarious if they
Yeah, because technically, if you can't prove it, then it's a religion, right?
Imagine if you forced them to relegate it to a religious studies topic. Because then that would just make all the children laugh, right? It's like today in religious studies we learned about the globe.
Yeah, you can literally just prove from its inception it was philosophical, right? So.
And it was a priest
Sleep and Warrior, are these like new, like angles or ways to look at it? Hopefully that you haven't thought of, because I mean, it sounds to me like this thing is a go, man.
Write me the check and I can do it. I can literally do it. I just need quite a lot of
money.
money.
It becomes really difficult though, because within the UK, isn't it going to be under so many different jurisdictions that you would have to hold these people to account? Because you couldn't hold them on a national level, could you? Especially with
you can.
What is the academies that they have? The academies are separate, right?
You can apply for a mandatory injunction to prevent the Department for Education from teaching Newtonian gravitation on the basis that it breaches Section 406 of the law. You can force them to not do it.
Okay.
It'd be called a prohibitory injunction.
Man, and they'd have to make a public concession. That would be hilarious.
Yes, they'd have to literally change we can do it. You just need cash to deposit into it's nonsense. The judge would ask for money.
That would be
cash money.
Awesome. I say we try it.
Cash money answers everything.
Yeah, that's how it works. You pay them money, so they let you do it.
Yeah, and then they'll shut you down anyway.
Yeah, unless
if you got money
more
to spare,
than
go for it.
The guy that's defending. Whoever has the most money in that courtroom is going to win, dude.
I don't know if that's true, man.
I don't think that's always true.
I don't know if
yeah,
that's
maybe
true.
in a lot of cases it does.
Well,
like this idea that the thing that we pay for with our taxes is going to bankrupt us for trying to fucking prove some shit in the way you're supposed to do it, which is in the court. Bruh, I'm not having it. I don't know why we think this way, but I don't think any of this shit we think is true. I think
everything's different, right? America might be a little different, but I know I can just immediately, you can challenge jurisdiction of any quote unquote court in America.
Yeah, that's what this, for example, it's like I was talking about. That's why you now have,
people not allowed to have like a picture of Jesus in the school, which used to be a common thing, or prayer in the school and so on. Like this case was from the 1990s. He was a senior, so he must have been 18 before he sued the school. He just sued his little local school district to get the picture of Jesus out. Eventually, it went up to the Supreme Court, and that is when. And then now, and once the case is decided, of course, then this is, of course, going from what we were before, where we tried to hold some kind of ethical standards in our schools, to what we are now. This is how it was done. Yeah. But it depends on, of course, the makeup in the Supreme Court and so on, how it's going to go. And then once it's gone, you have nothing to lose, right? I mean, come on, all we can do is gain ground at this point, because that is, now they have this case of throwing the Jesus picture out, even though it was up there next to like Martin Luther King and Abraham Lincoln and other historical figures. This little tiny school had to take it out because this one guy sued them, So why can't you do the same about the globe? This globe violates my religion. It says right here in the Bible, Earth is flat and stationary with a firmament above. This globe is clearly a satanic religious model that I refuse to allow my children to be in. But of course, somebody would have to be part of the system, which I am not. But somebody who was part of the system could go to the school board and do this, just like this guy did.
Well, yeah. I mean, you can't use your religion. I get you would best route really is to prove that it's a religion. It's a philosophical.
Yes, I think you're right. Yeah, absolutely. That should be relegated
And
to
I think that would be quite
mythology.
easy if we could get it to where they had to prove their side of it, and we were just, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, then I guess
when you
do that in that scenario, right?
Well, you could present the priest that brought it forward. Right there's the priest of the religion, and it requires belief and faith because there's no evidence for it, and they would have to provide evidence to disclaim it.
Exactly. That's
What
what I mean. Yeah.
What is interesting is to go and study the Zen Garcia case, where there was the bet about if you could prove that it's a sphere. He offered $10,000. The guy presented pretty much everything that we've seen in a room like this, and his real nail in the coffin for the Glober was Stellarium, that software that projects the stars and how it moves around the sphere. And the judge ruled that software had no bearing on reality. So he ruled that software had no, that it failed to meet the criteria of proving a sphere by showing that software. Now think about how many ballers you've argued with since that day about Stellarium, or about them pointing to some stupid program that shows a spherical Earth. But yet the judge ruled.
That was my main criticism against doing this, because my view is that most judges wouldn't spot things like reification fallacies, which in that Zen Garcia case was exactly what that judge did. So I'm kind of like eating my own words when I say I don't really trust the judges, but there's evidence that proves that particular judge did exactly what I said I didn't think they would do.
But what I like about this now is that it's documented. So anyone who wants to challenge something in there, it's now, we've got a court case. There's a court number, a case number. There's a reference to it. So if we took gas pressure without a container, and even if we subpoenaed experts, we ask them the questions that we need to have answered by an expert, they have to answer under oath. We get the answer we need, and we dismantle this globe in the court system. I imagine how many normies would turn heads when they hear, wait, Flat Earth's winning in court? Now, I'm not sure whether, same like fishing, where you catch a small fish to catch a medium fish to catch a larger fish, and you keep reusing that same fish to catch the larger one. I'm not sure if the legal system requires the same, that we start with maybe a county and then a state, and then you go up to national level, or whether you just go drop this at NASA's doorstep and we do a collaborative case with like 1,000 people against NASA for providing disinformation to all these people.
Well, in the UK, when we do a public law case like that, it goes straight to the High Court. So we don't start in a baby court. We don't start in an intermediary court. We go straight to the High Court. And that's one of the highest courts in the land. And the only other place it can go after that is the Court of Appeal, which is the highest of the high. But you go straight in. Once a matter of public law, you go straight in at the top. So you wouldn't have to do years of entanglement. And the other thing is, with an injunction, it's pretty straightforward in terms of speed. You don't have to have a trial. You just make your point, and then the judge says, "Yeah, you can have the injunction, or you can't." It's not like a big trial that requires billions of dollars. It's quite straightforward.
But the phraseology that you'd have to go.
How much
for,
actual cash does that cost?
You have to deposit an amount of money that, in the opinion of the judge, reflects the legal expenses from your opponent in the event that you were unsuccessful with your application. And in other words, it just means like 10, 20,000, however much that judge deems an appropriate figure. You've got to write a check.
So it's
and that's
arbitrary, basically.
Yeah, it's arbitrary, yeah. But this is where I totally support
I have another question.
Elijah when he said, this is public money anyway. They're not actually losing anything. It's already been paid for. So it shouldn't really be anything.
Right.
I just wanted to part of a case like that. So my share of the fee is £100, and the total fee is 5,000. That's just
Is that for a full submission, Ariel?
Yes, that will take it. That will mean we get a formal hearing. We know that we'll get it based on the evidence that we have.
Because I think it's enough talking in a room like this to idiots who don't know and can just slide from left to right. But in a court, they're going to have to look at the evidence, and they're going to have to rule on that evidence. There's going to have to be a ruling or a statement provided.
I just want to point out that just because in that one case that it required the judge to point out a fallacy, that it doesn't mean it's going to be that's always going to be the case. Like whatever you bring for your case to build your case, it's like that. It's going to determine. I mean, what they can use in response. I mean, if they don't have any evidence,
let me just clarify. Let me just clarify what I meant. My perception was that judges wouldn't spot the fallacy, and in that case, it did. I wasn't saying that it would always be the case. I was just saying that it directly went against my view that judges generally tend to be a little bit eccentric or not maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, and he would spot it. But I don't really have much faith in one bloke on one particular day. I'd much prefer 3 blokes, 3 people, so that it wasn't got one bias. You know, because one guy has got an awful lot of power.
Right, I think you're probably. I think this is where your jadedness comes in, because if there is anyone who's going to be able to spot a fallacy, it's going to be a judge. I think in my personal viewpoint. I mean,
also once it's pointed out.
Yeah.
So
just because they can spot it doesn't mean they're going to do it justice. Because like a judge is like a referee; they can be bought.
But so like Zen Garcia, he did a lot of his own representation. And then he provided the contradiction to the judge in the form that it could be understood. So it's very much up to the person there arguing the point if they can get it. So if we were to use attorneys, we would have to have flat earth attorneys who truly understand the nuances of these flat earth points to be able then to legalize it, make it into the legal jargon that can hit home.
The problem with that is
there's a major distinction.
They all work under a license from the state.
There's a major distinction though that I think.
Hold on, let Sleeping Warrior speak.
I just want to point out something. Oh, sorry.
You were saying something about a license.
Yeah, so all practicing solicitors or barristers all work under a license, and that license is issued by the state. And they don't like putting their head above the parapet because it looks like they're so-called conspiracy theorists. So it's very, very difficult to get somebody to put their head above the parapet.
Mm-hmm. But I want to make a distinction clear in terms of how we think about it and approach it between Zen's thing and what Sleeping's proposing. Because what Zen did was this was a private matter that somebody was trying to take basically someone's funds, right? So in that situation, the judge is only gonna be judging on those 2 individuals based on the criteria that they had already set forth with the bet and such, right? That doesn't affect anybody else. It's just completely private. Whereas what Sleeping's proposing is like fundamental to the nation in the UK. So when you consider that and how you think about how the judges are going to behave, etc., you have to add a whole lot of weight into what actions you're going to do, and how you think about it, because otherwise you might think you're getting somewhere that you're not going to get. I know that was kind of wordy, but I just thought it was important.
The thing is, though,
I'm
let me use
curious
an
what
example.
sleeping has to say about it.
Yeah, because let me give you an example, right? If it was the case that they were teaching kids that the way to do modern filmography was to record on a VHS, and we were all like, no, that's not how you do it. It's done with digital now. It's done on USB sticks or digital media of some kind. And we knew that VHS was clearly wrong. And you went to a court and you said, look, this is the antiquated position that we've not done on VHS since the 80s. It's not difficult to see how easy that would be to win, because it's obvious that VHS is antiquated technology now. Nobody records on VHS. But essentially, that's what Newton is. You're teaching the kids that Newtonian gravitation is essentially the recording of digital media on USB sticks when it's not. When you put it in the VHS context, it's blatantly obvious that you wouldn't teach children filmography with VHS. But when you transpose that into an alternative and say physics is not, this is not the current physics anymore, Your Honor. The current physics is Einsteinian, and this is antiquated. It's not that easy to make that quantum leap from one to the other, because it's so persuasive that the whole country is teaching Newtonian. It can't possibly be that this bloke from London is suddenly getting it all right and they're all wrong. You're up against what giant you're up against.
And they're not going to be blind to it, right? They're going to know exactly where your angle is with this. And they're not retarded.
Yeah,
so
and you can't say the F word.
It depends. You can't say many F words in the court, I assume. But
I mean, but they're gonna not fuck.
Yeah, I know. I was just playing.
You know what I thought?
Go ahead.
I thought, like I love flat Earth. I've been propagandized and marketed to, and I've stuck with it. But in all honesty, like them framing it as a flat Earth from the beginning is wild as fuck. Seeing as flat is like an aspect of something. It's not a shape. Number one, but number two, everybody understands what a plane is because we have planes all over the earth, and then we have airplanes. And so, like, if they were even being honest at all, they would have just said these people who seem to think that the earth is more like a plane of existence, automatically it makes sense. Like it'd be harder to refute as a retarded disk thing because everybody knows what a plane is. I mean, for God's sakes, that's what this where do we live? That's what this solar system is, right? It's on a plane.
Yeah,
Our Earth
it holds
system.
into account. Yeah.
Yeah, like so everybody
'cause
knows what
all their
planes are, what they
galaxies are
mean.
Yeah, all their galaxies are just X-axis nonsense. But
So just saying it's like a plane, like it's obviously it's level, so that's kind of redundant. Like we already know that, and it's like, yo, it's a plane, bro. Like don't make it
what's
weird.
interesting? Sleeping. You know what's interesting with this? If it were to work, I think unless they're really asleep on the job and it was to be addressed properly or whatever. Because of how far gone the UK has become in their court system, because the court system is a mess. Let's just say it like that. All right. This would now present precedent, and that's what I was meaning earlier, right? Before I got a bit diverted, but because they would see it coming, they would know who you are, they would know who the people are, and what the actual point of this is going to be in the long run, but then they would be kind of stuck, because if it were to have been addressed properly, they would have to literally accept it because it's true, right? Because of the other precedent that they've already set. Then they would be stuck at this juncture because they know that the moment they set this precedent, then not only with the rest of this topic where it goes down with the rest of the false science that they're promoting, but also with the rest of the school system.
Correct.
So that would I say that only as like I say that only as a warning so that people maybe not a warning, but because I don't want to be like a negative person, but just so that you go in fully cocked as opposed to half cocked. But I know you're not. I know people aren't gonna just.
Oh my God!
Would they really know
Sensitive
though?
kin on the prowl.
Can I
A
just say,
sensitive kin, ladies and gentlemen. Where's Karen? Is Karen?
Okay.
Did you bring? I'm just
Who knows?
kidding.
Who knows? But go ahead, Ariel, because I had another one that
Sorry,
I wanted to ask
Ariel,
Sleep.
if you
So please.
already have a comparable case in another country where precedent exists, you can actually bring that into your argument. That is
Really?
admissible.
That's even funnier.
Yeah.
The UK allows that.
Yeah,
Yes.
well, it's in.
I would have thought they were.
Hang on. It's influential. It's influential, but it's not binding on any other courts unless it's a UK case. So it's America might be influential, but it doesn't mean that they would definitely follow suit. But it usually means that they would.
You can cite it in your argument.
I have another question, Sleeping, but it's not going to be very well formed, so bear with me, right? So it's kind of two parts and then an idea, I think. So one part is I need to ask you, when they prosecute parents for not sending their children to school because they went on holiday or they needed to go and do something because of family or whatever, right? It's really egregious. But they do that, and I don't think they really have the legitimate backing, but they do that anyway. My question to you is, how do they justify that first? And then I have another question.
It's based in contract, isn't it? So when you register your pupil at school, you have a contract that you will not, prevent them from attendance without good, valid, lawful reason. And one of the lawful reasons is not going on holiday. So they do you for breach of contract, essentially.
So this is what I was thinking, but I wanted to make sure I was thinking in the right lines.
And
so
also a basic human right is education. So if you're taking away their right to education, you're taking away one of their basic rights.
Right, but that's weak. But that's another. I get it, but that's not really where I'm going with that. What I wanted to ask then.
Of course, it's weak, but that's just how they do.
Yeah. But let me, because I don't want to own the floor forever. I just want to see if this thing is tangible, useful in any way. So the next question I have for you, Sleeping, is, with that in mind, that it's contract. When they're doing stuff like teaching you this, teaching you stuff that isn't actually in line with what the legal requirements for them to teach is, and other things that you can probably bring up, are they in breach of contract? And does that make that side of the contract void so that the parents are no longer held to account because the whole contract that they signed up for is being kept in bad faith? Yes or no?
Only if you agreed to that specifically.
Hang on. No. Yes, but no. Yes, because they've got a contract to provide the education. If the education they provided, the education is wrong, that would be a breach of contract. The problem is, in English law, we've got to demonstrate that we've suffered a loss. How would you quantify the loss that you've had by not being taught the current science? There's a massive argument for saying
yeah.
It's quantifying the loss that's the problem.
So you see where I'm going with that, though, right?
Yeah, but let me just flip it the other way.
You'd have to get a bunch of parents on board with that. But anyway, carry on, please.
When it's argued the other way, and they use the argument that you've breached your agreement with the school, they fine you, and the government say, well, that's okay because it's cost them money to administer the punishment, right? But if we do the same fine in reverse, they say, see, that you can't fine them because that's making a profit out of it, and we're not allowed to do that. But it's okay when they do it to us.
So maybe this is an angle that instead of, because I guess the parents trap themselves by not realizing what they're doing. So to some degree, but to be honest, anyway, there's a different point. Instead of, I think maybe the parents should all kind of rally, like the same way people do all this flipping striking and stuff, which I think is kind of stupid, but whatever, right? Maybe if they were to do it like that, so we're going to take our children away from school, not because we want to do what we want to do, which is their right, like at the core, because they have to play the game, but we're going to take our children away from school because of breach of contract. And maybe that's something, but it would have to be really organized. And I might not have worded it very well, but does that kind of make any sense? Do you think that would be anywhere near feasible?
I don't think it'd work because that's basically going to be something
Okay.
called punitive damages, where the judge decides that you're profiteering out of it, and we're not allowed to profiteer out of it. Neither is the school, but it works differently with
but
schools.
see, I don't. Oh, maybe I phrased it wrong. Like, I'm not even looking for the parents to gain anything out of it. I'm just looking for the parents to have a legitimate contractual reason to hold these guys to account. And
So
using
what would the
something like
punishment be? So usually you go to court for a punishment.
But I'm not even looking at punishment. What I'm looking at is the reason why I'm going to so the reason why parents would take their children away from school and look to do it in a way where they cannot be punished, right? Where they cannot be prosecuted, is because they've already pointed out a breach in contract. So then it's on the heads of the school side or the education board side or whatever, right? To then deal with that breach of contract before the parents are now willing and or
But effectively, Elisha,
sorry, let me finish. Within reasonable contractual obligation to then agree to sending their children to school within that framework. I know it's a reach, and like I said, it wasn't fully formed, but that's kind of where I was going with it.
Well, the way that I'm getting it is that you're choosing to remove your children is always your right, and placing them somewhere else. But we're almost trying to go to the head of the Hydra.
I understand, right? But what I was thinking is just from a legal standpoint, like whether there's something like using that to effect a change in the whole way they operate, because what they're doing is they're not acting in good faith on so many angles that maybe this is another thing. And then if you get that kind of framework built up, either like a mass action lawsuit or whatever it is they do, right? You can get more support, not only from the people who agree with the fact that they're lying to their children, but with people who might be like tangentially connected, because they're also not letting me spend time with my children the way I want to. Because just to kind of get, it's just maybe a cheeky tactic, but a legally sound tactic that hasn't been fully thought out to get more of a movement behind it. That was like the gist of it. But I'll leave it there because I've kind of already talked too much. But yeah, maybe there's something worth considering, Sleeping, and maybe you could educate me more on it later.
I just want to say what great ideas you inspire in others. I don't know if you guys know that, but it's true. You guys inspire engaging thought patterns in me, and I start thinking of different ways of approaching things. And like, I like the idea of a class action lawsuit. I like the idea of it going to a court of law with affidavits to get things started.
The idea of a mandatory injunction, making them stop or forcing them to teach Einstein, at least with graphical visualizations, and a prohibitory injunction to stop them teaching Newtonian as current science. There should be a tramp stamp on it saying Newtonian science is an archaic model once believed to be true. Like they do with us.
Exactly.
Yeah, good idea.
That's a very
times you could do that, Sleeping?
But
because they do that on so many levels throughout both. I think even in mathematics they do stuff like that as well. But either whatever the case, right? They do that in all the subjects, and then some of these subjects are super sensitive and super like they actually have cost, because you're going to get people because they're educating children now in really degenerate immoral behavior that then causes cost on the taxpayer.
Yeah,
and I'm trying to be polite about it. I don't want to bring it up because I really don't like this subject.
We know
but you know what I mean, right? So you
I would
can
think you could really. Yeah, absolutely. There definitely is cost.
You could do that on the individual sciences. You could do that on the individual false things that they haven't updated in the sciences, and then you could do that on the other subjects that they teach in school.
Yeah, but see, look, you have to be very specific about what topic you're bringing up. I think the idea of their whole paradigm is a religion and cannot provide empirical evidence of any of their claims.
If anyone has,
Sonny, I'm not
if
in
anyone
disagreement.
has-
What I'm saying is what Sleeping's talking about is one specific thing that you can legitimately hold them to account. But that's not the only thing they're doing that will come under the same thing. There's so many other science examples that they're teaching antiquated models or whatever the phrase is, right?
Evolution,
So you could hold them, and then if you have that, you could do precedent upon precedent. You could
Hold
just
on, let-
completely slam them to the point where
Yeah.
there's going to be big issues. It would be fun. I'd like to see that.
That's true. Let Dandelion speak, please.
Thank you, because I keep going away from chopping my carrots and then waiting to make my point, and then I have to go back to chopping carrots. So thank you. Yes, all I was going to say was I think you could definitely find a way, and like Sleeping Warrior said, in which to show that this does categorically harm children's thought processes. Although we are weak in that area of not having, psychological studies necessarily that show that, but I'm sure we can come up with some logical explanations of why it is harming someone to indoctrinate them with an illogical position, as well as the fact that you're taking a child who is naturally been shown, and this is something that is documented in educational psychology, that for young children it's much better to go from the concrete to the abstract than from the abstract to the concrete, which is what most education has been taken over at starting abstract concepts at a much too young age, which we could actually show does psychologically damage children. However, the one point I wanted to make about the United States in particular is, even though I kind of said, yeah, I guess if you had to have your child in public school, you could go to the school board and raise a little fuss about the globe, but that's why I prefer, the guy who sued about the Jesus picture was 18, and a senior, and doing it himself, which I think is better because you don't want to make your child a target, right, by doing that. So that's kind of an iffy area. I think we're better off here, though, because they've got this education system on lockdown. They have for decades. I think competition is the better way to do it in America. Like, for example, we have charter schools. Around here, we have a charter school that 20 years ago, when they started pushing Common Core, they're funded by the tax dollars, and yet they can put out a different model of education. The one that's here that pushes classical education, the way things used to be, no Common Core allowed, is most of their teachers are, you guys don't like advanced degrees, but most of their teachers have advanced degrees, and they teach, their history book is just all text, in the high school, because we don't need to have cartoons for teenagers, and stuff like that. I mean, it's all dumbed down, that. My point is, without getting too much into the curriculum of this particular school, they have a waiting list a mile long. You have to plan ahead for years to get your child into kindergarten. If you want your child to start there, partway through, good luck, because no one leaves there. It's extremely popular. Everyone's flocking to it, and it's free because it's a charter school. But, same if you had a school where you were actually teaching them logic, how to think, and so on, how to read, write, do arithmetic, just the things that used to be in school. You do amazing. I mean, I really think competition in America is the way to go, because you're dealing. I'm sorry, I don't want to get too much into what the public school system is like in America, but anyone who has had any contact with it in the last 20 years knows you just be bailing, having a little teaspoon bailing, water out of the Titanic at this point. It's completely pointless. All right. Thank you for listening. I'm going back to my carrots.
Good point. I just wanted to say to Sleeping Warrior, you were right in the throes of a gravity debate. And I think that's why you applied your mind to gravity specifically. And you found that brilliant loophole with the Newtonian versus Einsteinian. But I think we almost need to take a step back and look at one greater topic that sort of encapsulates more topics in one, or else maybe we do need to approach it topic by topic, attack gravity as gravity, attack evolution as evolution, but then that may be a 10-year process that...
Yeah, but if we can start refining the arguments, listen, the one thing that the ball earthers cannot stand is when we start talking about education. The minute we start talking about education, they hate it. So that when we're over the target, they start reacting like that. Well, that's because we're right over the target. They don't like the idea of anything into the school system that challenges the rhetoric. For me, it's the only way forward. But I realise that a lot of people on our side and might not be ready for it because they're in their own little journey and we're quite far down the line. there's a lot of new people in it that don't realize things. Like, a lot of arguments have been and gone and are not arguments anymore, but they keep coming in and asking the basic questions, and it's like, wow, these new people are coming to this topic from somewhere. I don't know where they're coming from, but they're coming to it from somewhere. But they're coming to it with really old arguments that are antiquated now, but they're so far behind. But we need to. It is the education, really, and they hate it when we talk about it.
Hey, Elon Musk told me the Earth is flat, so shout out to Elon Musk for showing me the flat Earth.
Shout out retracted.
Yeah, the law of unintended consequences. That's how I got. That's how I got wise.
Hey, so I know it was a while ago, but I unmuted Hiram Abif. If they want to speak, please go ahead. Otherwise, carry on.
Well, I wanted to ask the room this question, I guess, because there's different people in here. Okay, I'm just wondering, am I the only one who thinks like that it makes it kind of a vulnerable situation, or like does it on shaky ground and it gives them wiggle room to try to argue against, like to try to make them go by their own decree, right, and go from one pseudoscience to another, and that perhaps it should just be based on fraud and sticking with
Yeah, so that's what
the objective truths.
Cuddles and I were speaking about it today, and he was saying you could use psychological warfare, kind of like what Dandelion was saying, and that it's fraud in the misinformation that's been provided, and that you could maybe go after Channel 5, Channel 6, pretty much everyone who's given this disinformation to the public, and that it's fraud. But it's in the actual court system, you have to provide empirical evidence for.
Right.
And
because, like, if you're going up against the decree,
that's where they
right, what
can't
they've
just
agreed to do,
wiggle. They can't just wiggle and do their smokescreen bullshit in a court where the court's going to demand evidence.
Evidence overrules hearsay.
if you're trying to hold them to something that they've agreed to teach, and they're going from one pseudoscience to another, it's like I don't know. I foresee a lot of wiggle room, a lot of just ways that they can wiggle out of it and talk out of it, or have some kind of clause. I don't know, just some way, because it's not based on substantial objective truths. It's nothing that can be verified. The only thing that's in question is whether or not they've agreed to do it, and whether they're going by what they agreed to do. Right. So when it comes down to that, like, that just leaves so much room, I think, for them to snake out of it. You know what I mean? So if it's based on objective truths and verifiable information, and something that's going to require evidence for them to provide some evidence.
Truth, a well thought out argument where at what point will you start? What will you start with? Because if you break it down, then, for instance, if they had to provide proof of the core of the Earth, how are they going to do that? All the things that we are told about the core of the Earth, how does anyone substantiate that?
Well, if it's like they say, it's as hot as the sun, or hotter than the sun, no one's getting near it. Not only that, hey, real quick, sorry, Truth, you're still my favorite, but when we meet in person, if you're not talking all broken up and sped up and slowed down like that, I'm not going to know what to do with myself. Anyway, okay. Carry on.
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with your connection, Truth, but you're like choppy as heck.
But don't forget her point.
But no, it was the last time when you were. There was one time when you were like, "Yeah, it was slow way down," and then it comes all over at once. We can still understand it. Yeah, I still understand.
It's true.
So feel free to talk. If we can't understand you, we'll let you know. Truth prevails.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
That helps because I didn't know whether or not to even try to say anything
Oh
else.
no, we can understand you perfectly. It's just like sometimes it just slows really way down, and then you just it's just a connection.
Yeah, there's like
but we
it's
get
okay.
it. We can hear it.
It's all
Yeah.
good. That's what I'm saying. Like I'm
Yeah.
getting used to it. So when we meet
And
in
it
person, I'm
doesn't
gonna be
help
like,
that
"Are
I
you
actually
okay?"
talk, and it doesn't help that I actually talk like that. Which I mean, you guys have heard me before. It's like when I really get into something, just like just,
I love it.
you
I
know, I
love
have
it.
to
Sorry.
consciously slow myself down. But I
Do me
understand
a
that.
favor.
See, here's
Truth,
the
do
thing
me a
about
favor, Truth. Go into the live stream and just go back 2 minutes and listen to yourself and come back and tell us, is that how you
no,
were
hell
actually
no.
talking?
Sleeping
Hell
warrior,
no.
don't do
I'll
that to
never
a woman.
speak
We
again.
don't do well with these kind of round table roasts. Do we, Truth Prevails?
Listen, I'm so sorry. Don't forget her
I-
point. No one's going to the center of the earth.
I
Okay,
will
thank you.
go. I will go. I will try to go slow this time. Is that better, Sleeping Warrior? Because
No,
I
it's the
understand that you
connection.
have.
Because we then get like 10
Oh,
seconds.
she's
of
trying to
nothing.
disconnect. She's trying to disconnect, so maybe that will help.
I thought it was me.
Well, it's like the dinosaur bone fragments that they have locked up in a vault in the Smithsonian. You know, if you had to challenge them and say, bring those out, we want to have a look at them. When last did they see the light of day? You know, we contend that this is all make-believe. There is some tomfoolery afoot. I mean, they would
I
literally
mean,
shit their pants.
yeah,
So
that's what we were saying
they're
about NASA. If
so
we
the
ask NASA
first
to provide the telemetry, and
so
there's
the
no
first thing,
telemetry.
yeah, they will revert to is the
It's a painful process.
yeah. I still see the flat earth word that had no significance for me 2 years ago. Now I see it, and they are definitely using it with intent to pretend that we have no arguments. We can't make scientific. We don't have reasons in science that is hard enough to challenge them.
Right, while they admit that they don't even go by the scientific method. They don't even use the scientific method. So is this better?
Much
a little bit?
better. Yeah.
Much?
Yes.
Much was more than I was expecting.
More.
Yeah.
What it sounds like, Truth, is it sounds like it's just a little hot. Like if you could just turn it down just tiny bit on the high, because it's like the volume, it amplifies so high at the end.
Well, and then
that it
when I
cuts
get
it off.
excited, I talk louder.
It's
too.
totally
cuts
fine.
it off.
Don't
It
worry
cuts
about
it
what I
off.
said.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's good though. I mean, just
Okay, so
aliens, don't worry.
that much better.
I don't know if I've asked you this yet, Sleeping Warrior, but have you like looked into maybe the fraud or like the other avenues for getting this into court, or is this the only? Surely this isn't the only way.
So let's just deal with fraud. Fraud is a financial loss, isn't it, obtained by deception, or some other service obtained by deception?
No, not really financial. Fraudulent could be. I mean, fraudulent is like whatever. Okay, so if they promise to, if you give something, and you are promised to receive something in return, right? And it's like, I'm going to have a really hard time explaining this because
right,
it doesn't necessarily have to be. It doesn't necessarily have to be on financial, right? But it is financial because you're giving them. They're taking your money.
Stop. So let me address it, Truth. So the burden of proof with a fraud claim is that you've got to prove that there was an intention to deceive. But you don't have to go that high. You just need to prove that you demonstrate that they're teaching these kids the false stuff, but without the deception element. All we have to prove is that it's wrong. So why make it hard for yourself by proving the intention to deceive by claiming a fraud claim when you don't have to?
So we were saying today that if we address this toward NASA and said that they had to prove that they went to the moon, that they couldn't provide the telemetry, they can't provide the equipment that they went in, most of the astronauts are now dead. And then if they said, all right, well, we took these photos from the moon, then you could say, all right, fine, let's go to the moon and verify that these photos can be taken from said location. Because
No,
the
I
court
mean,
wants to
even
feel that
more
there's
than that,
empiricism.
you can ask if those are the original photos, because I've heard before. I think I heard QE say this before, that all of the photography that was on NASA's website, you could easily prove that those are photoshopped until they started changing the photos, and you can't even get the actual the photos that aren't, a copy
The
or.
negatives. Yeah. Because those were supposedly original photos from a negative, and then you would have the photo and the negative both kept so that if you needed to recreate in the future. So, but if you place this at NASA's door, and maybe I'm not saying the right sentence, but if you apply your legal mind, what could we do to NASA? Then the financial implication is all the billions they took for that program. And then the fraud loss would be the 50 plus years that it's been taught in the education system, or 50, 60 years that it's been in the education system, that it's been misinforming the public, that you could maybe start to quantify
How did they get Al Capone in the end?
tax.
Tax fraud.
Well, as far as the education system goes, like, they have a responsibility to the things that they're putting forth. So if it's not true, they're still responsible for it, regardless if they're the ones that created the lie. They can't
And
just
then,
claim
yeah.
plausible deniability. I mean, they're responsible for, teaching. They're supposed to be teaching in the education system. They're supposed to be teaching them how to come to the knowledge, like how to come to truth, how to find these things out. So if they can't even find them out, I mean, that's even worse on them. But there's the bad faith aspect of it. And then there's, as far as being able to establish whether or not it was not, like, they had knowledge of it, that they didn't know that it was, like, these people, there's no way that they could deny, right, that it's like you guys were talking about the moon landing, a faked moon landing. I mean, that's
But
definite intent.
they can't say we didn't know either, because the ISS and all these other missions about now, it's conspiracy.
Well, why are they printing aviation manuals that refer to the Earth as flat and stationary? Right, that shows knowledge.
Good point. Yeah.
But every other person, like if you went to a news agency or you went to the United Nations or you went to anyone else, they've got someone else to point the finger at. Even with a school, they're going to point the finger at the government, or they're going to point the finger at whichever scientific institution is giving them that information. So it's like
right, but
it has to go back to where the buck stops. Where's the source of
Well,
that
that's what
information?
I'm saying.
But
The buck
that's why
stops
I
at the
said they're
place,
responsible.
but the buck stops where somebody's putting the fake ISS in production. Those people are a good place to start. Whoever that is, that's the person, because obviously the ISS is in a place that isn't real. It's not a real thing. Therefore, I don't know, the actors, whoever is telling them to do it, like, we can get somebody.
They're responsible for. They can't just pass the buck. They can't just say that they're not responsible. They're responsible for
I don't know
what
if you
they teach.
I don't know if you guys have seen all the propaganda that's going on with or from NASA at the moment, where Chris Hadfield's on every program and he's commenting on space movies, and he's doing interviews with kids. Like all their astronauts, they're in a big propaganda push at the moment. And that could be the perfect media fraud aspect when they talk to the public like that. And then you could quantify the claims, because at least it was tax money paying NASA. So it is a public matter versus a private or semi-private company. and there is an actual entity that can pay that sum of money that you're suing for. So I think someone, I don't know why we haven't yet, but someone needs to spearhead this NASA, case with 1,500 people, and then we get experts involved. And once there's an actual court case, we may have more flat earth experts who are in the closet come forward, because at least it's for like a court case, something tangible. It's not just simply putting their reputation at risk to try and share the info.
Good point. Yeah. Plus, I feel like there's probably a lot of retired people who have sense that would be willing to come forward for something like that.
There must be a way that you can go and clone all their hard drives and prove that these missions to Mars, it's just a software program that was actually built beforehand, because they weren't actually getting signals from outer space, that they didn't receive images from outer space.
But they'll use their military ties to say that there's a risk to handing over their PCs. And therefore, for military reasons and for the national safety.
No, but the IRS should get involved and open a case of tax fraud against them, because clearly they've defrauded the taxpayers of the United States. It's the biggest crime syndicate. It's so outrageous.
Well, maybe I am the only one that thinks that it might be, shaky
you're not. I
ground
agree with
going into, to hold them, to the degree that they agreed to teach. I don't know. But
I think it just depends on the scope of it. I don't know. I mean, people are talking about giant nationwide efforts. I guess maybe in England it's different over there, but over here I can't see anything on a large nationwide federal scale working, because you're not who's in charge of over there. They can just shut that down easily. But at a local level, you certainly could make a difference. And then, like I said, by competition, people will go to, if you are producing results and you're doing something different. I mean, most the people out there, everything. I mean, and I talked about charter schools. That's very rare for a charter school even a private school, to do anything different than the public school. They usually just are doing the same thing as the public school, and then just putting a different label on it, or they are excluding people through their, in the case of the private school, through the price tag that's on it. So they, by default, are somewhat better because they don't have to deal with all the people who are, have extremely difficult behavior problems coming from families, that are living in poverty and so on, and all the problems that go along with that. So, if you just had in America, if you came up with a school that was actually teaching children reality, and logical thinking, I mean, even if you don't would you even have to bring up the topic of flat earth? I guess you could, right? And people would have to know that, because we're not going to hide that from them. But that's not what your whole school is going to surround itself with, right? You're going to teach things in an objective way, starting with, teaching logical thinking and what are logical fallacies, and all of those things. And then for younger children, just, very basic level, where you're just letting them focus on learning through exploring their world the way that children naturally do. I mean, these are unusual things. I mean, Waldorf schools, Montessori schools, all do that, all very popular over here. A lot of them very expensive, so people can't afford to go to them, and so on. But they work better. That's why they are popular.
Yeah, and the number one main thing that you would be teaching in those that would differentiate them from all the others is critical thinking, and to be able to come to, to arrive to truth on their own, to be able to have, the original ways we used to work math problems, not these damn, I don't even know what you call what they do now, where they build these, what I'm talking about, where they build square boxes and shit, and they put
Oh
the numbers
yeah,
in instead
yeah.
of.
They come up with a whole bunch of new ways to do it, so they can sell a whole new set of textbooks and so on. Yes, it's ridiculous, and so they can just make things more complicated than they need to be. But I mean, it's not going to work in any kind of rural place. You're not going to get enough people. I know that from just trying to get our little homeschool co-op just on board of not teaching outer space. That's all I wanted. Nothing else. I couldn't even get that with a group of people who are like somewhat, countercultural and against the mainstream. Couldn't even get that one concession. So you're not going to, maybe in a bigger city, you could get enough people, who understood the globe is a complete lie and band together. You can start small and with classes and so on and, just go from there. And eventually we know it's going to catch on. I mean, that's just inevitable because it's the truth. So
See,
if I lived in a bigger area, I'd probably do that. But I've already tried it here and didn't get anywhere.
If there could just be one, it would be, I think, that the results of the product, right, of when they graduated, because there would be applied skills that would be taught, like the vocational schools, and they would be able to critically think and adapt and do their, arrive to things on their own. They wouldn't have to be told or trained in certain protocols, or like the NPCs, just be robotic and just do what you're told as you're told. They could actually come up with their own, like the product of the children that would be graduating from the school would be, I mean, people would want their kids to go to this school when they saw how they benefited from it, because they don't do any of that anymore.
Yep, absolutely. But I don't want to say that to like discourage anyone who wants to, can find a way to get this into the courts. I don't have personally don't have a lot of hope for that route, but it's worth a try. At least then, like you said, you're getting it on record so that the people in the future, and maybe print off the transcript of the case and put it in a steel box and bury it 20 feet underground, because, in the future, they're going to be like, how the hell did they pull this off? And why couldn't anybody see it? Because, we don't want to be, because we are seeing it, but it's a lonely place to be. But we stand with the people of the future. We know that. So, whatever way we can make our tiny little mark here. I mean, we can't rely on YouTube live streams being saved. I say that. I still haven't gotten around to doing it, even though I want to do it. Write out a little narrative. I should just write out something, even if it's one page, you put it in a steel box, bury it in the ground. But anyhow.
What would be great? What would be great
No doubt.
If you could come up with the syllabus, some sort of education routine where it would actually cause the students to think critically and think open-mindedly about like real-world problems, to where they're not thinking about the fantasy of the Earth spinning and space and colonizing other fucking planets and shit like that, because that's never going to happen, right?
Joshua, have you seen our truth textbook project?
No, haven't.
Oh, can I give you the role? Because I don't know if you can see the room if you don't have the role. Because that's, that was our original idea, was to start developing a curriculum that could be used. But we haven't gotten much beyond the planning stage. But, putting pen to paper, that's what we need to get to. But that's the idea, is to come up with a curriculum, like you just said, that people could use. And then, whatever we want to do, however we want to
create
make
better
it
pupils than the Masonic system. Is what needs to happen. We need to create better pupils.
Yeah, ones that's not dependent on the Masonic system to function, right? That can function on their own, because they can critically think, and when they when they graduate, they would be like some of the things that you were talking about, Joshua. They would be connected and knowledgeable of nature, and how to manipulate nature, how to grow gardens and
right, like
natural herbs for healing and shit like that. But I wanted to say to Sleeping Warrior, I hope that you don't think by any means that anything that I was saying was meant to be discouraging, because I think I was one of the first people to encourage you, and I still am encouraging you. I'm just it's more of a protective way of looking at it, so that you don't like fall into a trap. You know what I'm saying? Because going into it in a way to where, well, like I said, I explained it once. I'm not gonna go through it again.
Sleeping Warrior,
Truth Prevails is encouraging you. She wants you to know that. I don't know if he's still there.
Because I didn't want to sound like I was being
He's
discouraged.
sleeping. It's already 10 o'clock.
I don't think you were. I don't think you were being discouraging.
You know what would be funny to try? And this would be really relatively simple. Is to set out the logical fallacies, critical thinking, all those things, put it into code, and then present the globe to that piece of code or that algorithm, and then like have it as like a live show or something, and then
I
watch how
love that idea. Wow. You think that could be done?
Yeah,
You mean
that's
to
not
be able
really
to
that
pick it out
difficult
from
because
speech? Or would it have to be text?
well,
Or how would you
I
do
mean,
it?
you could make it flashy, right? But at the core of it, because what my thinking was, imagine if you could do this with, say, with children. Now, obviously, do this with your children if at all possible, right? Teach them critical thinking first. But my thinking was, oh, that would be a really cool experiment if you had a bunch of children. But then that's so time consuming, and how are you going to do that? Because you can't have them not living in this world with the indoctrination, right? But a robot or a piece of program, you can do that within a few days. And it would be funny because every part of the logic sequences could be looked at, and then you could present that to people, and it would be kind of interesting to the ones who are that way inclined to see how something that isn't human, that is just going by actual logic because it has no choice, how it assesses something like the globe. It would be pretty funny, at least to me, I think. Whoever would want to do that, please do
guidelines.
that because it would be very entertaining for me. But I don't know who would have the time.
Yeah, it'd be objective guidelines. There would be no opinion involved. You know what I thought of when you first said that, Elisha? As soon as you said add code to each one, it's like in my mind I saw it's like when the cops go to a call and they get on their CV and they go, "We have a 187." Just like call the fallacies out by number. So you have committed a one. Anyway, sorry, I just thought it was funny.
Yeah, exactly, right.
A little lame, but still, it was funny.
I think that's a great idea. What should we call the straw man? Like 46 or 44? Because Truth Prevails. I think that was a 44 right there. Copy that.
I don't know.
He's committed to 666.
It really wouldn't be that difficult to do. I think that the most effective way to use it, though, would to do it into a well-polished presentation where people have the ability to scrutinize it and the code to scrutinize it, etc. So then you see that, and you could run it, like you could run simulations, and you could kind of have fun with it, animation style, right? And then every time you would just see how the logic thing just breaks. It's like, well, we can't get past the first hurdle here. No flipping curvature, or the presentation is based on assumption, etc., etc. So or even better, because that's one thing, right? That's just the model in and of itself, and that's kind of inanimate. You could then do that with humans. You could step out of the debate, and you could do it. You could put that piece of code or that algorithm against different globers in a debate, and it wouldn't be like a debate of proving a point because the robot's not or the algorithm wouldn't be debating any side. It would just be assessing the claim of the globe, but the claim of the globe presented by actual individuals. Because that would be even more funny. Because how many times they just start off with assumptions and fallacies from the get-go?
And just program a bot in the Discord so that every time they type a fallacy, they get sent to...
a one-sided debate anyway, there's a few different ways you could use it to make it entertaining, but at the core of it, just putting critical thinking in code and letting it do its job. Because then there's no errors, right? It's all just logic. Right,
well,
I'll leave it there.
We couldn't do that in here. We wouldn't have anyone. We wouldn't have anyone.
Not in here. It was just an idea.
Well, I mean, I was thinking about it. I was wondering, maybe just program a bot. to detect it in text chat. But
yeah, if we had that in here,
everyone would be locked
platypus
up.
would have been gone a long time ago.
I think Antio's talked about that before. Is even if you just had like every time someone says "Where's the edge?" that there's some kind of program response there in the text, even if it doesn't send them somewhere. This sending them somewhere would be really fun too. But yeah, like just so many of those questions that we've answered 1,000 times.
Right, and it could be that whatever they get sent to the room, right? The fallacious claim room or some shit like that, fallacy jail or whatever. But when they got sent in there, the bot that sent them would know what fallacy they were sent there for, and the only way that they can get out is if they typed the name of that fallacy in the text chat. So they would have to be able to recognize their own fallacy that they committed in order to get out.
I like that idea.
They'd be stuck there forever. They don't know logic.
Yeah, and they don't want to know, even though I know some of you think I was too mean to Mr. Potato Head earlier. When they get to that age and he clearly does not want to learn anything. I mean, not here to learn, could not have applied to a better person. I mean, I find it sad. So I feel like, maybe you can jolt someone like that out of their complacency because they're not having a real authentic life. I mean, it's sad that they are just a programmed robot. They might as well just be, like you guys just said, a programmed robot, because that's all they are. They got nothing. And we get 14-year-old children in here that can reason better than Mr. Potato Head did just a short time ago, who appears to be an adult. I mean, it's just sad.
Yeah, that's true. And don't think that you, by no means were you mean to him. Not that one. I mean, he came in here to correct us, to help us, to educate us on things he claimed that, we just weren't understanding properly.
Yes, and then he didn't let go of attempting to continue that facade for the audience. That's what is very dishonest about that particular type, is that's all they have is claiming, oh, so you're just going to pass over my beautiful gift that you just answered 3 times. I got to pretend that you didn't address it. So anyone who's not paying attention thinks, oh, they can't handle that one. No, that's not the case, sir, and you know it. But as I said at the end, I'm sorry, I don't want to go back onto my rant about that dude because I calm down again. But, at least he conceded. I got to say that. Well, look on the bright side. At least he conceded, right? We should get that recorded there.
And that was dishonest. That was a dishonest.
Can I concede?
Concession.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, can I concede because I want to move on? It's not that I was wrong, but that I want to move on. It wasn't even a proper concession. Any of them. He couldn't even do that. Honestly.
When he said, I'm going to concede, I was like, oh, wow, he's going to, And then it was like, yeah, because I'm tired of this now. I have to go.
I know, I got excited the first time he said.
If he doesn't know what the word concede means, we got a concession out of a Glober.
I'm just a dumb optimist.
You're just what, did you say?
I'm just a stupid optimist.
Oh, don't say that stupid. We need optimists around here. My gosh, you're a dying breed. I'm not going to call myself one, but I am a fan of optimism. So
I know.
Continue, please.
Yeah, exactly. I try to lean myself more that way, more and more, like as time goes by, try to lean that way best I can, more towards the positive.
I used to be a shining optimist. Yes, Discord has beaten it out of me. Sad to say.
Same here. Like, I used to be very, very optimistic. Always trying to be positive and optimistic. But here lately, so Ariel, just let it flow, man. If you've got some optimism, let it flow because we need it.
Exactly.
I know I do.
Grow a plant, you'll have optimism if you grow your own plant.
Today I got from Lithuania some Amanita muscaria tincture. That's my non-Christmas present because I never celebrate Christmas. I never have. But yes. So.
Do you know where to find them?
In pine forests.
But
I've bought a salve, and now he's got this tincture available, and it's sitting here right in front of me. I haven't touched it yet. But I'm losing my job in the 1st of April. I'm in a big court case. It's against the mandate. So yes, I feel as if my whole life is going to change. So I have to look at it as an opportunity. I can't look at it any other way. So I'm trying desperately to remain optimistic and to take those lemons and just make lemonade. What the hell? What are you going to do?
Who was it that came in here and said that they had a what was it, a court case? Was it here in the States on the PCR test?
Yeah,
that was you.
If you go on the CDC's website, you'll see that woman with the black hair. What's her name now? I forget her name. But they had to concede that, and it's written there. I saw it today. They cannot use that test anymore. On tomorrow is the last day that it can be used. So that precedent having been set in the United States, it has to spread all over the world, because we are still using that fraudulent test here in the United Kingdom, and it's being used to lock us down and to rob us of our freedom as humans, to come and go as we see fit, to enter into public spaces, all of that. So
well, my only point was that should encourage you.
Yes, so
I'm
looking at losing my job, which I wasn't really planning on at all, but it's forced me to sort of get out of my my comfortable little space, because I just have this feeling that sooner or later, this is going to affect us all on a very personal level, and so I have had to change my mindset, and yeah, it is a struggle. I'm not optimistic every day, but I have no other option. I either lie down now and just take it, and I haven't taken it until now, so I'm not taking it. I will I'll happily bow out of this this screwed up society. The way I look at people now, I can't be a part of much. I can't be part of much.
Get on a boat, sail over, and join the Flat Earth Caravan. We're going to go, man.
Where's this caravan?
It's going to be all over the U.S. Mark my words. Watch, there's going to be a bunch of us traveling all around with, vehicles. Like motorhomes.
That'll be interesting.
Like Witsit is
doing.
doing.
A call for
Like, listen, like Witsit
I'll
is
find
doing.
it for you, Truth Prevails.
Like what Witsit is doing, but with bands, the FE music, the whole freaking thing, DJ. Well, it's going to be like, I don't know if you can't see my vision yet, I guess. But maybe you will.
I see it. It's like the song Convoy. You must remember the song Convoy, right, Sonny? We're on a great big convoy.
Oh, yeah.
I remember the movie Convoy.
For the Flat Earth fight. That'd be great.
I may have a similar vision.
Only CBs allowed for communication. No smartphones. Only CBs.
Yeah. I mean, I have to have some tractor trailers to carry all that band equipment. Shit, we got jet skis in there. We got a small boat in there.
Ham radios and CB radios.
Heck yeah. When we get to the water areas, we're going to use our hovercraft. See, it's got to be a big vision. You don't want to think small.
I foresee and I predict that if anything like that ever did happen or come about, we would have to be very adamant and very vigilant about being engaging in a positive manner. We couldn't have any Nathan options with us. You know what I mean? We would have to
Well,
engage positively.
there's a way.
Well,
There's
hang
a
on.
way to
There's
get
a
that.
reason.
There's a way to get that element out. There is definitely. You have to have
Yeah, there is, and you have to
mastered
listen
arm.
to the people who can see
You just
through those people a mile away instead of throwing them under the bus, right? Truth
Yeah.
prevails.
Listen,
Yep,
you do it in a
and-
friendly. You do it in a friendly way, nice friendly way, in a military style. That's all. You have to have a master at arms. There has to be security. Gonna not have any numpties disrupting shit. That will be.
And the
stopped.
reason I say this is because if anything like were to take off, the very first thing that they'd want to do is label us as terrorists. So we would have to have positive engagement with communities so that the communities and the people would know that we're who we are and what we're about.
Yep.
Right,
So we come
that
down and play
couldn't
some
be-
rock and roll. We come down and play some rock and roll and blues in their bars for a few weeks.
Don't leave room if you're outspoken and you're open and you're honest when you in the way that you do it, like everywhere that you go, then no one has any room to misrepresent you.
Yeah, we bring a bunch of flat earthers into these little podunk towns and bring in like twice the revenue just from flat earthers that they would normally have. That works well.
And maybe that will explain why I'm so outspoken in here. You know, it's like it leaves no room for someone to misrepresent you. You can't have those rogue Nathan Thompson. You know, and I'm not just picking on him alone. There's more, but it's just the easiest example to use.
Yeah.
At the moment.
Anyway, those are things to look forward to. And actually, you say, if that could happen, I'm actually speaking it into existence right this very moment. So are you.
Well, I've always thought that
that's how powerful we are. I'll stop. Go ahead.
So
No, it's
I just had to get rid of the carcass. My cat drug up
Hold
what
on.
was left.
Josh, let Truth respond. She was about to respond just now. Go ahead, Truth.
I'd already let it go. It wasn't nothing. It wasn't nothing important. It was just about like if we set up the sustainable communities. I've always said we would have to, you know, when I thought about those, we would have to do the same thing then and you would have to have many. You couldn't just have one.
Sorry, Josh. Go ahead, man. Didn't mean to step on.
What kind of carcass?
Like a rabbit. But it got me thinking. You know, like out here in the Midwest, there's all sorts of, or Midwest, Southwest, there's all sorts of big open sky and just like large distances with nothing, right?
Yeah.
How difficult would it be, do you figure, to procure that land from the federal government?
Easy.
Or something like that, you know?
It's easy.
I mean, you know, I do.
That sell it. There's people that sell it out there. A bunch of open land, even in Arizona and every state basically. And some of it's as cheap as like $75 a month, or $100 a month, or $200 a month.
Like, see, every place that I know of, like, I got this guy out here that's selling 5-acre lots. But the problem is it's BLM land on lease, so it's not like deeded land. So that's the only issue, right? We don't want to get in one of these situations where, you know, the BLM owns the land and we lease it from them for, 50 years and then have to repay the lease just to keep the land, right? That's one thing we don't want to do. I mean, look what happened with those ranchers where the BLM came in and basically told them to cease and desist and took their cattle. I mean, what do you think they're going to do with the counterculture? Know what I mean? So like we have to actually get the land from the government. Like it's no longer their land, right? The only thing I can think of, because, I keep thinking, we'll get going into this whole thing and then they're going to send like fucking feds in to create like a Waco situation, right? That's what we don't want. But then again, we don't want to like specifically stream everybody into the community, right?
Right. That's why you make it semi-permanent.
Yeah.
That's how you do it. You make it semi-permanent. You have it so like, especially in the hot months, you could have maybe a couple people that most people wouldn't want to be there in the hot months. So you make it so it's like dugout. So it's like freaking completely buried. I don't care what you want to call it, but it's concealed. There's some facilities there for when we pull up and set up camp. Then break it down, go to another area that's just like it.
Right. And see, I know like Arizona is a right to work state, part of the Commonwealth. I know there's a couple other states that are like that. I think Ohio is like that. But I don't know if you're able to, I don't know if you're able to do any homesteading.
Like California used to be. So I've heard you can claim that you're under the Commonwealth, the Constitution for the Commonwealth of California. That's the jurisdiction. But I don't know if that will work because you know how they are. They're like Nazi stormtroopers. So how do you tell a stormtrooper that they don't have jurisdiction over you? Anyway.
Oh, you do the same way I did with the ICE agent when he asked me if I was a U.S. citizen.
Say no.
He said, "What are you asking me to do? Do you realize you're asking me to commit an act of treason by saying I am a employee of the federal government, which I am not?"
Yeah, corporate employee.
He goes, "Oh, what do you mean?" And I go, "You ought to look up what citizen means if you're a border patrol agent."
Derp.
Well, where do you live? I reside in Arizona. You know, the state that you happen to be mooching your paycheck off of right now?
Right. I don't say that, but like
No, I did.
You did. I know. See, that's the thing. I don't know, man. I'd be carrying some sidearms.
He thought it was funny.
I'd be carrying some sidearms. I'd have my fucking boots on. I would have my hat. So I got like my pearl-handled freaking 44s. I don't think anybody's good. Like, so people treat you differently when you stand up as a man and say, "Yes, may I help you?" Right? Like, so fuck them. Like, I'd rather be in a place like that, like you're talking about. That's totally where I want to end up living. I'd rather deal with the laws of the land than the laws of these fucking numpties.
See, the weird thing is there's an unwritten law, right? It's law of camping out, right? Some places it's 7 days, but everywhere in Arizona that I know of, you have 14 days, and then you have to move at least 100 feet and redo your camp. And it's perfectly legal. You don't have to pay any fines or anything. Like, you don't have to go to a park and register at a park to go camp. You just go out in the wilderness and camp out.
I'm a cowboy on a steel horse I ride. I'm wanted, dead or alive.
So, I bet you we could interview 100 construction workers that can read blueprints, right? And I would say 99 out of that 100 would say there is no curvature of the earth that they calculate into when making that blueprint a reality.
Yeah, exactly. I can draw blueprints. I'm really good at it, actually.
The only reason why I'm not saying 100 of them, there's always going to be one.
But we have people that are in all of those different fields that are good at those specific skill sets. So that's what we have going for us here. When we start utilizing that for a common goal, unstoppable. That's the good news.
I think it's important to realize that there's probably just a handful. There's probably just a handful of people in this community that would even be interested in these type of things.
In working?
No, I'm not working. I'm talking about like. Well, I did kind of like stray away while you guys continued talking, so you may have went off onto a different subject, but I'm assuming that it was still on the subject of, you know, like sustainable communities or traveling in convoys or whatever. So, did it stray off from that?
No,
Did I kind of
still
like
on that pretty much.
A little bit.
Just a little bit. Just
Well,
just a little side shoot here and there. That's all. But pretty much the same kind of idea.
Ooh, I just got an idea.
See?
Think about this. Right? You have these big van trucks, right? These big lorries, these big semis with these van trailers. Well, they have these ones that are reefer units. If you remove the refrigerating unit, those things are fairly well insulated, right? Turn that into a greenhouse so we can grow tomatoes and squashes and corns and stuff like that while we're on the move.
Yeah, where did I just see a picture of somebody like sitting in their living room? Now I'm trying to remember. And they had just like this very weird looking planter thing that had the light, you know, right in it. Like I have, you know, lights that I use to start my vegetables, but this was like very, you could easily put it into an RV or something. It was like it almost looked like the size of a lamp, but it went up and then there were little trays, you know, going around to plant an indoor garden. I mean, you couldn't plant anything huge there. You could plant lettuce, you know, and things like that. But
they have
I thought
these
it was cool.
They have grow tents though. You just get some grow tents and you tie them down and it's a stable unit. You just tie everything down.
Right. Yeah. Like when I
well,
used to teach biology, we had a greenhouse. I think I've told you guys this before because they'd confiscated this hydroponic system from the local pot growing establishment back when pot was illegal here. And so they gave it to the school and that didn't really take up a lot of space, but we were growing up full corn plants with corn on the cob on it, full tomato plants. You're right. And they were like little trays, you know, and then kind of like buckets. And it does not really take up a lot of room. You're right. But it would take up a lot of room, you know, you couldn't really like necessarily feed someone just on the go. But, you know, you could do something anyway with a little trailer, right?
Right. So like what I was saying is just turn the whole trailer into a tent. Right. And we can grow like different products in there, like microgreens, just to generate revenue. Microgreens are fairly fast. It's 14 days to harvest. And depending on what you're using for a microgreen, if you're in a yuppie area, like, you know, these liberal cities, you just unload that shit at the farmer's market.
Yep, grow some shiitake mushrooms back there. Sell them for a high price.
I don't know how fast artichokes grow, but I know that they're easy grow. Allegedly, I've never grown one, but you're supposed to be able to plant them just about anywhere, and they're very, very high in nutrition, like super packed.
Jerusalem artichokes or the regular artichokes? I think you must be talking. Oh, really?
Just artichokes.
Wow. Jerusalem artichokes are native to the USA and they're roots. And they're kind of like a potato, but they taste way better than potatoes. And they grow like weeds. Like people have to get rid of them after they plant them in their garden.
Yeah, they look like sunflowers.
They're related to sunflowers, yep.
Yeah. But,
I'm not sure which one. I don't know if it's in general or if it's a specific kind. Now that you asked, now I can't be sure.
The normal artichoke is a type of weed, believe it or not. It's the thistle. So yeah, it can grow in all sorts of circumstances in neglected climates. But the better you treat it, the bigger the fluorescence is going to be, because what you're eating is the bud, right? You're eating the inflorescence of it. You're not eating the actual florets. Like the flower part of it is still down below. Like you don't see that big purple poop ball at the top of it. But if you let it go, it will get that poop ball and go to seed. So that, with that being said, could also use Scottish thistle too. Scottish thistle is used for medicinal purposes, but it does have an artichoke head. Real small though.
You would be an asset to Joshua because you're so packed with knowledge, useful knowledge.
Well, it's just trivia, right? But like one of the things that I'm thinking, right, is instead of having like one reefer trailer, have like a couple reefer trailers, and then another one where you're just driving around the instruments, and then everyone else is tasked with toting around their household stuff, right, their tent sites and all that stuff. And then we could possibly be nomadic for a while until we find land. And that is a possibility. But the thing is livestock, right? I like cows and lambs. They're good eating. Chickens are good too. I know some people are vegan and some people are meat only diet. So we have to think about that too.
Yeah, when it comes down to that, I don't think people can be very picky. You know, it's like you eat what you can get your hands on, or you starve. You know, when it comes down to, like, if you're in a survival situation.
Yeah.
And I think if it comes down to that, you know, you'd have to be able to be on the move, or at least somewhat. You know, maybe you could camp. You know, set up camp somewhere and stay there for, you know, it's a very small length of time. But I don't think that you'd want to stay in one place for too long.
Yeah, that's the thing. You get too comfortable in an area, and then before you know it, becomes a trap. What the hell is this, a diamond? What the hell? Who lost a diamond? Cool, I just found a diamond on the ground, fully cut.
It was mine. I dropped one.
It fell from
What?
Jupiter.
Outrageous.
Looks like a half carat. Half carat
I
princess
swear,
cut.
it went right through the live stream and fell right on your ground, right in front of you, didn't it?
Trippy.
Let me DM my address. So you
Josh,
can send
you
it back.
tripper, you. Time it.
It fell from Jupiter.
I found a ring once. I thought it was something special.
Well, then the reason why I
Listen,
saw it, because
I thought I found a jewel.
and I was like, what the hell? Sorry, what were you saying, Sonny?
Fall out of stuff. So anyway, I found a ring. I found a ring that I thought was valuable, and I took it. Someone said it's not even like anything. It's not even the other stuff, zirconia. It's like costume jewelry. It looked really good though. Hilarious.
Yeah, you guys check it out.
Yeah, show us an image. Let's see that.
I'm going to take a picture of the real thing. Because I got this acrylic pen. Yeah. Check it out. And then, I didn't send. And the other one's a lot smaller. Much smaller.
What the hell? That's the diamond you found. Wow, that must just be a small one then, because it's not as big as your head, which is what the normal ones are, right? Aren't they all as big as your head?
Sonny. Look at the plate. I said the first one's an acrylic diamond from the casino.
Okay,
you know, the progressives. Somebody broke one off, and I come across it.
I don't know. Oh shoot, that's what. The second one is the one you found.
Yeah, the one on the plate.
What the heck? It's so it's so
tiny.
Hard It's hard to focus on it. It's really kind of blurry. Yeah, it's kind of a blurry image. That's all. Yeah, but I see it.
But chances are, it's probably costume jewelry from Walmart. But it could always be a diamond. I'm just going to put it to the side and see if anybody's missing anything. I had a couple people over here the past couple of weeks, so.
It looks like I see a second one, Joshua, over to the right. You go look down to the bottom.
No,
that's
just a bubble in the grout.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a plate made of plates.
We have a lot of people in here that would be an asset. There's a lot of people in here with a lot of knowledge, skills.
We would need North Stars for knowing how to milk goats. Goat milk's a good resource. Make soap out of it and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, I've milked goats and cows before. Tasty.
Yeah.
Now, has anybody milked a cat?
I think Guy Fokker did.
I think Helio said he did last night. I don't know, but MJ's not in here, but they were MJ's supposed to be going on this endeavor to milk a camel. So
Kat, are you talking
Oh my
about?
goodness. I'm sorry I missed that conversation.
supposed to try some camel's milk. I don't know. There's
I bet it tastes like camels.
I'm sure it does. I want to try some. Okay, so if you think of the animal, it's what they eat, right? That makes their milk either healthy or not. So I want to try some bear's milk. Has anyone ever tried to milk a bear?
I know a mama bear is mighty ornery and she's got her cubs around.
I would not advise that.
I mean, I'm sure there's something natural that you could feed them to, put them to sleep or
And
make them.
Xanax. And I only want free range bear milk, not captive bear milk.
Xanax, really?
I
Well,
heard
I mean,
it's fishy during the
from the
salmon
world.
run.
I thought it was amitriptyline that you use for animals.
I said natural, not Xanax. Xanax isn't natural.
Well, they put natural on products, and it basically means like it's from Earth, right? It's from nature. So when you get the fake lemon flavor, it's from the beaver's butt glands, right?
Oh gosh.
So I just wanted to give an update on my
Whoa,
wife's case.
lemon?
Yeah, artificial lemon. You don't want all natural lemon. You don't want to drink that. Mm-mm. So an update on my wife's case. We signed a plea deal for paraphernalia, which is only like a $350 ticket. So that's over with. Paid.
Well, now that it's over with, I would pursue the constable that caused her to stop in the school zone to begin with. But that's up to you.
What do you mean pursue the constable?
Felonious charges.
There would have to be some form of entrapment.
Intimidation. Scare
Pull you
tactic.
over and then cite you for being there. Like, okay.
Well, pull you over to where you stop in a school zone. I mean, Could have always went down about 500 feet past the school zone and stopped. But then, well, why didn't you stop right away? Well, because you wanted me to stop at the school zone. I ain't stopping there. There's children
Well,
there.
the thing was, somebody pulled right out in front of her, and without a blinker, crossed the double white line and got right in front of her as she's getting on the interstate. And then the cop lights up, so she pulls over to get out of the way, so the cop could get that guy that obviously just committed 2 crimes, or 2 traffic infractions. Excuse me. And he pulled her over. She's like, "What the fuck? You didn't see that guy? Like you're getting me? Really?"
I bet she doesn't decide to try to be courteous for them anymore.
Oh, she wasn't courteous.
Well, you know.
In fact, I got pulled over one time. The guy in front of me was swerving, obviously drunk driver, swerving, going 25 over a 35-mile-an-hour bridge. Swerving, right? Cop lights me up. The other guy, takes off, and while he takes off, he goes in the shoulder and almost wrecks and then takes off. No, cop doesn't go after him. He goes after me. And he goes, "Oh, you're not who I thought you were." And I go, "How come you didn't stop that obvious drunk driver in front of me?" Well, I think he was just scared of the semis. What semis? There were no semis on the bridge, dude. You can't tell me that there's a semi when you're behind me and I'm in front of you and there's no semis and the guy is bouncing off the guardrail.
Guys, I'm really sorry to interrupt here, but I'm just coming from the VC check-in area where we've got a Glover that seems really desperate to ask a few questions. I don't know if you mind me just throwing him down here.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, yeah, send him down.
Okay. Because he's giving us a bit of heartache at the moment, and I don't really know what to do with him. He's got like an exclamation mark 8D, which is like a face. I'm just going to move him down there. I'm going to speak to him first, tell him what we're going to do, and then throw him into live stream.
Sounds good.
We'll talk in the live stream.
Good plan.
They do have a room full up there, don't they?
Well, Hank, I'm pretty sure you can breathe a little easier now, huh?
Hi, guys.
Hello,
Hi.
how are you?
Very good. Yeah. I have a couple of questions. Just to introduce myself, my name's Dan. I've been listening to your stream and very interesting directions that you've been taking it. I like the ideas that you've come to considering the legal ramifications and so on. But I'd like to get back to the subject of flat Earth. And to be clear, I am open-minded to both sides of the argument. Although I do lean towards the globe ideology, I really only want to ask a question, maybe 2 questions, and ask you guys, this question and just hear what your answer to this question is. And I'm not really going to move into arguing against you in any direction. I just want to hear what your idea of this is.
Well, I've given you an open platform now, and there's more people in here. So welcome to the server.
Thank you very much. So
Yeah,
it's
we're
okay
glad
to
you're
go
here.
ahead.
So you've got some questions, you said?
Yes, indeed. Yes. So my first question relates to the position, or at least the observation of the North Star and the Southern Cross, where a person who lives in, say, Britain or North America, they see the North Cross in their sky. And obviously, we all know that when you're trying to discern what magnetic north is, the best way to discern that direction would be to look for the North Star. And if you were to take a very slow motion picture of the sky at night over many days, you would get a rotary picture of the sky appearing to rotate around the North Star, merely from the point of view that somehow our rotation is pointing towards that North Star. Now, I'm not really into the physics of why that is true. What I'm trying to ask is, how is it possible that people who live in Britain and Northern America and North Russia can only see the North Star, yet they cannot see the Southern Cross. And yet in Australia, people can only see the Southern Cross and they cannot see the North Star. In the Flat Earth ideology, how is that possible?
Okay, well, I just posted a video for you where someone from 27 degrees north latitude captured the full Southern Cross. So it's not always true. It depends on the visibility and perspective as to what you can see.
So I'd like to give a different answer. So let's say you go into a really big store, right? Let's say this store is like, a square mile, right? It's a lumber yard or something like that, right? But it's enclosed. So you go in through one part, right? And there's lights above your head. And as you go to the other side, there's different lights above your head. Now, the store, it's not a sphere, right? It's flat. Pretty flat, right? It's concrete, right? But the reason there's different lights above your head is because of perspective. So we don't know how far the stars are. And in fact, nobody on Earth does, because you can't triangulate their apparent position. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So if one person has a philosophy that they're quintillions of miles away and another person has a different philosophy, well, maybe they're like, thousands of miles away. We really wouldn't be able to tell the difference, would we?
No, but distance is not the nature of this question.
Yes, it is. It is due to perspective. So you don't have eagle eyes, do you? No, you have human eyes. So you can't see forever. So as you walk down the road, you have street lamps that are over your head, and then you look way down the road and they appear to be merging with the horizon, right? Because you can't see forever. So this is a perspective.
Depending on the angle of the land. I mean, if you're looking downhill, that's just not true.
Well, no, let's say it's over the railroad tracks and it's perfectly flat. Railroad tracks are flat, right? Trains don't go uphill. You heard about the little engine that could? Okay.
No, they very much do. It's just gradual.
Trains?
It's a very gradual thing, yes.
Well, I've never seen any trains on top of the mountains, but you might have. Okay, so what I'm pointing out
gradual
is
paths. I mean, it's obviously not incrementally straight up the side of a mountain, but yes, I think the point made here is we're trying to use a theoretical flat Earth to actually to use as a theology, and I'll go ahead with that. You go ahead.
Thanks, I appreciate it. So yeah, you can see stuff that's over your head when you're under it, right? So they say that if you were to go to the North Pole and you look directly up, you'd be able to see Polaris, right? We've never done that. We don't know if it's true, right? But that's what they say. Well, it makes sense that the further you get away from this local light, the further down on the horizon it's going to be. So I live in Texas, so it's 33 degrees above the horizon where I live.
Okay. What happened? It's gone quiet.
Well, I was going to let someone else take a turn to answer it. Maybe they could do better than I did.
Well, I just okay. So I want to finish because there's a little bit more to the one that I posted because it's impossible on a globe to have that observation. Because if you're on top of the globe and those stars are on the bottom of the globe, you just couldn't do it. It's impossible. But if you're able to see them, then it's obviously not a globe. I mean, that's not my favorite. It's not even it's like I don't even like to use that as a flat earth proof. But if you're going to talk about the stars, why not?
Well, I think we need to take into account that the generalized understanding of the shape of the Earth, if we're in the globe model, is not actually completely spherical. It's actually more orange shaped.
Oh, really?
Where it's
well,
flat at the
why
top, flat at the bottom.
Why are all the images that they give us perfectly spherical?
No, they're not. They're genuinely not. The accurate measurements of the Earth genuinely do incorporate a flattened top and a flattened bottom.
We're going to have to see some evidence of this claim. Where is your proof of curvature? Where is your proof of this?
Yeah, because you just mentioned.
No, I'm not trying to get into the proofs. As I said before, I was
Well, then
just
don't
trying
make
to
the claim
understand
if you don't have any way to back it up.
It wasn't a claim. It was a prerequisite for the question.
You're
And-
presenting you're presenting as if it's generally accepted means anything. We're talking about how things really work in the real world.
I think what my point was that I was trying to make was that it would be possible from 27 degrees to see the Southern Cross if the Earth was orange shaped.
Is what shaped?
Flat
orange
at the top,
is what he's saying. He's saying it's
orange. It's not
shaped.
completely spherical. Yeah.
Oh, we're moved on from pears to oranges now. That's news to me. Yeah.
Really?
Next will be a banana. You cannot see. First, you went from you cannot see the Southern Cross from the Northern Hemisphere, and you can't see the Northern Star from the Southern Hemisphere. Then we posted citations saying that, yes, indeed, you can see the Southern Cross from 27 degrees north.
Yes, but only 27 degrees north. If it was completely flat, then you should be able to see it all the way across.
What's your point?
That's
you can
pretty
see
high
the
up there,
north,
bud.
You can see the North
you
Star.
should.
Hold on.
If it was
Hold on.
if it was
Hold on.
completely
Hold
flat,
on.
you could
Hold
see
on.
it
No,
from
don't
the north.
spiral. Don't spiral. man. Don't spiral. Hold on 1 second. You can see the Northern Star also at 23.5 degrees south. So what is your point?
Point is, if you were at the North Pole, you should see the Southern Cross. If the Earth
Have you
was
been
flat.
to the North Pole before?
Why should you see that?
Have you been to the North Pole
Because there's
before?
nothing in the way. There, if it's
Then
completely
have
flat,
you
then
been?
there's
You're saying things. You're saying words that mean things. Can you back them up? Words mean things. Have you been to the North Pole before?
As you well know, of course, I have not been.
Of course you haven't. So you're making claims based on some place you've never been. What does that mean? That you're listening to secondhand information?
Not at all, no, because there is a ring of observation around.
How do you
the
know
Earth.
this? How do you
Because
know
you've just pointed it out that at 23 degrees that you can still see the Southern Cross. Now that would be possible on an orange-shaped Earth.
Yeah. So are you
above
claiming to
that-
have an orange model, an orange-shaped model for us, a predictive orange-shaped model
Not
for us?
at all.
please?
No, I'm just trying
the
to
blue
put
marble to
ideas.
the
Then
orange marble.
Then what are you basing your claim on?
It's not a claim; it was a question.
It is a
If
claim.
you remember, I
it is a-
made a question,
You're making
and I
a
wanted to
claim.
hear what your
You're
point of
You're
view was.
making a claim. Don't fucking tell me you're
You
not
said
making.
the Earth is an orange. That's the claim.
It's a question. I started with a question,
You're
and I
making
just
a
want to
claim.
hear.
Saying the Earth is an orange
because-
is a claim.
Wait a second. Just because you're not telling us what the claim is, we hear it in your question. So yes, you do have a claim.
You can read
were
into my
several
question
claims.
as far as you
Yes,
like.
you have.
It's a loaded question.
Yes,
Okay.
There were several
It's a
claims
loaded
actually.
question. We need to reset.
Yeah, let me Hint Hill just answered the
Does
question.
anybody else
Excuse
have
me.
another?
Excuse me. Hello, I'm speaking. You not hear me?
I hear you.
Okay, great. Like Hint Hill just says, it's due to perspective. and due to hello, Adam. You're hot, Mike.
Somebody's hot my hand. I don't know who it is.
Appreciate that. Like Hank Hill said, it was something about it had to do with perspective. We don't know how the height of the star. We don't know how far is it. So we can't tell you what they are, how they are, what they are, how far they are, or anything about them. So we can't tell you anything about the stars. We don't worry about what happens in the sky, but we worry about what happens in the surface. So if you have any questions about the surface, it would be a lot better.
Can I just take it in a very slightly different direction and then bring it back again? Because the world record photography, I think it's like about 200 miles or something like that. So our eyesight, even with a zoomed lens, is between 200 and 300 miles. Anything after that is imagine CGI or stories that we're told in textbooks in millions of miles away, light years away. All of that is presupposition. So there's nothing to say that we are actually seeing any light sources further than 200 or 300 miles away, except your own imaginations, because you're not able to measure light in a pitch black environment.
Right. My point was, we don't know the distance to the stars. So unless you can provide us a distance to the stars, can you provide that?
I was asking the question merely to hear what your perspective
Well,
on that particular question is.
Well, here's my answer. The distance to the stars, we don't know what they are. How far are they? How high are they? How low are they? So we can't tell you.
Wasn't the question.
Well, that's my answer. You not understand.
The question is, how is it possible?
My answer is we don't know the distance to the stars.
It's not a distance question.
It isn't for you, but due to perspective, it is a distance.
Because you're assuming that these stars are millions of miles away in the first place.
Do you live in North America, for instance?
Yes. Again.
And can you see the North Star?
Do you understand? Yes. Do you understand my answer?
Can you see the Southern Cross?
Can you understand my answer? Due to perspective, we don't know the distance to the star. So do you understand that the lights?
I totally agree with you. Your argument would be completely valid had I asked a question relating to distance, but I didn't actually.
So you're saying there's no distance involved in being able to see something? Is that like a joke question?
No, you're sidetracking the actual issue. The issue is, how is it possible?
The issue is you're claiming it shouldn't be possible.
Well, I'm asking you to at least give me some way of saying how is it possible?
Dude, what you're doing is you're saying that it's not possible, right?
Not at all. No, I'm asking you to just put a perspective forward. I'm not saying either way.
I was still talking.
Go ahead.
You keep interrupting everyone like every other sentence, and it's not making for a very productive conversation. So what Elbow was trying to explain to you is we don't know the distances or anything to that. So we do know is that if there's an object at whatever reference point away from you, if you travel away from that object, it's going to appear lower and lower on the horizon, right? And then you also said that if you were at the north, that you should be able to see constellations in the south if the Earth was flat. And the reason you gave was you said there's nothing in between. But this is not true because you're talking about literally thousands of miles of air that you're looking through, which is not transparent, which will attenuate light and limit your visibility, right?
But it would still appear above the horizon.
Well, how do you know that? Why? Based on what?
Well, because based on the fact that the Earth was flat.
If it's beyond the horizon, it's the limit of your sight. If it's beyond that, then why would it be above the horizon?
So if that's true, then it should be impossible for the sun's light to travel through the ocean.
What?
Through the ocean?
What? The sun's light can travel through the ocean. If you stand on the west coast of any particular country that is next to a very large ocean, you can see during the sunset of midsummer days, especially in June, in those midsummer days, you can see a green beam come through the ocean. This is proof of curvature.
Do you know you would never see that? Do you know you would never see that on a globe?
Wow.
Do you know you would never, ever see that on a globe?
I have seen it for myself.
Yeah, because the Earth is flat. That's why you see it over horizontal
How is it possible that the sun could go below the Earth if the Earth was flat?
It's not going below the Earth. You just don't understand perspective and the size reduction with distance. You understand nothing about the invisibility at the freaking vanishing.
I do understand the vanishing point. Really? Yes, I fully understand it. But there is no way, even under what you're trying to say, that the sun could possibly get below the horizon.
It's not going below the horizon.
Well, then how does the green beam exist then?
Let Trace explain it. He's got an explanation.
Go ahead.
What is the horizon, Dan?
What is the horizon? It's a disappearing point of our perspective.
Oh, so it's not a curve of the Earth that hides stuff like the stars.
It's relative to the object you're on, obviously, when you're looking at
perspective uses straight lines.
But perspective is actually part of an illusion of how your eye works. It's not necessarily a physical matter. It's not a principle of matter. You cannot have perspective without an observer.
I'm having a hard time keeping up with all of these fallacious claims because I mean there's so many of them. One, well, I shouldn't even get in it. There's enough people. Go ahead.
Yeah, hold on. He was wrong on what a horizon is. He failed the question of what a horizon is. He doesn't know what a horizon is.
So what is a horizon?
That's what we're asking you.
Well, you've already
It's
told
not our,
me that
it's
I
not our
failed.
responsibility. It's not our responsibility to tell you. You're here on our server. You tell us. You're making the claims. You tell us.
I'm not making a claim.
So
I'm
if we
asking a
start
Yes, you
teaching
question.
you, if we
are.
start,
Stop
You,
saying you're
how
not
is it
making
listen,
claims
possible?
when you're making claims. Bullshit.
Didn't make a claim. I'm
You're
like I
making a
said.
claim.
I'm asking.
Yes, you are making a claim.
All right, I'll ask the
It's
question again.
possible. Let me
How
say one more
is
thing.
it
Hold on. Before you reset your
possible?
question, I'll totally let you reset your question, Mr.
Yeah.
8D. But the thing of it is that I think why we're going at cross purposes here is that you're making assumptions about some fantasy straw man model that we're using and saying it doesn't work on this model I've invented for you. When we're making no claim to a model, we're saying it doesn't work on the globe model. And not only doesn't this work, many things don't work on your globe model. So that's why even though you might think, oh, I'm just asking the question. No, you're coming in here with the presupposition that the globe model works. And you're trying to pick out little things that you say, explain to me why this doesn't work on this model I've invented in my mind for you. No, we're discarding the mainstream model. We can disprove it to you if you're interested at all. We can falsify it 1,000 ways and then keep going in and falsify it 1,000 more ways if you're interested in finding that out. Because once you realize that there's absolutely zero scientific, testable, repeatable, and verifiable evidence of this fantasy globe, then all of your little questions mean nothing. So are you interested in seeing the evidence that the globe model is a failure?
I have seen a lot of evidence, and
What evidence did you
I'm
see?
not
And what's your
completely
response?
convinced. I'm not completely convinced in either direction.
Yeah,
Ultimately,
you said that. Okay, that
I'd
doesn't
like to
impress us. In
know
fact, that
what the
puts
actual.
me, you know what,
Can
AD,
you not
sorry. I want to
shout
address
over
that
me?
too. I'm sorry.
That was shouting over
I'm
me.
sorry. AD, I very much
I-
apologize. I already had one Englishman scold me for being too, what do you call it, excitable today. I'm supposed to be more droll to get through to you. I understand. Let me go back to try to remember my point now that you've interrupted me. Anyway, what I was going to say is you come in here and you say, I'm not really convinced either way. We've heard that before. You are arguing from the position of the globe. Do you think that you live on a globe 8D?
As I said, I'm open-minded to both arguments.
You say that, but you aren't. So it's disingenuous from the start. You're going to get off on the wrong foot from the beginning. Just admit you think you live on a globe. You think we're wrong, and you think you've come up with something that's going to paint us into the corner, and you're wrong.
Asking questions. I just want to see what
You
your
are-
perspective
you are
is. And
coming
as
up
I
with
tried
these
to say at
wrong
the start, I
okay,
did
what's
not
your
want.
next question? We already answered that one. What's your next question?
I did not want to move into
Telling us that
argument
the Earth is an orange
about
is
what
not
my
asking us our
opinion is.
perspective. That's telling us what you think it is.
Not at all. I'm still asking the question: what is your perspective on A, the North Star and the Southern Cross, and B, what is your
Can't
perspective?
you just admit that you think that the Earth is orange shaped? Because you just said it a little while ago, just like Matrix pointed out. Can't you just be honest?
I proposed
I
the
think he's pretty much
ideology. I
hanging out
didn't
with
make
flat
it
earthers
an
and probably recording content for YouTube or something like that. I think.
Look, the answer for your question is we don't see forever. Okay, so in your model, you think in your mind this is a straw man for us because you're straw manning us, thinking you can see forever in a flat surface. That's a straw man. First of all,
I think you're being too defensive. I am open.
No.
to
I'm not being
ideology.
defensive. I'm not being defensive. I'm just answering your question. I'm answering your question. In your question, you're strawmanning us because you think we could see forever on a flat surface.
Yeah, and then he explained already that the horizon is a matter of perspective, and so that limits how far he can see, and so he shouldn't be able to see those stars because of the limitations of his eyes. So it's just absurd on his part to try to argue that.
Actually, the point I was making was that it would not go below the horizon. It would disappear at the horizon. But it would be impossible
Nothing
for
goes
the
below the
sun
horizon.
to
You've never
rise.
seen anything beyond the horizon going below it. You just see it descend into the horizon. You don't see anything
Actually,
going below it.
That's exactly the point I was making with the green beam. How is it possible that you can see the green beam through the ocean when the sun goes down?
That you're making a claim you don't know this was actually happening. You don't know
I've seen that for myself. I've
yes,
actually
but
looked at the
you
West
are
Coast and
making
seen
a
it.
claim that you're seeing it through the ocean.
Well, yes,
Well,
you can see it yourself.
it's an
So go
affirming the
and do this.
consequent fallacy.
Stand on the west coast of any country that is next to a major ocean, and
It's all right. I
in
live
the
on the
little,
East Coast.
in,
What I'm saying
okay.
is, it's an affirming the consequent fallacy when you say that this is happening because this, when it could be something else.
Okay,
so you are making the assumption that it's happening because you can see the light going through the water. It's why it's green or whatever, whatever. But that's you making the assertion to say there isn't another reason,
So the sun
which
goes
makes
down,
it
a
which
green
makes
beam
it an
appears
affirming
below
the
the city,
consequent fallacy. I heard what you said the first time.
but then I'm not to assume that the sun is the cause of the light. I mean, that's ridiculous. Of course I'm going to assume the
No,
sun is the
that's
cause
not
of
what
the
I
light.
said. All I'm saying is what you're saying it is an affirming the consequent fallacy. When you turn it into a question back on us, I mean,
Started with a question.
So Elijah, didn't XO has the same beam of light happening in the sky?
say again.
Doesn't XO had a video about that same occurrence happening while he was in a plane in the sky?
I
You
don't
should
know.
be able to see it from a plane as well. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So, but it wouldn't be through the ocean, would it? Well, especially he's standing. Oh, he's flying over mountains.
Oh no, you can only see it through the ocean because the green beam is only green because of the color of the water.
That's the affirming the consequent fallacy there. That's like you're making a claim, but it could be something else. And you don't have a way to determine definitively that what you're saying is correct.
So what you're saying is, when the sun goes down below the
I
horizon,
think
and
what
I
I
see
said
a
was pretty
green light
clear,
coming
brother.
through, well, don't talk over me. I'm
Don't
just
misunderstand
reiterating
me
and to
talking over
clarify. So
you
please
as
let me.
rudeness.
That was my chance to start talking. Can I finish? What you're actually trying to say is that when the sun does go over the horizon.
Sorry. No, of course I was gonna mute you. I'm not trying to say anything. What I'm saying is what you said is a possibility that doesn't stand on its own because it wasn't concluded to be the case. Could be something else, and that's why it's a fallacy. You're affirming the consequent. I'm not saying anything.
Yeah, he
And
just
I
pointed to the error in your logic.
So the green beam exists and I don't have proof of what causes it? Is that what you're trying to say?
No.
Green light exists. Okay, green light exists. What does green light mean to you?
Well, if it's the sun going through the ocean.
No, what does what does green light mean to you? Well, okay, what does red light mean to you?
It's a frequency of light. What do you? What
There
are
you
getting
go.
at?
So, how do you get green light? A certain frequency, right? So, does it require a sun to go over a curve to get that frequency of light? No. All it requires is for the light source to be far enough away where that frequency of the light is the only light that's able to reach you. And then you're just going to see that light. You're not going to see the rest of it.
And
So you're
please, may
saying that
I
I
just
should
address?
consider that there may be some emitter of green light that comes on at the end of the day.
And you're saying that it's going through the oceans?
Yes, absolutely.
The
You can
green
witness it
flash is
yourself.
above
I mean,
the eye.
I thoroughly recommend that people try this themselves. Go to the
Please,
West
may I say
Coast
something?
in midsummer and actually see this phenomena. It's beautiful. It really is
God,
beautiful.
you're full of words, aren't you? So, do you see the image that Drace posted?
In which channel?
Oh my God! You don't even know what channel you're in. Livestream voice text. That's the channel.
There's an awful
that's
lot of
related to
channels
this
that I could
conversation.
have chosen.
I don't know where you're at.
Just be patient. There's no need to be,
No,
Does
because
he have VC verified?
you've illustrated yourself as being a complete numpty. But anyway,
that was
you see the
insulting.
image. You see the
So far,
image.
I've been insulted several times and
Just
haven't
fucking
retaliated.
relax, son. Just relax there, Snowflake. So, do you see the image that Drace posted at 4 minutes?
I do.
Okay. Yeah, you see where the green flash is located on the sun?
That's not the same as what I said.
Okay,
That genuinely
sure,
isn't.
bro. Sure.
Honestly, what I see when I've actually witnessed this, the sun
You
has
see
fully.
green light, and you assume a story. That's what
The sun
that's what
has.
everyone here has tried to educate you on. Is
Can
that
I
the
just
assumption?
finish?
The
No, you want my
assumption comes
description of what I've
after
seen.
I
is
don't
not based in fact. But I just wanted to address the star point. You were talking about the North Star and the South Stars, how you can't see the same stars. And the guys tried to explain to you about vision and where our limitations lie. But I think one of the best explanations is talking about a giant warehouse. Imagine you're in a giant warehouse and there's 1,000 lights above your head. Light bulb going from 1 to 2, 3, 4, 5 up to 1,000. Where you're standing on one end of the factory, you're going to see light bulb 1 to maybe 200. And after 200, it's reached your vanishing point. You see no more light bulbs after light bulb 1 to 200. Now, if you walk to the opposite end of the factory, you're now standing below light bulb 1000. And you're going to see light bulb 1000 to light bulb 800. Your 200 light bulbs till you reach your vanishing point. And all the other light bulbs after that point are going to appear to be, quote unquote, below the horizon. But it's only about distance and perspective. Make sense?
Point address, answered, and executed. Very good, Flat Earth Solar. Thank you.
And just for clarification, there's a hard limit of 120 kilometers. This is the firmament or the dome. And this is why thunder echoes when you hear it, because it's like a room. That's the best example that we could possibly give, is that one factory.
8D?
Because
Did you hear that? Can someone unmute him?
I was waiting for Matrix. Were you finished?
No, I'm cool.
Okay.
8D?
Yes.
Did you hear that explanation?
I did. It
Makes
is
sense?
not possible. No, it's not possible for
That's the claim.
For the first light to go below the horizon. It would merely disappear into the horizon.
But the
Right,
whole
have
problem.
you seen the live stream
If I can
voice
really,
text?
Claim.
Can I really
Have you
quickly?
Have you seen the live stream voice text?
Live stream voice text,
So,
yes.
The channel directly above. The guys have been posting in there continuously all kinds of information. It's where you saw that little green light above the sun. Now, if you
That's
scroll
not green.
further up,
That
if you
is
scroll
not
further
green
up,
bean.
you'll start to see various proofs and perspective indicators that show how your vision reduces to a vanishing point. And in fact, you actually explained this quite well for quote unquote someone new to this topic. So you
Can I just say, in
explained
AD's
that it was
defense, I
about
did
perspective.
bring him down to. I did bring him down to this live stream fairly quickly once I heard he had a few questions, and we did go through the full process of explaining where everything is. So that's on me. I'm sorry.
No problem. No problem. No need for apology. But 8D, if you're honest and you've ever been in a large, like say you've been in Heathrow before, you're telling me you can see all the way to the end of one of those corridors.
I think my point was that it's impossible
The vanishing
for the light
point
to move
starts
below
to
the
appear.
horizon.
It
And that's
doesn't.
why the
No,
second
but this is the
upgrade
point.
relevant.
Okay,
He's
so
not
8D.
getting it.
Can you
He's
let
not
him
getting it,
finish?
really.
Because you can't hear what he's saying if you're talking while he's talking. There's no way you can hear him.
So 8D, you came in here and you said, I want to hear your explanations. And then what I've heard is every time someone tries to explain or provide you with your request for an explanation, I've listened to your unwillingness to comprehend. I've seen that you've been combative towards everything, almost as though You're standing with a baseball bat and you're asking us to lob balls at you and you just want to bash the ball away. We're trying to explain something to you, and this is definitive. This isn't questionable. It's not my opinion. This isn't subjective. This is actually something that has been proven. And like I think Dandelion asked you, or maybe Truth asked you, do you want to know the proof? Do you want to know the evidence?
I wanted to know what your perspective was.
Okay, I think Martos had something he wanted to.
Well, I mean, because he said below the horizon a few times, and I just wanted to point out that that's kind of begging the question disingenuous to begin with, right? Because you pretty much explained that the horizon is a line where the sky appears to meet the ground. It's the limit of your perspective, whatever. But the problem with this is that you can't see through the ground, right? Whether you're looking over land or water, you can't look below the horizon. You can only see things above the horizon. So you can never say that you can see something go below the horizon. All you can say is, I can no longer see it above the horizon. That's not the same.
That's the perspective phenomenon. When you're standing next to a street pole, 8D, are you listening?
Fully.
Okay, when you stand next to a street light, and then the very next street light appears smaller than the street light that you're standing next to. And then the subsequent one after, and each one after that point seem to appear, just appear, because they're not shorter. In real life, they're actually the same height.
Okay.
But down that street, they appear to shrink until a vanishing point where in your imagination, you believe that those lights continue below the Earth's horizon.
Wrong.
Do you understand and do you agree that stuff shrinks as it moves away from you?
It appears
As it
to
gets
be
further away.
smaller. It appears to be smaller over distance. Yeah.
And lower. It appears lower.
Okay.
Yes, but it is impossible for it to break the horizon and go below it. Whereas if you were looking at the
Right,
green
but you
beam,
can't see things go below it in the first place.
yes, you can. That's the
No,
point
you
of the
can't.
second
No,
question.
you can't.
You can't. This is what I
That's your
literally.
See,
But
he's
this is
making
what
a
I
claim.
literally
The sun's
explained.
going down.
Right, but this is what I explained to you like not 2 minutes ago. Because you cannot see through the ground. All you can
see
see
through the
is
sea.
all you can see is above the horizon. So
You can see through
it's a
the
begging the
ocean.
question. How are you seeing through the ocean?
Well, that's the point of the second question: is how is it
All
possible
right, so
to see the green beam through the
visibility?
ocean?
You don't.
What
The
does
green
visibility
bit is
mean?
above the sun, not below it.
That's wrong. That
No,
is
it's not.
see, you
Go to
guys never
Google. Go
even
to
let me
Google right now.
explain
No.
what would.
Go to
Let me just
Google
show you
right
how
now
fallacious.
and just type in green
Visibility
flash
through the
suns.
air. Visibility through the air is about 10 kilometers, and visibility through the sea is about 15 meters. So no, you are not seeing light shining through a curved water mass that then appears to travel all the way to you, if that's what you claim you saw, even though all evidence of the green flash that everyone in this room has investigated multiple times indicates it being a flash above the horizon.
All
and it
the
usually
images
being
are
light-based and optical. Oh, everyone else is wrong. We must just take your word for something you claim you saw.
Okay,
So if
well,
you're going to
at
claim
least
that,
just,
listen,
at least
if
just
you're
hear
going to
what
claim,
my claim is, because no one's actually.
well, if you're going to claim that, if you're going to claim this, right, then you need to provide something, some documentation, some observation, some like evidence of it.
Right, but the thing is, you've made the same claim several times now. You're claiming the green flash of sunset is going through the ocean. And yet you can yourself go to Google and type in green flash sunset. That's not what any of the pictures show. So you would have to get a picture of this, what you're describing, seeing the green flash through the water or something. You would have to get a picture of that and then show us, and then we can talk about it, because this is not what is observed otherwise.
Who else has
Yeah,
observed
document
what
it.
you saw? Because
Because
sometimes
if
I
you
rub
present,
my eyes and I get little sparkles, and that doesn't mean those sparkles are actually there. That's me
Because
as an individual.
I thoroughly
present a
suggest
claim-
everybody actually tries this. Just go to the west coast of any particular country, and during the days of midsummer, we're talking June the 21st.
The problem is you don't
You
have
need to
any
be
evidence.
at least
Just show us a
like
photo.
400
It's
meters off the
anecdotal,
ground,
dude.
and there aren't
Just
any
show us the
photos
photo.
of this. This only lasts for about
But
5
everyone
minutes.
can do it. But everyone can do it.
Everyone
But
can
there's
do
no
this.
photos.
Yeah, everyone
But
can
there's
do
no
this.
photos. But there's no
Have you got
photos.
any
I haven't got a
documentation of it?
photo of it, and I haven't seen any photos
Right,
of
but the
it.
thing is,
Because listen, look here.
people have done
This
this.
is what happens. This is what happens if you present it without evidence. It can be dismissed without evidence.
Yeah, I agree, but at least try this yourself. Go to the west coast.
What does dismissed
get
without
800
evidence
feet
mean?
off of the sea.
What does
and
dismissed without
actually
evidence mean?
observe the green. 15 minutes. Can you stop muting me? Because how am I supposed to give an answer? What are you guys like?
Allow him to. I mean, he's already said the first 98% of what he's going to say, which is affirming the consequent. Like I said in the beginning. So when he explains what's happening, affirming the thing that we're supposed to be proving, and then telling us what it's not based off nothing, then let him finish saying that that's a edge that things go under, so that we can talk about that so-called edge or horizon that's supposed to be geometric. Because if he's going to make these assertions, then it damn well better be the edge of a sphere that's blocking things and curving
Also,
water.
AD, can I just say that muting is part of the built-in functions of Discord? It happens in every single server, so please don't be offended. It's just part of the moderation to keep the conversation flowing properly.
Well, yes, but if I'm mid-answer, I can't really give an answer if
It's
I get
difficult to
muted
time
in the
it
middle
because
of
of
my
ping rates and
answer.
things like that, yeah. Difficult to time
Right.
these
So
things.
I posted
Okay.
a video. With your quote green flash, and they tell you it's not a green flash. It's just that the sun turns green before it disappears. Now, you want to reclaim the green flash?
From what I saw was that light goes through the ocean, not appearing above it.
Oh, there's
It
a
literally-
video of what you claim.
No, that's not what I claim. What I'm claiming is that it actually goes through the ocean, and it actually takes about 10 minutes for this to occur because, it's just after the sun has set. Then you wait for a few minutes, and then the green beam appears in the ocean.
I understand what you're saying, but this is a video of what you're claiming supposed to happen, and
That's not
Listen,
what I saw.
I'm not done. They're videotaping the sun disappearing in the ocean.
But that's not what I saw.
I understand what you think you saw, but
I know what I
this is
saw.
a video. What you're claiming and what I'm actually showing you is two different things, right? So you have no proof of what you're saying happens. I'm showing you.
I've literally searched and searched.
Can he finish? Because this is all irrelevant and unimportant.
I'm sorry.
Like,
Well, he was talking
we're
about
arguing.
the green flash, and I'm showing him what it was.
Everybody's talking about the green flash. At the end of the day, it's not that important.
No, that's true.
That's
But
his
anyway,
claim, though. What's he talking
put
about?
the green flash
Let
to
him
bed.
at least finish saying it so that he can stop telling us that we're not letting him finish. Because the moment he does feel like he's finished, and there's an a point of absurdity, so there has to be some point that he's done so that we can continue unimpeded and unchallenged.
All right. Well, I'm saying. Well, Drace let him finish, and Drace actually repeated exactly what he said. So I mean, I don't know what the problem is.
Well,
when was that? I haven't heard Drace talk in like I don't know how long.
Drace, did you not repeat what he claimed?
You two get a room.
Just a minute ago, yeah.
Okay.
Minutes.
All right, I stand corrected. My volume is low. Still.
Let him finish. Yeah, you're right.
Can he just get 2 minutes to finish saying whatever he feels like he needs to say?
Okay.
I have already pretty much said what I was going to say.
Oh my God.
Can I finish, Eric?
Well, I mean, I thought he had.
You're not gonna let me talk. Okay. All I was trying to point out is that light genuinely goes through the ocean, and you can see this for yourself. And I thoroughly suggest you do this because you will have a world experience that is beautiful. I mean, it is immense to see this. It's one of the most amazing things I've ever seen.
Yeah, I know. Listen, how many times have you seen that, AD?
Twice.
Okay,
twice. You've seen it twice.
Elijah,
Wait a minute. Okay, hold on.
Why
hold
are
on.
you're doing it again
wait.
though? You're doing it again. Listen, how he felt about what he saw is great.
Okay.
Like you're not going to tell him he didn't see what he saw, right?
right. So, and this is what's my point, Elijah. Okay, what he thought he saw. Okay, he has no proof of, but his own feelings. I'm showing him a video of a person recording what he supposedly thought he saw, right? Which is the sun. Hold on, in the ocean, disappearing, right? And this guy recording the video, looking for the green flash that you call so-called, right? And he shows you how that is a myth. The sun doesn't shine green. There's just no beam, and all it does is turn green and just disappears before it disappears.
That's above the horizon, and what I'm talking about is into the horizon in the ocean.
Yeah, listen.
So let me ask you this question. So does the sun takes different travel? I mean, does it go different? I mean, according to your model, right? It disappears behind the horizon. The sun is disappearing. But you're claiming it doesn't disappear behind the horizon at this point? So this is just takes different paths?
Not at all. No, obviously the sun disappears behind the horizon as far as we can tell.
Well, as far as you believe.
The Earth is moving in a direction that allows us to see the sun appearing to disappear.
All right, Elijah. Make sure you tell him about the
So the question that's all of that is irrelevant. Let him have his language. So the bottom line is obviously you have a position and we have a position, right? We can no longer say this is just a conversation about ideologies and this, that, and the third. You clearly think that the horizon is a geometric edge. We think that it's an apparent convergence, and it's based on, well, how optical equipment works, our eyes included.
Indeed.
So you have one position, we have another.
Actually, I took your position on that matter. I said that it's thoroughly down to the way your eye works, and whatever you're looking at will provide a perspective image. It doesn't matter whether you're looking at the horizon, looking straight down, looking straight up. Your eye will give the illusion.
Yeah, that's true. But when it comes to the horizon, you think that things go underneath it because the sun.
If you've seen the green beam come through the ocean,
let me ask you the question, right? So the question to you is: so your position is that the horizon is a geometrically physical thing that obstructs things from the bottom up.
Relative to your position.
Great. So you have that position, and we have the position where the horizon is just an optical phenomena based on how our eyes work, which is not your claim. You can't have both our claim and your claim.
I'm not actually making a question. I'm not actually making a claim. I'm trying to make a question. I wanted to know is how is it possible for the sun's light to get through the ocean? How's
nobody's
that
answering? I'm telling you now, nobody's answering that question. The bottom line is you think that that's happening because of your assertion that the light is coming through curved water because we live on a sphere. We can test that theory, or we can test that claim because your horizon is geometric. So the horizon is supposed to be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height, respectively.
Okay.
That's not true.
definitely not easy questions to answer. And as
Yes,
you
they are.
have
It's
pointed
on
out, I
Google. It's
haven't
very
got.
simple.
I
I don't know
have
if you can hear
proofs.
me. I don't know if you can hear me trying to interrupt you. I don't want to just have to use the mute button. So we're not going to just say these are difficult things and then talk about something
Of course they're
else.
easy. Just ask Google.
That's what I said. It's very simple. You can Google it. What's
You're
the
right.
distance
Google
to
knows
the
all.
Yeah, it's the answer.
what's the
AD,
what's the distance to the horizon? You can Google that. What's the formula for the distance to the horizon? Why is it the formula? How was it derived? So these aren't my claims. It's just what's already been stated by people before me. So either this claim is true, and this would give validity to your claim that things disappear on a sphere that's revolving away from the sun, or it's not that and it's something else.
Indeed. No, I mean, I'd like to know how it's possible that I can see the sun through the ocean and the Earth is flat. You know, the two things don't go together. It's one or the
I'll tell
other.
you one way for sure.
Let me
Tell you
ask
one
you a
way.
question. If it's not a sphere, right? If it's not a sphere and you still see that phenomena, then what? Then you
Well,
would
then,
just be lost without an answer to a phenomena that you'll never know the answer to, right?
well, you would definitely pursue the question further. I wouldn't say
You
never
could
know the answer to it.
you could, but if it was not a globe, then I mean, you can't you would have to validate that first to make the assumption, well, we're on a globe that's turning away from the sun, and because the water that I'm looking at is curved when I'm turning away from the horizon, this is what's causing this beautiful phenomena that I saw. That's all good and well. That's fine if it's a sphere. So the first thing that has to be checked and double checked is if it's a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, which is how you get the distance to the horizon.
And not
So
through inference. Through measurement, not through inference.
And then with some documentation of what you're saying that you saw, then we could discuss that afterward. After the fact.
My point is completely personal, and it's based on personal
can I just
experience.
quickly-
And I
can I just
fully
quickly
validate
point
that
out-
your points against that matter are completely valid.
Okay.
So
AD,
could I bring up a third question?
AD, hold on.
You know, just to hear what your perspective is
Hold
on this.
on.
No, because you haven't even heard the argument. So no, we're not moving on. That's very rude of you.
I'm not disagreeing or agreeing. I'm merely.
But no one even finished the No one gave you an argument. You're talking about moving forward when you haven't even heard the claim and how
Actually,
it's
I was
destroyed.
pointing out that there were serious holes in the logic that I was trying to bring forward. I cannot prove that I've seen the green beam through the ocean, can I? And so
well, that's why I said it was an affirming the consequent fallacy.
I'm trying to back away.
But
I'm
I
trying
said
to back away.
30, all right, I gotta hit
finish
the
it?
mute button. This is ridiculous.
He's
Man,
trying to concede.
Listen what Elijah want to tell you, nothing else. If you can listen for 1 minute what Elijah want to tell you, that would be cool.
I don't care that he's trying to talk over me to tell me something that I told him 30 minutes ago, and he denied me. That's rude.
I am actually trying to back away from the second question because, as you've pointed out, I have no proof.
Well, AD, it's not just that. If I could just quickly bring up this about the subject. If you actually look at what the globe model says about the green flash and what causes it, and there are actually 4 different kinds of green flashes. If you actually look at their claims, they're claiming something else that you're claiming, because they're not claiming that the light is traveling through the ocean. I don't know where you got that.
I saw it for myself. I literally saw it for myself. But as you pointed out, that is personal experience and it's not valid, and I cannot prove
man.
it.
No,
So
his
can I bring
point
it?
is
Man,
that you assumed it. You assumed it for yourself that it went through the water all by yourself, because that's not claimed anywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why you
Okay,
can't provide any evidence of that.
Yes, yeah, I fully agree. You're right. I cannot prove it.
So
But
listen,
that is
listen,
my
listen
third
this.
question, to
AD,
move
can
on
I tell
to a question that is
listen
just
this.
as valid.
AD, can I tell you something? A little thing, only a little thing.
Go ahead.
That what you see so personally. That's all right. Nobody can deny anything. I don't want to speak. And Elijah, did you listen what he was talking about and where he was leading you? Do you know what he was talking about?
None of this is irrelevant to me. He's trying to go to a third point when we were talking about the geometric horizon that doesn't exist,
Yeah.
and we weren't able to get there.
Yeah.
There's
I want that
nothing
you
else.
continue. I want Elijah that you continue if he want to listen. I don't know.
I'm listening.
I'm not interested in a third question. You've had a question. We have questions too. As a matter of fact, that's all we have, because we were told we lived somewhere and there was evidence, and we woke up one day curious about the evidence and it found out there is no evidence. There's only uh,
Conjecture.
assumptions and assertions without any evidence.
Indeed.
The evidence is the conjecture itself. In most
To some
cases, like
extent.
what you just did.
Okay, how is it possible that we have meteors and asteroids?
Again. Man, again,
oh
you're
my
doing again.
gosh, again, another secondary claim off that's not has anything to do with the surface of Earth. Great job.
But they're
You
pretty hard
didn't
to
listen. I mean, you didn't listen what Elijah spoke about
Well, it's okay, because at the same time, people understand that as I was very sincere and calm in my delivery, when I told him this, clearly he didn't care about the one thing that matters most. This geometric claim, which is how we get all of the mathematical extrapolations to the distance to the sun, the speed of light, uh, orbits, gravity, all of this. He may be ignorant to this, but this is what it all boils down to. How big the Earth actually is, what the claim is. He doesn't want to talk about that. I don't understand why he thinks that questions about comets and meteorites would be interesting after that. Because when you say, well, what about those things? I'm going to say, what about them? What are they? And then you're going to give your religious belief about how they're rocks and they fall out the sky. And I'm going to say that's a cute story. Who cares? Do you think that's happening on a sphere? Because I was just trying to tell you in chapter 2 that you just ran away from about the geometric horizon that there wasn't in a sphere. So now, why am I trying to argue with you about this phenomena that has something to do with the heliocentric model?
Okay, let me just clarify something. Do you guys believe that there is a dome over the Earth, or do you believe that there is just atmosphere?
Again, man,
hang on. I've
for
got
the third time you didn't listen. For the third time you didn't listen what he's saying, and you are moving on some another. Did you hear?
I'm trying to.
I've got a question I
I'm
want to
trying
ask
to
you. I want to
arrange
ask
my
you a
answer.
simple. I want to ask you a simple, small question. All of these other things that you keep bringing up, the dome, the meteors, the asteroid, wouldn't you agree if we discuss these that we would need to have as much information to use while discussing them, right? While considering what they could be, what's going on, or whatever, we need to gather as much information and have as much of a foundation as we can have about the Earth before we even veer off into that. So let's first discuss the Earth and determine what the Earth is. And then we can have more information. We can have a better foundation for exploring these other
I'm
topics.
not recording, by the way. So I don't know why somebody said that I would be recording in the chat. I'm not recording anything. There's no need to worry about
I
that
mean,
kind of thing.
that's a retarded thing to say. This is a live stream. Everything's recorded. Who cares?
Yeah, not an issue.
Regardless, meteors and asteroids are an issue that would need some kind of explanation in the flat Earth model, right?
Do you have any first-hand knowledge of those things? Why does it bother
No,
you?
well, I mean, yo, are you gonna take hold of the entire conversation, or are you just gonna say this one thing?
I've made 3 questions.
Not you, the guy, the other guy. Who's gonna have this conversation?
Sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you were directing that at me.
Because I'm trying to figure out which one of us is gonna talk to you, because it's crazy with 3 people trying to talk to one person.
Agreed.
Does anyone want to?
I just
Okay,
had that
please.
one question, but obviously he
Can you
didn't
not? Can you not
agree.
just simplify? Call yourselves 1, 2, and 3, then take it in turns.
That's fine. Go on,
Okay,
man.
I'll be one. So we keep trying to, go back to what we're trying to talk about. He's trying to get a third question in, right? But we're trying to talk about something too. And a couple times we've alluded to, hey, we're wanting to talk about this horizon that moves around, and you keep kind of changing the subject on us. So is it okay if we talk about what we want to talk about on our server? British guy who kind of sounds like the Geico commercial.
What's size?
His name is
I
Dan.
was talking to the British guy. Dan? Yeah, sorry, Dan.
Oh, hi.
Yeah, hi. So we were trying to tell you our argument about the horizon. Would you be interested in hearing it?
I did listen to your perspective and agreed with it that it is, part of the illusion of
That the horizon's
perspective.
not geometric?
Indeed, and I agreed with that. I even made the same point that the illusion of perspective does have a disappearing point, but it therefore is impossible for lights to disappear below the horizon. So therefore, the green beam should be impossible, but it is physically present.
You said you're on the west. So you ever seen the moon set or the sunset, and there's a beam of light from the moon all the way to your feet, going across the flat ocean?
Yeah, this is below that, even through the ocean. I'm actually talking about that, not reflected off the top of it, right through it.
Well, none of us have seen that, so how could we, comment on it? How could we answer any questions that you have
And
on it?
that's exactly why I stepped back from the second question, because you guys haven't seen what I saw. I have no proof of it, so that's why I brought the third question forward. It was, how are asteroids and meteors possible?
Okay, I'll answer the question. How are lights in the sky possible? Plasma?
No. Rocks landing on the Earth. I mean, we know that.
Oh, can you provide me an example?
An example of a meteor having landed on the Earth.
Yeah, and I need proof, because we got to know, where it came from. Can you prove that this rock came from space?
So one of the largest meteors ever to hit Earth created the Gulf of Mexico, did it not?
You created the crater, but where did the meteor walk away to? I've never seen an image of the actual meteor being left behind. Where does it walk away to?
Yeah, you take over, bro.
There are multiple different geological surveys in that area that prove that the rock that is present is not from Earth.
Where did the meteor walk away to?
It disintegrated.
Something that size. Okay.
Well, obviously there's evidence of it, because we've got soil samples. There are plants that grow in the north part of Southern America that literally cannot grow under the circumstances anywhere else on Earth, and the reason is because of the type of isotopes that those plants are actually.
All right.
For thousands of years, they have
Oh my
been
God!
subject
Hold
to.
on.
And so that comes from a
will not,
meteor.
shall not.
This is
you're trying to
run riot.
You're trying to refute that meteorites exist now.
No, we're
It's
not.
like an assumption on top of assumptions on top of assumptions. That's the problem here.
So
where do you think the meteor came from?
Are we all on
Let's break
board
it down.
that meteorites do land on Earth?
Where do you think it came from? Let's break it down.
I think
Did I hear
the
a
fact
meme?
we can only prove that they have landed on Earth, right?
Things have come from the sky. Can you prove when and where they landed on the Earth?
There are multiple.
Is it yes or no question? Can you do it? And then can you put it in the voice text, please?
You want me to go and find proof of a meteorite?
Yes, I do. Yeah, because if you're going to talk about it, we would certainly like, in a scientific debate, scientific evidence.
Give me a minute.
You want me to go find proof of a unicorn with rainbow tails?
I just want to see it.
Is that what
That's
you want
all.
me to do?
I want to see what
That's
this
what
person.
you sound like when you ask us.
Yeah.
I know.
I want to see what he considers evidence of meteorites coming from space. And hold on. Here's another
Kill
one.
me, Sonny.
Soil samples that demonstrate they're from off planet. Thanks.
Great. That's what
we're
we
going to need soil samples from off planet to compare them to, so that we know for sure that they're off planet. And this just wasn't some sort of gas eruption that made a crater. Because if a gas pocket were to come up, wouldn't the bottom fall out like that man that fell in the sinkhole? After a while, wouldn't the sinkhole turn into a crater?
Yeah, in fact, they actually found holes in Siberia, and they thought it was from meteor impacts, but then new ones were discovered in the same area, and it was just gas erupting from the ground. So,
Well, there's also potential it could have
I
been
do have to say
electromagnetic
that
disturbance because the sky is positively charged and the Earth is negatively charged. That's why we ground all our electricity. For all we know, it could be a thunderbolt, one of the biggest thunderbolts that we know that has just eradicated all the land underneath it and smashed it
I
all
do
away.
have to say, okay, I do have to say that there's also this meme going around saying that that's, those craters are the works of geysers of water coming up. Know what I mean? Know what I'm saying? From the
Yeah, so
watery
if there's
deep,
multiple
perhaps.
theories going around, then we need to establish which one it is exactly without presupposing any of this. We need to find out the root cause.
In other words, 8D is that you have a story and you're basing your assumption on that story without any evidence, actual evidence.
But everybody
It
knows
could be unknown. Could be unknown soil from under the earth somewhere. Could be that. So how is this? I mean, why is this relevant? Now that we brought the conversation to here.
Why are meteorites relevant?
No, if there's no proof of a meteorite hitting Earth, but there's this soil that could be explained by another phenomena, like water coming up from very deep, and there being components of it that no one's ever seen anywhere else before. How do we know which is which if we have no proof of asteroids or whatever hitting the Earth, meteoroids, whatever?
So, 8D. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't know. I got in the middle of your sentence or your pause. Right.
He was in the middle of the silence.
It was a silence. I'm sorry. and I wanted to point out that he does what every beginner global does: look at the sky to determine what the floor is. I mean, all of his questions has been about stars, sun, and now meteors. And Elijah was trying to guide you to let's measure the surface and what they say the surface measures, but you kind of don't want to talk about the surface, did you? 8D.
They weren't what my questions were about. I agreed.
Or axial rotation or gas pressure without containment.
How do you have gas pressure without containment?
Gravity.
Can you give us an example of gas pressure next to a lesser pressure because of gravity?
Atmosphere is proof of that.
No.
Atmospheric pressure would.
No, that's what I'm trying to prove.
Yeah, but atmospheric pressure would not be different at different heights if that was not true.
Oh, yes, it would. We live in a dynamic system. There's more temperature down below than above, and there's gas generation at the ground level, and there's gas extracted from the system above in condensation, and it rains down again.
But we know, or at least we assume, that the Earth is not a closed system and that gas does leave the Earth.
Yeah, you make a bunch of assumptions that you can't verify.
It is an assumption.
No, it's not. You guys went to the moon in 1969. Right?
I said I am open to both sides of the argument. I'm not going to sit and go in one direction.
It can't be a closed system if we went to the moon in 1969.
Yeah, but you're talking about the atmosphere, but I want to pockets of gas. Like, I guess you could, or maybe there is a way that you can color them or something. I don't know, to see a spherical shape like that. That's what I would like to see. Just straight up in the air, but there are pockets of it. Just where's that at?
Oops.
Yeah, I didn't follow the question at all.
The gas adhering to the surface of an object.
Yeah, I'd like to draw your attention to the live stream. I just posted something 49 minutes after the hour. Gas does not form a free surface, and it expands to fill the entire available space. In your religion, that's the universe.
Yes, that's right. I think I was talking about that yesterday.
Well, that seems perfectly reasonable.
Just above it is a video that Matrix posted where Bill Nye says that we live in an enclosed system. Might want to check that out.
AD, I've got a question for you. How's going back to meteors? Have meteors been observed going from top downwards, or bottom upwards, or both, like from the horizon upwards, or from the sky downward to the horizon? Have they gone up, down, or both?
I have no evidence of either of those.
Okay, just in your opinion, it would be logical, maybe on a globe system, for them to be going both directions because we're in this open space.
I would have thought at certain positions on Earth they come perpendicular to the Earth. Yes.
Yeah, but in reality, and this is where you do your own research, I'm not going to give you a link at this point. I'm going to leave this bit open to you. Meteors always come top downwards, and they have no impact. They might have a sound wave, vibrational impact, which can shatter buildings, but there's no physical impact. There's no debris or damage in terms of a rock actually hitting people. It's just more like a scar on the surface of the firmament. It's like electromagnetic activity that's going on up there.
And if there is something that came down from the sky to crash down in someone's house or something, it's probably one of those balloon satellites.
So you're saying that something like a shooting star is not actually something that is going to hit the Earth. There's no proof that it's going to hit the Earth.
No, we're perfectly protected. We're in a perfect environment fit for humans. We're in this sort of Goldilocks environment. It's not too hot. It's not too cold. There's no rocks falling from the sky, because if you think about the Big Bang theory, where Earth forms through gravity, through your own words, rocks coming together, that phenomenon should still be occurring today on a daily basis. There still should be rocks flying from the sky, attaching themselves to Earth, making the Earth that little bit larger each day. But that doesn't occur either.
But we do have shooting stars and meteorites.
Yeah, they're observable and repeatable. I'm not denying that that's a phenomenon. It's just that they're not rocks in space or floating space, as we're being told to believe. Because pretty much everybody here has come from the globe standpoint, which is why we can always argue it really well. That's our entire education. 95% of my life has been a globe earther. And it's only relatively recently, it's the last 5 or 6 years, that I've come around to trying to examine this. And I really didn't want to, from my point of view. I just thought it was ridiculous, and I was very hardcore conspiracy from a relatively early age. I don't want to go on about myself too much, but I think it sort of reflects a lot of people in the room as well, that we really didn't want to touch this flat Earth subject. And we came in here, like a bull in a china shop, similar to yourselves, thinking I'm going to disprove it. But here we are all this time later, and we're sort of shrugging our shoulders, saying, yeah, we have some of the answers. We don't have all of the answers. We've got to be a little bit humble. All we're saying at this particular moment is that there's no rotation and there's no curvature.
If so-called gravity could prevent gas from expanding into available volume, it would be easy to show on the surface of the Earth where gravity is supposed to be strongest. And because it would be preventing gas from expanding, and you would not be able to breathe out.
Gas expands 800 times its liquid volume in the case of butane. So that would be a greater force than gravity.
Yeah, so gravity can't hold any of the gas, and you can't
I
breathe
would say that
anymore.
it can hold a portion of the gas, and the portion is lost.
So how does that logic? Never mind. Go ahead, yo.
I mean, this is an
gas
interesting
is
question.
you said a
This is
portion.
a very interesting question.
Which gases are the portion of the gases that it holds? Can you demonstrate or show?
Sorry,
like,
your microphone broke up. I
example
cannot
of gravity.
understand what you're saying.
A little slower there, Truth. You came in hot.
Which portion of these gases that you claim that gravity holds, which gases make up this portion? And do you have a demonstration or a citation or something? Some evidence of this happening?
I was merely answering that I agree in the fact that a good portion of the gas would be adhered to the Earth via gravity, but a portion would not. So both arguments are valid to some degree.
No,
it's a question of is it 80-20? Is it 90-10? I mean, we probably lose 5% and gain more.
No, sorry. There's no example of any pressure being contained by any directionality. There's no difference.
Well, there wouldn't be. It would be omnidirectional rather than a singular direction.
Yeah, gas moves randomly and freely in all directions.
Absolutely.
It's not contained from going up by some invisible force.
So is gravity omnidirectional?
I would have thought so.
Gravity is not a force, first of all.
So hold on. If I'm standing on the surface of Earth, gravity is omnidirectional? I thought it made things go down. Isn't that the thing?
No, it's omnidirectional, clearly.
Okay, gravity is omnidirectional. That's new.
So gravity does not make things go down. Is that your new claim?
No,
no. You're reading into what I'm saying. A piece of mass has omnidirectional gravity.
Here we go.
If you're standing on that piece of mass, from your perspective, it appears to go down. So both facts are true.
Hey.
Man, you
real
are
quick,
totally
real quick, guys. I love every one of you.
Guys, he's right in his model.
Listen,
he's correct
in his model. Okay, but listen.
Is
you do realize? Hold on.
omnidirectional?
You do realize, sir, that you're in.
What the fuck, man? Hold on.
You're
No.
in the minority, sir. God damn, he's in the minority because no one else.
Glad, calm down just for a second. I was in the middle of talking. I'm your friend, all in love. Okay, so I need to hear it again, once again, please.
Yeah.
He's asking you, Dan, how many vectors does gravity have?
How many vectors does gravity have? This is not something that I can answer directly.
But we're not talking about everywhere on the Earth.
The knowledge of gravity is very
But
limited.
hold on. We're not talking about everywhere on the Earth in your globe model. We're talking about where you are. You're on the surface of the Earth. what direction does gravity appear to be affecting things?
From my singular perspective, I am adhering to a three-dimensional gravity that is my mass is pulled towards the greater
Right.
mass.
So basically,
And therefore, from my perspective, it appears to go down. But from the perspective
right.
of
Okay.
the
So
Earth,
right. So I
the
get you.
gravity
I
is
get you.
three-dimensional, and
Right.
therefore,
Right. Okay. Okay. So cool. So I'm on the surface of the Earth. Gravity is pulling things down relative to where I am. Cool. But now we have
relative
the
to the
gas.
Earth,
Yeah.
relative to the Earth.
Right. So now where I am, there's gas, but it's not going down. It's moving in all directions. Right. So what is the effect of gravity?
The effect of gravity on gas is far less than the effect of gravity on heavier masses,
So
clearly.
can we demonstrate an effect of gravity on gas, or do we just have to believe in it?
What about Saturn? That's quite a good demonstration of a gas giant.
That's just
So this is even worse. This is even worse.
Objection, Your Honor. Objection.
Well, I mean, this is even worse because now we're talking about a ball of gas in a vacuum with no solid anything to create gravity, right?
But there is
This
still
is even
mass.
worse.
No, not at all, because there is mass. There is a mass of gas.
Hold on, the gas is generating gravity now. That's wow.
It's unverifiable.
Yes.
You can
Well,
verify
all
what the
mass.
gases. You can verify what the gases here on Earth are doing, and
But it's
the
even
fact
been
that they
proved
move
that
in all directions. The fact that they move in all directions is evident that gravity has no effect on them. Otherwise, they would only have one vector.
So we agree that the planets are spherical then?
No, we don't agree that there's planets
the
unless you
hell
got the
did that
curvature of Earth first, because that's where they come from. The sizes of all your planets come from Earth's curvature. Radius measurement, please.
So you don't
How did
agree
you
that
extrapolate that
planets
from
are
what I said?
spherical?
Measurement of Earth's curvature, and we can get started on the convo. Yeah. Until you get there, you're making 30 presuppositions to get out to these round planets. So we need the first foundational one. Earth's measured to be a ball. So Earth's curvature, please. Direct measurement.
I do believe that's sidetracking the issue, really.
That is the whole issue.
It's not the whole issue at all. Let's
you're
start with mass.
No, she was going to say, holy shit, you're telling us we're doing the same thing you're doing.
A conjecture. Yes.
You're fucking insane, man. You're fucking insane. You need to be taken away to the crisis emergency
That is an insult,
unit.
Please,
No, it isn't.
I refrain from insults. There is no
No,
need.
it's not an insult. No, it is not an insult. It is an observation.
You might not be familiar with how gases really operate.
Mass is known to have gravity. Do we agree on that?
No.
No. Not just
that's
no.
where we
Hell
need
no.
to start.
No.
that is
Greater
where we need to
mass attracts lesser mass. That's why everything's clumped together.
Okay, so why did Einstein get a Nobel Prize?
Eddie, can I ask you one question? Only one question.
I just asked a question. No, come on. I just asked a question.
I will stop after this. I will not speak anything. Only one question, please.
You can't answer
Only
my
one,
question
please.
with
Please
another
give me
question.
that. Give me opportunity, man. Please.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Okay. Do you really want in your life to find out there is no curvature in reality, or you want to speak about all this pseudoscience? What do you want to know?
I would love to know the truth. That's the
Okay.
sole.
Do you want to in your life? Do you want to in your life to realize that people measured Earth these given numbers and it's flat there in and is no curvature? There is no drop. What must be because Earth is sphere, but is not there. Do you understand that we are trying to tell you like for 1 hour? Elijah tried to lead you, but you didn't listen.
Sorry.
You want to speak
I've
about
got to stop
okay, great. Listen, gravity, great.
No, please, please, can you slow
whatever.
down?
My question, yeah, great. Finally, question is: do you want to real? The final question is: do you really?
Can't hear you.
Great. Do you really want in your life to check in reality? Is there curvature really there?
In the truth, whichever direction it leads me.
Do you want to ever in your life check it? Is it curvature in reality?
Yes, of course I do. Yes.
Okay. Do you want to ask people, these people, why you people think that the Earth is flat?
It bends with gravity.
Do you want to ask these people, all of these people, why you people think that the Earth is flat?
No, that's not my question.
Why you don't ask these people? Look, they have server called 24/7 flat Earth. Why they are saying that the Earth is flat?
Nothing worse than everybody.
Why they are thinking that the Earth is flat? Do you know?
I don't know directly.
But why you don't ask anyone of them? Choose the name and choose. Look at this in this moment. Choose one name. Look at flat earth and ask him.
Trying to ask, but I will.
Choose one, man. Don't. I will shut up. I will.
Who keeps muting and unmuting and muting and unmuting? If you're gonna unmute, and I don't even know who's doing it, but it's just like to be able to hear him say what he's gonna say.
Yeah, because he doesn't answer a question, he has to be stopped when the question is asked. Because he won't answer, he doesn't stop talking. Yeah, that was me. So if he's willing to answer the question, see, you're doing it again. I'm fucking talking and you start talking. That's why you're muted. So you keep doing it. I'll keep muting you until somebody tells me to stop. So stop it, and then I won't have to. So listen, in a conversation, someone asks a question like this: what color is that cat? So then you wait for a response. Take a breath. Oh, the cat is brown. Okay, thank you for your response. Next. That's how it's supposed to go. Okay.
I don't want to pull ranks here and say, just stop, because, I am going to say stop. I'm here to try and moderate you guys. I've not been speaking, I have been listening, but please just let's try and go back to the beginning where we were nice, open and friendly, one guy at a time, and, keep the muting to a minimum, okay?
Yes.
Okay, I was requested to ask somebody why they believe the Earth is flat. So
why I not believe? Why they think? Why they know? They are saying they know that the Earth is flat.
Here we go.
I'm telling you what they are telling me every day. They're telling me that they know that the Earth is flat.
That's fine. Why do you know the Earth is flat?
Because it measures flat.
Using what instrument?
Observably,
using
flat and
photo camera. Photo camera.
And does that allow for the curvature of light under gravity?
Are you claiming that Earth's gravity is bending light? Because that's not scientific, and science does not claim that.
Did Einstein not get a Nobel Prize for proving that light is bent by gravity?
For his claims that the sun is bending the light, because the sun's gravity is claimed to be strong enough. Because they need to try to explain why you can see the stars that are supposed to be behind the sun, above your heads, 180 degrees away from where they're supposed to be.
And the closer that you get to the sun, the more that effect is apparent.
No, you're just wrong. You just don't know what you're talking about.
No, that is actually true. So therefore, the closer you get to Earth, the more the gravitational effect of the Earth.
You don't see the stars next to the sun, fool. When the sun is out, there's blue skies. You see the stars at night.
Excuse me, but the experiment was based on an eclipse.
What are you talking about?
What experiment are you talking about? Because I guarantee it's not an experiment.
They did the experiment during the Second World War.
Man, listen. Did we spoke about that you asked somebody question about why we know that the Earth is flat?
Also, during the eclipse, you don't know what's between you and the sun, and you especially don't know what the eclipse is. So that's just more assumptions stacked on top.
So really, Einstein got his Nobel Prize, but we didn't really know that it was true.
You can't prove gravity, either Newtonian or Einsteinian.
Here's the deal. It wasn't an experiment, because an experiment, you have to have something that you're manipulating. So you're manipulating the cause. How did he manipulate all the space-time in between the sun and the Earth? He can't do that. So it wasn't an experiment. It was observation. That's only the first.
No, I agree with that point of view. Yeah, the word is wrong.
Oh, go on the word.
All right, so any village. Sorry, guys. Give me just a second. One more time. So any village idiot can come up with an explanation of their observation, right? That doesn't make anyone more scientific than the other. Well, if I were to say that it was done by red-haired gnomes with blue toes, that would be just as valid scientifically as the explanation. So if I were to try to come up with a better explanation, I'd say that there's refraction due to the heliosphere, which is the sun's atmosphere. And you can't prove it wrong scientifically because it's science. Science has to be something that you can prove. It has to be falsifiable, empirical, it has to be testable. It has to be
Audio is breaking up again really badly. I'm
He'll
not
come
sure
back
what's.
through.
Yeah, your connection's really breaking up.
Try it again, Hank.
Has to be testable and repeatable. Your supposition has to be testable.
Absolutely agreed. And Einstein was proven correct because they did try and test it again on a second eclipse, haven't they?
No, we're talking about the 1915 paper, bro. The primary source data that includes the independent control variable is what we need. Just go pull it up from General Relativity, Einstein's paper from 1915. Okay?
Yeah, also, it doesn't prove anything just because you made the same mistake again, assuming something about something you don't understand or know about.
This is what I wanted to give an example of, right? Before you continue, oh my God, please don't.
Well, I can't answer if you talk over me, can I?
Well, I was giving an example of when you did that, right? So you did that when you said, listen, I can see the green light shining through the water under the horizon. Explain to me how that happens. Well, I looked at some images on Google, and it turns out that everything that I can find is actually a green light above the horizon.
Yeah, I agree
So
that was not good.
if I were to ask you what causes that, well, your answer for it's the water obviously doesn't suffice, so it has to be or could have been something else. Like I said when I first got into this conversation with you. So now, every time you make a claim, you can't actually test them scientifically because there's no way to manipulate anything in the sky. Making an observation twice is not an experiment. If
And
anything,
I
it's
agree.
deja
The
vu.
word experiment was wrongly used. So you have the right
Okay,
to have that point.
looking at something twice doesn't doesn't mean that your supposition is true also. So for whatever reason, Einstein got his prize is probably the same reason that Obama got the Peace Prize. But we don't give a damn about prizes because everyone's got one, don't they?
So we're not completely sure whether light bends with gravity then.
Well, it's not proven that. Exactly.
Does horizon extend with gravity?
Just make an assumption for a moment. That
Question for you.
Let's say that it does.
I'm asking now one very good question.
Go
Does
ahead, Sasha.
horizon extends with the gravity?
I didn't hear you properly. Say it again.
Can horizon be further where should to be because of gravity?
The horizon is only
one.
It's only a distance based on your height, isn't it?
Yes.
No. Well, okay.
Yes.
It would have to be, except for that's not true. You see how you said something that you believe to be true because it's one of the tenets of, well, the religion that is the globe. But I'm telling you that direct assumption right there, or and it was honest. It was an honest moment. No, that's not true. The horizon isn't a specific distance based on how high you are above sea level. That's actually not true. Did you know that?
I find it hard to believe because quite clearly, when you get higher
Okay,
up on a cliff, you can see further.
right. But the thing is, a specified distance based on your height, which means based on your height, you'll be able to specify what the distance to the horizon is. That's not true. Did you know that? Because this is what I was trying to tell you before.
I just find it very hard to believe that that's even possible because I've witnessed it myself. You walk up a cliff and you can see ships on the horizon that you couldn't see when you were on the coast. I've done that on a day-to-day basis.
You have a
and
different
then,
angle of view.
and then when they disappear completely, what happens?
What do you mean, what happens?
When a ship goes completely out to sea, straight out, and then all of a sudden you can't see it anymore, what is happening?
Well, before can I finish
It's
with the guy?
appearing below the curvature.
No.
And then what if you can zoom
Can I
into the
finish with the
ship?
guy, Sonny?
Oh, I'm sorry, man. Sorry.
So you keep saying this thing that I don't necessarily disagree with. I mean, can you hear me? Because I know the train is loud.
Yep.
We hear you.
Oh man, these headphones are perfect. I can't hear a damn thing. So check this out. I understand that when you increase your angle of elevation, that you will be able to see more. I mean, that's a part of perspective. You open up your angle of view, you can see more. That's like no duh. What I'm talking about is at a specific height. Pick any height. The distance to the horizon is extrapolated from the radius value, ultimately.
The radius of the Earth.
Yeah. So
that doesn't make any sense.
Well, that's what gives you the distance to your horizon, all that math. Like I said, we could just Google the you want to Google the formula?
Which I gotta know.
No, just a moment. My point is that the Earth would have to be. Can I finish? My point is that the Earth would have to be absolutely spherical for pi to even be usable in this situation.
Okay, so now I gotta know. Do you know what the radius of the Earth is?
29,000 miles. Or is that the circumference? I beg your apology.
Neither.
Why is that relevant? No, I don't know directly what the number.
Because you're in here defending a globe. You're in here defending a globe, which is a geometric size.
Look, it can't. Look, I didn't tag anybody, man. Like I be trying to be calm and let it breathe a little bit.
You're doing a good job.
No, I wasn't distracting. I wasn't. I just wanted to know if you knew before you went into it because it was on point. You were talking about the radius. I just wanted to know if you knew what it was.
To extrapolate the horizon's distance from you, you could only do that if the Earth was absolutely spherical or absolutely flat.
Listen,
you couldn't do it in a non-Euclidean, because the Earth is not
listen to what I'm
circular,
saying. Listen to what I'm saying. The horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's what gives you the distance to the horizon. Do you agree or disagree with your heliocentric priest?
I disagree.
Okay, so you disagree with your heliocentric priest then?
To an extent, because that is assuming that the Earth is perfectly circular.
Do you know
that's
that that's also? Do you know that that's the same assumption you have to make to get your calculations for going to the moon?
I would expect so, yes.
Your distance to stars, also your belief in gravity.
Can I ask a question as to why
Well, I mean,
the
do you
distance to the
understand what I
horizon?
started with? Do you understand
Yes,
that these
I
things are
answered you.
linked?
I said yes. And I
So,
wanted to
other than
extrapolate further, but why is the distance to the horizon relevant in this conversation?
because it's not real. Because, like I said you believe that you can know the distance to the horizon.
No, I did not say
No.
that.
Yeah, you did earlier.
No, I
Yes, you
didn't.
did. Well, you
Okay,
said
well,
the
I'll
horizon
retract
is
it. The ominous thing that I thought I
you
didn't
just
say.
said the distance to the horizon is based on how high you are above the earth.
I said I would assume that it is based on the fact that I don't know. And my point that I was trying to make is that for these equations to be exactly right, the Earth would have to be exactly spherical, and the Earth is not exactly spherical. We know that.
So then there can't be an ISS up there, can there?
Theoretically, if your argument's true, then you're
No,
right. Yeah, they couldn't be. Yeah. And
Oh, right.
theoretically, in my case, if light does bend gravity, then
moving forward, then all of these ideas about calculating the trajectory of killer asteroids hitting the Earth, that's just fear porn because it's based on a theoretical sphere that we don't live on. Correct?
it's definitely a conjecture worth listening to.
All right, fair enough. Well, every belief that every glober has is tied into the radius of the Earth, the distance to the horizon being a physical Earth curve edge that blocks things in the distance, which you were one of those people who believe that. What I'm telling you
No, I
is
did.
that
I
claim.
started saying that I believe both sides are possibly true. One of
All
them's
right,
got
that's
to be
fine.
true, right?
That's fine,
I'm open for the
guess
truth.
what? Guess what can't be true? It can't be a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles and all of the stories, the distance to the sun, the speed of light. All of this is based on this assumption.
I fully
That is
agree with that.
okay. It's patently false, though. That's what
But
I'm
it
telling
can't be
you.
true. It can't be true that it's absolutely spherical because there isn't a single thing in the universe that is absolutely spherical.
Well, if it can't be true that it's absolutely spherical, then all the math derived from this absolutely spherical value can't be right, including the people that are pretending to be up there in orbit in the ISS.
And with their hairspray. I mean, NASA don't help, right? Don't get me wrong here, right? NASA do not help when they bring on videos of women with hairspray standing up on end. It's quite clear NASA are up to something. I'll agree with that.
So you then agree that all the NASA pictures and all of the space agencies are just lying to us with the perfect spheres?
There is something very suspicious going on with NASA's imagery. I agree with that. But I think that there is a very strong possibility that they are covering up other operations, and they're saying they're doing these things in order to allow a space race to occur before they make it public.
Hold on. But you can't have a space race without these mathematical equations that utilize the radius.
You don't actually need the equation to make a rocket and go up into the air.
Let's just say it's 50,000.
You're not going up. You're not going up. You have a trajectory where you have to reach escape velocity. So you don't just go up. You have to have a formula for wrapping yourself and falling around the Earth before you can escape its gravity, which also has to do with the radius too. Both things. So the point is, what is the point of asking you this question about the horizon? Okay, well, the horizon has to be geometrically at a specific location based on your height above sea level. What I'm telling you is that claim right there is provably false. The only thing you should want to know is why the fuck I'm saying that. Because you did come in here to learn, I thought.
I did. As I said, I'm open to suggestion on the idea that I might be wrong. You know, I'm quite happy to admit I'm wrong if I'm proven wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. It's good.
Okay,
But a healthy
I'm just
discussion
gonna
on both
post
sides of the argument is fully necessary.
I'm gonna post a screenshot so that you understand that this isn't coming from me. This is just information that's supposed to be true. It's about to post right now. You see that?
Yeah.
So this is telling you where the horizon will be obstructing Chicago, mountains, boats, lighthouses, wind turbines, all of these things that we've been told for all these years is the physical obstruction of the earth dictated by this formula based on the size of the earth that they claim. That's not true. In fact, it's so wrong, it's unbelievable. We have an observation of a horizon that is 10 times plus, 10 times as being conservative, 10 times further than the geometric allowance. How is that okay in anyone's mind?
Well, it's not.
Okay, well, have you heard of modus tollens?
No.
Okay, it's logical consistency. Basically, if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. We can
Propositional
Google that too, just so we can Google everything. Why not, right?
because Google is the answer.
No, because Google is a resource for people who know how to actually sift through information. Because
I think my
information is
point was
everywhere, isn't it? In a book.
really the physical universe is the one that we should be actually testing for ourselves.
Not a universe,
Right.
though, but yeah.
Right,
Okay,
that's what we
physical
do.
reality. For want of a
That's
better
what we do. That's what we do. That's why we like talking about natural science in here. But for people like you who have something other than empirical evidence on their mind, you have mathematical equations in your mind that you think communicate reality as we know it. Well, I'm showing you
bit of an
that that's
assumption, but
just
carry
wrong
on.
off rip. Okay, thank you.
It's an assumption to say that I personally have that in my mind. That's not completely true. I am very much open to what can be proven. And if we can prove it again and again, then I'm happy to accept it. But otherwise, we are conjecting.
Okay, we have tons of examples, tons, boatloads.
Yep.
So
in the live stream voice text, everybody
And we
take a
didn't
look.
destroy it either. We kept it.
26 minutes after, we have the observations from our Flat Earth Wiki and the live stream voice text.
Wait till he finds out they destroyed all the data, man. Wait till he finds that out.
Have you looked up
No,
the modus
no,
tollens yet?
NASA really do not help the globe Earth argument, do they?
Have you looked up the modus tollens yet?
Say that again, sorry.
Have you looked up the modus tollens yet?
Yes, I was looking at it just a second ago. Yes, the
Okay.
logical reasoning. Yeah.
Right. So if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P, basically. So we have something that we've titled the Black Swan, basically because all swans are white until proven false, because a black swan came along and basically debunked your whole assertion, right?
Right.
So what we have here is a black swan, and the black swan is the horizon distance. So if P, the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then Q, the did I fuck that up?
No.
No, that's correct. It's if P, then Q, not Q, then not P.
Then Q, the distance to the horizon can be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So, not Q, the distance to the horizon isn't 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Therefore, not P, the Earth is not a sphere with that radius.
And you can
Very
also
simple,
do that.
very basic.
You can
And
also
that is
do
that
that
is
with.
that's thoroughly correct. And you can even say therefore not pi, because we are talking about a non-spherical situation, but that does not suggest that it's absolutely flat. It just means that it's not absolutely spherical.
Well, you can do that at 50,000 miles. You still won't measure a curve. Let's double what they say the size of the Earth is. Do the same math. You still can't see a curve.
So when you find curvature, then you can
You can't
determine
measure a
how
curve.
curved it is, right? But you got to first find it.
There is no curve.
So I wanted to address what he's saying. The Earth isn't perfectly spherical. Can I be heard? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Excellent. So let's say it's not perfectly spherical. Let's say it's an oblate spheroid or pear-shaped or whatever potato shape you like, right? And I say potato because the geodesic model. So there would be curvature somewhere, right? And you would have to be able to measure it. But the thing is that when you're measuring the distance to the horizon, you're only measuring the horizon because it fluctuates throughout the day. Can somebody post the Skunk Bay time lapse GIF for me, please? Thank you very much. And when you look at this GIF, let me know when you lay eyes on it. Feel free to interrupt mid-sentence if you must. But yeah, when you find it, I want you to look at it real carefully, and you'll see that there's a horizon in the back that's the true horizon, and then the horizon in the front is a false horizon. And it's making it look like the other side of the bay is disappearing from the bottom up. But this only happens after the day progresses. At the beginning of the GIF, when it first starts over, you can see that it's quite clear on the other side. And as the sun perturbs the atmosphere, it causes all these heat waves and wonky, you know,
Heat distortion.
circumstances.
Yeah, light
You
distortion.
see it?
Yeah, I see the light distortion. Yeah.
Yeah, it's right. So this, if you're in the horizon, right before dawn, it's probably be,
Say that
pretty far
sentence
away,
again.
and then as
Sorry.
the day.
Sorry, you'll have to say that sentence again. You
Sorry.
broke right up. I'm not getting any audio.
Yeah, is this better?
Ah, yes, I can hear you now.
Excellent. Yeah. So the thing is that what we're measuring here, it's not off by a margin of error, right? Not even for a potato-shaped Earth or an orange or a pear, right? It's off by an order of magnitude, right? So there's a huge discrepancy here with the Earth's curvature to the fact that if we were to measure where the radius would be at 238 miles away. So this completely debunks the model. And this isn't the only thing. If you look up the cosmological constant problem, if you type in those words in your search engine, this is a well-known thing. Some people call it cosmological constant crisis, right? And you look up physics model, right? There's the problems with the heliocentric model. And what people do is they just say, oh, it's a model. Well, exactly. It's a model. It's not reality. And if you reify it into reality and you think you live on that, that's a problem, right? Because there's There's no concreteness to the globe. In fact, when you turn it over and you look at the bottom, it says this is not for educational purposes. This is for how do you say that word? Decoration purposes. So, Porsche, right?
Sorry, broke up again.
So, do you know the difference between a model Porsche and a real Porsche?
Clearly.
Yeah. And the thing is that this model, it's not a scientific model, right? Because we can test the Porsche, we can measure it directly. So this model isn't even that.
Getting
It's
to
a
the point that
model.
the map is not the territory fully.
Exactly. So I'm going to say Mike out, meaning someone else can take over.
You make some very good points. That the cosmological constant problem exists, and there isn't a good explanation for it. And one of the best theories on the market at the moment, if market's the right word, is the ideology of dark matter and dark mass. But we have no proof of this. So there is, like you say, there's a gap. There is a gap of knowledge there.
66% is the dark matter.
Exactly, or at least,
66.6. Think about it.
That is an awful lot of mass, isn't it? Right?
I think that's incorrect.
Well, I was just thinking about the numbers.
Incorrect. No, that's incorrect, Josh. Dark matter is about 24 or 25%, and dark matter and dark energy together makes up about 95, 96%. Sorry, correction.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, that's closer to what I remember. The point is that our numbers are very, very far out, and we're now interjecting with an idea we don't even have proof of with dark matter. But I mean, it's not very easy to go down that road because we have so little proofs of what really is causing that lack of mass. And
Yeah,
firstly,
according to
how do we come to the situation where, you know, we determined how much mass there is in the universe? Surely that is an assumption in itself.
Yeah, the problem arises because they're assuming there's mass to the lights in the sky. They don't know any of that, so because of all these assumptions, they go down all these roads, and in the end, they need all this extra stuff to try to make it work mathematically.
Exactly. Yes. So on that point, you very much have my backing. We do not know.
Well, what is mass?
Massive, according to Michio Kaku, they're off 10 to the 120th
Well,
power.
I mean, it's also
and not only. Go ahead.
I mean, it's also kind of similar to the M-body problem, right? Where they have a problem simulating 3 or 4 objects orbiting each other with gravity. They can't simulate that or solve that, but somehow it's working for like 8 or 9, right?
Magnetic locking is considered to be responsible for the.
Really? Can you show me that?
Magnetic
Did they measure things in the sky to be magnetic? That would be interesting.
This might be a good time for me to say what I started to say a second ago, that he also said that they don't even use the scientific method. So it might be why they have these issues.
It's also funny because most of the planets in the so-called solar system don't have an active core or magnetic field according to them, so it makes no sense.
So, I mean, really, we're all, to some extent, agreeing that we don't truly understand what the truth is.
Well, we established knowledge of what we can, right? Which is, you know, like Elijah was showing you with the black swan.
Yeah, but therefore the assumption that we know is therefore wrong.
Yeah, but to measure flat and to measure curve or to see curve or to see flat, I can tell that I can realize which is one.
Yeah, we know that the idea that you try to sell us as children is wrong and is full of contradiction and doesn't work. So that doesn't mean we can't choose that one. And so We just agree on the objective truths that we can all agree upon. We're not a cult. We're not a replacement belief system. We just agree on the truth.
Brilliant. So then we should stop using this term "no," because none of us really know.
Oh, we know that the surface is measured flat because we measure it flat, and we measure the surface of the water flat. If it were curved, then we would measure that curve.
Let's just ask the question: is it possible that something is actually bending light as it travels through various types of mass?
Yeah, it's up to you to prove that claim. That's an absurd claim.
No, it was a question. It wasn't a claim, it was a question. I'm asking, is it possible?
Hold on. You already saw and agreed that the skunk bait time-lapse thing, right? Heat distortion and stuff makes light appear weird. We already went over this, right?
Yeah.
But if you're suggesting that that's responsible for the horizon moving, the issue with that is that it's supposed to be a physical obstruction, right? So this would be like we're standing at a certain distance. Hold on. This would be like we're standing at a certain distance from each other, right? And then there's an object that's blocking me from your view. Cool. And now refraction happens. There's cold and warm air or whatever, light bending. But at no point are you going to see the obstruction that's blocking me appear behind me and be able to see through that to see me, right? That's not going to happen even with light bending.
Even if, unless the object is transparent.
Light travels in straight lines, and then the angle changes slightly when it hits a boundary that is not perfectly straight. If it's an angle to it, it will refract. But if it's perfectly straight, it will just pass through.
So therefore, if the Earth's curve was perfectly straight, it should just pass through. But we do see refraction.
The Earth's curve perfectly straight.
Oh my gosh!
The thing is, you're looking through the bottom part of the atmos, and you don't have multiple layers to look through of different densities between you and the objects. You have no way to try to bend light down around a curve to make it appear flat. That just doesn't work.
Eddie, can I ask another
question? Reality for that.
But when you send light through, say, like a fiber optic cable, the light is absolutely bending with the cable.
That's not a correlation. It's not related.
No, false equivalency. But I want.
It's incorrect. It's what's happening with fiber optics is called total internal reflection, where the light is bouncing around inside, but it's not actually being bent.
Is it possible that water could be flat? Is that possible?
Well, of course it's possible.
Is that possible, or that
you suppose
how waters behave?
Flat is possible? You suppose?
Yeah, I wanted to ask like that, Danny.
Did he really say that?
Yes, he said it is possible.
Well, it's possible because we know that there's much more than just our universe going on here. There's probably multiple universes where other things are possible.
You have become
AD, how about to answer like a human being and say water always keeps level and it's flat, always. Yeah. Only when it's waving, it's not. But when it's still, it's keep level and flat.
Remind me of my roof from yesterday. I mean, how funny is that? Wow.
Well, no, because ships would not disappear over the horizon, would they? They would stay on the horizon all the way to their destination.
Really, they would sail forever, and we'd be able to see the ship sail all the way back around, right? And then you'd see the back of your head, right? Because you could see forever. Sorry, hold on. So hold on. If you can see, right? If you can see the ships go over the horizon, right? If it were flat, sorry, let me start over. If it were flat and you could see the ships go on forever and ever and ever, right? Then if you could see that far and light's bending down, then you'd be able to see the back of your head, right? Because if light is refracting down around the curve and you can see forever, you should see the back of your head and you should be able to cut your own hair without a mirror. That doesn't make any sense.
We can't see forever, so what we see
that's right. So the ships disappear because you can't see forever.
Indeed.
They're going to vanish.
Well, we have an example of a boat disappearing bottom up, and it's not due to any curvature because the horizon is behind the boat, which means that obviously up until that point, that like it's not supposed to be. Well, there's supposed to be curvature there, but it's not. It's not the horizon, and it's not it disappearing because of the geometric horizon. So it's clearly something else. And when you're looking across the lake, I don't know about you, but I tend to think that it's definitely level because I'm level with the person that's on the other side that I'm looking at.
So it's at least fair to assume that it's possible that light does bend with some
Here we go.
phenomena.
No, it isn't. It's not logical. Here, I'll show you exactly how it's not.
Andrew Thomas
Especially in a
Young said
pressurized
about.
system looking at a
Do
horizon.
you know what
I
Andrew
wouldn't think
Thomas
it's
Young said? Andrew Thomas Young said that light rays are theoretical and don't actually exist.
right.
What can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. Your hypothesis that some magical effect is causing all light to bend and hide all the effects of your globe just doesn't compute.
Well, I did just say it's possible then. I'm
Well,
only
that's why
entertaining.
I said the person. But that's why I said that Andrew Thomas Young says, well, actually, light rays bending, like they're theoretical, they don't actually exist, and it's just for geometric considerations of the already begged into the question sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles, which is also in that document. So other than him saying it and people like you coming along quoting him but not really knowing it because you just I don't know where you got the idea that light is bending around the earth, but I know that the only place you could get some idea like that if you wanted to know about it more in detail is the same place that I read from. And the bottom line is the thing that you're saying is possible is only mathematically, hypothetically, theoretical if an earth with a sphere radius the size that they claim exists because they put that in the math too already.
Yep. So, ladies and gentlemen, I direct your attention to the live stream voice text at 44 minutes after the hour. Do you see that, 8D?
I have to let you guys know I've got to go and make some food. I am actually a carer, and I'm.
Oh, darn! You don't care, so.
No, it's not that. I
Okay.
have to go. I've got a job to do.
I get it. I often have to go.
I will come back, and we can have.
You're
more
welcome
of
to
this
come back.
discussion.
Yeah,
It was a
listen,
very
we-
good
anytime,
discussion,
anytime.
and I
Listen.
really appreciate the patience
Listen.
you guys have had. So, thank you for taking my questions.
Yeah, and 8D.
Glad to chat again with you.
Yeah, 8D, welcome to the server. We do, in spite of what you might think about the conversation or how it went or how some of the attitudes in here or personalities that you might think that's an issue, we do appreciate you coming here. And I actually, personally, I do look forward to having more conversation with you. So welcome.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, everyone.
Can I ask you one thing before we go really quick? Because I never heard you respond anything about it.
Let's go.
Are you sure, Sonny? That's what you said?
It's gone. Already? Oh well. I'm sure he'll be back.
What did you want to know anyway? It's true.
If he agreed or disagreed with whether or not if a boat seemed to disappear, seemingly appeared to disappear over the horizon, and he was able to bring it back into view, what would that mean to him? What would that tell him?
I know. I tried to get to that. He couldn't, got diverted. But we were already in, Elijah was actually already in a very good discussion. And I apologize if I step on any of my friends' toes here.
Well, I was talking about the horizon specifically. I that's all I was trying to do the entire time.
Yes.
and
that was that was a really great way to take it because look, here's what these experts are saying. So when I think Andrew Thomas Young, we're gonna have to start ATY. He got ATY'd.
I want to go over that quote with Andrew Thomas Young. Could someone pull it up for me? Because I think there might be a simple misunderstanding about the quote, and it may be on my end. I believe he was talking about collimated light rays don't exist.
Yeah.
Can someone pull up that quote?
Yeah, that's what he said. Did I say it wrong or something?
Well, I
think it
think
was
that
just
people
light
are saying
rays.
that people are just saying light rays don't exist. I think it's collimated light rays don't exist because we know that light has that inverse square law effect where it goes out from a point source and then it spreads out into a cone.
Yeah, that
all
exists.
directions.
Like the light ray that is like a laser beam from Star Wars or something. But bent. That's what doesn't exist.
Right. Exactly.
Meaning basically, yeah, culminated light, like basically just a straight, not deviating, not
diverging.
Diverging in any way.
Right.
That doesn't exist, but that's what they use to say, well, light is going around this surface and yada. Well, that's the idea behind it. Obviously, that's not real.
Right.
I mean, doesn't
Yeah.
he say just in general, just specifically like rays of light or theory, not just collimated, but just rays in general, just like.
I feel like he did say just
Yeah.
light rays.
Yeah, if you read it, he says, in reality, we always have a beam of light. Infinitely narrow rays don't really.
Yeah, that is more specific.
Right. So infinitely narrow, infinite doesn't exist. Narrow could exist. So, it's really hard to understand what he meant by that because we can't ask him. So I may be wrong, and I guess it's open to interpretation. But
What's in the context of the paper? He's talking about the light rays that you would consider when doing ray tracing or bullshit like that.
Right, so check this out. If you have only diverging light rays, which is what we always see, then every source of light is a divergent light that is hitting our eye from a specific angle. Now, if the source of light is moving beyond and going lower than an edge or geometric curve section, then the rays diverging from that light would never reach your eye. It would be cut off because they're diverging in, that half is diverging into a geographic freaking obstruction. Period.
Is it really possible that this guy was like a total normie? Like
it is possible.
I say that because at first I was like, oh, here we go. Here's this anti-flat earther again.
Yeah, like an agent or something.
He didn't give the resistance to the geometric horizon that I would have expected from an anti-flat earther. So that being the case, like perhaps he is like, well, that's obviously true, which is what he was saying, and then I'm like, well, no, it's like about the horizon, but
yeah,
I think he legitimately was like, what's going on here? I usually drink my peppermint schnapps on a late night, and I look to do whatever, and I decided I'm gonna go on this flat earth server and do a little psychology, see what's going on, because I'm bored, and they get more than they bargain for sometimes.
Yeah, so sometimes they gotta come into an onslaught to go, holy shit, what are these people coming from?
Holy shit.
And then he finally relaxed enough. You saw how it happened. He did get uptight. He got to a spiraling place, and then he kind of did have to stop. It took a long while. It was like pulling teeth. But you get enough of us, like, I know it's not really good as far as listening. Like at first, it sounds like a shit show, but if there's a direction to stopping them from, like, it might need a redirect more often than we're used to stopping them. But each logical fallacy, they can't go on to a second sentence bringing up a second logical fallacy. Please, we got to stop them. So Like if people dislike my method, that's what I'm trying to do. That's all I'm trying to do. And I know it seems like I'm disruptive sometimes and that I'm just breaking it for no reason because I want to be heard. No, that's the last thing. I don't need to be heard. I like what you guys are saying, honestly. So I love the conversation. I love the direction it's going in. Elijah, you've been always like a freaking the light shining the way in a lot of ways. So I appreciate that, man.
And I keep in mind, it definitely doesn't have to be me. I just I get pissed off when I'm talking and someone wants to put a point behind it, like I wasn't waiting for a response, like a series of well placed questions for the appropriate answers. Like that's what that. If I can't do that, I mean, by all means, you guys can go ahead. But that's why I say, well, one of you guys can go because I mean it. Like just one person, it can't be five people. You know, doing five different things. That's insane.
Yeah. Yeah, and listen, I know I'm guilty of it, and I honestly don't think I don't know, that I'm belligerent or something. I know sometimes I do that, and I can get so spontaneous
Well,
like that.
I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about anybody specific tonight
Yeah, I know,
or anything.
But I'm just talking personally about myself only. That's a personal statement here. I appreciate you all's patience with me. I do.
But going back to Anderson's young, what I really like about this quote here is the beginning of it, because in the beginning they admit there is no horizontal boundaries between dense and less dense air in a stratified atmosphere, so they don't have the grounds to refract things down.
That's why it has to curve. Yes, that's the whole. Man.
Elijah, you know what? I
That's
will tell you
juicy.
something. I'm pissed off when you explaining with your peaceful, nice, I don't know how to say, voice, and then on the end I find out what the fuck this guy didn't listen to him even not. Why is this happening? That pissed me off so much, and then I need to say something. What the fuck? If I can't listen to somebody, that's fucking you because you have so good approach. You are get the point really so simple immediately. I'm so quiet when I know to interrupt you sometimes, Elijah, but I'm so quiet when you're explaining people. I want to, these people will get it now because this is the guy who explaining for me. I don't know the best way, simple way. It's there now. He will show him, and there is the point. No, he has no point. He cannot show him. We are somewhere else. We are in stars. I don't know where fucking we are.
I totally get you, man.
Yeah, because I'm talking to him the whole time, and I'm like, this is why the horizon is important. This is why it's relevant. And he's like, yeah. So what about them asteroids, though, bruh? Like
the asteroids.
Like
which probably was a natural progression.
About that? My will be, what the fuck you are saying about that geometric horizon? What that mean? And then you will say, I mean this, and we have that. And I'll say, what you have? And then we'll go into we cannot reach that point, man. Even with you, I cannot believe. I know my English is bad. I need to kill myself to reach that point. Where are you coming? And in that point, they're not asking the normal simple question. Okay, what the fuck you have?
Yeah, it's been over a year, huh, Sasha, since you've been saying that. Like, why every time? Just ask him what the hell he's talking about. Just ask him. Just go on and ask him. What do you mean you have evidence? They never ask. They don't give a fuck about the evidence. Sorry, Truth.
No, I can't believe that I missed the convo because even when you started into the Black Swan, I was paying attention.
Yeah, it's a Black Swan. You need to 1 hour to reach the point to present Black Swan.
I missed you going through the end of the Black Swan, and I didn't get to hear his response to it. So tell me what his response was to it. Because look, I waited and anticipated
I got interrupted.
forever because he kept getting what? So I didn't miss it. It just didn't happen, right?
It kind of didn't happen. It veered off to something else. As I think he was that when he asked about asteroids. I can't remember, but
I don't know. He got away from it 4 or 5 times, and I kept waiting, anticipating for him to get back to it, right? And it's like every time.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hank, you are kind of the reason. Like you just, and because you're my boy, my man's, I was like, well, fuck it, it's Hank. What am I gonna do? Like, but I was about to put the spear to his chest, and then you came through, and you were like, what you? Oh, did you? What were you talking about? Uh, it was good. It was just
for him.
Hold on. In my defense, he was saying that it's not perfectly spherical. So I said, well, you're not off by a margin of error. You're off by an order of magnitude. So I think I speared him in the chest pretty good when I said the radius would have to be the distance to the moon, 238,000 miles. That would be the radius, right? I said, not only that, that's not the only problem with your model. So I didn't give him a chance to respond. It was your model's dead, not because of that only, but because the cosmological constant crisis, and then he admitted openly about the dark matter, and then Josh made a mistake, and then I corrected Josh, and then I said there's also physics outside the standard model, right? So there's all these reasons, and then he started agreeing. So I kind of feel like he was like, yeah, there's a spear in my chest right now. If I pull it out in front of everybody, it's going to get real messy.
Yeah, but if it's not perfect sphere, where is that not perfect curvature?
Yeah, okay, so the distance to the horizon being at minimum 10 times plus, right? It would have to be the distance, from here to where they claim the moon to be. That's not just a little off. Like that's significant. So his claim of it's not perfectly spherical is not even applicable to this.
It looks that we made this math, that we put this number there, and that we are like, this is our numbers. No, your numbers, man. Sorry.
If the Earth isn't perfectly spherical, then they don't have this uniform gravity that they be talking about.
Yeah, do any of them actually know the radius or circumference? I don't think one of them has been able to do it yet.
Well, he did answer correctly. He said 24,000 miles, but he was thinking circcircumference.
Nah, he said 29,000.
He said 29.
Oh, I misheard. Yeah. My apologies. It's a good thing I kept my mouth shut then. And I just want to say, Elijah, if I talked over your brother, I do apologize, but I was just trying to, twist the spear that you had played.
No, you did good. I was like, it's Hank. I mean,
I thought like now Elijah will present him Black Swan. No, he will not. Now Elijah will present him. No, he will not.
I know, right? I'm like, it's all night, and then it happened, and I'm like, wait, did I miss it? I'm like, no.
I mean, because I did it verbally. I just went through it quick, with the Modus Solens. I presented the argument. I was waiting for the Black Swan to roll up, and then that's when, yeah.
Like 5 of us was posting like a Black Swan. Nothing.
It's like you could tell you could tell who was anticipating it. Because every time you'd get near that conversation, it's like the same ones would start posting the shit over again.
And I just to beat out all of that. What if this? Who did this? There's another this. I actually go to National Geographic because the guy tells you, the guy that's supposed to be challenging the flat earther there, he tells you we got the camera as close to the water level as possible. So the horizon is going to be 1.2 miles away. That was very distinct. 1.2 miles away. Okay, so you know that your camera is 1 foot off the ground. It's 1.2 miles away specifically because that's what Google tells you. And so the boat goes out there and the stripes begin to disappear bottom up, but the horizon is definitely behind the boat. So it's like That's the one I like to use. Black Swan right there.
Oh, that what they are debunking the flat Earth. Yeah, that's.
I'm about to kill him with these binoculars though. Soon as I get on the beach and go do something.
Well, when he returns, I'm gonna ask him what he thinks about that horizon being 10 plus times, the distance that it should be, and I'm gonna ask him about the boats. If you can bring them back into view.
Guys, I got a question.
And I'm not answering not one single question of his until he does. Not the 10 question thing.
I got a question that I kind of need a response to. When we say that water doesn't curve, and then somebody mentions the meniscus, convex or concave, or like water droplets curving. I mean, I don't think that works on a scale as large as the Earth or whatever. But what's a good response to that?
It doesn't work on a scale the size of.
Well, let me
Or
just say that.
Don't say water doesn't curve. Just say the outside of a surface isn't considered a container, and you need a volume for matter in a liquid state. That's pretty straightforward.
It's water when left undisturbed. You gotta make sure you say when it's left water when left undisturbed takes the shape of its container and seeks its level.
Yeah, it definitely needs the container, except for the water droplet. But those are usually on a surface. Or
Well, that's not equivalent to a body of water.
Yeah.
And it's not in the state where it's like left undisturbed either. It's still trying to seek its equilibrium.
Okay.
Hey, I got a question.
Go.
Would a sundial work everywhere?
No, it doesn't work in my basement.
Right. But a sundial and moon dials, they work everywhere. All ancient cultures had sundials. Right?
The concept basically works, right? As long as you have access to the sun or the moon, but individual dials wouldn't work all over the place unless they were like adjustable.
Then they got the unsweetened gold peak. They just have they have every brand, but not the kind. How annoying. You got Joe T, but you don't have raspberry. You got Gold Peak, but you don't have sweet. Y'all feel what I'm saying? It's a travesty.
Could be worse. Could be drinking brisk.
Yeah, brisk is trash. Extremely terrible. I'm looking at brisk right now. That's crazy. As soon as I stepped aside.
Yeah, because they want you to drink that nasty.
You know what's pretty good? The cream soda from Canada Dry.
Yeah, Canada Dry is legit. People sleep on it. Their diet ginger ale is good. The cream soda though is excellent, top tier.
You'll never guess what I found the other day and tried.
What was that?
Pineapple cream soda.
Pineapple cream soda. That sounds good. They got orange
Never
cream.
heard of it.
Why
It's pretty
not?
good.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Yeah, I'd try it.
That shit sounds like it needs some vodka or some Jack Daniels or something. Maybe some. I don't know. That sounds good.
That with a steak? Yeah.
Whew.
Damn, I want steak now. That's what we're doing. Yeah. Actually, what I want is some coffee, some homemade coffee. Y'all ever notice that no matter what you do, I used to work at 7-Eleven even. And even in there, I don't know what they do to the coffee, but it never tastes anything like the coffee that you make in your house. That instant coffee, I don't know what they put crack in there or something, man, cuz there's no other coffee that tastes like the coffee you can make in your house.
I agree. My son, he's kind of a coffee snob, is what I call him. And I gotta say, man, some of the stuff that he gets, like Arabian grown coffee in the shade, and I'm like drinking the shit, like, damn.
I done went with the peach tea.
No, but I appreciate that. Thanks for reaching out, Hank, in DMs, because what happened is I actually called Glad on the telephone and had a little conversation.
Good. I'm glad y'all got that squared away, because I
No.
and then you ripped us and then muted them for interrupting. And it was an honest
I fuck
mistake.
up. Listen, I'm not saying I don't fuck up at times when I'm like in the heat of the battle. Like once I've decided to make a move, yeah, I have second thoughts in the middle, but that trigger finger already went off. Sorry about that. Oops, misfire.
Hey, it happens, bro. We all make mistakes. You know, it's just the fact that you're a man enough to square it away properly. And then you came out publicly and apologized. That's aces in my book.
Yeah, so listen, like I'm happy to know that I actually do have like Glad's phone number, a couple of used phone numbers, you know, where I'm actually making a commitment to myself to like be in contact with people, be upfront with people, and practice what I preach. Like, am I just going to be somebody like what irritates me the most is people that won't stand by their own word. Like they don't honor their words, then I think it's useless. Maybe call me old-fashioned. Oh, you know. but sometimes we have human failings, so sometimes there might be a time when like
Talking about me, Sonny.
I'll say things and then sometimes I may go back on my own word, but I'll let you know I did that too. I was fucking wrong. I had to backstep. Okay, if it caused any damage, I'm sorry about that. I'll try to make it better the next time. That's how I try to do.
Look at this shit right here. Oh, sorry.
That'll do, big.
I see my face lighting up. Sorry.
You're good, Sonny. You're good, Sonny. We all love you.
He's getting some coffee online. He's like Arabian grown in the shade. Oh shit! Look at this shit.
Nah, because I saw. I'm sorry, Sonny. Wait, no.
That's okay.
Let's not let that moment go. Sonny, you're an amazing guy, and you hold the fort down here, and you can argue with the best of them. And I really appreciate you being here. Plus, you're my music buddy, and I can't wait to be able to get back to. When I'm not working like a dog and I could just sit down and make music, you know?
Yeah, man, exactly. Like, listen, I've been perfecting my sound to where I got this lineup of my own pedals and things that I've like tweaked and worked on and like freaking failed at and like fixing back, all kinds of stuff like that. Like, so this is like, and got it so that my sound just sounds like something out of a dream. Sounds like Hendrix is sitting here with me in my room. Or something like that. Or Van Halen. Or whatever. Like R.I.P. Van Halen. Anyway.
Well, you know where I stand because us cancers have to stick together.
Hey, yeah, exactly. True. Thank you.
Who was that in the background? Someone, did you hear that?
That was Elijah's. Is he another one?
Sorry, it's in the store. Sorry.
I know, we heard that. I like that, actually. You chose the peach tea. Gotcha. Didn't think we heard that, huh? That's funny. Yeah, wow. So I had my monthly 1 beer. I'm going to allow myself one beer a month.
That's one of the first things I did when I got off the keto this week. Because the holidays, all this food, And the first thing I did was all those beers that I got for tips on deliveries. I started drinking them one the next day, one the next day, cleaning out the kidneys.
Yeah, I don't ever drink. I'm recovered. I can just drink one now, or maybe even 2, but that's it. No more. So I've been stopped somehow.
Cool. Yeah, I've recovered from moonshine. So drunk, I'm not going to finish the rest of that sentence. But yeah, never drink a moonshine again. I didn't know what I was getting into.
I mean, come on, it's called moonshine.
See, for a cancer, that could be really hazardous. It wouldn't be a good idea for me to have a still, even though the idea is enticing because I like that kind of stuff. Seeing things like that work and seeing something come out the other end that's science. I mean, there's your visible sign of hydrodynamics going. But if I start sipping on it and start liking it too much, bad
What
news
was that
for
noise?
Sunny. Bad news for
Who
Sunny.
made that noise? Somebody cleared their voice or something? Sound like the bad guy from Inspector Gadget.
That was also me. Oh God!
Listen, you guys. Listen, I want to tell you the funny stories because I've been in VC check-in over the weekend and the holidays and stuff like that. There was this one guy in there, and he's just in VC check-in, so I unmute him because I just got done verifying 12 people in a row. Bam, 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 bam. To bring him in this live stream here. That was yesterday, within the last 48 hours. So one guy's in there and goes you have a wretched voice. Your voice is horrible. Dude, you have cancer. That's what he kept saying. Yeah, you have cancer. Your voice is ugly. He was really vile.
I'm sorry. I'm not even on mute. I hate this headset. I'm just what?
That's right. That's what he was
Who
saying.
says that?
I know.
No, listen. I've had in VC. Yeah, VC. It kind of honestly, it makes me feel a little bit better that you said that they came in and said that to you because I get it a lot.
That
Bruh,
is
your voice is
hilarious.
wretched. You have
I mean,
the most horrible voice I ever heard. Sounds like nail scratching on a chalkboard.
It was there was one night. See, this is the thing though. Over the year, I really didn't get it any at all, and then all of a sudden one night, it's they just started rolling in, and then the next day they started rolling in, and I mean it's handfuls of people just within a 2-day period. That's all I heard, and I'm like, these motherfuckers, they're just trolling me. That's all they're doing. They're just coming in trolling me. I don't know if someone's put them up to it or what, but I never did get it until that one night, and then I got it straight nonstop for 2 days.
Yeah, they're hating. I've said before, I love your voice. And then the accent to go with it. It's.
Yeah, you have a beautiful
I'm thinking
voice.
of another language to say, but I Travian. I don't know if that's the. I don't know, but it's fine.
What?
Fuck these maggot globe believing assholes.
Well, thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Truth prevails. You have a beautiful voice.
I think the word is bonita.
Muy bien. I think that's it. Muy bien. Yeah. I don't know what très bien
Yeah.
means, but I sound terrible right now.
Très bien.
Très bien is français. Parlez-vous français? Très bien is France.
And thank you, Enoch.
What's up,
Very
Enoch?
means very
You're
good.
welcome. Hey, what's up? How you guys doing?
Pretty good.
That's awesome. Hi, Hank.
Hi, bud. You got married yet?
Oh, and I'm just waiting for to give me the word, and then I'll be over there. I do have bad news.
Oh.
I went to the neuro to see my neurologist, and I showed him my seizures, and I have a EEG scheduled next month. She said that it looks like it doesn't affect my brain. I also got a couple comments from other people that also have Tourette syndrome, and they have the same thing. They struggle with the same thing, and they were telling me that I was gonna be okay. That it usually comes out negative, and there's nothing wrong with my brain. But the bad news is that I can't operate heavy machinery and I can't drive.
Oh man.
So I can't I have to take a Greyhound to get to my fiance now. So I just
You
have
know
to
what,
look
man? Life is
away.
full of these trials and tribulations, and you should be thankful because you can pass that trial. Right? That one's doable. We just went through our trial today. Apparently, the state of Texas is going to let me keep my bird. They're not going to put her in prison camp, and they charged her with finally. We got them to knock it down to a paraphernalia ticket.
Wow. That's wow. That's all I can say. And you said Texas? That's actually where I'm trying to go. So
They got strict cannabis laws.
huh? Was that?
They got strict cannabis laws. They'll kidnap your
Right.
ass and put you in a cage.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like, I need to get an ID thing. I'm pretty sure I have to get validated with an ID or something like that. Have a green car medical card. Are you aware? Do you know if they have anything like that over there?
I'm sorry, I missed it. Like what?
Like a medical green card there?
No, there ain't no medical bud here in Texas. The only thing you could do is get CBD products and Delta 8 and Delta 10. Delta 9 is. Oh, really? They're outlawing Delta 8.
No way.
Man.
Only Delta 8.
Oh, see, then
Interesting.
now I may have a predicament. Maybe I might just have to find a place over there, but have a place over
Oklahoma,
here.
bro. You get to carry and you can have your bud. So finally, you can be free enough to smoke pot out of your shotgun, as long as you don't hurt anyone.
Well, there's Delta
Yeah.
10 too, Hank. Is
I
that
don't like
in your
using
state?
guns. I don't like guns. I mean, it's the same like as if it was a sword or a knife, but
Oh, I
I just
forgot. You know, I'm in the boonies. The city like Austin, you can have Levy too. You can have bud. I forgot about the cities.
Really?
So I guess it proves our point that it's down to the local principalities
All
what the
right.
law is. So
That's
yeah, if you live in Austin, what is it? Less than 2 ounces or something like that is what is it? I don't know.
misdemeanor.
Hang
Apparently,
on
they
a
won't
second.
kidnap you and put you in a cage.
Sorry, I've got to do this.
Okay, go ahead. What happened?
Can you not hear me?
yeah.
How about? Okay, so now here we go. Matfield, if you're out there, get your ass in here, man.
You've been either cutting off completely or when you come on, you're so loud, girlfriend. You gotta.
No way. So I
Yeah.
didn't come through.
So you need to back.
Yeah,
You need to back away
You're
from the
coming in.
mic if you have a mic, or turn
You're
down
like
the settings.
You like coming in and out. That's what she
Well,
said.
just tell Madfield to get his ass in this server.
Okay, that's better. Like that level of volume is perfect. But if you talk louder, you need to turn it down just slightly so when you peak up, that it doesn't cut out at the high magnitude levels. Do you understand that part?
Kinda, sorta, maybe,
Yeah, you
somewhat. Probably not.
I think Discord has like this thing where if Helio starts singing too loud, it cuts him out. So right in the middle of his notes, it'll cut him out. And I think you're hitting some of those volumes.
And that has to do with your mic sensitivity and your Discord settings.
Well, if you can bear with me another, like tonight and maybe tomorrow, hopefully no longer, I have my other laptops. Maybe I'll get it all straightened out. See, what if I just talk low like this?
But if you're able to, it doesn't matter what. It doesn't matter what device you're using. You'll have to go to the settings to change the adjustment because each mic is a little different. So some you have to be back further. Some you have to turn down the sensitivity. So you have those settings in Discord.
He sounded just fine. Ow.
Okay, I'll shut up now. That was the hint from the crew. Thank you. Thanks, Master Chief.
Make sure if you right click the little speaker in the bottom right hand corner and go to the microphone settings, I would maybe bring it down 15-20% and then try that. See what's
I'm pulling you.
Well, I know what I did now. I remember. Thanks. That reminded me. I do remember. So.
Also, something I found out tonight is really useful. Like, my USB ports were loose, like the connections were loose, so I had to get a sewing needle and go in there and adjust those little tiny prongs so they have more tension. And it pushes the plug up and it's like a brand new plug now. Because it was cutting out my mic. And every time it cut out this mic, it would make the other mic, which is the internal laptop mic, go on, which is screeching. Like it doesn't work right.
Oh, man.
All the way. So then people were telling me, wow, you got a problem with your mic. I'm like, what the hell's going on? I didn't even know it. I figured it out today. So now it's perfect.
Sonny, I got lost trying to get home back from Kohl's. I went to my doctor's appointment. Then after my doctor's appointment, I went straight to Kohl's to go get some socks.
Where, College Grove?
No, it was all the way in Chula Vista. Yeah, dude, and it was 3 hours to get home, but I got home at 11. But I got home at 11 o'clock because I got lost. I got lost using the GPS because it was dark and I couldn't. And everything looked different.
I'm telling you, I've ridden like that. I've had many rides like you're talking about. I can't use technology. I just have to go with my intuition and where I'm.
Bro, I didn't have a bike. I was on foot the entire time. My legs are hurting right now.
On foot, I bet.
Yeah, I have blisters under my feet, bro.
I got blisters on my feet.
I mean, that sounds funny, but it's not funny. My feet hurts.
My python boots are on too tight. I couldn't get a sleep last night.
We haven't heard from Truth. Did you want to do a mic check, Truth? I'm sorry, Sonny. Keep playing, bro.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Oh, well, what do you think?
Yeah,
Did it fix it? All right, cool. Good to go then.
I actually have a question. Testing.
For who?
For anybody. For anybody that was here earlier with that guy that was on earlier. I don't know if he was German or something. Sonny, you were on.
Yeah, I remember
the Dan guy.
How did that end up?
Hold on, what's his name? I have a mail from him. I think I emailed him. Hold on.
Did he end up getting banned? Did he calm down? Like, what happened?
He calmed down. He might have got muted at the end. Let me see. Which one was that? Man.
Are we talking about the Dan guy, the last guy we talked to?
No, we're
No,
talking.
that was a Brit.
We're talking about the man. Yeah. That's man. It's vaccine.
Yeah. So that paper he posted. Yeah. He posted a paper that says it's equivalent to Newtonian or general relativity is equivalent to Newtonian gravity. That wasn't exactly what the paper said. If you have a universe with one body, yeah, it's the same.
Was it Faustinos?
But see, here's the problem with that, because I don't know how much you guys know about linear algebra. You can add to so if the gravity of one body is linear, the gravity in another body is linear, you can just add them together. It's called a superposition, right? You can just add the vectors together and you have a solution. But general relativity is nonlinear. You can't just add bodies together. It doesn't work that way. So it's not equivalent.
See,
the moment he goes
I didn't know that.
Yeah. There's actually
I learned that though in the chat when you called me out, and I was like, well, it saves me because both of them is pseudoscience anyway.
I can actually post a video about it. Basically debunking general relativity, the math of it, the logic of it too, because it's just total horseshit. But when he's like, he didn't actually read it because Newton never supposed a one body universe. You know what I mean? That's obviously non-physical. There's more than how would you even measure gravity in a one body universe? Because as soon as you introduce the measuring instrument, that's going to have gravity, right? So you just screwed it up.
Newton didn't want gravity attributed to him anyway.
His name was Eternal Potato.
Potato guy, yeah,
Mr.
Potato.
That's right, Eternal Potato.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll just say that's a good example of reading something, but not really reading it carefully or understanding it, because it says right at the end, it says general relativity reduces Newtonian gravity with one body. That's it. One body. Because if you look at the equation, it's not M1, M2. There's just GM equals R, which is the radius, right? So it could mean anything, literally anything. But, I mean, it's just a corny argument to even have anyway. That guy was just full of himself when he came in. He thought, I'm going to show these dumb flat earthers. And, you know how that goes.
Yeah, but I appreciate you sharing that, because we don't have to dig in that deep or to know those specifics in order to present the argument of gravity being verified. So if someone takes it into this, now we know if everybody's paying attention.
Well, that's the thing. When somebody says Einstein general relativity is equivalent to Newtonian gravity, that's just not possible. The mathematics make it not possible. So, because a linear equation is 2x, and you could add x can be any number. So right, it's going to go up 2 times, right? So 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. That's a linear equation. A nonlinear equation won't do that. You can't even figure out the solution, because the nonlinear equations are best described by chaotic things like the weather, or the turbulence of a pool of water, things like that. Things that we can approximate, but we really can't come up with solutions for, right? Because no one can really predict the weather. Right, if you want to know which way the air is going in a turbulent fluid, there's a whole field study called chaos theory, because there's no mathematics that actually describes it. So to say Newtonian gravity and general relativity are mathematically the same, it's not possible.
Well, I knew they were in contradiction just because of the cause, right? Well, one is gravity is caused by the center of mass attracting another center of mass. So it's the object itself, it's the mass, and in the other one, it's the bending and warping of space time. That the body's sitting in, so it's the medium. But I never knew the equation aspect of it. So if everybody's paying attention, maybe they learned the same thing that I did, or maybe, hell, maybe they knew. Maybe I'm the only one that didn't know.
Yeah, well, he's one of these people that they're like, I mean, how many people come in here, they just think we're stupid, and they can come in and say anything, and we're not going to know the difference. Sitting there trying to teach y'all what science is, and he doesn't even know what it is. Like, it's the arrogance and the ego which pisses me off. Sorry to say, it just irritates the shit out of me.
Yeah, his attitude did me too, especially the reason why he came in.
Yeah,
that just from there forward. So Newtonian gravity is linear, and you can add other bodies to it.
Yeah.
Einsteinian gravity is not, and you can't.
Yeah, you can just keep adding, because it's just vector mathematics, right? You can add two vectors, right? Right. So if I had a vector that was if you think of it like this, it's like a Cartesian grid. Like one vector is pointing at 45 degrees, and another one's pointing halfway between 45 and 90 degrees. If I add those two vectors, that vector is going to be in between those two lines, right? No problem. No problem. Nonlinear doesn't work that way. You can't even add the vectors. You don't even know where to start. There's nowhere to even begin. Let's put it this way: the output don't match the input. That's the only real way to describe it.
And it's amazing. It's curious how they get so excited when they see somebody that gets angry from the pure stupidity. They don't even understand it at all.
Nonlinear, you could put in 5 and get out -3. Like, seriously, you could add stuff and get minuses. It doesn't because the way human beings think, we think in a linear fashion. It's hard for us even to comprehend even how it works. That's why there's some things in nature we just haven't solved because we're just not capable of solving it. Our brains don't work that way.
Exactly. But for these people to think they have the knowledge about everything, the knowledge of everything, how everything works, they think they have to have the answer to everything, and they're in such a mess. What a befuddled group. I never saw such an example of cognitive incoherence in my life ever, in any circles. That means even the village idiot. Oh boy, they're all.
Well, when I came in, he was talking to an Elijah. He was talking to Elijah, and I heard him. And the first thing I heard was him trying to tell Elijah observation was science. And I'm just like, oh my God, not one of these guys. Right? Thinks just staring at something is science. But then he took it and then the more he talked, the more he proved that he knew even less than he was putting on that he knew.
Yeah.
Well, even worse than that is when he said it was observation was right after I'd made the statement that that I didn't think that he agreed with Elijah on the scientific method or science being based on the scientific method. And he goes, straw man. Like, he kept accusing me of building a straw
Yeah,
man.
I heard that part.
And then he's like, the very next breath, he's like, observation is science. I'm like, okay.
If observation is science, my cat is a scientist.
Yep.
Pretty good one too, I bet.
So are the fish looking up at you from a stream of water. They swim by and they look up at you from this inside the stream. They're doing science. They're science fish.
So that is something I've noticed Glover's trying to do is call out logical fallacies, but they don't even know what they are.
Y'all
Like,
got me over here dying. Oh god.
so
Cat's
I
a
had someone on Twitter
bro.
tell me today. So he posted a thing from Flat Earth WS, right?
Oh
And it's
god.
about it's Apollo mission profile, right? So I'm like, yeah, that's great. Said I'll believe that as soon as you can produce the telemetry data. And he said that was a straw man. I'm like, what? I'm like, what? What? And then I realized he didn't know what telemetry was.
Oh god.
Because I was like, you're using that wrong. He's like, no, I'm not. You didn't even look at the picture. Then I realized,
Obviously, he didn't know what a straw
like I
man
said,
was.
he doesn't know what a straw man is. He doesn't know what telemetry data is. That was the mission. That's where the ship actually went. You know.
Show me a glober. Show me a glober.
We know where the telemetry data is. They didn't have time to make it up.
I can measure the ceiling light to figure out what size the floor is. Show me a glober.
There has to be a reason they didn't fake that either, because that would actually be one of the easier things to fake. So there has to be a reason that they didn't like just release some fake telemetry data and had to say they lost it.
Okay, y'all write
Laziness.
your separate lines now. Show me a glober. You got to write lines for the song. That's what I'm saying. So show me a glober that doesn't measure the ceiling light to find out what size the floor is. Next, someone you got to write the lyrics. Next line, please.
Laziness and arrogance. That's why they didn't do it.
Show me a glober that isn't lazy and arrogant, wants flat earthers to spoon feed them the information. Okay. Next. Anyone else?
Well, I posted an anti-flat earther video last night where the guy proved his proof that the NASA images weren't CGI was actually CGI. He used Blender to prove that the Earth, because people say, oh, those images of the ball, the United States isn't the same size in the images, right? Big in this one and not big in that one. So he's like, so he loads up Blender and says, look, when you change the focal length in Blender, it does the exact same thing. Well, Blender is CGI, so you just use CGI to prove that that's not CGI? Like, how does that work?
He just showed you in Blender how to do it. Oh my god.
Then he sent me it. Then he replied in the YouTube comments like, you didn't get what I was trying to do. Like, yeah, I do get it. Like, you tried to use CGI to show that changing focal lengths will change the image. But you have to use an actual camera. You can't use a computer graphic program to prove that it's not computer graphics.
Guys, we got What the Flat coming in. He's always in the YouTube asking us the same question about sextants, and he wants to talk to everybody about how sextants prove the globe Earth. So he'll be in. His name's What the Flat. He just came in. Enjoy.
Oh boy.
What the
His
Flat?
claim is sextants only work on a globe. They can't work on flat Earth. What a Flat. We're waiting for you. Speak.
Hello.
Hi. Welcome.
Good evening, good morning, or whatever. So I'm just asking how sextant works on flat Earth.
You get an elevation angle.
Okay, and then what do you do with that elevation angle?
I thought you just wanted to know how a sextant works with the flat Earth. Not everything else you derive after that.
How do you locate your position on Earth using a sextant?
With the elevation angles from the flat horizontal plane.
And then with that elevation angle, what do you do with that?
You're skipping past a few points. You need a circle of equal altitude.
Okay, and how do you get the radius of that circle of equal altitude?
You don't get it on a sphere. That's for sure.
But how do you
tell
do
us how you get how do you get a circle of equal altitude? on a sphere?
You get the zenith angle, and then you multiply by 60 nautical miles, and that is the distance from your position to the GP.
In a straight line, right?
No.
Yeah, flat line.
Oh, so you're saying that's a curved adjacent? Congratulations! Ding, 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 ding! You won the prize. Okay.
It's a distance, curved distance.
There's no such thing as a curved adjacent on a right triangle. Thank you. I'll be here all
There
week.
are no right
How did you
triangles.
think we did it without the nautical almanac? Or the without the almanac? Do you think we did it without that?
It's not. It's maybe with some celestial bodies, but with stars you need the almanac.
You do know celestial navigation predates the globe delusion.
I'm just asking how it works on flat Earth.
It works just like it exactly does right now that navigators are using, because you can't do it on a sphere. It requires a level flat plane,
Yeah,
the
it only
flat
works
plane
on
as a
the-
horizontal datum to measure angles from.
Yeah,
You can't get your angle with the curved
So how
adjacent.
does it work on a globe when you don't have a triangle?
Tell us.
With angles, not triangles.
Really?
You don't
More
have
than
a-
180 degree angles?
Sorry?
Do your angles have more than 180 degrees?
My angles have more than 180 degrees.
Is there such a
what would
thing
be-
as an angle, a right triangle with more than 180 degrees? Does that exist?
I think it's another topic. I would say yes. For
Yes.
spheres,
Okay. That's
but,
your answer. He answered yes.
But
Thanks.
sextants don't use triangles. And if
So
they
how did you
do,
triangulate the position without triangles?
Triangles.
No,
You're
it's not
measuring a
triangle.
triangle with a sextant, bro.
It's not triangulation. It's trilateration.
What the?
It's only
fuck?
called planar triangulation.
Now
for
you're
no reason,
mixing.
right?
You're mixing things.
Okay, so how does it work on flat Earth?
Well, with trilateration, you already have known distances. So what are you talking about?
No,
We're not talking about
trilateration.
We're not talking about triangulation. We're trilateration. We're talking about the use of a sextant from a horizontal plane in which you get your horizontal circle of equal altitude, which cannot be achieved on a ball. That's the answer.
So how it works on a flat Earth, because you only get one angle.
I just told you how it works on a flat Earth. Are you listening?
Okay, so you measure an angle to a star of at 40.
From what? From what? You keep skipping through the graveyard whistling. What do you measure the angle from?
You can get, for example, a bubble sextant.
You can
and
get.
then
Can't answer the question.
Assuming a flat Earth, then
Here's another question they can't answer.
Assuming a flat Earth, using a bubble sextant, you would establish a horizontal plane parallel to sea level, and then you would measure the angle from this horizontal plane to the star.
Exactly, parallel to sea level. You got that part right. Parallel, sea level's parallel, horizontal. Yes, you're right.
I wanted to cut in and say welcome to Flat Earth. That's what I wanted to
Flat
say.
Earth. Awesome. All the oceans are parallel to each other. Yes, you're right.
Yeah,
They
so
are.
that only
All
works on a
oceans
flat
are
Earth.
parallel.
So can you explain how that would work on a globe when you don't have a flat bottom of your triangle?
No, but we were getting there. How do you get then the distance to the GP, or the radius of the circle of equal altitude?
Just like you thinking they do on a straight line coordinate system. That's why charts that we are navigating and doing dead reckoning are on flat charts. That's how we know with such accuracy where we are at.
How do you get that radius of a circle of equal altitude?
You go because the distance you are traveling. That's how.
But you don't know your position.
Yes, you do know your position. Hello. How are you saying you know your position on a curved surface?
It's even called ground positioning system, not global positioning system.
Listen,
because it's the ground, not
listen. Do you know those stars? Do you know those stars are exactly above the same exact geographic locations they were for all centuries since recorded time?
No,
in the same place now today as they were then on your spinning globe? How does that work?
No, the almanac has been modified. Has been updated.
Yeah, they are, bro. You're wrong.
It has been updated.
You're wrong. You could set up the city of Baghdad again all over today with the astrolabe that they used in 3000 BC or whenever the freaking city was laid out, with an astrolabe with the same stars over the same geographical locations. That
So
they would
how
be
do you
there
get?
today, reset at that same time. Every single star resets again at over the same exact. That's predictable because everything you see in the sky is above us. The
So
flat
how do you? Sorry.
existence.
The stars have not changed in all of recorded human history, and according to mainstream science, they will not change for 1,000 more years.
They're never gonna change.
Depending on the star, but how do you get the
Depending on the
distance from the
star.
GP? How do you get the radius of the circle of equal altitude on flat Earth?
Because it has to be a flat horizontal plane, or else your calculations are going to be wrong afterwards. It's a measurement based on
So
your dead reckoning positioning and the time involved, where you are in time, right?
so you
How
measure
do
an
you get it
angle.
on a sphere?
Time is involved with your speed, time over distance, right?
No, you just
So time,
you then need
so time,
you can use
distance
the
for a
sextant to measure
matter
your
for.
location.
So what are you asking me? How do you get your distance from one point to A, from one A to B, which is
You
the
can
bottom
find.
part of the
Hold
triangle?
on a sec.
The sextant measures an angle. So then that angle,
Angle from
how
what?
do you, from the horizontal plane.
That's correct. That's how it works on flat Earth. How does it work on a globe?
You can establish a horizontal plane tangent to the
On a curved
surface with a
surface.
level.
How do you
Yeah.
establish a horizontal, straight, parallel, like straight horizontal surface on a globe?
With a
Tell me that.
level.
On a curved surface.
With a
Go.
level. With a level.
How do you oh my God. How do you
No, you
establish a
can't.
horizontal level plane from a spherical surface or a curved surface? Go.
With a level.
With a level that mimics sea
That
level.
level was
Okay,
curved.
gotcha. Welcome
it
to Flat
doesn't.
Earth once again.
It doesn't
Welcome to
mimic
Flat
sea
Earth.
level.
Do the mariners use
It
a
doesn't
level?
mean it's sea
Do
level.
people in ancient times use a level?
Sorry?
I gotta know, do they? I don't know. I'm asking for real.
Sorry,
Did
I
they
didn't get
level
it.
the bird's nest with the ocean as they're rocking back and forth? You can't level anything on a moving boat, right? Now, if it was perfectly
No,
calm and
no,
still, you
no.
could.
Because bubble sextants were not used on ships. They were used on planes.
Is that correct? I don't know.
Did you say sextants were used on ships?
On boats?
On boats or ships? Sextants
Yeah.
are not used on boats or ships?
No, they
Well, I
were
see
used
crow's nest was
Oh
the
my
level
God.
for
They
it.
What
were
a
used.
numpty.
They
Oh
were.
my God. Oh my God.
I said
Sonny,
they
you
are
got
and they
it.
were.
You nailed it.
They
Next.
are and they were used on ships and boats, but bubble sextants were used on planes because the horizon.
Blasphemer. You're out of your mind, bro. Where did you
Okay.
come from,
Sonny, you
bro?
are
Bro.
interrupting him quite a bit, though. Like, I can't. I want to hear what he has to say.
Okay. I apologize.
So how do you get the radius of the circle of equal altitude on flat Earth?
Who cares? You don't need it.
Ah, okay. So it doesn't work.
So how do we get? You ask what you ask. How do you get your own position? You look up, and there's a star over your head, and you look in the nautical almanac and get the GP for that, and that should be you. Pretty simple.
The GP is not you. The GP is the point where where the star is at 90 degrees at zenith. But if you are not at zenith,
so
you are not the
if
GP.
there's okay, so if you want to know your position, you look at the star that's at your zenith, and now you know where it is, right? Now you know where you are.
But if you don't have one that is at your zenith and you can still do it, how do you get the circle of equal altitude or the 3 circles of equal altitude to get your position? On the other.
Don't they use rum lines?
Sorry?
Don't they use rum lines?
Rum lines?
What is this circle of equal altitude shit? Like,
Well, the
you guys
circle of
argue about a system of navigation that nobody even uses.
yeah, the sextants use circle of equal altitude. Maybe it's maybe there are other, I would say, synonyms, but I know it as circle of equal altitude.
So how do you have circles of equal altitude on a sphere?
Oh, hold on.
Easy. You can get a compass and you can make a circle on a sphere.
How do you have equal altitude on a sphere, dude?
No,
It's impossible.
altitude is because on that line, on those points, the altitude of the star is at the same angle, the elevation. That's why it's called circle of equal altitude.
No, it isn't. On a sphere, you don't have an equal altitude, bro. I'm telling you, because in every direction is an unequal altitude, a drop in
Elevation.
altitude. That means, listen,
Elevation, angle, and the time.
equal
And you
altitude,
get a
equal
GP from an
altitude.
almanac.
Hold on, just 1 second. Equal altitude means this: no part higher or lower than the other along that circle.
Correct. Level.
No, on this.
Yes. Why did you say no?
It means that the star or the celestial body that you are checking is at the same altitude or elevation.
You missed the point. You don't. You've never used the sextant, have you?
No.
Wait, what did you say that the star is
he
at the
said
same
no.
altitude?
He never used one.
No problem.
Wait a second. Did you say the star is at the same altitude as what?
At the same angle, at the same altitude, at the
No,
same
you
elevation.
said stars at the same altitude.
Yeah, altitude as an elevation, as at the same angle.
Star is at the same altitude as elevation as an angle. What the fuck are you talking about?
Altitude at this moment, I would say, is the same as elevation or the same as the angle.
I don't care what you're moving. Listen, I don't care what you're moving on. If you're measuring the angle of a body up in the sky and you move, it's always changed. That always changes its angle. Where did you come from?
Wait, it's at the same altitude as
every
what?
distance from an
don't
object
just
changes in
rambling bullshit.
elevation. It changes its angle based on your location from said object. Period.
If you are moving on that circle of equal altitude, it means
Which you
that
don't have on a ball. Yeah, go ahead.
you can have it.
So
But
fucking stupid.
on all those points, you will see the star at the same angle of elevation.
Okay, no, you won't. Period.
Yeah.
No, you won't. No.
Then how do you
this
get?
never occurs. You said you never use the sextant. You're out of your mind. You don't know what you're talking about. You have no idea what you're way over your head. You have no idea what you're
Then
talking
how it
about.
works? Then how it works on flat Earth?
I already explained how it works. You aren't listening.
Then how you get the r or how do you get the radius of the circle of equal altitude?
On a horizontal plane, a datum. That's how.
You get, for example, an angle of 40 degrees to a star, and you get the
Just like a
GPs.
star with a zenith. Come on, bro. Why are you
And
being
you put
so
the elevation,
obstinate?
angle, and time in the almanac, and you get the GP. What the
You
fuck?
move along your
get the-
flat horizontal plane, which the oceans are, unless you're saying oceans are curved.
They are, yes.
Okay, show me the measurement of curved oceans.
We are talking about how it works on flat Earth. So
Yeah, we already explained it. How it works
No,
exactly how
the-
it works right now. That's how it works.
You guys are troll, man.
You don't know
One
how it
sextant
works, though. Listen, you
is
don't
an
know how it
apparent-
works, though, because
I
you
know.
admitted that you never used a sextant. So you're talking out of the side of your neck.
I can read the manuals. I can see
You
people
never
doing it.
used
so
one. You don't know what you're
there's no
talking
problem.
about.
There's no problem. I can
You're
explain it.
dumb. No, you're acting dumb, is what you are. You're proving that you're ignorant on the topic.
If you don't know how to explain it on flat Earth, you're the same.
Shut the, you know what? I already explained how it works. It's a horizontal datum. That way, if you have a star with a zenith in over the head, over on your zenith above you, 90 degrees, that's your location. You move ahead with your known speed. You plot a path, then you do another zenith check with something else. That one's above your head too. Okay, so that one's above your head too. Now you have two circles of equal altitude. Then you do a third one. So you're moving along the datum plane, which is the level surface of water on oceans. It's not curved. There's no calculation for curve. In the sextant use, there's no calculation for curve. You're either under the star or you're not. You either moved to that location or you didn't. If you do the second zenith and your circle of equal altitude doesn't match your dead reckoning plotting on the chart, then you make an adjustment. You have no idea what you're talking about. Once you do three of them, if you had a ball, they'd be going all off in different fucking angles. You clearly don't know simple geometry, bro. You brought a pea shooter to a gunfight once again.
How do you measure the radius of the circle of equal altitude?
This guy's a troll, yeah. I'm done.
Sextant?
Is the radius for the circle of equal altitude where you take the elevation angle measurement?
Where you take the... Well, I'm asking for the distance between your position and the GP.
Oh, right, which is on the surface, right?
Exactly.
That's on the surface, right? So the
Yeah.
radius, the thing that's a line, in other words, would be the distance between you and the GP. So I know you want to know
On
how
flat
to
Earth,
get.
yeah.
I know you want to know how to get that, but the
Mhm.
bottom line is radiuses aren't curved. So when you ask how do you get that on flat Earth, well, I mean, whoever said that you can have a radius or circle of equal altitude on a curving surface? Because
Well,
that's not what
because
you guys claim.
No, because I'm asking radius because I know that if it's a flat Earth, you make a right triangle and then you get a radius because if it's flat, then you get a straight line. But on a sextant on a globe, it's not a straight line. It's not a radius. It's a distance, a curved distance.
But you said you read the manuals, and it
Yeah.
definitely does say radius. And then you have radii that are parallel with each other. That's in the manuals. I thought you read
Radii
them.
that are parallel with each other.
That's what the manuals say.
Oh. I cannot get it now. I cannot picture radii that are parallel to each other.
Well, you want me to give you a little citation?
Yes, please, in the live stream voice text, no?
Yeah, if I can find it. Hold on.
Yeah, no problem.
You can draw a circle on a flat surface and get a radius from that, right?
Yeah, but that's why I'm asking how do you get the radius on a flat Earth, the radius of the circle of equal altitude. How do you get that? When you get the angle to a celestial body, then you get that angle, and then you can check the GP on the almanac. But then what it's missing, it's the distance or the radius from the GP to the...
Because we know that the surface of the ocean is flat and level because it's measurable. That's why. Oh, did you see what Elijah just posted? Top of the hour.
Yeah,
I'll be quiet.
I'm asking how do you get R1, R2, and R3?
It explains it if you see the text there.
Look at no, I don't think this explains it, but
I've checked it, but
or does it? The bottom line is you asked about the radii, and then you could go back to what Dre said. So you said no, the radii aren't parallel. So in order to,
I cannot imagine it. Sorry, I said that I cannot picture it. I didn't say that they were not parallel. Said that I wasn't fully understanding it.
well, you can't picture it on a ball. Yes, that's true, because they can't be parallel on a ball. That's correct. There's no way to picture that. But in real life, if you want to use multiple stars to get your exact location, then they would have to be parallel.
Maybe it's too late for me. I was not understanding. Sorry.
I posted 59 minutes after the hour. Just look in the live stream voice text chat. BluePlanetCruisingSchool.com. You also know that the azimuth C, the line that you think is curved, the bearing of that body will be a line drawn from the GP to your position and perpendicular to the tangent of the circle of position at your position, or what they were talking about, the circle of equal altitude.
Yeah, but how do you get that circle of equal altitude on a flat Earth?
You measure your distance over time.
Sorry?
Distance over time.
He's asking this really silly question. It's like asking, how can you draw a circle on a flat piece of paper?
Yeah.
You draw a circle on a flat piece of paper because it's a flat piece of paper, buddy.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting.
The Earth is flat. It doesn't work on a globe because you don't have a 90 degree. You don't have a circle of equal altitude. Your azimuth Z bearing is all bent out of shape.
And he's asking how you go from the center of that circle of equal elevation to the next point along the perimeter of that circle. Just like, how do you drive a car? How do you how do you fly an aircraft in a straight line? How do you draw a straight line from the center of a circle of equal altitude to the outer radius? How do you do that with a straight line? That's the only way. That's what we're saying. That's why you know your position.
In the Livestream voice text, it says that the plane trigonometry, it is based on the laws of plane trigonometry, which states that if one side and two angles of a triangle are known, the other two sides and angle can be readily calculated. So the problem when using a sextant and using a celestial body is that you get the angle, but you don't get any of the sides, any of the size of the sides.
You don't need it because it could be verified with your second and third shot.
No.
Yeah.
How?
Just like we described. I've done this before, man. You haven't
Why
ever
do you think
done it.
it's
No
3
wonder.
points?
No wonder
'Cause
you
it's
don't understand it because you've never done it yourself. I have.
Yeah, dude. Come on.
What
Come on
the
with
hell?
the flat. That's what I said up there in VC check-in. You got to do it yourself. Sorry. Sorry. Go ahead.
Hey, check
He's
this out.
actually, real quick, Helio. He is actually looking at the practical thing that is being used, and he's trying to put that on a globe and say it doesn't make it a flat Earth because he's picturing it in a globe.
All right, and so he wants us to assume the Earth is flat and tell him how it works on a flat Earth. All right, cool. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. When you are standing on a stationary plane, when the light moves across the sky, it will change angles. The Earth is not moving, by the
This is
way.
going in the weeds, Helio.
It's not going in the weeds. Whatever object you're trying to measure with the sextant will move toward the horizon. Doesn't move down. You're not. See, in your idea, you're moving backwards around the globe Earth, and that's why it descends toward the horizon. Now, in the flat Earth idea, and this has nothing to do with distance whatsoever. So whatever object you're using, observing with your sextant, you're going to balance your thing with your sextant, level with the horizon. Then you're going to observe this object, which direction to move, and the star moves toward the horizon. Now, I'm going to repeat myself, but in the globe idea, you're moving away from it, and that's why you see it move. Have you ever thought about this before?
Yeah, but I think, or I have evidence. Let's say that I trust the evidence of the globe, so I'm just.
So you just believe everything they tell you. I mean, so see, this is something. You sound like you're like really.
Well, where does
I don't think you actually have thought about it before, because when you're standing on Earth and you watch the sun, moon, and stars move above your head. Go ahead.
We can tell him things all night long. I'm more interested in what he has to say. So what's this globe information that you're confident in? Like how is this all worked out on a globe? Do you think? How does that work?
Can I just finish first the sextant thing? With one question?
Well, I missed it. What do you mean? Can you finish the sextant thing with one question?
No, I just want to make.
We're not finishing.
Question.
I thought you were saying that it works on a globe. I'm trying to figure out how, because the first thing you do with a sextant is get an elevation angle, which has to do with lines, right?
Yeah.
and then you're getting the 90 degree that you will have to subtract.
The 90 degree?
Yeah.
Okay, for the zenith, yeah.
Yeah, which you will have to, which is in the sky, by the way.
And then you
So
multiply
this
by
is
60
all.
nautical miles,
hmm
and you
So
get the
where's the globe part?
because
Do you think because of nautical miles and what latitude and longitude? Do you think that that's the part that means that it's a sphere? Is that what
yeah,
you're thinking?
because
I've been talking to
because
this dude for 2 hours, and that's exactly what he thinks. The nautical miles, when you do the mathematics, will determine, how you should travel across the ocean.
But a
because
nautical
the
mile has nothing to do with
sorry,
the globe. Oh, go
sorry.
ahead.
Because if it was flat, there is no linear relationship between the degrees of elevation and the distance to the point of the GP. You don't get a linear relationship, but you get that on a sphere. It's the only shape that you get that linear
Say that again.
relation. That the linear relation, the 60 nautical miles per degree, this linear relationship between distance and degrees can only be seen or can only be mathematically proved with parallel rays and a spherical surface.
How do you
On a flat
figure?
Earth, it would not be linear. You
How do
can
you figure?
mathematically
How do you figure that?
sorry, you can mathematically prove it.
Mathematically prove what?
That there is a linear relationship between the angle of elevation and the distance from the zenith point.
But the distance is measured in arc minutes and seconds. Like that has to do with the sky though, not the ground.
Yeah, but if if the rays of the
So
celestial star, sorry, you go, please. Hello.
Why do the stars have to be? Why do the rays of the star have to be parallel? I don't get it.
Well, it's a requirement for the sextant to work. If they were
Do you have a
not parallel, then
citation? Do you have a citation for that, please? A
not
scientific
right now. I'm
citation
on the
that
phone.
states that. Yeah, I doubt you'll ever have it.
Yeah, I
But bring
don't
it
know.
back when you
Well,
come back.
chill out,
No problem. No problem. I don't have it. Sorry. But you can mathematically prove that if the rays are parallel and the surface is spherical, then there is a linear relationship between the angle of elevation and the distance from the zenith.
But the relationship has to do with the device and the the stuff in the sky though. It doesn't have anything to do with a curving Earth. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, because the curving of the Earth is the one that gives this linear relationship. If it was flat, then there would be no linear relationship. If it's flat and the rays were parallel, of course you
No,
would.
but it's just the degrees of a circle. Like it has nothing to do with the ground or the sphere. Like the only thing that is required from your the reading that you're getting from the sextant is the relationship between the ground you're standing on and the angular distance to the object in the sky that you're shooting. The angular distance between that and the GP.
No, there's
You
not.
can't. Whoa. What do you mean by no?
Sorry, because you said angular distance, and I think maybe I misunderstood. But you cannot get
Well,
this
the
with the
elevation
sextant.
angle, aka the
Okay,
angular
yeah.
distance, same
Okay,
difference.
sorry. But the
That's
thing
what
is
you're
that
doing. That's what you're doing with the sextant,
with the sextant,
right?
yeah.
Okay.
But if it
So
was flat,
you
yes,
can't,
tell
not
me.
if it were flat, you can't do that if it's not flat. You can't get to step 2 without it being, you can't skip this and then move on to this is how it's a globe, because I believe that nautical miles and
So
the
the problem,
planar
sorry.
coordinate system that we use is actually telling me that we have to live on a globe. I don't know
So
why
the
that makes
problem is the
sense
first
to
step.
you.
The problem is the first step, the elevation angle, how to get it.
Well, you
You
can't get it. You can't get it if you don't have the angle to the vertex.
but
If
you
you
can
don't have
have it.
that, but you
You can
don't
have it.
have it, but you don't. But if the GP is 1,000 miles away, no,
Yeah.
you don't have the 90-degree angle from you to the GP to the zenith. No, you don't.
But there is no triangles involved on sextants.
But I didn't say
It's
anything
circulars.
about a triangle, did I? I said the angle.
The angle, but there is never a 90-degree angle between the GP
So then why do you
and
subtract it? Why do you subtract the 90 then, like we discussed 5 minutes ago?
yeah. The thing is that the angle you get from the horizontal plane to the star, okay, the line of sight from your from your position to the star is parallel, okay, is parallel to the line created from the GP to the star, because the rays are parallel, at least according to our model. So those lines are parallel, okay.
I don't get what you mean.
You mean
I
if
don't
you're
get what
like
you mean.
looking from above, looking down, they're parallel with each other? Yeah,
on
I can
a
see what you're
sphere,
saying.
if you are on the GP and you look up, then you see the star. Then if you are in another location and you see the star at 40 degrees, that line of sight, that line is parallel to the 90-degree line, I would say, perpendicular to the ground on the GP. Those lines are parallel.
Yeah, but you're never going to
But
be traveling at the
that's
same.
not the 90 you're subtracting from, though.
No,
You're
No.
those
subtracting
are
from,
the
yeah, but hold on. Am I wrong?
those are two of the lines that are involved, and then I was going to explain the other one.
So, but the lines that I'm talking about is the one from you to the GP, and then to the star that you're shooting, or the celestial body that you're shooting.
No,
That's
but
an
from the
angle
start,
that you have to subtract for the rest of the steps in the math. So you
but
saying that you don't need a 90-degree, but you do, but just somewhere else in some other step, I don't get that. Like, because
yeah,
I'm trying to understand how we're moving past this.
Yeah.
He's saying that, look at my picture. He's saying A and B are parallel, which they obviously are not.
1 second that I check the
Yeah, I don't know where you're looking from, so you don't really understand the whole concept here. You're never traveling in the same line as
I
what
don't
you're
get it.
looking at the zenith is and where that angle is until you get to the next location and check it with another sighting with another star that's zenith. You can't do this on anything but a horizontal plane. Can't be done.
Let me check if I have a picture here. 1 second.
Glad flow here.
Is that what you're saying?
Sorry,
I don't think Glad Globe is here.
I was not checking the.
Can you look at Drace's
No, I'm here. I'm
picture
here.
at
What's up?
Sorry to interrupt,
Oh,
guys.
voice text.
Glad flow. I sent you a message. You need to check it out.
Okay, gonna do it right now. Thanks.
Yep.
Carry on.
Sorry, guys.
Are you saying A and B are parallel?
Let me see if I can send this picture. Well, 1 second, it's crooked. 1 second.
So you're not going to look at. You're not going to look at.
1 second. Sorry. I will check the image that you sent me, but I just want to send this.
Because the bottom line is you can't. You if you don't have the angle that you're you're subtracting 90 degrees.
Yeah, on the zenith, yeah. But because it's the equivalent, I would say equivalence.
But that doesn't exist if we live on a sphere. Then you don't have a 90 to subtract from. is what I'm trying to tell you.
You are subtracting from 90 from zenith, from local, from where the boat is. You are not. There is
Well,
never.
how did they get zenith on a moving boat? Because the boat sways, right? Doesn't a boat? I don't know. I've never been on
Well,
the
if you're
ocean, so
super
does it?
experienced, you can do it that way, but that's not what we're talking about, though. That's not where the 90 is subtracted from.
The 90 is subtracted from your zenith.
Or
From
am
your
I
local.
right? I could be wrong.
No, it isn't. It's not. It's not measured from your zenith. You're wrong there. You're out of step with your procedure. You're going to be fucking lost running into rocks.
So
So,
how do you?
everything
Because the 90
starts
is
from
going to come from, sorry, the equatorial plane. Is that what you're trying to say?
Equatorial plane?
what I'm trying to say, or what
Like
he's trying.
where you slice off the sphere, and then you basically have a plane from the middle, from where the equator would be, and then everything from there is parallel, and you get the 90 degree from the center of the Earth, which we're obviously not getting the reading from. But just go ahead and post your image, because
Yeah,
either we'll
look,
address that or we'll address.
but look, he's also trying to say that the angle measurements are made from the zenith. No, you're wrong. You start from where you're actually on the surface. Where you're on the surface, you travel in a direction. You measure these angles again. It starts from all your measurements on a section start from the horizontal plane. That's where they start. That's
But
why
you can
it's designed the way it is.
you can establish a horizontal plane on a sphere.
You cannot. You're going to get lost. I wouldn't want to be on a ship with you navigating.
Provide me a mathematical equation of a plane that will conform to a sphere, and I will give you $100 million right now.
Sorry, 100 millions. That's interesting. Can you repeat, please?
Oh, hey, I remember you.
I'm sorry, I don't remember you.
Oh, never mind. I was talking to somebody else earlier.
Okay.
Yeah, like if you want to prove that you can put a plane on a sphere, you need to give me the equation of the plane, the linear equation of the plane, and prove that it intersects with the sphere on all coordinates. If you can do that, you'll be defying laws that I don't even know, dude.
Yep. So whatever circle you're drawing on, you would have to show that that circle has no part higher or lower than each other.
Which is
I don't know how to do it either.
There's
It's
nobody
not
who can even. There's nobody who can even confirm that a star would drop 1 degree every 60 miles. That's just yet another claim that's like patently not even testable. Forget it being false. But what we do know is we navigate based on what is known and what has been done. Like how you I don't why do y'all not investigate this stuff?
They don't know. He's never been in a nav with a nav chart with your freaking compass and parallel rules and been tracing out your actual route. He's never done that.
Maybe I'm missing something, but that's why I'm asking how it works.
You've never triangulated your position based on known land observations, like they could be lights, buoys, but you can triangulate your position. You do three angles from your position, and you can find out exactly where you are, so you don't run into rocks. So it's the same kind of idea. You're on a flat plane. You can't do this if you're on a spherical surface. It's going to be a longer distance. Which distance is the shortest distance between A and B points? Straight line or curved line?
Well, on a sphere is a curved line.
Curved line is the shortest distance? No, it isn't.
On the surface of a sphere, yes.
No, it isn't. A curved line is longer because it requires more distance. You know that elevation drop we were always talking about? Yeah, that goes both ways.
Hey, Sonny,
if you can dig a hole on the surface, then that would be
a curved line is longer than a straight line.
Yeah.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
So, I'm not sure if any of you actually care, but in mathematics, we learn a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points, but when you get into like electricity and magnetism, In physics, they actually give you a different definition of a line, which
Well,
is
that's good. We're not talking about electronics. We're talking about physical
okay.
geometry.
So you get an angle of 40 degrees, for example, to a star that it's in the almanac, and then you get the GP, and then how far are you from the GP?
Wait, I would
What is
rather
the
hear to
ratio?
what he was saying
But
about
before
the
you, what,
electronics than this guy. Go ahead, Legend, because
when
he
No
was
you,
problem.
going again into the same thing.
what
He
you,
said the
what,
same thing
Sorry,
again and
I
again and
shut up.
again.
Sorry.
where's the 40? Where's the 40 from?
From the horizontal plane,
So
established with a
right,
level, for example.
so right. This is the look. This is the part you can't get past. See, so you have this angular measurement from this device that is
Yeah.
giving you a relationship between the thing in the sky and the thing on the ground.
No, because the established horizontal plane
Well,
is
how
not
is there
real.
not a relationship? I said there's a relationship. Obviously,
No,
you can't. How you going to have an angle between these two things, the horizontal plane and the thing in the sky, if there's no relationship?
because you
Tell
can
me.
establish a horizontal plane with a level, for example,
And then what?
and then you subtract it from the zenith,
But
multiply
you're
by
getting
16.
the angle to the thing in the distance.
Yeah.
And there's a relationship between that and the ground. And you're saying
Don't care.
no. Yes, there
Don't care.
is.
With established, the relationship is with the established horizontal plane, not the surface.
It is the surface. You can establish a
You
horizontal
get
plane
it
on
in
a
from the
spherical
surface.
surface. You can't.
You
Period.
can with a level.
With a level, you're parallel to the sea. Okay, welcome to flat Earth. Exactly.
Yeah.
No, because it doesn't work if it's parallel to the sea.
It does too. That's the only
Find
way it
level.
works. God, you don't understand. You're numpty. I would throw you overboard.
Okay.
Define level.
I thought level was curved. What happened to that?
Yeah, level is curved. Yes.
So how you have a curved plane? So you're saying?
No.
Curved adjacent. Yeah, that's what he's saying.
No, you have a horizontal plane that is tangent to the surface of the Earth.
How this what I'm how you what does that mean to you?
What does that mean?
What
That you
is
have a
what you just
horizontal.
said? What does that mean? Like describe what that is.
With a level,
No,
you can get a
describe having a tangent to the plane.
describe. Sorry.
What you just said, describe it to me.
It would be like having a ball and having a steel plate, for example, very flat, and then you can put that steel plate in on top of the ball that it touches a small part.
What you don't realize
You
in
have a
this
steel plate.
metaphor, the steel plate is the earth. You don't need a steel plate. You
No,
just
the steel
measure it
plate is
over the earth,
established.
over the
Is
water.
established
Wait
horizontally.
a minute. One last question before I stop. Watton, what the flat? Do
Yeah.
they use a level like a spirit level on ships when
No,
using
chips no.
sextant?
On planes.
They use a level on a plane.
Yeah.
To
Yeah.
use the sextant.
A bubble sextant. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
use a
Why
bubble
would you use a
sextant.
spirit level when you got the ocean, which is what, a gigantic water
Citation.
level?
I need a citation right now.
No problem. Let me
Well,
check.
no, that they do use
Ocean
a
a
bubble
gigantic
sextant, buddy.
water level? Think
Every
about
time
it.
they measure it from the tangent and they're invoking this
Ocean
plane, they're
itself is the
invoking the
water
flat
level.
earth.
Why do you need another device?
I know. Isn't water level?
So he's saying it's a plane, but really, you're doing all of this from the center of the earth. Like I don't know why they try to pass off that this is working on a sphere and the sphere is fine. No, you're making the assumption that you're going from the center of the earth. Nobody's taking readings from the center of the earth. Furthermore, you don't have the radius anyway to claim that there's a center of a sphere. So these are two things that, I mean,
But then how it works on flat Earth? Sorry, how it works on flat Earth?
it
Because
works how it works because your idea of what a nautical mile is isn't what you think it is. That's how it works. It works
One more thing.
everything that you've said up into your understanding of what a nautical mile is and how we've come to get nautical miles. That's the one part that has you thinking it's a sphere for whatever reason. Maybe Indio can help you out with that. I don't know.
But there's no
I just want to piggyback real
there's no
fast.
linear
I want to
relationship
piggyback.
between
Hold on, bro.
degrees and distance. Sorry.
You don't have a
Go
linear.
ahead.
Then how you use it? Because I
You
still don't
don't.
understand.
You don't. Go. Sorry, Hank. I don't.
Sorry, I may be very dumb, but I don't
You make
understand.
circles. You see. You base on
And the
level,
is
your
to
No,
the right.
elevation or your
you're
level.
trying. Listen, you're not. You're trying to mix and match two things. Okay, one is measurement of the sky, and you're trying to just suppose it's a measurement of the ground, but it's not. You're saying there's no linear relationship. That's because you're trying to measure with the ground. You're measuring angles, right? These are not what you would call proper units,
Yeah,
right? An
but you
angle
have
is
to
not a
get
unit of
from
measure.
yeah. But the sextant works, and the sextant gives you your location. So on a flat Earth, if it's triangulation, how do you get the sizes of the sides? You don't have none of the three sizes.
Where's the curved adjacent?
But I'm asking about flat Earth
Pythagoras cannot work on a curved adjacent, my friend.
because
You know
it's not
why?
using
Do
Pythagoras.
you know why? You know why? You cannot find angular differences on a curved adjacent. Do you know why? Because you're using triangles.
You are using
Do you know what
angles,
the
not
rule
triangles.
of triangles are? Do you know what makes a triangle a triangle? Very simple. All the internal angles on a three-sided object will equal 180 degrees. If it does not equal 180 degrees, then it's not a triangle. And yes, you do need a 90-degree triangle, which is a Pythagoras triangle.
No,
Thank
you
you.
don't need that on a sextant.
Yeah, you do.
Then how do you get the radius of the circle of equal
You
altitude?
need the 90. You need the
Then how do
square.
you get the radius
Square.
of the
You
circle of equal
need the
altitude?
square. You don't need the radius, you dumb motherfucker.
Well, hold on. I have to interject because he said that a sextant can give you your location.
Yeah.
That's not what a sextant is used for.
It was used for that.
It can help you traverse Earth in a direction. It doesn't give you your location.
It can give you your
Angles.
location, yes.
Well, I mean,
It gives you the angles.
Well, I mean, it can show you based on the stellar observations. It can tell you approximately where you are, but you don't. It's like you would only use a sextant if you're navigating across Earth, correct?
But you can get your position with the sextant with quite good accuracy.
Really? So, what type of sextant are you talking about? So, like you're gonna
A normal sextant you can get with three circles of equal altitude. You can get a fix. It would not be very accurate, but you can get an accuracy of.
How
I
about
think
how
it's
about one? How about
It
one?
actually.
No, with one you don't get your position for sure.
Well, it actually
Let
is
me ask you
accurate.
this. So you.
Okay.
That's my ask no question real quick. So okay, you get your fix right. You travel a little bit towards where you want to go, and then you go to take another measurement. Do you use that first horizontal plane, or do you create a new one?
You have to create a new one.
Right. So when you keep saying, how do you getting this distance, right? Each measurement, this is what I'm telling you, each measurement is not a continuation of operations.
No.
Right. So you're like, this is a linear. Well, you don't have a linear relationship on a flat Earth. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Right, for distance.
Between
Yes.
distance and
So what?
angles.
Each measurement is independent. They're all independent measurements. They're not a continuation.
All right. So, just to clarify my point, would you use a sextant to determine your
Helio. Why
location
would
on
you want to
Earth?
come back and
you can do it.
No, time out. No. Why? Why can't you wait until he answers what
Okay. Now,
Indio just
what does
said?
a bubble level find? He answered it enough. He answered it enough. He's just trying to say, oh, listen, each measurement is independently made. You disregard the previous measurement. It's irrelevant. It's just a mathematical model. It doesn't mean anything.
Well, he said that you can determine your location on Earth with a sextant, which is not true.
Okay.
Well,
that was my point. But anyway, go ahead.
You can get a range of where you are on a line.
Yeah, but you have to
You
plot.
can figure out where you are. So yeah, you have to plot it. But
you have to plot your location.
Yeah, you can figure out you can't figure out exactly where you are, but you can figure out you can eliminate a lot of the positions where you're not. How about that?
Well, but usually people use sextants when they're traveling somewhere else. So then you use a sextant. It's like, here's where we are. When I proceed to travel across Earth, then I will make measurements along the way and to make sure I'm traveling in the same direction that I was.
It gets you in the ballpark because let me tell you, traveling on the ocean is a topsy-turvy, windy, blowing, bouncy, up and down, currents screaming along at 10 and 12 knots, going different directions. Like all kinds of things are going. So there's no way you're ever going to know either above or on the ocean exactly where you are. But the closest we've come to it is by using a sextant along with other options such as radio directions finders, which are actually only measuring angles parallel, like on a parallel plane, your angles to radio beacons from, let's say, breakwaters or lighthouses. You can go, okay, I'm in this intersection right here. Boom. You use that and see, that's what you're mostly using. Things like that. But see, these people that come in here and think they know how to navigate and try to tell us or try to teach us about how a sextant, they've never used one themselves.
That's why I'm asking how you get the radius of the circle of equal altitude with the sextant.
I already told you about 6 times.
Yeah, I told him like fucking 8 times before.
Here's a nautical almanac.
You still don't understand it. That's all.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking again. Sorry. If you get an angle, for example, of 40, if you get an angle of 40 degrees,
because on your chart it's a flat plane, and you chart your distance, the time you're traveling, the currents are what direction. You make estimations between your speed. You can do known distances between objects if you have them in sight. If you're out of sight of land, you have to only use these other objects that are above the horizon. You can't use anything.
What's the use of the sextant? Sorry.
The sextant is we know we're on a flat horizontal plane, so we don't need a bubble level at sea. We use the horizon. That is a level plane, straight line. The horizon. That is level.
But the sextant. Sorry. Then the sextant doesn't have any.
Yes,
any
it does.
value.
Yes, it does, because that's your horizontal plane. You take into account your height on the ship above sea level. You don't know anything about this, though, do you?
Here we are again.
I'm not getting you the answer, sorry. Because
you have no idea.
sextant...
You've never been on a boat and calculated your distance from the surface and then use the sextant out to the horizon to make your level.
I still can learn it, so why? What's the problem?
That's how you start. Then you're traveling in a straight line to that same horizon, which we know isn't dipping. It's just
if you get, for example,
6 or 8 feet above the horizon, it has a certain dip angle. So that's taken into consideration only on a flat plane and your height. So that's a simple adjustment we make. I'm telling you how it works, and you keep interrupting me. You fucking keep interrupting me. You can't help yourself.
Sorry.
So yeah,
I didn't know
shut up for a second. Yeah.
Okay.
So because you're making the adjustment, so it's a horizontal plane, and you travel outward along the horizontal plane, which is the mean level of the sea. You're basically, even though your boat's going up and down in a zigzag, up and down, waves up and down, boom, 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 you're still on a mean average of the sea level is completely flat and level. That's why you use the horizon as a level point that you are starting your observations with. Period. So you're in your chart. You're back at the nav table. You've plotted your whole route on a chart.
Sonny, I just took a look at what he posted earlier, and
but I'm not even done yet. So he hasn't shown anything. Who cares what he's showing? I'm telling you
I
how it
know.
works. He
Well, I
asked
mean,
me. I'm
he
trying
set
to
a
fucking.
PDF.
Yeah, why does it have to be interrupted though, Helio? Right in the
One
middle.
at a time.
So I'm just trying to explain it, and I don't get a chance. So you're pointing at the horizon. No time for interruptions. So you're pointing at the horizon. You are measuring your elevation angle from that horizon shot that you take up to whatever you're taking. Like let's say a sun setting at at noon time. It's called a noon shot. Yeah, and you do that day after day. We did it probably 6 or 8 times. Like we would sit there and do noon shots. We'd plot it along. You're plotting your distance based on your speed across the medium in which you're traveling on, which is a flat level plane. Yeah, otherwise you'd be off. So if you're traveling 10 miles, 66 feet each way would be that much added distance. That is never adjusted for because you don't have to. You don't have to assume that 100 miles is 6,000 feet difference. You don't have to assume that because we know we're sailing along a flat horizontal plane, which are the oceans. So everything, that's how you achieve your circle of equal altitude. If you weren't traveling across a straight plane, when you got to the second zenith point and you measured the angles, the circles of equal altitude would not line up with each other. That's what we mean about on a sphere. It can't work because now you're tilted from the first one. Then the second one, third one is tilted even a different direction and angle. You got that? Does that make sense? Tell me.
They don't have to be aligned. They are not making right triangles.
To be aligned, otherwise your distance is off. Yeah, they're all connected. They're all connected because that's just your total distance. You have to put that whole thing, that idea, on a flat chart to plot your location. It has to be.
Do that. You can do that on a globe.
Curved bottoms. You can't set 3 triangles on curved bottoms on a flat chart and have it work right.
But sextants don't use triangles.
It doesn't work. A sextant uses triangles. You're wrong. Wrong.
Angles, not triangles.
They use a triangle if you have a zenith and then a distance at the bottom and then another angle to the star. It's a right triangle.
But then how do you get the sizes of the
distance over the surface? Distance over surface. That's how.
That's what we are trying to get. But
that's
how do you get it?
Out. By doing second and third sightings, that's how you find out if it's right or not.
But that's you don't get the. But how do you get if you get the GP and you get an angle, how do you get the circle of equal altitude with on a flat Earth?
Because you traveled along a flat plane therefore when you measure the angle of that star at a known time over a certain location, you get an angle.
Yeah.
And you verify if that's the same that you plotted with your dead reckoning or not. And you go, okay, it's a little off. So you do the second one, zenith, and distance from the first one, A to A.
Look, check this out.
So you are using already.
Check this out.
And you can see if they're lined up, so you can tell if your distance is right, because then you have known what you have. If you do it 3 times, you cannot do this on a curved surface. It will not work at all.
So check this out. Your question is, how do we learn the radius? What the radius is, right? Right?
Mm-hmm. I'm not talking about the radius.
Mm-hmm.
What's for me?
Well, this whole conversation was, how do you get the distance to the GP using the sextant?
Exactly.
Well, right here, because simple Google search will always do you justice, right? Using the Nautical Almanac.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And it contains data that we use to determine the precise geographic position of the celestial bodies used in navigation.
Exactly.
At any second of time throughout the year of the almanac, by knowing this GP location and our observed altitude, taken with the sextant. That part is what the sextant is used for taking that angle measurement, right? That's how we learn the radius and the location of our circle of position. That's the answer to your question
So,
as
for
it's written
example,
right here. So
where
it
sorry?
says it says right here using the almanac, which has the positions and the times of these GPs, right? Any second of time throughout the year, by knowing this GP location, obviously by having the almanac, and the observed altitude taken with the sextant, that's how you learn the radius.
But how do you go from angle to distance to the GP? How do you
Well,
get from?
well, why is that? Okay, so you said that the sextant doesn't do what this is saying it does. Now you're
It's
asking
doing that.
how it works.
It's doing
You're
that.
asking how it works.
Yeah, there's a missing
But
piece. For example, on well, the sextant, what it does is you get
you
the
might want to write these people then. There's a
no, but
missing
it
piece
does what it does.
because
It does
again,
what you say.
the only thing is you have an assumption
No, it
that
does
a
what you.
nautical mile comes from the
But
surface of
then
the earth
I'm
curving
asking.
for whatever reason, which that isn't true.
I'm asking then if this relationship 60 nautical miles per degree, where does it come from? If it's triangulation, it doesn't make any sense. It's not Pythagoras. It's not trigonometry.
It
It's
is
a
trigonometry because that's how you locate yourself with the math. Find the azimuth so you can find your apparent location.
but
I just posted
So
a site where you can
can
find
I help
everything.
this guy out here? So I think there's some confusion here over how the sextant is used to calculate the position, and it's all based on being on a sphere. It does not work on a flat plane.
You don't use the sextant to calculate a position. You use the sextant
Of
to
course
get
you do.
an
You use
angle.
the sextant with the
Not
celestial.
based.
You
Hold
need
on.
two
It's
tools.
not based on a sphere. You're wrong. It is not based on a sphere. This predates the
So
spherical
I
model.
can prove it to you. I'll
This
prove it to you that
predates.
it's
I
based
don't
on a
give a
sphere.
fuck
Well,
what your
hold on
proofs are.
before both of you start getting into it, and I did mute you, Jake, for a second, is because again, the only thing the sextant is an angle measuring device. Okay? All the math that you do after that, all of the calculations you do after that comes after that. But what the sextant is for is what I just said it was for.
So you need the sextant to get an angle measurement, and you need an
Triangular
almanac.
measurement.
You need
Yes.
an almanac that tells you the location of the celestial objects where they're directly overhead at given points in time and date. And then you need an accurate timekeeping device that keeps an accurate time to Greenwich Mean Time, right?
What
So
kind of angle?
with those three devices, you are able to find your position any place on the Earth.
Jake, what
Yeah,
kind of angle do we acquire with the sextant?
that's what we told. But everything that
So here's how it works.
Everything
Let me.
that
Sorry,
before
go ahead.
you everything that you just said, we have already explained ad infinitum. So there's no problem there. And then I think someone was going to ask you a question.
Yeah, I was just asking what kind of angle do we acquire with the because you said we acquire an angle. So what kind of angle do we acquire, Jake?
We
Very
acquire
specific.
an angle of elevation.
Okay, we'll stop there. I'll stop you right there. So please show me an example of an angle of elevation with a curved baseline or curved adjacent. Just one example.
Sure. So if I were to set up a
Show me
level
in
on a
chat.
tripod, if I was
Show
to
me
set
in
up,
chat.
well, I can't show you
A
anything in chat.
depiction. I want a depiction. Well, all you have to do is Google it quickly, angle of elevation, and see if you can find one with a curved baseline. Should be quite simple. Because all I can find are ones with horizontal baselines.
So you could imagine that you're sitting, you could be
I'm not going to
in
imagine
three.
anything,
Hold on a
sir.
second. Hold
I
on
don't
a
want
second.
to. I'm asking
Why do
for
you have to
something very
interrupt me? Why
specific.
won't you let me finish talking? Why am I getting interrupted?
You're asking me to imagine things when I ask for something very specific. I'm not going to let you go into the weeds with this one. It's quite simple. Can you provide that or not?
I don't think he can reply while he's muted.
He doesn't really
I
need to
didn't-
reply
I
with
didn't
his
mute
mouth.
Oh,
myself.
yeah, you're right.
Just let his depictions do the speaking, because that's what I'm asking for.
Yeah, essentially he's asking for proof.
Because that's all you have to stop him right there, guys. There's no need to go into the weeds with calculations and blah blah blah. All the main part of the argument, the premise, is that they can't provide us with an angle of elevation with a curved baseline, and that's what you get with a sextant. It's quite simple.
Can I address it?
Yes. Are you going to show me an example of angle of elevation with a curved baseline?
I'm just going to make a comparison between levels on a flat Earth and a globe, just to at least to explain what is our vision. I am on the phone and I don't have visual confirmation of what you're asking. But
Okay,
if you let me, I can explain. If not, I will just shut up.
I like I said, I don't need explanations. I've heard plenty. I've been listening for over 30 minutes now, and I mean, all I'm asking for is something quite simple. A simple geometric depiction of an angle of elevation with a curved baseline. If you can't provide that, then I'm actually not willing to listen to any explanations because I don't want an explanation.
Okay, I'll check.
Thank
I'll do
you.
it myself.
When you say curved baseline, what does curved baseline mean specifically?
The globe.
I didn't hear that. Come again?
The globe.
What do you mean by curved baseline? You mean like what we call the globe that we sit on? Is that what you're talking about? Like
The floor.
Yeah, the adjacent. Well, yeah, exactly. The floor, exactly. The surface of the Earth, which is what you're measuring your angle from.
And Glovis Trollin's my favorite guy.
What's up, Eli?
What's up, man?
Eli? Not much, bro.
You have to help me out.
I'll try to.
Did we not first meet with you trolling me and us?
Yes.
Okay,
That's correct.
you're that guy. I knew I loved you as much as I do, man. I don't see you enough.
Yeah, no, I sort of I don't speak quite often. I'm always sort of listening. That's why yeah, you won't hear me as
But you're definitely impressionable and you're a smart guy. I wish you talked more, but that's all I wanted to say.
no
Because I was
worries.
like, hey,
Thanks, man.
that's got to be that guy from that night. Like, it's not too many people I
Yeah.
can remember because of a
That's right.
specific encounter.
That's me.
But yeah,
I'm also
sorry, guys.
the artist behind this wonderful picture that you may have seen that I just posted in chat. Because I didn't know how else to put it across to the globe, as you know, how simply I could put it across how they can't have, an angle of elevation.
Oh, I see what you're getting at now.
Yeah, now you get it? Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. No, I couldn't understand, like, by what you were saying before, what you were specifically looking for.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me apologize to Jake. I don't know who muted him that time, but you can't leave the man muted. Like, that's not right. Come on, guys. Sorry, Jake. You're off mute.
Well, Globus is
But
making
anyway.
this ridiculous claim that somehow you need to have to measure this angle of elevation that you can't use the gravity vector, which is exactly what they're using in that iPhone picture that I've used on my telescope using a an angle finder that has a internal accelerometer where it references the gravity vector and it measures angles from that gravity vector. And you could be literally standing on a baseball diamond floating in space. And as long as you have a source of a gravitational vector, you can measure any angle. So it's ridiculous that he's claiming that we need to be able to, we need to use a horizon. We need to see around this curve. That's why on aircraft where the horizon is far lower than your horizontal angle, this is why they use an aeronautical sextant that has an internal level so that they're not having to sight the horizons. But because boats are right on the water, it's throughout history, for simplification, they use the horizon because they're only a few feet above the water on a boat.
So you clearly weren't listening to what I was saying, or what my claim was, or what I asked you to provide. Because now you're talking about gravity vectors.
So just like that person is sighting an angle on that iPhone using the internal accelerometer, they're able to get an angle of elevation without looking at the horizon at all.
Did I mention the horizon?
I can
Did I
use
mention the horizon, sir? Did I
you don't
mention
need
the
a horizon, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're just looking at an instantaneous point on the surface of the Earth, a tangent. You know what a tangent is on a circle, right?
Of course I do, but I'm not going to let you get into that. That's not what I asked for.
You just need a flat Earth, right?
In the guy's example of the plate on the ball, the plate in this example is only touching one discrete point on that ball.
A flat plate?
We're measuring an angle from that point.
From that flat surface?
Yes, and assuming exactly
that the Earth is curved underneath.
And what he's saying is impossible. Why is it that I can find celestial objects in the sky with just putting this angle finder on my telescope that uses an accelerometer that references the gravity vector, and it'll tell me what angle the telescope tube is pointed at above the horizon, and I can look at any object on my phone app that tells me what the angle of elevation is of that object, and it will be at that angle.
So you're telling gravity when the sextant. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
Sorry, mate. I was just going to say what I said was impossible because he's misrepresenting my point, and I'm going to repeat myself again. And I'm sorry for you guys to hear it again. I want a depiction of an angle of elevation, an orthographic depiction with a curved baseline. That's all I asked for. Didn't mention the horizon. Didn't mention anything even close to that. That's all I asked for. And I know you're a troll, but I'm still trying to get a little bit of integrity out of you, if that's even possible.
Yeah, you're just taking a tangent to your point on the sphere, measuring that angle from the downward vector, which points towards the center of the sphere.
So I'm just going to disengage with you because until you actually provide what I asked for, it's
explain to me this. Why is it that I can just put this angle finder on the optical tube of my telescope and I can find those objects at the stated elevation angle? How is that working? And it doesn't have to reference any plane around me. It's just referencing the gravity vector. How does that work?
What?
Interesting, but yet that angle changes 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles.
Well, you guys claim.
How does that work on a flat surface?
It's a pear-shaped surface. So how does it work on a pear or on a potato or whatever shape an orange, whatever shape you guys are going to claim that it's not a sphere? It's actually more this shaped. So how does it work on that, sir?
I'm sorry, but that's a straw man.
Sorry, what I said is a straw man?
Yeah.
So Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't claim that it's actually pear-shaped?
Yeah, he was talking in layman terms.
Wouldn't that move the horizon and the gravity vector?
It was layman terms. If you check the...
What about the British guy that was in here an hour ago saying that it's not a perfect sphere? And that's why the black swan doesn't work.
It's not a perfect sphere, but it's not pear-shaped.
Well, wouldn't it mess up the gravity vector? If you're closer to the center of a sphere, the gravitational pull will be stronger, right? And if you're on a potato-shaped Earth, it's going to be facing the wrong way, right?
Facing the wrong way? What do you mean?
Yeah. It's not going to be perfectly towards the center because the ground is potato-shaped, not spherical.
Well, the gravity vector will always be radial. They will come from
the ground. If it's not a perfect sphere, the ground's going to be not radial, right?
But it's very, very small.
Oh, now
very
it's
different.
negligible. You claim it earlier so you can keep your swan white, and now
Negligible.
it's negligible. So if it's negligible, then the British guy who was making the argument earlier, his shit's out the window. So which one is it? Can't have both.
Is it negligible, the difference?
Yo, the way they get all quiet and soft, it is negligible.
Earth tides, bro. Earth tides.
It's called fading facts. When they start like fading out like that, it's called fading facts.
Yeah,
I've never seen a
they need
tide
to
work on a ball.
I'm
They don't
melting.
even understand their own model that they're arguing for, guys. This is
I'm
bad.
melting. I'm melting. Too
I
many
still don't get
photos.
the radius of the circle of equal altitude on a sextant.
Oh my
I
gosh.
still haven't had anything. Sorry.
Radius of your
I read
imagination.
it out.
Go
I
get
read
some
out
paper.
exactly
Go
like
get some
I read
paper
out.
and draw circles on
God.
paper on your table.
Oh my
And you get
God.
3 of them. Tell me if they're all parallel to each other on your table.
But that's not how it works on a sphere.
I'd like
I
to
guess
see
you
how
can't hear
anything
me.
works on a sphere
You can
live.
draw
Exactly.
circles.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't work on a sphere. You're right. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Exactly.
No, I didn't say that. I said that
Nothing works on a sphere.
still
Can you
draw.
show it?
No, I said it because it's true. Sorry about that.
Okay.
You know there's 0 flat spots on a sphere? Try it. Tell me if there's a flat spot on a ball.
Would a sundial work on a sphere?
Nope.
Nope.
Spinning and wobbling?
Hell no.
It
Not
would
at
be
all.
almost the same as the flat plane with horography, with mountains and everything. Almost any place would be flat. So
Listen,
You
all
wouldn't
you have
use a
is flat.
sextant.
All
You wouldn't use a
Yoshi.
sextant because that means trigonometry, which means triangular measurements.
Yeah, 3
Not one
sides.
globe
You
Earth
have
for
to
the
have.
last
triangular measurement.
5,000 years has ever presented anything on a globe that works on a globe. No tides, no water, no dirt, no working things, no flying things, no swimming things. Nothing works on a globe. I would love to see it presented. And if you
Okay.
can't present it and all you have is excuses like the leprechaun's too invisible or too big or too little, then that just sounds like a damn religion.
So triangular measurements. You get, for example, a 40-degree angle to a star. You get
Before
the
you
GB of
continue,
the almanac.
you need to understand your own model and get together with other globes.
You don't
Because
have
you
a
guys are
fucking
contradicting
triangle
each other.
anywhere in your mind,
What
buddy.
the flat? What the flat? You just have celestial navigation backwards. You're starting from the wrong place to take your measurement.
So how does it work?
I already told you how. I'm not going to tell you again.
Okay.
Go back and
So
listen
you meant
on
you
live
said that
stream
you
of
were already.
you listen. You presenting yourself as completely ignorant of the topic, and yet still coming out here like you're got a freaking shotgun and all you have is a pea shooter at the gunfight.
Okay.
You're like
You say so?
you're dead in the water, man.
Okay.
Go back, stop talking. Go back and listen to the live stream. Mute the Discord server. Go back and listen to yourself.
Okay. No problem. Bye then.
Hey, hey, before you leave, I want to ask him a question.
Yeah.
Yeah. How far can you go with Dead Reckoning?
With
using Dead Reckoning to sail, like how far
No
can
idea.
you travel just using charts?
No idea.
No idea.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So the farthest I know of is 2,000 miles by Dead Reckoning.
Okay.
So if the Earth was a ball, right? You don't have planar triangles.
I will check. I don't even know what that reckoning is, so I will check.
Well, you know how they say if you have a triangle on a sphere, it'll equal greater than you can do 3 90-degree angles, right? And make a triangle.
Yeah, with a spherical axis. Yeah.
Yeah, with a spherical axis. So it would be impossible to go by Dead Reckoning 2,000 miles.
I will check because I'm an ignorant on that reckoning and all that stuff, but I will check.
Okay. Just to tell you, just to tell you, the longest distance is 2,000 miles with no view of the sky or the horizon.
2,000 miles, okay.
2,000 miles.
Got it. I'll check. Thanks for the discussion.
I'll come back now, you hear?
No problem.
All right.
Happy New Year, everybody.
See you later.
Happy New Beer.
Be
Same to you,
careful.
brother.
Happy
Take
flat
care.
year. Bye.
Flat. It's all flat. Everything's flat. Everything's built on
Bye.
flat. All the technology is flat.
Yeah. Bye.
Yeah, you can even talk to like a construction worker and ask him if he's calculated in the curvature of Earth when making.
They laugh at you. Go ask the surveyor. They're like, oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, geodetic surveyor will laugh for sure.
Yep. Skateboarders will laugh at you. You'll be dumber than the skateboarders if you think it's a globe, because you can't ollie on a moving surface.
Some of them will say no because the Earth is flat.
Boy, look at that. Tony Hawk, he's jumping out of there like 6 or 8 feet doing like a quadruple freaking spin. How does he adjust for the spin of Earth?
Gravity.
And land it like that. He's phenomenal.
And Earth tides.
You figure if you sink some poles, like some pylons into the ocean that say, I don't know, half a mile down, and you sink 4 pylons down, and you know those pylons are exactly, square with each other, equal distance from the 4 or the 2 neighboring sides, right? And you get that set up just perfectly on the base of the sea floor and all the way up to the top. Do you think it's going to be off because of the curvature, or do you think it's going to be right on?
Well, you're no doubt going to be using sea level to make sure it is level with the sea. Think about using a level. Yeah, what is that mimicking? Level. If you take a bubble level down to the ocean and you use it looking flat across the horizon with the bubble level, and you find the bubble level is not only right in the very center, but that also lines up minutely to the surface of the ocean and the sky where they meet. And that, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, is all pushed out because of perspective, that everything in the bottom goes upward continually from your location all the way out to the horizon. It's going upward towards your side line of vision. And the stuff coming down is going down. That's why we see perspective. I guess they didn't teach this in school lately. I don't think they taught this in school lately. They forgot about perspective. I think they're telling the kids now perspective doesn't exist. We're calling it refraction. And gravity.
I'm willing to put money on it that the top of those pylons, where the deck is going to go for a habitat, is going to be the same distance at the foundation. There's going to be no deviation in the spatial distances.
Yeah, as long as you made sure it's perpendicular, like those pylons are perpendicular, exactly perpendicular. Yeah.
90 degrees from horizon. Yeah.
Yep. You could use a plumb. You can use a plumb underwater too.
Well, you can simply use they call them angle finders, right? But it's kind of hard to do so when you're in the medium that's even heavier than fresh water itself, right? So heavier than the air itself. So of course the specific gravity is going to be off on anything you measure. So there's an easier way to figure out, perpendicular, right? You know what it is? Opposite of a plumb bob.
Yeah.
And that's what I was going to tell the guy, that in geodetic survey, the horizontal line is 90 degrees from plumb.
Yep.
At that point, and they specifically say at that point. So at the exact point where you measure it. So if you take a plumb bob 90 degrees from that line, the line that the plumb bob is making, 90 degrees from that, the horizontal line at that exact point, but nowhere else. Well, here's the kicker. Here's the kicker. In geodetic surveying, the plumb line is curved. So if you have a 1 mile long plumb line, you could have a whole bunch of horizontal lines and none of them are parallel on the globe. Yeah. Math and magic, buddy. Math and magic. You can do anything.
Stuff like, well, yeah, we did pretty good too. We did pretty good there.
You
At
ask him,
guessing, like mixing up all the numbers to make you think it's a globe. Yeah, we did pretty good. We got close.
right, but you ask them, okay, well, why is it like that? Well, because there's the vault, but why is that number like that? Well, it's like that because we know the numbers. Well, how do you know the numbers? Because 23,000 years ago, some fucking caveman down in Egypt that was a Greek comic decided to stick a stick next to the obelisk and measure the shadow. Meanwhile, his buddy supposedly did the same thing. How the fuck did he get to the bottom of the well?
Yeah, well,
Oh, you
Witsit.
forgot the other guy. The other guy that counted his steps, right? To measure the distance.
Right. The messenger, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say that Witsit, right then at that point, Witsit asked him if he knew the radius, and Main Surveyor did not know the radius. Thank you very much.
Sundials will work everywhere.
That was priceless.
I should find it. I did read a thing. It was written by a historian about doubting whether Eratosthenes was actually a person because the profession of, they said we hired this person to count steps between these two places, and they had a specific old Greek word for the profession, and that's the only place in all written literature that profession appears. Is in Eratosthenes' reference. Well, it's not even Eratosthenes, it's Cleomedes. So literally it's an invented word that only appears in reference to sticks and shadows. That's why they doubt he ever lived in the first place. Plus, no one really knows the distance to the star. There's so many problems with Eratosthenes. I don't even know where to begin. There's lots of problems. Historical problems. The assumption problems. There's just problems everywhere.
Maybe I need to quit calling him the Globe Earth Jesus then. Maybe he's not even worthy.
Also got a reference on the Stad, right? That what that distance is. That no one knows, has any idea how long it was. The difference in distance of what it was from the shortest to the longest amount is 30%. So it's the equivalent of saying, okay, a yard is either 3 feet or 2 feet. So somewhere in between there. I think if you're going to measure a long distance, the difference is going to be huge. I'll actually post that because it's actually pretty cool to read.
Because they think I'm young because I sound young. Never mind.
The length of Eratosthenes' shade. Donald Ingalls. 1985.
It's Stad. Stad was their unit of measure. It's supposed to be there's some relationship between it and the length of a stadium or something. That's why it's a Stad.
Those stadia. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see the whole thing. I've asked for that technical information here before. I want to know what kind of device they use to measure the distance, 500 miles.
Wells.
And 200 BC. And I want to know, like, I want to know the
Footsteps.
data. Did they have a pedometer? Did they have like a...
Footsteps.
They had an odometer with a wheel. Did they have the wheel yet, Dan? And could they measure distance
Well, they
with a
said that
wheel?
there was a profession where they were trained. That was their job, was to walk around and measure the distance between things.
So they
This
freaking
is
had
literally what they
measurements.
say, that this was somebody's job, was to do this. Which
Can we
is
get more information? Do we have the length of stride of that individual, please? Because we need
no, there is no
technical
more
data.
information, because what I was saying was that
What?
profession is only referenced by Eratosthenes and nowhere else in all of human history. Doesn't appear
Great.
anywhere else in any Greek literature, Roman literature, anywhere.
Well,
Just-
it sounds
just
like
Eratosthenes.
it sounds like that's real repeatable, doesn't it?
Think,
Not.
think about this too, right? Like how falsifiable or really truly is that information about the distance that it takes to get to these places? I mean, is anybody truly going behind these people and checking their life?
Well, we need to know all the elevation angles. I mean, all the elevation changes in elevation.
Well, and that's what I was trying to tell this guy. Like, he was like, how do you get a distance? Distance is irrelevant because these distances, the calculations, they're not measured distances.
Yeah,
And we
they're not
just
measures
agreed
over
on,
terrain.
like, we've just agreed by convention that if the angle of a star changes this much, we've gone a nautical mile. It's just a convention. It's not like no one sat there and checked, right?
Nope. It's ridiculous.
And
Think about
especially on
that.
the ocean, like you were saying, with currents and stuff, it's impossible to measure.
You can't. They'll never be able to do it either, ever. Never, ever, ever.
In the device, they use what's called a pitot tube, and they use it in airplanes too. So it measures the fluid flow, how fast the fluid is moving by the ship. But it has like the precision is like within 15%. So it could be
Yeah.
115, or it could be 85, or it could be anywhere in between.
Yeah, I guess radar or LORAN would be your best way to locate objects out
Yeah,
along
were you
the
saying about
plane.
radar? Were you saying about radar with buoys or something?
I was talking about radio direction finder, RDF.
Radio, yes. Okay, radio direction finder.
So what you do is you're out on the ship, you put that up on your deck somewhere, you level it out the best you can, and you point that thing to something that's a beacon on the side of a jetty somewhere.
Yeah.
Or a buoy that's out there. Those are all known distances because they mark channels and shit. So you get one of those beacons, and then you can triangulate from the beacon direction to, let's say, a lighthouse up the coast, 10 miles. You're trying to find out exactly how far you are from the coast itself. Where the water starts getting shallower, you have depth readings on your charts. These are all known depths at different locations. So they don't do that on a curved ball. Anyway, so then you go to the third one and you measure the angle. Then you have three lines that intersect each other. That's pretty fucking close. And then you also at that point, now you have a correction on what your true speed is in that direction, because you are shown by things that are pretty much solid in the same place that your dead reckoning was slightly off. So that means instead of going 6.25 knots, you were actually only going 5.89 knots, let's say. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So then you go, okay, so then you move. So now you're going closer to 5.8 knots. You get much more accurate. Then you go to the third one, like you get to that third intersecting line. So you most of the time, you can travel all the way up the coast. And if you're in sight of these things, you can figure out what they are most of the times. You can figure out exactly where you are. Or
I was wondering if they were like the Knickerbein. You know what the Knickerbein is,
They're just a radio beacon shooting out. Yeah, they're just a radio beacon, bam, shooting out. Yep. So you pick up the direction of that because you can find the focal point of it. It goes, it gets louder.
So one of the Knickerbein transmitters, I don't know if you guys have watched the video that's part of it's called The Secret Wars. So this system was developed for landing airplanes at night. So what they do is they shoot it down the runway, right? This beacon, and when you're directly in the line of the radio waves, you'll get a loud tone like beep 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 beep. But when you're like out of it, out of the line, when you're off the runway, out of the line of the runway, it'll fade, right? So you fly so that you have the strongest possible tone. Now you're in line with the runway.
That's it.
So what the Germans did, they took two of these. They took two of these, right? One had dots, one had dashes. And when you're in the cross of these, when these beams are intersecting, you'll get the dots and dashes at the same time. And that's when drop your bombs. You're over the bombing location. Problem for the globe is it's 380 miles away from Britain, and the beams are intersecting 11 miles in the air. And this is World War II, and the planes only fly at 17,000 feet.
Yeah.
So you got a problem.
Yeah, so I heard
you can
that's
say
exactly
refraction, right? So what do they both refract curvature so that they intersect at the right altitude? It's like, no, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah, so London got bombed on that little encounter because what the Germans used did work because it shot it out in a straight line, radio waves.
Not just that, when they first discovered when they first suspected this was happening, this is what the guy says, one of the scientists that was working for the British, that the other scientists were like, no, that's impossible. It's a globe. They don't have this. They must be using some other method. And they eventually found out because they had two German prisoners from a downed airplane, and they, of course, they had their cells talking, and they recorded it. And so then they had the downed airplane with this piece of radio equipment. They don't know what it does, and then they have these Germans talking about it. And the guy had to plead to Winston Churchill himself to get them to investigate it, right? So eventually they found out, yes, this is what the Germans are doing. But it took 6 months. So 6 months of them using it, them saying, nah, Earth's a globe, this is impossible. So people died as a direct consequence.
Yeah, they did.
Of clowns thinking.
Who would have thunk it that was going on? They didn't know that shit. The people down below getting bombed in London didn't know that was going on.
When did London get bombed?
So are you saying the Germans, at least the scientists who made that, were flat earthers? They had to have known? Or is
They
that
did.
just a speculation?
They assumed just like their aircraft linear model, that's probably where it came from. The Germans knew about that linear model. Linear aircraft flight. Yep.
Let's
Absolutely.
get another Glover. I want to hear another Glover invoke the flat, tangent, right, to make that sextant work.
Exactly.
Because they invoke the flat earth every time. It's like, wow, really, bro?
It's incredible. It's incredible because we're supposed to be in modern times here. And I just happened to grow up in a place where things were pretty real. And you learned, like I learned how to do a lot of real shit, like really traveling over places, distances, sextant, like doing shots of the moon, of different, the wanderers, the lights in the sky, the constellations. You could do these sightings on constellations and different stars in there, and help you with your location. Like, I didn't know all that time that it was on a flat plane. I mean, I guess I did, but we just didn't think about it. I don't know how that was kept separate. That's part of this brainwashing, that they were able to segment it in our minds, in someone else's mind, segment it out. How did they do that?
It's the oligarchs, dude. It's all their mind control.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy, man.
These people
When
are
you come out of it.
sick a lot. They're psychotic, dude. These people that are
they are.
controlling society.
They know how our minds work. They knew for a long, long time. You know what I heard, which just freaked me out? That the Nazis, well, we know there's other people behind the Nazis that always have been, bankers on both sides of both sides of oceans, right? So that American business is where the Nazis got their mind control from American business. And I go, shit, I had to look into that a little bit. It's true. It looks like it seems to be true. Isn't that crazy? They learned it from us in the beginning. So Nazis didn't go anywhere. They were here. They had buddies over across the ocean. And then their buddies came back and became in power. All of their buddies, secret clubs, all.
Hey, Sonny, I don't think you're old enough, but do you remember the 3 channels? And at the end of the night, they would play the national anthem. And the words, if you like slow it down, was like neurolinguistic programming or some shit.
I didn't know that was happening. I probably been subjected to it though. I didn't know it was happening.
Yeah, it was
and
like
there was these
one of the
weird
Go ahead, I'm
shit, man. Yeah, weird shit like this. Listen, it's 9 o'clock. Parents, do you know where your children are? This weird little commercial, like strange shit happening. Like you were all of a sudden you're just in this moment where you're a deer in the headlights because they start talking and the vibration catches you and you go, do you know where your children are? Or this is your brain. This is your brain on drugs, and it shows pan with eggs frying. Like this mind control shit.
What?
Yes.
Yeah, bro.
Your brain is a
They
fried
showed like
egg.
a pan.
This is your brain.
They
This is your
had to
brain.
have.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
They had a pan like 450 degrees, and then crack an egg and go, "This is your brain. This is your brain on drugs. Any questions?" It's like, okay,
Yeah,
that's a true analogy. Because marijuana is like
Okay.
450 degrees to tissue, right?
Just wild and crazy. I grew up in the weirdest time you could ever imagine. Through the Vietnam War. I mean, like I was a little kid. There was only 4 channels on TV. There wasn't hardly anybody had a color TV. I remember when the first color TVs came into the neighborhood. Nobody had one. It was these big freaking huge console, probably weighed 200 pounds. So yeah, weird, strange stuff, man. I saw the images from Vietnam. It wasn't pleasant. That's traumatic. I was just little. I didn't need to be seeing dead bodies coming out of Vietnam. All the slaughtered people and shit on TV at prime time. I didn't need to see that. So you're going to be bombed by the Russians. They're going to bomb nuclear holocaust. We had freaking drills. And then I live right near an airport, so listen, every now and then there was a sound. Brace yourself. Boom! Freaking sonic booms from the airplanes.
Yeah, that's going to start happening again. They lifted the temporary law that kept them from doing that to us. So
Yeah.
people are going to start hearing booms and going, "What the fuck was that?"
Yeah, listen, so those booms were loud enough. They shook the whole brick and glass school buildings I was in. It shook the whole thing. It shook the windows.
Do any of you
Those
feel
windows-
like the end is coming?
Those windows were rattling. I think
The end of
something's
what?
happening. I don't know.
The end of fiat currency?
Does anybody else feel something happening inside of themselves? That's the question I want to ask. Anything different happening for you as an individual? Everybody. How about you don't need as much sleep? How about you don't need as much food?
Well, I noticed that the winter doesn't really happen until like January. And it used to be cold
How
back
about you
in
still
like,
have plenty of energy, even though you don't need as much food or sleep? Plenty of energy, not slowed down at all. Oh, is that just me? Okay, you guys really know how to make someone feel uncomfortable. Shit.
I think it's your coffee, bro. You got some good decaf.
It's not decaf. I don't need decaf.
Oh. Okay.
It's a real thing.
Hey,
No, it doesn't.
Does that include beacon? Can I talk? Because
Yeah, man.
almost every time I try to talk lately, everyone tells me to shut the fuck up.
Whoa.
Well, they don't say it. They say it in so many words, but they don't say STFU, right?
Well, at least they're being nice, dude.
Helio. Yeah, you're good, bro.
Hey, do me a favor.
All right, somebody
Do me
hurt
a
my
favor.
feelings, and I'm really feeling bad about it.
Look,
Right?
Helio, listen, Helio. I'm a Cancer too. You know what? And if I did hurt your feelings, it's not personal at all, man.
Oh, it wasn't
I love you,
you.
man.
Well,
I love
maybe
you, man.
might have been you, or
It could have
just
been.
like every time I have an opinion on a conversation, it's like you guys were talking to that guy about the sextant the other night, or not the other night, tonight, like an hour ago. He only came here because I recruited him from the YouTube chat. I didn't come in and say, "Hey, I brought him from the YouTube chat."
I know,
But then
but
when
see,
I
look,
try to have an opinion on everybody's telling me to shut the fuck up.
No, here's why, Helio. Listen, here's why. Listen, bro. Here's the reason why. Because we're on this line of, we're taking him down this path that's a specific path that it's kind of delicate. It doesn't need to be interrupted because the path that Elijah's got him going on is directing him to a desired place where then something else can be presented. If he doesn't get through it, then it's lost. All that
I already
time is
worked
lost.
for an hour in the YouTube chat. I was working on him. So
That was
anyway,
good. I mean, all the work you did, wasn't lost. Like that work you did was great.
No, it's all good. I mean, it's just like he came in saying the same bullshit, saying, it was the same. It was the same rhetoric, It was just like kind of embarrassing, So, but it's not embarrassing for us. I mean, it's just like embarrassing for him. It's just like pretty much he was just expressing that whatever the mainstream narrative it is, that's where I stand, and I don't give a fuck what you say, basically. Anyway, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, he was kind of a bottom feeder. I mean, they're not real smart. I'm surprised that the Globe doesn't have anything better to offer than people that.
I'll tell you this. When I was talking to him in the chat, he was saying all kinds of crazy shit in the chat, and then he started talking about the sextant, and I was like, oh, okay. So here, let me ask you about the sextant. And then he was like, I'm so glad you asked. And then he was like, started talking about that shit. I mean, this went on for an hour before he ever joined the YouTube, where you guys started talking to him. And so I was like, oh. And then I talked to him VC check-in, me and Blant Flobe, and there was a couple other people in the check-in that were talking to him. It's like, bro, you don't want to go in there because your arguments are shit. And but he did anyway. So then you guys got the aftermath of him bringing the same old bullshit nonsense that he was bringing up in the YouTube chat for hours beforehand.
He was totally eviscerated here. There was nothing left. His entrails were being trailed along for several miles.
So it's like there was a reason he was banned from the server before. Well, I don't think anybody banned him tonight. I think he left. But yeah. Hey, and congrats on it. I mean, you guys did great, but I just feel like I wasn't trying to jump in to interrupt anyone. I was just
diverted. Yeah, we don't sometimes we don't want it diverted. So you kind of have to be listening for maybe 20 minutes to catch the drift.
Well, I was already 3 hours in, with this guy.
Yeah,
you guys were brand new.
Hold on, Sonny. Hold on. The point Helio's making is that we checked him in.
Yeah, I was already 3 hours in with this dude, and you guys didn't know it. But I mean, that's not my fault. It's not anybody's fault.
Just a miscommunication.
Yeah, it's not anybody's fault. I don't know. No.
Totally not. And it's good to talk
Helio,
about.
next time, just say dibs. I got dibs on this guy. I fished him out of, we don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's like when he jumps in, because I already knew the live stream was hot. You know, it was fun. That's why I was like, I dare you to jump in the live stream right now. Me and Black Flow were both like, I dare your ass to jump in live stream. And he's
I was
like,
like,
I'm good.
y'all
I'm
like,
good. I can do it.
y'all like rack of lamb? Because here's a bunch of food. I know y'all been starving.
Have you ever used the sextant? No. I'm like, what?
Yeah, I know.
Have you ever
I said in the
spoken to
VC
a
check-in, I was
captain?
like, bro, okay, first you admitted you've never used a sextant, and now you're going to go argue with people who do and have. Okay, let's do it. Let's see that. Oh, shit.
Yeah, no. I get offended every day. So, you know, whatever. I get offended by flat earthers and globies every day. So, fuck you all.
Don't worry, I won't offend you.
Go ahead and offend me. I'll still love you at the end of the day.
Bible predicted you, bro. There be those who are
That's
offended.
awesome. Yeah, they want to be offended sometimes. So there's that part.
But yeah, I mean, it's just like when I was listening to you guys talk to that guy, I didn't want to come in and say, hey, I brought in this guy and this. I didn't want to dominate the conversation. It was really interesting to listen to you talk to him like brand new, because me and Flo had already been talking to him for a while.
Yeah, it's kind of like good cop, bad cop in here. You come in, like you're getting fired up. Ping, 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 ping.
Yeah. He's like, shut up, Helio, I got this. I get it, guys.
Hey, can I bounce something off you guys real quick?
Yeah, sure.
I have a flat Earth question. It doesn't have like a right or wrong answer, because I don't think anybody really knows. But I'm curious as to what everybody's individual opinion is on the depth of the flat Earth. I don't know exactly how far we've actually drilled into the Earth, but I'm curious what people believe as far as, does it end? Is it endless? And then if it does end, well, what's at the bottom?
Wait, hold on. With that question, in your mind,
yes,
how would you come up with an idea to figure out that question?
Yeah, how
it's
the
like,
fuck would you
all right,
know?
cool.
How'd you dig
So
it?
now we're trying to determine the depth of flat or globe. How would you, what instrument or method would you use to determine that?
I mean, I have no clue. The only thing I can think of is you would have
Okay,
to
then why did you ask the
create-
question?
Hold on, Helio.
Has
You're
anyone
normal.
ever done
Come on,
it?
calm down.
I'm sorry, I'll calm down. Sorry about it. My bad.
No, go ahead,
See,
but
maybe,
go ahead and
maybe
talk.
that's
Just
why people
calm down.
didn't want to talk to me.
I know,
before,
but just
because I
calm
was
down.
too
That's all.
excited.
Go ahead.
I'm calming down. But my question
I didn't
was
mean to
valid,
start the
though.
nerve. I just
No, I mean, but
on
you
my
should
mind.
consider this. You're asking a question that almost can't be answered. So
Right, yeah. But I mean, we had individually, we almost believe something, because I believe that it must be. I think is
no.
probably water.
Hold on.
I don't know.
There's a difference between you asked a question. How can we measure the depth of
No, that wasn't my
That's
question. I
what
was
you.
curious
All right.
as to
Well,
what
what
your
was your question?
individual opinion
Restate your question.
on.
Restate your question.
I thought I was clear. I'm sorry. Excuse me.
It wasn't clear. I thought you
thought my
were asking
question
about
was.
how you could measure the depth of Earth.
No, you
That's
hold on,
pretty
hold on,
sure.
hold on. He's just asking if anybody knows how deep it goes.
Or what? Not if you know, because I don't think anybody can know. I'm just curious as to what people's beliefs or opinions are on the subject.
Okay, well, that's a different question then. All right. You guys continue. This is why people kick me off and fucking get frustrated.
Oh, it's
because,
okay, dude. It's okay.
whatever.
It's okay.
Well, I'm not
Only
offended. Like, I'm not.
It's okay.
No, it's okay. Listen, that's in the area of speculation. We don't mind as long as you just say this is all speculation now, because we can't verify anything about it. So
Yeah,
we just do that. We just separate it. Like, the song, keep them separated.
You gotta keep
That's what you got to do.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. Yeah, sure. I mean, just pointing out exactly like the original question, how can you measure the depth of Earth? I mean, that's all speculation, because you don't even know what Earth is. That's the reason this server exists. We're trying to figure out
The
what
short
this
answer
place
is no one knows as far as we know.
Yeah, nobody knows.
I wanted to know what we believe, right?
Yeah.
So I've heard Michael J. Smith say that the Earth is a giant compost pile, and everything on it that's dirt is actually dead leaves, dead bugs, dead animals, right? So what do
Yep.
compost piles do? Right, they stack up and they stack up, and then there's a chemical reaction in the bottom, and it causes heat, right? And enough heat and enough chemical reaction would cause lava, magma, whatever you want to call it, right? Pressure. And there would be all these chemical reactions going on down there. And of course, the furthest they've dug was 8 miles, or almost 8 miles, right? The Russian borehole. And, that's pretty much what we believe. It's as much information as we can get. Has somebody got like a tuba?
Where's that noise coming from?
Oh, that's me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you're not talking, can you mute? Hank's explaining.
Don't hot mic, especially when
he's
playing only
he's
2 notes
talking
on
about,
an organ.
Yeah, he's talking about weight and pressure, and this. I'm following you, Hank.
Yeah, so that's pretty much what we believe. We believe that the Earth is a big pile of dead things stacked on top of dead things, and that seems to be believable.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Makes a lot more sense than balls forming from nothing, spinning around the universe from a big bang.
Absolutely.
Because you can't actually confirm that happened, but you can use your mind in a time machine and just physically study Earth and see, all right, well, some of this sort
Helio.
of adaptation happened. Go ahead.
Why did you mention a time machine?
Oh, because the Big Bang is a time machine.
Oh,
my God.
See, they
right,
claim
Helio,
that,
back up that claim. Back up that claim, Helio.
Well, I was just, time machine. I mean, shit. I mean, what they claim about science and geology. I mean, geology is one of the sciences they claim, and they can use geology to go
That's
back in
not science, dude, that's the
time.
rock people.
Those are rock folks. Yeah, dirt and rocks. Kind of.
All right, dirt and rocks.
I'm just
But
joking.
wait, are you saying that geologists don't claim that they know?
Technically, it's not
time?
science. It's not a cause and effect relationship study.
Hold on. I'm talking about the claims.
Oh, got it. Yes, the globe claims. They are that insane, correct?
Okay, then we're on the same page now.
Yep.
So
we usually are.
The geologists claim that they can tell what happened in the past by studying the dirt, which is not necessarily not true.
It's adorable is what it is. But yeah. You'll find a lot of popular mechanics articles on it for no reason.
Okay. So, I mean, you guys, what were you thinking that I was not leading up to this thing? I mean, so you had to interrupt me.
What are you leading up to? Sorry for interrupting.
I'm leading up to that they're going to use geology to prove millions of years, which they can't. So whatever. I mean, that's the end of the day. They're going to be like, hey, well, we can dig down in the earth and prove millions of years and time has said this. But it's really all, it's the same with the, outer space and globe earth, this idea. It's really the same concept. It's like you can dig down in the earth, go back in time. You can look up in the sky, go back in time, pretend that the earth is third rock from the sun, go back in time. All that kind of shit. Earth is Earth. Always has been, always will be. And I've been saying that for years. So anyway, continue.
I concur.
Ladies and gentlemen.
I concur with that. I also concur with what Vlad said. I concur. I think that is really adorable that the Globers are adorable. They're like doing the same thing as they were when they're kids. Let's dig in the dirt and make up stories. Aren't
Yeah,
they cute?
it's like watching a toddler play in the sandbox with a brand new toy, and they don't yet know how to use it properly, and you keep trying to teach them, and they keep stealing it back. No, it's gonna work my way. It's like,
so
all right,
cute.
dude.
It's
Well,
so cute.
enjoy.
I'm gonna get a guitar sound.
I'm gonna be
going.
over here growing up while you're just not okay.
Not okay.
Sorry, I get a little
not okay.
I get a little worked up around these parts.
You're just not okay.
That's what the Glovers are doing in the YouTube chat. And
They go like this. They go.
That's not, I don't think it's okay that you think the Earth is flat. This is just not okay.
It's a misunderstanding.
Really bad.
You guys just don't understand.
Oh man, I can't believe you guys don't think the Earth is a globe. Third rock from the sun. 93
You're
million
stopping
miles.
us from our space
I've only
dream
been researching this for thousands of days. No big deal.
I have my heart set on this beauty, this dark-haired, green-skinned beauty. I mean, we were having a really hot time on the old town tonight, if you know what I mean.
Hey, you know what? You know what? You can have a lot of fun, like we're having fun now, but at the same time, once you know what you know, it's like
That's why it's fun.
You could be a total conspirator, like I don't know. I mean, whatever. I mean, that's an extreme statement, but whatever. But you can still have fun. You know, you don't have to really give a shit what people think about you.
Jesus, Captain Kirk, don't bang the lizard lady. Ugh.
Oh, that's a good one. Like, don't bang the lizard lady. Hey, and he's like, who? What? It's like Spock. This isn't logic.
I can't help myself.
I
need to know what it's like in there.
Scaly.
Shields up. I'll be busy for a while.
Well, I mean, Captain Kirk's going to find out, though.
I'm going to fire my torpedo in that lizard lady over there.
What do you mean? Ugh.
Have you ever seen lizards having sex? No thanks.
No, but have you ever seen lizard aliens?
No, I haven't.
I saw them on
Of the
Star
two
Trek,
things,
and they
that's
looked
the one I haven't seen.
fairly sexy. I mean, you know, Captain Kirk might have something going on there.
Captain Kirk's the kind of guy who would say something like, "Hell, I'll try anything twice."
There you go. And there's some other statements that he's made. It's like science and science fiction are pretty much the same thing.
They're indistinguishable. That's what he said after that. And then he said extraordinary 152 times after he didn't go to space recently. He said extraordinary. If you watch that, the only thing he got paid to say that day, 10 cool 10 mil. Extraordinary. It's just extraordinary. It's just
extraordinary.
Breathtaking. Extraordinary.
It's breathtaking. Extraordinary. I got to like float around a little bit. I'm just like, you can do that shit in a...
He's the only person who's been allowed shit face into space. Just loaded. They're like, it's Shatner, dude. What are we gonna do? Just let him. He's got to do this every day, or he dies.
He's a
let him drink.
He's a fucking sci-fi hero, even if he's not.
He's a psychopath, is what's going on with that film.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's a character.
I feel bad for him.
Well, I don't know whether or not to feel bad for him if he has any control over this. I don't know. I don't know his life. I don't know the fucking guy.
Well, that's true.
He was a young actor first getting started. He didn't know that he was part of the propaganda program until later. And that's when he started, talking about space. And they would say, what's the difference between science fiction and science? And he was like, nothing. But he didn't know that they were saying pseudoscience. Right? If they would have worded it correctly, that would have been the perfect answer.
Yeah.
Right. But
I don't know. I think he was keen right then and there, and he was trying not to say too much. That's what I think.
That's a possibility. Yeah, sure. But we can't say
what Hank
for
said
sure.
is a possibility too. I'm saying we're never going to know because it's speculation.
Yep. Hey, but I'll tell you what. I mean, he's as far as a public figure after Star Trek. I mean, he's been in several movies, but he's really kind of like when he's in different movies, he's not acting like he did on Star Trek. He's more of a cameo appearance in most of the some of the
Oh
major
yeah,
movies and
yeah.
stuff. So it's like he's just like, I'm gonna sit back in my mansion. It's like, fuck yeah, I'll make a cameo appearance. Give me $1 million. I'll fucking make a cameo in that movie. Or give me, whatever. I don't know how much money they make for doing cameos. But anyway, William Shatner, you can tell.
A specific
Just the way he
generation of women's
talks,
first crush was him.
I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie though. Yeah, well, I ain't gonna lie though. I mean, just the way, even in the cameos or in the Star Trek episodes and stuff, he captured a certain thing, even though it was complete bullshit. He owned that shit. He was a good actor.
Yeah, I almost think that's the problem. But anyway, can we get
I
back to
know
Flat
it
Earth?
is the problem, but whatever. But yeah, it's just like that's why people love it. But anyway, Flat Earth. I mean that's related to Flat Earth.
Kind
because
of. It's very,
the Star
very,
Trek.
very, very, very barely related to Flat Earth.
All right, so the Star Trek shows are it's the final
if at all.
frontier.
I can't. In fact, I can't
Well,
really
how
think
about
of it.
how about this? I'll give you one flat globe.
Okay.
I mean black flobe, and
You can call me
as well. It's either
sugar-covered cucumber. I don't
All
care.
right, cool.
I do not care.
So Star Trek said space is the final frontier. How about Earth is the final frontier? It's like people have been looking to space so long.
I think they meant sky's the limit, Helio.
I actually had a little twist on it, and I fucking forgot it. Anyway.
So did everybody understand what happened earlier with sextants and how sextants cannot work on anything but a flat Earth? 70% of the water here is flat and level. If you're going to be navigating, hold on. If you're going to be navigating on the ocean, which is 70% flat and level, do I need to continue? God bless. How are they so stupid? They can't see it. Sorry. Hank?
I don't mean it's like how many posts were talking about 90
Seriously.
the curvature or and we're talking about triangulation.
Oh, you can't even get them to talk about curvature. Forget curvature. They won't even do it.
Well, I mean, I thought it was based on the horizon which they think is the curvature of Earth, right?
It wouldn't be called the horizon, right? Though, I mean, it'd be called anything other than a horizon if it weren't horizontal. I'm sorry.
Oh,
it's just the simplest shit. Hank, you were going to say something. What were you going to say, Hank? Or not. Go ahead, Helio.
No, I wanted Hank to say something because I think he was going to say something about what you were saying. So, Hank, if your microphone is working good, I want to hear that because, yeah, exactly. I mean, interrupt me anytime, Hank, when you get your mic fixed. But yeah, the horizon.
My mic ain't broken. Ask the question again. Did everybody understand? Say it again.
Talking about sextants and how they're used. We're talking about triangulation, right?
Yeah. So my question, right, Hank? My question is.
Yeah. So go ahead.
So since I don't like the word if, since 70% of the Earth is water, and water is flat and level. 70% of the Earth is flat and level, at the very least. But just talking about that 70% of flat and level water, most of it is ocean. And when navigating, and when navigating on the ocean, how is it that a sextant built for isosceles right-angled triangle navigation from the horizontal to the angle, 90-degree angle of elevation, how would they work on the globe? How would you test that? Because the Earth is flat. So how would you know that it even works on the globe? Thanks.
That wasn't the right question. So the first question you asked was, did everybody here understand what we were talking about with the sextant? And I wanted to say, yes, even the Globers understand what we're talking about with the sextant. That's why they keep invoking a tangent or some sort of ruler to lay on top of the ball, because they know that it can't work without assuming a flat level plane.
That's correct.
So they definitely need to revamp their game, because invoking that is a straight win for us, just like when they started saying refraction. We were like, finally, you get it. It's not geometrical. It's due to optics. They settled with the word refraction, and they repeated it nauseum, so I'd imagine they're going to do the same with a flat level plane.
Sure, but all of it starts with a presumption, right? So if like triangulation, that means it's a triangle, right? With
Right.
Three straight lines.
It's unavoidable.
One of them 90 degrees, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how can you even presume that you're standing on top of a sphere? Which that's what they presume. Anyway, if you're living on a sphere, you're always standing on top of the sphere. So if you're talking about triangulation over distance, you're standing on top of that sphere, or whether you're on your ship or on land or anywhere, then you would observe you observe the horizon, which in their idea would be curvature of the earth. And if they say anything otherwise, they're absolutely wrong. They think that the horizon is the curvature of the earth. We've established this many, many times, many hundreds of times over time, 3-4 years. We've been doing this for a very long time. So if you're standing on top of the earth and you're if you're trying to use the angle of a star over a certain distance above the horizon, now the horizon has to be curvature of the earth in your mind. If you think that the earth is curving away from you,
it doesn't matter what they think
while
about
you're
the horizon.
standing about
The
on
sextant
top of
doesn't work.
I know. It
doesn't matter what they think about the horizon.
Well, it works on a flat Earth, but it doesn't work on
doesn't
the
work
globe.
on the globe. Here, there's a video I can find. Go ahead.
And
It's
so
got
that's
Pink
the
Panther
answer.
measuring
That's the
the
answer.
globe with a curved fucking thing. Hold on. Go ahead.
No, I don't want to talk anymore. I pretty much made my point. Yeah. Because people, anyone that thinks they're standing on top of a ball and the horizon is the curvature of the Earth, they already lost the argument. They don't have anything to offer, to be honest.
Not unless they do.
Okay, well then they can come in here and make their claims. Yeah, there's no such thing as the curvature of the Earth.
Coming up next, 10 hours of Another One Bites the Dust over and over and over and over and over and over and over. Stay tuned.
And then after that, up next on Ow My Balls, Don't Take My Globes, Leave My Eggs Alone. Those are my
I just watched Idiocracy on Christmas when I was cooking Christmas dinner and shit. I was watching Idiocracy. Oh man, it's so funny. Ow, my balls.
Yeah. Oh, I don't remember any of the quotes. I've seen it once in 2008.
I want to see the Glober sail 3 crooked circles of equal altitude. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, that's what I want to see. What would that be like on the sea with 3 circles of equal altitude? They're all crooked to each other. Crooked as a dog's hind leg. Those global circles of equal altitude will look all funny.
Yeah, Sonny.
Think about it.
Just think about it.
Think about that. Think about all the different angles. They could have those things. You wouldn't know what's up and down, what's sideways, what's... Like, don't sail with that joker. As a matter of fact, tie him down over there so he doesn't get anywhere near the helm.
I hate the globe argument that you can't measure the. They always say you can't measure the curvature because the Earth is so large. That is the dumbest nonsense ever.
Yeah. Kindergarten antics.
Yeah, it irritates me every time they bring that up. It's like nails on a chalkboard when I hear that.
Gets kind of boring, doesn't it? It starts boring me to sleep when they come on a dozen Globers in a row that parrot the same exact thing. If you put them all together, think of that as a recording, what that would sound like. Them all bagawking the same exact thing at the same, like.
That would be my personal hell.
Yeah, that's what it is. Like, I'm glad I don't hear that. Yeah, why did I even have to bring that up? Never mind, just forget about that. I
mean, I get mad when I listen to numpty clips and, debates and such. I just get so mad at these people.
Anyway, is my mic okay?
Yeah, your mic's fine.
Technical difficulty earlier with the connection to the voltage to the mic. So I figured that pin out. So got that all wired now.
You sound great.
I used to get pissed because everybody would try to get me to fix things of theirs, and then I started going like, "You're just using me." Like I would get pissed off, and I realized that's like, like how we have like a station in life. I don't mean to say like your level, like, or anything, but you know what I mean. Like we do.
You're a useful eater.
That we fall.
Not a useless eater, a useful eater.
Well, I don't know about that. It could be. I don't know if I'm so useful. Oh man, I forgot where I was going with that.
It's fine.
I probably needed to. See, that's the one thing. Old age will give you this gift that keeps on giving. You won't remember some stuff that's probably not necessary to remember.
Age is just a concept, bro.
Conceptual.
Yeah. So made of mine, bro. Has nothing to do with what you see in the mirror, man, or cellular deterioration over time. It's just in your mind, man.
Yeah. There's probably parts of you that are... There's probably parts of you that are evaporating away.
Oh, scram. See? Get out of here, kid. You bother me.
That's all it takes to get me cracking up. Yeah, stop it.
Yeah.
Stop it, I tell you.
It's funny stuff, man. Funny stuff. What was his name?
Edgar J. Hoover.
No, who was the actor?
Come on.
Cagney. James Cagney.
Cagney. That's right.
Yeah.
James Cagney.
Small hands, big attitude.
That's me. Big old attitude. No funny business around here, yeah.
Right.
Think of the words they used back then. It talk about archaic language. It sounds funny.
My favorite ones.
If you listen how they talked in the 40s, 30s, or 40s, we probably would barely recognize them.
Malarkey, hullabaloo,
what was all that malarkey down at the hullabaloo they had down there at the freaking
succotash.
the Star Ranch freaking roller rink. What the hell?
Mishmash, pish posh, fucking. Just whatever kind of language, right? Just anything.
I can play some 50s music. It'll crack your ass up.
Shim sham.
You want to hear some psychedelic 50s music? This
No,
is
I
the right
don't.
channel. Hold
Sonny,
on.
no, I don't want to hear that right now.
Yeah, you do.
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay.
No thanks. Thank you. I'm all set. But I appreciate it.
Okay, any Globers? Instead. Gosh.
Yes. Speaking of broken records, Globers, come on in.
Broken records. Parker LJ has only a listening pass. Would you like to speak with us? Hey, Parker, have you been listening? Don't mind me, I'm in a great mood tonight. Have you been listening? Have you been listening? Parker LJ. Okay, I'll put you on mute. No big deal. We can take you back off. We haven't heard you yet, so if you don't want to speak, that's fine. We don't blame you.
LJ, is that you, Jared?
It could be. We'll just leave you unmuted. We'll
do
just
you
leave
go-
you unmuted for now. We're going to give you the benefit.
Just wondering because I know an LJ from Parker.
Well, if they start screaming obscenities or something like that, then we'll know it wasn't right to leave them. But for now, they'll be unmuted. I don't see why not. People think I'm mean. Outrageous.
He's got a poorly drawn bull in his profile picture with like teeth, like bottom teeth kind of thing. Looks like a pig and a bull mixed. A boar. Anyway.
David Z. Hi, David Z. Have you spoken to anybody before here? You have no roles, but you find yourself in the live stream. David Z., are you there? You would need to speak to us, David Z., if you want to be in the live stream. So, last chance, you could... Oh, you dipped. Dipped unmuted. So expect David Z to be back unmuted. That was pretty slick. Come on back. Now you'll be able to speak up just like we like it. Right, guys?
Yep.
We have the... Yeah, let's see. Who do we have here? The rundown.
People are going to be piling in. Maybe.
A stationary
California. It's 8
stationary
o'clock there.
breeze. Yeah, 2004 on the left coast. So we have Andy level up. I heard you a couple times, I think. Big data beats, no rolls. Big data beats. Hey, are you there? Hey, say hi, because I've never spoken to you. Would you like to speak up, or should I just keep you muted for now? I saw you light up. Hello? If you type something in the live stream voice text, I would see it there. Okay, for now, I'll just keep you muted because you do need to speak up if you're in the live stream. So if you if you want to be unmuted, just go to the VC check-in, and someone will check you in there. We have Bodavin. You're a VC verified. Hey, Bodavin. Okay, I won't read it out loud. Your roles, no problem. Welcome. Good to see you. Globe. Did you say Globe Skeptic? No, reality denier. Oh, sorry. My bad. Okay.
I would like to talk to a reality denier right now.
Well, he's Bodavin. Do you want to speak to anybody, Bodavin? You're not muted. You have control of your mic, Butterfin, right? Are you listening? You're not listening. Okay, whatever. So they would allow him to stay unmuted. There's the always courageous Denmark. Dolan, Flat Earther, Drace, of course, if you're still awake out there in the icy cold. The Glad Flobe, Helioskeptic, always.
Hey,
Always
you
present.
guys want to hear a new Flatter Day Saints song? He just sent it to me.
Sure.
Sure. Good idea. People are probably like, glad he didn't make it down to me. Gee whiz.
Yeah, they may be.
Shine the spotlight on me.
Hey, no, everyone. I mean, sure, we can get back to it. New people joining. Yeah, it's great.
Go ahead and play it. Jesus and KJ, Mr. Anderson, you're both muted and deafened. Oh, thank you for visiting and not listening. No, I'm sorry. Orion,
Take that back.
Paul V, Seb, Truth Prevails, of course, Will Be Flat, myself, and Joshua. Thanks.
Let's see if this works. Hopefully.
I like
shut your mouth when you're talking to me.
God damn.
A roll call. I like doing a roll call like that. Did it go?
No, it didn't. Hold on. Let me do another command here. Let's see. I think this will work.
I think you should leave it to the professionals. Sorry.
What?
I'm only kidding. Wait, maybe I'm not kidding. Let's see how it turns out.
My favorite Glober question is, why would they lie?
See, I added. It said when I put that command in, it said it added.
Play it. It should be playing it.
Well,
wait a minute. Episode 2.
Yeah, if
just
you know.
Try it now. Try it now because when you hit stop, that probably cleared it. So.
All right, cool. So that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Try it again. Try it again. You got it. You got this, man.
I know.
I knows you knows. So I'm going to play my harmonica now just because of all that. Oh, wait a minute. Here's the guitar. One position. Now
Maybe
if you play. It's probably
I think I know the command. Hold on.
Oh, that just did that. How weird. I think you have to do a clear command because the Q.
See?
Yeah.
See, I know what's up, Sonny. Come on.
No, I know. I was reading your mind. Like I wasn't sure. Then all of a sudden, clear came and you typed it. That's when I thought it. That was a trip, bro.
We're on the same page, man.
Yeah. See, it's that Cancer freaking vibe, the frequencies.
Let's see if it works this time.
Light this up. Now it's at 2. Whoa.
Oh, fuck. I'm not hearing it. It says added to the queue.
See, there's the queue needs to be cleared. So let's look at these. Play song title. Play. How about put the M explanation Q. Do M explanation Q. See if it displays the Q.
How do you spell it? Q?
How do you spell cute? Helio?
Q-U-E.
No, Q, yeah, Q-U-E.
Yeah, see, there it is. So you gotta go.
It's spelled
it's in the queue. How about this? Let me try this.
Play 1. You could.
There's 7 O's, 7 E's, and 7 U's in there.
How about this? Let me try this. Okay.
Hey, hold on. The thing's muted. Did you see that? The Flat Earth Music Pod is muted in the channel.
Oh, it is.
Maybe that's what.
My wife, she's like my girl, but we've known together a long time. But
no, it's deafened. It's deafened.
It's deafened. Okay,
no,
fine.
I just unmuted it.
Right now.
Derma or whatever we could get, the booster.
It's working right now,
We
isn't
went
it?
to 3 different liquor stores, okay, and then we went to a smoke shop. They didn't have it.
Volume
and then we
flow.
went to Denny's and they didn't have it. Somebody said Rite Aid. We went to one of the Rite Aids, and this pharmacy was closed. So
What
I
the
mean,
heck is that?
Who the fuck is that?
Volume's way
What
low.
money to
is
get it.
that?
Oy vey! Who the fuck is that?
What? How did they
No,
get
I'm
on there?
trying.
Better mute it again. Hold on, let me mute. Whoa, that's
No. That's somebody. That's not the music bot.
that was a bot. Yeah, I just
was
stopped it.
it really? What the fuck?
I just put it on mute.
Okay,
So-
maybe that was Flatter Day Pranks. I don't know. Might have been his shit. I don't know. He just sent it to me, and I thought we could play it because.
Yeah, we can. So let's see.
But I'll tell you what though, it's almost 13 minutes long, so I'm not sure if we should play it.
How do we clear this? Clear this whole thing out. What the hell? Why? How do you do this? See, I don't know all the. It's not taking.
Reset.
I hate reset. You fuckers.
I think only Indio knows. Well, I don't even think Indio knows all the bot commands.
I just want to get it to stop the cycle it's on and restart, so we can just start out simple
Just
from the
play
beginning.
a song, but as a matter of fact, I think.
Where's the bot command for intellectual honesty?
We'll get it to the YouTube channel and I'll pull up the link.
There isn't one. I didn't think
this video I was trying to share is 13 minutes long. That's too long. So Flatter Day Saints, if you want to share another one,
No, that's not too long.
That's
not too long.
I guess I don't know. Depends on if there's dead air. But I mean,
for a fellow reborn flat earther like.
Oh, well, I actually haven't listened to this yet. I was just sharing it, from his previous.
The flat nasty. The flat nasty, right? Yeah. No, that's not him.
Yes, it's Flat Nasty. Flatter Day Saints is Flat Nasty.
So is that the only channel he has?
Flatter Day Saints. He's been putting music out, like a beast.
Like outrageous. I know. Okay, I think this is it. It's an acoustic song. Wait a second. Hold on.
Can I ask a quick question for a moderator before we do the music?
Go ahead.
I was just looking at my profile and I noticed next to a flat earther it says popcorn. Is that? I was curious what that is and why it says popcorn.
Because sometimes we show if you scroll down in the inside the Discord, you'll see a theater room where we actually watch movies together, and you get the popcorn roll, and you'll be able to watch movies and text in that channel. That's what the popcorn.
Were you the one I was watching the John Wick movie with that one night? Was that you that was playing?
Probably not. Maybe, I don't know if it was a few months ago, maybe, but yeah. I haven't shown any movies lately, but yeah.
I think it was a while ago.
Yeah, the popcorn rules for that. So it's
okay.
It just gives you access to watch movies, and if you scroll through the channel, you'll be able to watch movies.
Hold on, here we go. Wait a second. You already have the link. What the heck? Okay, let's just try this. Hold on. Where is it? There. Added. Let's see. Why does it keep adding it?
To the queue. It's not playing it, but it's just adding it to the queue.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. How do you like cancel the queue?
How do you maybe clear? Do M exclamation clear?
Yeah, we already did that.
Hold on. Hold on.
Reset?
No, wait a second.
Wait
Wait a second. Wait. No, watch this.
I can't watch
Here it is. Starting. Wait a minute, that's not the right thing. Mute it. Fuck. Hold on, good, it's muted. Red versus blue food challenge. Why did it play that? When I play one. What?
Be watching some food challenges on
Don't
YouTube.
stop this thing. Hold on, this thing's a beast.
Hey, you know what? I'm glad that's the first thing that came up on your search history. You feel me, Sonny?
Red versus blue food challenge. Eating
That's a
only
very
one
wholesome
colored food
thing to have come up
for
as the
24
first
hours. One,
the
two,
first
three, go.
history item. So, good job.
.com. Sorry.
Goodjob.com.
Stupid.
It's almost like I didn't type the same thing earlier.
Clear Q. Zulu.
Stop, clear. I
got it.
already tried that shit.
Why doesn't it like that? Oh, shoot. This is... I don't know why it seemed to... Something got stuck on stupid.
Let me try that.
Ridiculous. What is... How did it get that as its queue? Why does it keep adding everything to the queue?
Well, it doesn't keep adding everything to the queue. There's obviously something already queued up. Oh, let me try this. Let me try this. Hold on. Let me try this. M.
Shows the queue.
This.
Play one dot, maybe.
No, resume. And this will play what's already in the queue, right? It should.
And they can't do both play and resume.
Says. God dang it.
Okay, watch. I think it's resuming. Hold on. Let's see.
I already
Yeah,
just.
Yeah, no, I was
That's
just
it.
gonna say I stay messing with them.
That's
them
it.
flu shots. I stay messing with them. You know what I mean? I know square. Hey, so okay, well, hey man, you been good to me, man. I'm gonna look out for you. You know what I mean? I'm gonna look out for you one time. In fact, you know what? I can
How
go
do you
pick
turn
up
the volume
500
up?
bucks tonight.
Oh.
Is there any way
Maybe we
you
can't
and I
listen
have
to
go
it
out
here
for
on with
down to
this.
South Rochester, pick up $500. I'll put like $100 of gas in your car, and I'll hook you up. I mean, I'll introduce you to Felicia's sister. You got game, that's you. You know what I mean?
It won't let me
I'm
mute
fucking this up, but yeah, I think that's it. Hold on.
That's him talking to somebody. That sounds like Flouderday. I've talked
Yeah,
to
but
him
I
before.
don't. So is the bot in the room now?
Official music video queue at position 5. Lil TJ is what got added just now.
No, but in the room, it should have the Flat Earth Music Bot added.
Yeah, you added something to the queue at position 5. Now there's 5 things. Some of them are all the same as we were looking. That sucks, man. Gotta clear this queue. Get the hell out of the queue. How do we do that? We don't want the queue. Get out of the queue, me lord.
Well, I thought it was M exclamation point clear. That should clear the queue, right? We already tried that.
I need to see all the... Wait a minute. I think I got the commands in my mail. Hold on.
Shit. Here's one that I might. I ain't doing shit either.
No, what we need is I need the bot command sent to me. I thought for sure I had that. Hold on, maybe.
I'm
I think maybe it's.
scrolling up, and it's like I don't
I
think
think
we were
it's. I think
using the
it's
bot
easier.
commands wrong. It was just something fucking weird with the bot. It's like when we put the command in, it adds it to a queue, but doesn't play it.
I know, and so I'm not sure
And
why.
yeah, me either.
Added. Blah, 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 blah. Why? It's weird. So what if you just type? What if you just? What if you just copy and paste into the bot? 1 second.
This is more us trying to figure out why the bot's not working is more boring than us just talking shit about globies.
Fucking play. I don't get that.
Yeah, this happened last weekend, I think, when I was on here. Dang it, none of this.
Plays the provided playlist name. Playlist and name. What's the name of the playlist? Hold on, we just had it. Doesn't have one.
Well, I think the M exclamation point clear should clear the playlist or anything that's involved.
Hey, say the bot's not working?
There it is.
Yeah, there's
wait, yeah,
Indio. Yeah,
it's not working.
it's
Oh,
jacked up.
We had it muted, but we can't reset it. For
I remember when I was a kid, my grandma, I told my grandma, look, I'm playing Nintendo, and she's like, I've heard.
I hear it.
Yeah.
Dang it.
Yeah, so it's already playing. So let's pray.
Sounds like Rob Skiba.
Let's do stop.
Yeah, use the stop function. It'll clear the queue, and then try again.
Okay, let's see if it's stopped.
I already tried that.
Yeah, okay, so.
No, it didn't stop it.
Rookies.
What the hell?
Explanation stop. M explanation stop. It didn't stop. Wow, I did the same command and it didn't work.
So did I. And so why did it work for India, but it didn't work for us?
Powers.
Yeah, you got superpowers.
Superpowers.
What are you trying to play? Which one?
Well, can we play anything we want to?
Well, yeah, try it.
Latter-day Saints. Go ahead, Helio.
Alright.
No. Okay, play a different song of his and not the long
I
one.
don't know. I mean, we can try something else, but nobody wants to.
Because he talks about stuff we don't talk about on here. You would have to keep the thing muted if you did that. So it depends on which one.
Yeah, we tried. Well, I mean, either way, I'm just curious, India, why when we use the same command it didn't work?
Because he's got superpowers. He already said.
I don't know.
No, he's gonna.
Maybe your permissions are. Is that right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I don't have anything to do with my permissions. That's on you. Anyway, but yeah, that's okay. Let me see. Latter-day Saints sent me a message. I'm gonna copy the link and then go. Play. See if it works.
There you go. It says added episode number 2. Blank diddy blank to begin playing. Oh, there. What?
So that's the audio for it. That's very low.
Yeah, why is it so low?
I don't know.
I got it at 200.
I know we trying to get our stuff get out. We're trying to get either COVID or vaccine all damn day. My rheumatoid arthritis backed up again. You know what I mean? Either give me the COVID or give me the vaccine. One of the two. I ain't leaving here without one of them. Hello?
Yeah. It's weird, man.
Oh yeah, okay, baby. What kind of Oh, hello. Yeah. Do you want you said AstraZeneca? Yeah. Okay. So, you in the pharmacy, right? Over at Walmart.
It's low anyway. I just played it up for YouTube.
Hello?
It's low on YouTube.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. 'Cause
This
that's
is
where
me, or
I'm
you
gonna
guys
get my
really quiet?
rheumatoid
I can
arthritis
barely hear you.
medication, a couple
No,
forms,
I think it's the
whatever.
video
I'll
that's
grab like
low,
some
but yeah, it's pretty
and
funny. But
once
It's
AstraZeneca,
real.
we
It's
and I'll
we
really low on
necessarily
YouTube.
and the
I
don't.
just
booster if you
listened
got
to
it,
it. It's super low on
and
YouTube.
Oh, okay,
so
maybe that's what it was.
how much is it gonna cost for two Modernas, and if you guys have a booster,
Give me
and
what?
one
Give me a
AstraZeneca.
double Moderna.
She wants two AstraZeneca, and I'll take two Modernas.
It must be starting with
How
the
much?
perm,
How much do you
Sonny.
think that would cost?
Wow, we no longer have these super abilities with the bot. We used to have Helio. Sorry to
No,
break.
Oh, really?
that's not
Do
true.
I
I
have to
think
buy some now?
Yes, it
it was
is.
coming through earlier, but we didn't
Or is it
realize.
just me?
No, Indio's confirmed. He said it's low on YouTube as
Okay.
well. Because like you can hear it right now,
Are you
but
guys all booked up
it's
today?
very low. So.
Yeah, but I did the same commands and my command didn't work, and Helio did. Indio did the same thing and it worked.
No, sure.
Hun, they don't have AstraZeneca.
Yeah, Indio. We were using
No.
like the stop
Okay, so
command and
she said you want the Moderna, girl?
the clear command, and
Yeah, shoot
it
over the
wasn't
Moderna,
working for us. So
and I'll take the Pfizer.
Help, he
You guys
says,
got
go to
Pfizer, right?
all right, cool. So anyway,
I need help with the bot. What?
Okay.
well, he's posting help for you right
Type it
there
in on the little computer.
in the bot
You told me you
commands
roll well with
room.
accounting. I remember when I was a kid,
Sonny,
my grandma.
just go in the bot
I told my
commands room.
grandma.
He's
Grandma
telling you
used to
how
tell
to
me
get
stories.
help.
She like, I've heard about those computers. Orson Welles wrote about them computers, and I didn't know by the time I was like 35, 40, kids were
What's
on
wrong with me?
bicycles and they have
I
smartphones
don't know
that
how
you
to
touch
get
a
there.
screen and
Who
move
the
around.
fuck is
You heard of
talking?
a smartphone before,
Who
right?
the fuck is that?
That is Flatter Day Saints
So
video.
the
We're
smartphones
playing
came
it
around,
right now. It's
and I told my
just
grandma
Oh,
these
okay.
are going to be the next computers. And
Damn.
around right there, rest of
Who the fuck is that? Sorry
all
about
that shit,
that.
you know?
Wow.
But yeah, so
How's the hostility, bro?
Who the fuck was that, Jen?
okay, so we
yeah.
the funny thing is, me and my girl Felicia, she's my wife, she's like my girl, but we know
That's
each
some
other a long time.
bullshit.
But
Well, that's some bullshit. Wait, my
we've been riding on our bikes in the rain all day today, trying to get the Moderna or whatever we could get, the boosters. We went to 3 different liquor stores, okay, and then we went to a smoke shop. They didn't have it, and then we went to Denny's and they didn't have it. Somebody said Rite Aid. We went to one of the Rite Aids, and this pharmacy was closed. So I don't know what. That's cool though. So it's not going to cost us any money to get it.
Sonny, now try to change the volume.
Yeah, I never had it before. No, I've been trying to get it for a while.
I've been trying to get it for a while.
My birthday? My birthday, okay. My birthday, you ready?
Yes.
Okay, so I was born in 1969. 1969. And my birthday? Oh, okay. Yeah. My birthday is March 22nd, 3/22.
Correct?
Yeah. 1969, yeah. The year the man went to the moon. Remember that? You're probably too young for that, huh? I remember as a kid growing up, my mom said, she said, Willis, she said they put a man on the moon.
Did he say
The day they put a man
59?
on the moon is the day America was going to have enough money to give every kid a vaccine. Because I grew up poor. We didn't have money for vaccines. You know what I mean? My mom used to crush up a bunch of aspirin, put in a turkey base to give us that. She said, that's your vaccine. You know what I mean? So, yeah. You know what I mean? Christmas coming early for Willie today. I just want to thank you, man. You a good dude, man. And your company, you company number one, like in my book. Oh, okay.
Okay. You are in Indiana, correct? It's Rochester.
Yeah, I'm in Rochester, yeah. You know, we call it, back when I was a kid, we used to run Raw Dog Rochester Click. That was me. I don't know if you ever heard of Big Hootie. You ever heard of Big Hootie Blow Pop? That was what they called me. I was kind of somewhat of a big deal back in those days. Now I'm just a washed up OG. You know what I mean? Yeah, you ever heard that song by Snoop Dogg?
Yo, what the fuck are we listening
ain't
to
no
this?
thing to me, because now I'm what they call
Who the fuck
Latter-day
talking?
Saints.
Dude, who are
you know, a little homie was strapped, grabbed his pockets for the
I'd rather
AstraZeneca,
fucking talk,
then
man.
I heard
Fuck.
6 caps. You know what I mean?
What are we
S.H.
listening
Shake
to?
Weight, deep 2 to the chest.
Yeah, yeah. See, now I'm not the only motherfucker that said this shit's gay as fuck.
Turn it off. Just turn it off. We'll do something else. Find another thing to play.
What?
Nice. I know.
Wait, let me try the command.
fact-
Let me try the command and see if it works.
Let's talk about the fact it's negative 14 gram max, and we got 3 feet of
took my
snow.
ID because I kind of look.
All right, it stopped. It works. All right, so yeah, we were listening to the latest video from Latter-day Saints, who's a silver member on here. Anyway, so what do you guys want to talk about?
All right, so what state? What state?
State?
Yeah, what state are you in here?
I'm in Arkansas. Shout out! What state are you in? I'm in Arkansas.
Okay,
What
you're in
minute?
Arkansas.
Fusion, man.
You're in fucking Arkansas, Helio? What the fuck?
What state of
What?
mind are you
didn't
in?
know that already? Oh,
I
my
thought you were.
state of
I thought I was thinking Arizona. That's what I was thinking. That's why.
yeah. I've been in Arkansas for pretty much my whole life. I was born in Ohio, but I moved to Arkansas when I was 10. So I've been here. I'm in Arkansas.
We've had
An
some fucking
Arkansian?
we've had some record snow, man. Like I'm in, like I said, I'm in North Dakota, and we've had fucking this fucking snow has been fucking unbelievable.
See, we've had like it wouldn't be record high temperatures for this time of year, but it's like fall temperatures right now. But it's about to get really cold.
Dude, there's fucking fires in Boulder, Colorado right now. You believe that shit? What the fuck?
Fires?
Yeah, fires.
What does it have to do with weather?
It's
Isn't it all like
December,
desert rock out there? How the hell do you have a fire in the desert?
Apparently, in California, the weather they get is fire.
Oh,
Yeah,
we already expect fires
raining
in
from the
California.
sky.
Well, Boulder.
But this is Boulder, Colorado. It's fucking December.
Oh.
Fuck, you know?
Are you talking about forest fires or?
Yeah, forest fires. Motherfuckers have to fucking evacuate the fucking town. That's how bad it is. Holy shit, I couldn't believe it. When I was I was like, what the fuck? A fire in the forest in December in Colorado?
Well, I know in Colorado.
What altitude? It snows there, dude, in the winter. So.
Well,
usually
because
the
snow's always dry. I mean, dry. Like the only reason it would be icing or snowing is because the air is dry. Now,
you do know what happens to water when it melts, right? I mean, ice.
yes, God damn it. I'm not ignorant of these type of things. Well, this time of year, it's not always just like where I'm in Arkansas. You know, a lot of times this time of year could be freaking 10 degrees, which I think it's going to be tomorrow. So yeah,
Dude, forest fires in December in Boulder, Colorado. Think about that.
I had a friend who did wildfire training before he became a firefighter in our hometown there once.
Yeah, I'm a firefighter, dude. that fucking doesn't help.
What doesn't help? Fighting the fire?
No, what you just said, because that didn't relate to what the fuck is going on in December in Boulder, Colorado. Okay.
There's forest fires in Boulder, Colorado in December.
Yeah, dude, that's crazy.
I would say it's going to get crazier.
So how do you make it through? So how do you make it through, Froud, in 3 feet of snow, like a blizzard outside? How do you
Holy
make it
shit,
through
dude,
at the time?
bro! Like where I live, the roads are still this black ice, just like not the main roads, but like just the roads and the streets. Fucking black ice.
Yeah,
Fucking sucks.
I know, right? I remember I lived in the Pacific Northwest for a few years. Yeah, similar.
This shit sucks, dude. Holy shit.
Ice storms, man, where all the freaking power lines are down, all the trees are down, all the roads are
Yeah,
blocked.
yeah, exactly.
You're fucked. You're fucked. You're fucked. There's nothing you can do.
There's nothing you can do, exactly, bro. It was so bad one time. We had to hunker down at the college because they were the only one that had a generator, right? Massive generator. Yeah, so it was a fucking.
You'd die out there if you didn't have a full-on heating system, huh? Like you freeze to death.
Wait, how long did you have to hunker down there? Like several days?
It was like a week and a half at a fucking
Holy
college.
shit!
Wow.
So bad.
See, that's a different perspective. Wow, check it out. Yeah. No wonder Frog comes on. What the fuck is this? No, I'm only kidding.
I mean, we had an ice storm. We had an ice storm in central Arkansas, and we were out of power for 2 weeks one time, and it was not fun. But yeah, I mean, but I didn't have to go anywhere else. I still had a house, and I was just like, okay, I had gas, gas stove, so I like put sheets and shit, hung sheets up in the hallway and turned my gas stove on, fucking, made heat. And it was cold as fuck for like a couple of weeks, But anyway, so
Yeah, because like we had it was electricity, so there was no gas, so we got fucked. So we had no choice because after like 3 days, it got too cold in the house, so you just couldn't stay there anymore. It's impossible,
Man, fucked up.
No, but like the fact that like we've gotten so much snow, just the West in general, because the drought has been fucking ridiculous. I mean, you guys have seen the drought. I mean, it's been obscene. So this snow has been. If it didn't happen this year, dude, the West Coast would have been fucked. Seriously.
I have a feeling it's going to happen in the Midwest in the next couple months because it's really warm right now, and I've lived here for over 30 years. I know these cycles. It's been fairly warm this past week when it shouldn't have been. That means that January and February is going to be a monster for us.
You mean cold or warm?
Yeah, cold. Like we're going to get a lot of ice and snow in the Midwest.
No, it's possible right now because because of the weather we've been having, I've been looking at the radar, and so right now it's kind of quiet, but something could ramp up within a couple weeks. It doesn't, what I'm saying, the way it's been so far.
It's like today I was outside with my work shirt on, which is essentially a t-shirt. But tomorrow or this weekend it's going to be 10 degrees. So I mean, that's how quick it changes. Yeah, it doesn't frickin', I mean, there's no moisture involved, but the wind, this is the jet stream, right? It's just like it moves from where you are now with all the wetness or whatever. The cold is moving our way. If you're in the West, this is why it's going to be 10 degrees, this weekend for me. Right now, I mean, today I got out of work and I didn't have to wear a jacket. I was like, a little chilly. It's like in the lower 60s. I'm like, oh, cool. And, but, like Saturday morning, it's going to be cold as shit.
Yeah, right now it's for me it's -14 right now.
Holy shit, that's way. I mean, but even 10 degrees is what's the difference between 10 and -14? I don't know. It's just cold as fuck.
What do you mean? What's the fucking difference?
I know the difference. I'm just fucking with you. But dude, I mean, that's why I live in Arkansas. It's just like it never gets to negative 14 here. So.
Bro.
Dude, this shit
I'm
is
in
fucking
Canada
crazy.
and it's fucking barely snowing here.
You're in northeastern part, right?
Southeast.
You're over there in Montreal or Quebec.
Oh, okay.
No,
Yes.
no. I'm not a Quebecois. I'm from Toronto.
Oh, it's even worse. What the fuck you talking about?
Yeah, Toronto's a shithole.
Not even worse. No, I'm just talking about area as far as the jet stream goes and how
Yeah,
it
I'm near
undulates.
Saskatchewan. That's where I'm at. That's the kind of fucking cold we get. Yeah.
Very nice.
That shit ain't no fucking joke, dude. Holy shit. Like, I'm literally like just looking at piles of snow right now as I park. It's fucking ridiculous. And it's negative 14.
What you been up to, Fraud, man? I haven't heard from you in a while.
Yeah. That's true.
You've been up to antics.
Well, because like with my business, right? So like, I have a moving business. So like, I get right now it's slow, so it's winter, right? So like, I live off of the bigger jobs. So like, if I get a really big job, that'll cover me for like a long time. So right now, dude, literally, I haven't been doing shit. Just been fucking going to the bar, drinking beer, and watching football. That's all I've been fucking doing.
Wait, when you say football, since you said you're Canadian,
Helio, I'm not Canadian. I live in
I'm just fucking.
I live in North Dakota. I'm only like 2 hours from Canada.
I know. I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah, that's fucked up. That's not funny. Nothing's wrong with Canada, but I'm just saying it's not funny.
What? Now you have to. What's the word called when you? Oh shit! No, I'm trying to be.
He's got an elk like walking by, eh? You betcha.
What's it called when you?
We get moose. We get moose and big ass.
He's got a moose.
We get moose and jackrabbits. Those fucking things are big, dude. Holy shit.
No shit, aren't they? Yeah.
You're like the size of a fucking dog. Holy fucking shit.
They are. They're giant. They'll run your ass over, probably.
Dude,
what kind of caliber do you need to use to take down a moose?
A moose in the hoose.
Watch out for them in Western Greco.
You got a moose in the hoose?
Got to really be careful, eh? I mean, come on. Yeah.
At least you don't have wild jackasses.
Running around in the house.
I've never seen a wild jackass in my life. I don't know. I know what a jackass is, but I've never seen one in wild.
Helio, yes,
I got
you
some
have.
videos on my.
Hold on, you've
I
seen
got
him
some
at the
videos
bar all
of
the time, Helio. Sorry.
Yeah, jackasses at the watering hole.
I'm talking about literally, like a cross between a horse and a mule.
Oh, you don't mean two like a jackass.
Horse and a.
Yeah, I got a couple of videos where I feed some donkeys. They're just wildly roaming around everywhere. I just fed some of this just a little while ago. There's a baby, like less than a week old, just a little fuzzy faced and all puppy like a teddy bear.
I've had my dealings with donkeys and horses and mules, but I've never seen a wild jackass.
But Joshua, but what temperature is it there where you are?
Let me go check.
This is going to be interesting because there's an ice age happening here in Southern California. Yeah, coldest weather ever.
10 degrees Celsius, which is 50 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, see, I'm only 5 degrees warmer than you, but our highs in the daytime are the lowest I've seen on average for years and years and years, quite a few years. It's like not getting up above like mid 60s at the very highest, but less than 60 degrees is unheard of here. I don't care if it is December. It rarely
I know.
is.
Fuck you in SoCal. Whatever.
Yeah,
hey,
no,
I'll tell you what, though, bro. I was on on tour with my band, and we went to what's that fucking beach where all the people do all the crazy shit? What's it called?
Don't know. What beach? You mean spring
In
break?
LA, in LA.
Spring break?
No, not spring break. I'm talking about the beach where they.
Oh, Venice? They're in Venice?
Yeah, it
Never
was
mind.
Venice Beach. We were on Venice Beach. We were walking down, just like, hey, this is cool, 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 cool. Sunset hit. We're in fucking t-shirts and shorts.
Yeah.
The temperature dropped to like 60, and we're like, holy shit, this is cold. We gotta get out of here. So yeah, I mean, it gets pretty cold. It gets pretty cold right next to
Well,
to the
listen,
beach.
when
To
all
the-
that moisture from the ocean settles at sunset, you get a cold like you never felt before. A cold
Dude,
is
it just happens
cold.
fast,
Oh,
man. It's
yeah.
just like boom. It's just like I was having a blast once the sun sets. It's just like, get me the fuck out of here. It's cold as hell.
Yeah, it does it here too. Like I'm high up though, pretty high up off the street, so
I would just remember. I mean, I'm from Arkansas, and we were out there in California. It was like, hey, this is fun as
that's
hell,
cool.
and we were
Yeah,
hanging
that's
out on
cool.
Venice Beach and shit. And they were just like, we were there too long. It was just like
Yeah.
the sun
So what?
started going down, and we're just like, oh shit, this is cool. We got to get out of here.
So Helio, how long ago was that?
That was in the like mid '90s.
Okay, I gotcha. Cool. I already lived in San Diego at that time, but years before that, I lived in LA, and I hung around those beaches and rode my bike and roller skate all up and down that whole area from Malibu to Redondo
Oh,
Beach.
it's really cool. I had a lot of fun. It was I could tell stories about what we did.
Yep. We used to surf at County Line, man. County Line is
I
famous.
don't know much about Southern California, but
Yeah, famous.
I did have
Famous
fun
surf
when
spot.
I visited. It's kind of like one of those places, like it's a fun place to visit, but you wouldn't want to live there unless
Not
you
anymore.
do. Yeah, not anymore. I
No,
mean,
listen, back when I was living there, I had so much fun living in LA, but it was wild and it was kind of dangerous. But there was a lot we were able to do still. Like, there was a lot of freedom I still
hey,
had.
tell me something. I grew up in Little Rock, Arkansas. So what are you talking about?
I know, bro. I know. I grew up in the suburbs of St. Louis. Gotcha.
I mean, they made a movie on HBO about Little Rock. So yeah, it's probably not as hardcore, but it's kind of connected.
Little Rock.
Little Rock. Anyway, so whatever. But anyway, so yeah, to be honest though, Little Rock's a really cool city. I mean, I love Little Rock. I live in Fayetteville now, which is same state, but it's 3 hours away. But it's still really cool. So if you guys ever make yourselves come this way, I'm here. Give me a message, send me up, hit me up. We'll get together and freaking hang out.
How high should I go to see oceans bending?
How east should I go? How west should I go? How central should I go? How south or north? Joshua said prune
I got a whole
juice.
song. Prune juice.
What the fuck?
What the hell?
To be honest, though, I mean, I'm
Makes perfect sense, right? It's like a juice, and
yes.
its
I don't
purpose is to
know.
prune.
No. Prune what? Your colon?
I'm not talking about the. Never mind, Helio. It's over your head.
No,
the
I'm just
taboo,
fucking, bro.
the voodoo taboo that we're not supposed to talk about. Yeah, that's the prune juice.
Wait,
It prunes you. Like, what do you do when it comes to a tree? You have to prune
I'm
the
kind of
branches off, right?
offended you're saying that what you're saying is over my head.
Well, no, like I don't want to like really spell it out. Like it was too much of an analogy. It makes you think that it's like a laxative, right? But in
No,
reality, it has to do with the jab.
dude, I was making a joke. I'm just fucking with you.
I don't know if it like ever evacuates your rectum. I think it makes it soft.
It sort of does, though. If I mean, do you think that prunes don't function as
Well,
a
they're dried plums.
laxative?
You'd have to drink a lot of water for it to have that action, though, right?
Nah,
It's not just the
well,
juice by itself.
it depends on how it's administered. But anyway, so it's not over my head. You don't have to pretend around me. It's okay. Go ahead and make I was trying to make a joke, but now you made it.
Okay, that's yeah.
Hey, listen.
It can do both.
You know what's not funny? When the old people can't poop, they can't evacuate for like 3, 4, 5 days, and you have to give them this thing we call a cocktail, and it's Miralax, prune juice, and a bunch of other shit, and it's like, and they got to just kind of down it, and then if it's real bad, we give them a suppository.
Yeah, that's not funny. No, that's not funny. That's sad. But yeah, I was just making a joke.
It's also real life stuff.
Yeah, I know.
For the kids listening who are never going to have to challenge their own beliefs just to go along to get along here in this world. Earth's flat, by the way. Thank you.
Yeah, Glatflob's worked with a lot of I don't even know the word.
65 and older.
Yeah.
I mean, Alzheimer's, dementia.
I would say the word I'm thinking of is not the right word. That's why I'm not saying it. It starts with an I.
I don't know. I don't know.
There you go. I don't know. Well, it's people that can't help themselves. They they're just
It's
older.
assisted living, I guess.
It takes a special person to take time.
I
to
told
take
you,
care
dude,
of.
you could do it. You got a heart big enough. Yeah, you could. You could do it.
I don't think
I think everybody listening would agree that you could be a fine CNA or nurse, right? If they just gave you that piece of paper, they're like, here's you got to do these things. No, you have to you go to school for it. I'm just saying, I can hear it in your voice. You'd make a phenomenal nurse or CNA. No problem. Yep, and they'd call on you a lot too because you're big and strong and you're goofy. And man, you would be a treat to have in any facility for sure. So anyway,
Hey, Glatflob, you're funny. You think I'm funny? Am I a clown to you?
Dude, am I a fucking clown? Am I here to amuse you?
Am I here to amuse you? Anyway, so no, I mean, to be honest, I couldn't be a nurse to anyone. I guess I could if I had to.
Whatever.
Okay, so you're calling...
I guess I didn't just speak. I guess the king didn't just speak, and the pleb has to say, "Oh, I didn't hear it."
Calling me to a calling that I may or may not be ever, to. See, I've never had training in that area, so whatever.
Okay, fine. I'm just saying. You're such a good person. You are one of the people you were talking about. You're one of the special kind of people that could do it. I'm just saying that, okay? Take it or leave it. Listen, I'm calling an apple an apple. I don't know what else you want me to do.
Cool. Anyway, we're doing a live stream, so whatever.
What's up, Sonny?
Let's roll with this. Roll with everything else.
Don't blush. All right, I'm just taking the piss out of him. Go ahead, everybody.
Stupid USB input. Sorry. What are we doing? We're listening to something?
We're listening to Sonny hosting the show right now.
I'm hosting the show. All righty then.
Yeah. What you got? What you got?
I don't know. It's probably not good enough for y'all.
Oh. Hey, you gonna sing? You gonna sing with it, or you want me to sing?
Here's the words. How high should I go to see the curvature? How would I know it's a sphere? I don't
Oh, wait, is that just like?
Wait a minute, I got it.
You
Wait a
didn't
minute,
even have a whole verse, man. You gotta freaking.
There's some that say that life is convexing. What kind of message do you think they're sending? They say that water's curved and bending too. Some say that that's convexing. Wait a minute, I got this. Hold on. Some say there's that's convexing. Or even that the horizon's descending. Your feet are on the ground, like you see. Her surface isn't rotating. This deception's been enacted. Your logic is refracted. Globe's surely lacking. Sunshine, are you tracking? How would I? How
That's
would I
fucking badass.
to be to see the oceans bending? Where would I need to be to see that convexing? Are you trying to hex me? Globe isn't looking sexy. No, not at all. Radio waves moving horizontally across the plain over the horizontal sea. Where is the curvature? You think that's what I'm asking exactly? You know where it could be. Where is the curvature? Do you know where it could be? Globe like your lost dog. Your dog that's gotten off the leash.
It starts with the white star and ends with the black star. There is the
I thought that line was pretty cool. I thought
I
the
do
line was
too.
cool.
I mean, are you
The line at the end,
improvising the whole time? Well, I mean, I want to ask you, Sonny.
What?
Are you improvising the whole time while you're playing? Because I was fucking.
Because
All
half
right,
the
cool.
because
I
half
like
the
it.
song is
I like
cool.
it.
But listen, at the end, globe like your lost dog, it's gotten off the leash. Globe.
Yeah, the globe's gotten off the
globes
leash. Yeah, I heard that part. Yeah. See,
Globe's like your lost dog, it's gotten off the leash.
Yeah, I like that. I heard it, man. I was.
Have you seen Gravity? I lost it yesterday.
This would be like an anthem. I love it, man. It's like pretty cool.
No, it
Yeah, it's
should be
cool.
rewards.
Did you write?
Seen my lost dog.
Hey, you know what?
Seen my
You can't
dog
write
last
it.
time.
You can't write it down while you're playing it. So you better fucking play it,
I know.
or
I
at
got
least
it. I
write it
did.
down.
I got.
Oh, you're
Like
supposed to
that
put
all written
rewards up in the
down,
city.
except
Put
for the last
rewards up
part there
everywhere.
where I went
Reward
from
for lost gravity. Reward
A.
looking for Coriolis.
I went to ADE, and then before that, I was doing like A E A D G.
Trying to find my puppy, little gravity. I will get
No.
that
So,
Coriolis.
hold on. I want to say, well, the chords supported your lyrics in that experience, right?
Yeah. Well, what?
That
Yeah.
if you can remember the lyrics, that's
It's all written.
really what.
It's all written down. The lyrics are all written down on a page in
Oh,
front of me.
I thought you were. Well, I didn't know that you were performing a
Yeah, it
song.
took me about a week to write this song. I wrote the lyric. I wrote 6 lines down. I didn't know where to go with it. It was an empty page.
Was it a WEA key or? I'm just fucking with you, bro.
WEA. Way.
It took me
No
a
way.
week, a WEA key to really boom, Sherlock, like a power.
Yeah, I thought about doing it like Mary Jane's Last Dance. Like, how high should I go to see the curvature? See, how would I know it's fear when I don't see it anywhere? See, and then you can change these major ones.
No, I get you. I mean, like everything. No, I get you. Everything is organized in your song, in your idea, but that's the first generation, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
First generation. You just performed the second generation, and I really loved it. And I want you to do a third generation of this.
See, you could go like, how high would I need to be to see bending seas? See, you could do anything.
Well, but I mean, if you want to record it, you're gonna have to do it with the multi-track studio and all that kind of shit. But anyway, but yeah, I think it's a good song. I think it's a good song.
I got my Stone Age set up here. So
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I mean, I don't mean to interrupt everyone, but yeah, Sonny, man, we connect on a different level as musicians, so it's kind of like whatever.
I'm just kind of goofing around. I didn't like it. Could go.
I know you're goofing around. That's why I know you're a talented musician. So it's like I don't want to make it a big deal, but it's already a big deal because people love to hear you talk and to hear me talk and whatever, and they like our music, whatever.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
whatever. But I really like that song. That's pretty cool. I really like.
It'll be worked on. I'll work on it. Get it more refined.
Cool. So how about this?
Leo, did you record that song I wrote for you? I didn't write it for you, but you said you were going to record it.
You talking about the one you shared with me?
I shared the lyrics
on Odyssey.
No, I sent it to your DMs.
Well, I mean, that one on Odyssey, I just watched that a couple hours ago. I just watched your song on Odyssey. I was like, well, fucking A, I should do that one with you. Didn't send me the lyrics to that one, but
the Earth. Which one? I don't believe.
Yeah.
That's a simple song. But the
I know that's why I want to do it, because I don't want to make it difficult. Because
forget
people
my
are
own
dumb.
words. I
People are
forget. What did
dumb.
I?
That's why we have to make it simple.
Right. The other one has a lot of lyrics. That TNT parody has a lot.
All right. So you're gonna have to send it to me again. I'm not sure, and also I'm pretty close to the pass out point.
Oh.
But
Well,
I
don't
might get more energy. See, I can't even speak now.
You might have to sleep it off, Helio. I think you
No,
had too many.
there is no sleeping this off. You can't sleep off
There's
of.
no,
You can't sleep off life.
not
I
this
mean, this
one.
is just a portion of my life that sometimes I drink and then sometimes I move
You
to
drank.
other portions, whatever.
We enjoy it, man.
I
It's
mean,
all
I'm not
fun.
this human this body that I live in is not the same human. Whatever. So anyway, so what exactly what were you talking about, Ron? Because
You
and
were
I
gonna
do
get
recognize
the
some of this.
original music track for TNT without all the bullshit, like the karaoke version,
Yeah,
and
I
use
saw
that.
that too, but I thought it was really kind of cheesy. I don't want to be involved with that.
Well,
But
you don't need to. Get me the track. I'll make it.
well, that's on
I'm
you.
not afraid of cheesy. You're
I'll
saying
help you with it if you want to freaking do your own vocal tracks, which you already have. You shared some with me, and I thought it was pretty cool, and a lot of people also thought it was pretty cool. But actually, that freaking now, I mean, all the other shit that I'm like, I have 500 avenues of information going on. I'm trying to think of, I saw a message that you sent me about one song. I was like, dude, is it an AC/DC song that?
I don't know. You said you liked that one. You said I like this one. This is the best one. And then now you just said it was cheesy. So I don't know.
No. Well, every single AC/DC song is cheesy as fuck.
Is it? I don't know. What does cheesy mean? I don't know. Maybe
All right, well,
cheesy would be like a pop
hey,
song.
you're fucking from Detroit. Tell me what cheesy means.
In my world, like cheesy would mean just like a cheesy pop song like Justin Bieber. That's what cheesy would mean. Something that's frivolous.
All right. Well,
So we
do you
have a
think
different
that
definition. We'll go.
everything do you think that everything that is rock doesn't mean it's cheesy?
Something cheesy is frivolous with no soul. Something with soul, like a Stevie Ray Vaughan that's got soul, that's not cheesy music. It's got
Nah,
soul behind it.
yeah. So
AC
the same 145 inside music, which is 145, which is ABC, easy as 1 2 3, simple as do re mi,
That's a cheesy
ABC.
song, yeah.
No, that's not a cheesy song.
In my book, it would be. See, we have
Dude,
we have a
Michael
different
Jackson
filter.
told you how to tell whether or not something is cheesy. That fucking song is brilliant.
What? ABC is brilliant.
ABC, easy as 1 2 3, simple as do re mi, ABC 1 2 3, baby you
That's
and me,
genius.
girl. Come on, bro. You
Who
don't
could have ever
realize
thought of that?
you
That
did
is
not
freaking
see
genius, man.
through the entire logic of this
Those
fucking
lyrics.
ABC 1 2 3. Boom.
That is the deepest lyrics I've ever heard, man. It moved me. That's definitely not cheesy.
Well, you just said it was cheesy, but
I'm
no.
being sarcastic. You can't tell.
Well, I'm being sarcastic to
I can't
show
tell.
you, yeah, and anyone that's listening, of course, ABC 1 2 3 is just do re mi fa sol la ti do. That's just seven notes that actually move up to the next step, and there are half steps involved in it's an 8. It's an there's an 8 involved there, but it's really 7. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. There's a 7, and then there's a 1, which actually repeats the pattern. I mean, what are you asking for here, Ron?
I wasn't asking for anything. I'm just
I'm
wondering
just
if you
fucking
had
with you.
time to.
I'm it's maybe a
I'm
bad.
not making a song request. Let's move along. No song request.
Anyway, so ABC is as easy as 1, 2, 3, and it's
4, 5,
as easy as del re mi fa sol la ti
Michael
do,
Jackson's cheesy as fuck.
and then it repeats to the do. Right, do re
Okay.
mi fa sol la ti do, and then you have half steps. You know, if you want to talk about the keys, then you're gonna have to talk about half steps. But that's 8. Well, it's 7, but then it resolves to 8. But anyway, so that's
Anyway, that's the best song ever written. Sarcasm, right?
ooh, dude, that's a good point. Yeah, Sarcasm is the best song ever written. Oh, I'm gonna have to fucking write that down. That's a really fucking cool quote. Sarcasm is the best song ever written.
I've never heard it.
Mm.
Maybe I should write it. I'll
See,
write it myself.
this is why Ron Shekelson is my soul brother.
Because you know what? The music sucks nowadays, so you might as well make your own. It's not very good.
Oh, some of it is, but that quote that you just said, God, I forgot to write it down. What did you say? Sarcasm
Is the best song ever written? I don't know. I never. Well, just go with it, right? Take that little nugget and spin a song around it.
I don't have to put music to it. That's
the whole song.
That's the magic of thought. What you just said.
Right. That's the fun part. The fun part is making it.
Sarcasm
I got a couple.
is the best
I got a couple
song.
in my bag.
Hold on,
I
I gotta fuck it.
Did you want to hear one of them? I wrote one about NASA. Let me read it to you. I'll read you the lyrics. I'm not done with it.
Don't let me lose this thought. I gotta write down sarcasm.
I'm like 75% done. Did you want to hear what I got?
I'll shut up. Go ahead.
I'm just asking. I don't know.
I'm
song.
just trying to find a pen and paper so I
Can
can
you do
write
the
down.
beat for me? Another one bites the dust. Dun, 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 dun. You do the beat? Helio?
Dude, you're trying to make me misremember
You're
this
losing your thought.
fucking idea about sarcasm is the.
Well, get your paper and write it down. How much?
All right. So what did I forget already?
I don't know. I was gonna give you one that I was working on. It's a song.
Another one bites
It's a
the dust.
NASA. Yeah, that's the tune. That's the music. I copied his. Well, I didn't copy. I hijacked his beat, so I'll just reformat his song. From another one bites the dust. That beat did it in.
What's his name? What's his name?
Queen.
Hey, could I do a sound check?
His name is Queen.
Freddie Mercury.
Is my mic working?
Oh, I was testing. Yeah, mic check. Both of the guys that are talking, your mic is very
You got
low.
someone new? We got any new guys here?
Hold on. You know, this is really interesting because this came up earlier about mic levels inside the server.
You got to adjust them.
Hey, no, I don't have to do a goddamn thing.
Well, if you like a loud
Everyone,
ass mic and a quiet one, don't adjust them.
no, hold the fucking phone. Anyway, we're talking about Freddie Mercury. You're a big fan of Freddie Mercury, like I
No,
am.
and I'm just his song. Another one bites the dust. That's
But
the
you
beat.
don't like him being a fag, right?
I didn't say anything like that, but that's
I
neither
know.
here
I'm
nor there.
fucking with you. I'm really just fucking with you
I'm
because
just
I'm
saying like
using
that
it.
beat. I
I'm
like that
using.
beat, and I thought I could make something to that beat. I can rewrite.
No, bump. Hey, I'll tell you what. You know what the beat was for another one bites the dust? It's just like
It's a
1, 2,
bass
3,
guitar.
4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a very simple. You
But it
can
was
beat.
a bouncy bass guitar. It was a boom, boom, boom. It wasn't twangy. It was bassy.
Hey, Ron,
Someone's
uh,
playing electric guitar in the background. I hear it. Is
I
that
think
you, Helio?
trying. No, it's not me. I think it's Sonny. He's
Can
trying to
you
help.
plug in your guitar and play us a lick?
It's Sunny.
No.
Helio is a damn good guitar player. Don't let his persona fool you. He's very talented.
Well, I mean, it's just like oftentimes, in these conversations, we get really frustrated with each other and all this kind of shit, and just like I was like, Ron, you were saying something about somebody that you don't even know, and then you're just like, somebody said this and whatever. I've been doing this for a while, for.
You've been doing what for a while?
No, I mean, as far as what's going on in the live stream on YouTube, I'm pretty much a
I've been here
host
since
of.
day one with you, man. I've
No,
been
I'm
doing
not.
this.
I wouldn't take anything from you. I'll stand up for you. Whatever, anything's going on. But I'm talking as far as the live stream. People give me shit all the time on the live stream, and they almost act like they own. Well, I mean, but the live stream and the Discord server is two totally different things, you know.
You know what it is?
So,
I think they
and
feel like they know
you
you.
already know that, Ron,
You spill
and
your
so,
you
and you
spill your
support what I do,
chocolate.
and I already know you know that.
They know you better than you know yourself. Like everything that you like, all your hidden thoughts come out on the live stream. You don't have a filter, so whatever you're thinking, they know. Pretty
Yeah,
much.
no, and that's what's so fun about it. It's just like, nigga, if you try to fuck with my live stream or fuck with, my YouTube channels, I mean, it's just like, I mean, you're gonna say shit about me. I've already been public about everything almost everything. I mean, I haven't told you everything. Do you want to know my secrets, ladies and gentlemen? No, you probably don't, because that's going to be the scariest shit that you would ever want to know. But anyway, as far as how the live stream and the YouTube channels and all that kind of shit works out, we're we're a collaborative effort. Being like me and Ron and other people in the YouTube and the Discord channels have been working out for very many years. We're trying to make this a popular platform, not for the sake of making money, because guess what? Nobody here is trying to make any money. We're just trying to fucking have a platform for people to have this conversation. And you know what's funny is a lot of people, I think, when they come here to try to say that, hey, You flat earthers are only here to make money. It was like, well, not in this Discord, or not in this, hey, not in this YouTube channel, right? Just like, because every single fucking day I get a copyright claim on every single YouTube video that I put out. And I guarantee there's another YouTube channel, Roger puts one out. I bet you he gets the same fucking email every fucking day. Nobody here is making money by, sharing the content here from this Discord. It's not happening. I don't give a fuck what you think about me.
Helio, do you think that we've run out of just globetards that are triggered? Like, I
No,
think it's been
I don't think
normalized.
so. I don't think so.
But I mean, it feels like it's
I
been normalized.
mean,
With,
even if it seems stale at times, which has already happened several times, it will reactivate. And so just be patient. And I encourage everyone that's a flat earther, it will reactivate. There will as long as you're patient, and not just like expose yourself or whatever, and just get like frustrated or whatever, and just whatever, which I do
my
sometimes,
point
and we all
was
do. But
I had a positive point.
eventually, I mean, it goes through cycles. Like, hold on, check this out. We're about to hit the new year. Sometime in 2022, within the next, I think probably within a month or so, there will be people that will find our server and then come in. You don't have to yell and scream at them. Let them ask their questions, and then ask them pertinent questions to lead them to a logical concept. It's not, you don't have
My
to
point,
show these fucking kids that they have.
Helio.
Go ahead.
My point was, I think we're a victim of our own success. I think the message has gotten out there from people like us to the point where it's not a taboo subject. Everybody
Check this out.
knows someone
Check this out.
who's
I
a
mean,
flat earther. Everyone.
like my channel is there's like 3,200 subscribers or whatever. All right, maybe by the end of next year we'll have 4,000. I'm not looking for subs.
That's not the
I'm
measure,
looking
though.
for people. No,
That's not
that's what
the
I'm saying.
measure of success. I mean,
But no, it's not. It's not. But it is. But what I'm saying is,
but
like,
it's
hold
those
on.
numbers are bad.
Everyone that's a member here should understand what we're about. So when a new person comes in, everyone here that's a flat earther or even leans toward that way, respect the conversation and say, hey, we're not about like hot YouTube shit. Nobody's trying to make money here. Here's what we're talking about. We're talking about.
What I'm saying is we hit a plateau a little bit because of our success. We've woken people up that most people have heard the arguments for and against, and we're kind of at this plateau level. Like I said, everyone knows a person, a family member, a friend.
Ron, every time you hit a plateau, if you do it right, you're gonna dip a little
We're
bit.
gonna crack the dome, dude. We're gonna crack the dome.
Next year, hold on. If we're patient and we do this right, we're gonna really hit hard next year, bro. Don't worry
The
about
dome is cracking, dude. I think we've hit a critical mass already, and that's when YouTube resorted to changing their algorithm because they know that we already hit the tipping point. They don't want us to know. They're saying,
And,
"Hey, we're gonna
I'll
put a lid
tell
on
you
it."
what, nobody in this server with what we talk about, we have over 24,000 members in this server, and the live stream we have 3,400 members. Dude, we're not trying to make money off of this.
Nobody, yeah. How do you monetize this?
But they demonetized the channel. I appealed it, and they said, "Nah, fuck you. We don't. We're not monetizers, Anyway, so I mean, there's links out there for monetization, and I get a couple of donations every once in a while. But other than that, it really doesn't cover, what I'm trying to do here and what I'm trying to support with what you motherfuckers do here. You know what I mean? We have thousands of people that support this effort. So what is happening from the left to the right, from the up and the down? This is going to happen whether anyone agrees or not. I mean, we all agree. No, we don't all agree. I mean, dude, I mean, a lot of these people that come and say, "Oh, you flat earthers don't agree on all kinds of shit," was like no fucking shit. We all grew
Is
up different.
anybody? I mean, fucking A.
Yeah.
Nobody, you can't find people like we agree on 99%, me and you, Helio, but even the 1% we don't agree on, we can agree to disagree, right? We're still friends, so.
Yeah, sure, and that's what I'm saying. I mean, I think moving forward, I mean, we're broaching the new year or whatever. That may or may not mean something to someone, but doesn't necessarily mean anything to me because it's just it's another day, right? So
Yeah, I lose track. I lose track of what day it is. Is it Friday? Is it Monday? I lose
I
track.
know I
It's
do
like
too.
Groundhog's Day.
I have to look at
Freaking
my
Groundhog's
fucking
Day.
phone to see what day it is
This is
sometimes.
this is the 10th month. What are you talking about?
it's your mama's day, whatever. So moving forward, we can actually make a difference. As far as the only reason I actually have this channel, it's not because I want to be somebody. I want to be somebody. That makes me think of a song. What's that song? I want to be. I don't actually want to be somebody. I want everyone to ignore me, and I don't want to be here anymore. I want the world to be a better place. So I feel obligated, even though I'm shitty at this. I want you guys to actually take a look at what I've discovered.
I
I'm
wish,
I'm
Helio,
I'm
you would.
really shitty at this.
No, you're not. And you have talent with your singing abilities. And I wish you would harness that, utilize your God given talents, and use it to spread the word. Like, you have a talent and you're not putting it to work. Like, everybody here has a talent, and you should do what you're good at.
Sure, yeah. I mean, like I'm saying, as far as speaking about it, maybe, but when I sing, it's
Vocalizing with your song ability, your singing ability is awesome. Like, if I could
sure.
sing like you, I would make 1,000 songs.
Yeah,
But that's not my gig. I'm not good at it. I realize my limitations. You have to realize your limitations and let someone more suited do. It shouldn't hold you back from trying. But what I'm saying is realize what you're good at and do that.
I'm sure
Like if
I've already had some influence, in that vein, but at the same time, I didn't even think I could actually speak like this in the
you
public.
have a very nice speaking voice, yeah, you could
All
be a
right,
talk
cool.
radio show.
All right, cool. But I'm not trained in that. I'm trained in music, but I'm not trained in speaking. So a lot of people just like discount, which they're right to do so, but whatever. But they kind of whatever. But I'm not gonna go that far into it. Anyway, so see, dude, fucking Sonny's guitar music is going right along with it's like when I'm talking good about myself, he's like happy music, and then are you, Sonny, are you playing my life story, giving
He's putting music to your emotions. And
he's giving my life story through music, like while I'm talking. This is insane.
it's working though. It works.
It is. It's like it's kind of embarrassing, but
He's
you know,
he's on your vibe.
I'll tell you what though. I've been embarrassed to actually talk to people, even though I can stand on stage and perform in front of 10,000 people. As an artist, that's an act, but it's still me. But if you put me in front of a platform to give a speech, this was in the past, and I think I'm pretty sure I would still be kind of embarrassed to actually like, hey, I'm going to talk about this. Like, say, I wrote something about flat Earth, and I was going to make a speech in front of 200 people about flat Earth. I would stand there. I wouldn't be. I would not be not definitive, but it would. I don't know. I think at this point I could actually stand in front of a field of astrophysicists and say, your science is kind of junk. But it's a lot easier to do
How
on here.
many, Helio, how
My
many people do you speak to every day that are listening on that live stream? Like, you're here for hours. Over the course of those hours, you're talking to hundreds of people every day and you don't even realize it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm talking about if I had to stand in front of an
A
auditorium and give a
live audience,
speech.
you mean? Like a live audience with 1,000
Oh man,
people, you'd be like,
I've been in front of a live audience many, many times, but that's more of an artistic thing. But at the same time, I could transform that into say, hey,
You
so
know what's
you
different? You can mute the hecklers. You just press mute or ban, or the
no,
hecklers, they get booted.
I bet you, I was so I this was a very, very big fear of mine. It's like I I was so confident as a musician. Oh, I don't know if you know what it feels like, but I was so confident as a musician. I could be on stage, wasn't a motherfucking butterfly in my stomach. I wasn't nervous at all. It's like I know I'm gonna kill this when I was singing, you know.
Right.
And every single fucking time. That's why I got the scholarship to college and shit. It wasn't even hard for me. It was like I knew I was gonna kill it.
Because that's what you're meant to do.
All right,
It's in your
cool.
soul. Yeah.
But if you said, "Hey, go talk to these people about anything," and just stand up as a speech, like doing a speech, it's not the same thing.
Why not drop the lyrics? Like, put the red pills in the lyrics of the song, and you're doing both. Then you're not nervous. You're putting the truth out.
This is when I'm talking about when I was a young man.
Oh, I got you. Yeah.
I was so fucking nervous about public speaking that I couldn't get over it. But it was like I'm an actor. It's like, motherfucker, I
The
can go out there.
singing is so much more difficult. Like, you can
No,
mess up.
it's not difficult at all. It was so easy for me to sing because it
Well,
just came
that's
natural.
your skill. I mean, that's your talent. I mean,
But
for yeah, I
to
would be.
stand in front of a podium and make a speech, that shit scared the fuck out of me, and I couldn't do
Yeah,
it.
I don't get it. See, that seems a lot more. That's a lot easier than, like, it's so easy to mess up when you're singing it. Everyone's gonna think, "Oh, this guy sucks."
Oh,
Like, it's
that's
easy to
because
mess
you're
up.
not a singer.
Right, that's what I
I
mean. That's
already
your
had that
talent.
shit. I already had that shit down. I know I'm gonna nail every
For
fucking thing,
you,
every
it's like
note.
riding a bike.
No,
It's
that's a
like
performance. I knew I was gonna nail every fucking note every time, and I was gonna do swells and shit. I mean,
that's my point, man. It's a fish in water. You're
but
in your element.
I had to
That's
stand in front of a podium at the same age and talk to people. I'm gonna. My balls are sunk up into my chest, and I'm just like I'm so nervous I can't even fucking open my
Because you're
mouth.
out of your element, dude. That's what I said. Do what you're good at. If the singing is your element, you're in the zone. You don't even have to think. It just flows. If you're like public speaking, you get tripped up and nervous, don't do that. But you're actually speaking through your vocals,
Hey,
and
but
it's I
check
think
this out. Hey, guess what I'm doing right now? Public
you're doing what you're
speaking.
afraid of.
Yeah, it took me a
You're publicly
long
speaking.
fucking time to get through that. And when I'm on stage, I'm in another world. You know, I mean, when I'm performing on stage, you know,
Hey,
as a vocalist or
what
guitar
do you put on your superhero cape, or what is your outfit to put you in, like when you get on stage? What is your like your cape? You know how Batman has his cape, his uniform. Like, do you put a certain clothing on to get you in the spirit, like to get you all for your stage act, your persona?
it's outside of thought, but yeah, I couldn't explain it. It's
You were metal, right? You did like metal band stuff, so you would go out there and
yeah,
your
it's
heavy.
just like it's. Well, I mean, I can't. You've seen my videos, right? Live stream videos and stuff that I've done. I when I'm on stage, it's just that's what you see is what you get.
So you never had long hair? Did you have long? You don't have long hair now.
Well, I had long hair in high school, but I mean, I started losing my
I
hair
had
when I was.
long hair just a couple of years ago. I cut it all off. My
Wait,
hair was
wait,
past my shoulders.
Ron! We're
Yeah.
not talking about long hair here. We're talking about the music, how I
I hear
perform
you.
on stage. You were asking me, are you my psychologist here? I'm telling you,
I'm asking just like you're.
when I get on stage, I'm
Yeah.
somewhere else.
Okay.
Do you want to
You're
see a
in the
video
zone. That's
of
the
me on
zone.
stage? Do you want to see a video of me on stage?
No, I don't.
Why?
Because I'd rather do the live session. Let's do a live session. Does anyone else have anything to say? Just move along.
End of round one. Sorry.
Where are you at, Sonny? What state are you in?
California. Hey.
Oh, sunshine all day in California. Yeah.
No, it's raining all day. It's cloudy, rainy, stormy, cold as ever right now. 50 degrees. 50 degrees. Holy shit, I'm gonna freeze.
California is such a wasted state. Like, it's such a beautiful state controlled by such idiocracy. Like the whole governing system of that state destroys
Yeah.
the quality of it.
I know they're trying to. That's what my idea is. I'm convicted that that's what they're doing. They're trying to
Can't hear a fucking thing you're saying, Sonny.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm interrupting myself. Is that better?
No,
That better?
no.
Whoa, what happened?
To be honest, that actually is better. Just get a little
My
closer.
mic is screwed up.
And your guitar play, your guitar playing during my rambling was pretty good. Anyway, continue, gentlemen. It's all good.
Seems to be too loud.
No, it's your voice is too low compared to the guitar.
Oh, really? Still is? Really?
No,
Is
no,
that better?
Oh, he's good.
no,
You're
yeah,
good.
yeah, right there. That's
You got a good balance. Yeah. The guitar is subtle. It's a background note. I like it. Because if it's too high, if the guitar's too loud, then we can't even hear the convo. I'm just watching some other stuff in the background. Oh, I was gonna say I had a song. I was working on the lyrics for it, but we got sidetracked. I was gonna let you hear it, but happens a lot, dude. I'll forget what I was gonna say. Still there, Helio?
Yeah, I'm still here, but I'm looking. Wait, I just went on a rant. I mean, are you gonna rant or whatever? Do you want me and you to keep going on?
You want to rant? No, let someone else jump in. I was just bored, just talking to you.
All right, cool. I mean, yeah, it's really good to talk to you again, brother. Man, I'm glad you're freaking sticking around, mate. Shit gets crazy around here. Have you noticed?
Yeah. I don't come here as much, so I don't know. I don't notice it.
Well, I mean,
it's always been crazy. I mean,
I know it's just like nothing new here.
this is subdued. It's usually what I'm saying is, I think that we ran out of people that are triggered by the subject. I mean, at least we've gotten the largest. Like we've reached too many people to where it's not a like I said, a taboo subject.
Well,
It's
become more of a like a flow instead of like just a random like you flat earther, flat earth.
This would trigger people into like a fight, like a physical fight, like
yeah. But it's not like that now. But at the same time, we still get new people in here every day.
Okay.
So
How do you think about this?
Nobody asked you to use the slide, Sonny.
I'm not. It's my whammy bar. It's my whammy
what?
bar.
You're not using the slide?
No, it's a whammy bar on my Strat.
What? Open tuning?
No, standard tuning bar chords. The simplest chord you could ever, man.
Oh shit!
A regular D. And then I'm just playing a second note there.
What did you say? You have a Strat?
Dude, I like that. I really. Yeah. So you're just using the whammy?
Yeah, I'm picking. Listen, I'm picking the notes with my finger and my index finger. I'm picking the notes with those. In between my middle and third finger, I'm holding the whammy bar.
Sounds really fucking cool, man. Play it again. Play it again.
Really cool.
That's all picking with my thumb finger, the nail on my finger, on my big finger, my thumb.
You know who Albert King is, right?
Hey, Ron, I want to hear what he's going to play. I want him to play it again. Ron, can you just hold back? I want to hear this.
It's really low, the guitar.
But it sounds kind of like a movie soundtrack, kind of like shit right there.
The volume on the guitar is too low.
No. Anyway, ignore Ron.
Did you say? I can listen to this low part. Hold on.
I like it. What that? Oh, you got a good whammy on there. That's good.
I have a guitar. I love guitar.
I hardly ever have to tune this guitar. I whammy the hell out of it.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you shouldn't whammy the hell out.
No, I should. I'll do it till it breaks. I'll fix it again.
Oh, hey, fix it. But anyway, yeah, I love that. That sounded really, really fucking cool, man.
Hold on, it's a whammy on.
I'm just talking about that D song you were playing. Just like, wah, wah, wah. Just so the little fluctuations with the whammy, man. That sounded really fucking cool. So, anyway, so Ron, what were you getting at? Were we getting at the blickety blank blank globe non-existence? What globe?
No, I just said earlier that I think we're a victim of our own success. That the mainstream public is at a level to where it's almost acceptable to talk about it, and it's not. It's reached a critical mass, is what I mean.
Well, it's acceptable
We haven't.
to talk about it with the mainstream because it's sort of political, right?
What? What's political? Flat Earth?
No, not flat Earth necessarily. Anything that what you perceive as affecting your life, it's political. I mean, it's like I saw this on the news. I mean, maybe I'm.
I hope not the mainstream news.
I know. Hold on, Sonny. This is kind of distracting. The sound is kind of distracting for the conversation.
I promise I'll stop right now.
Anyway, so yeah, I'm just talking about most people just like watch the news and say, "Hey, this is what I've discovered," and for the most part, they already have their ideals and their ideas about politics and everything based on their religions or non-religions, and based on what they saw in the news and all that kind of stuff. Which when they come, a lot of people will come in here and say, "Oh, you flat earthers just believe this and believe that." You don't know a goddamn thing about me, but I know everything about you. Anyway, go ahead. Because if they start arguing about whatever, shit they saw on CNN, I'm pretty sure I can freaking shut them down pretty quick with some.
Arguing about anything. Come on, let's get real.
Sure. I mean, it's just like, but it's not like we're trying to get something over on them, or that we're trying to convince them of something. Because to be honest, you've met these people. There's no way we're going to convince them of anything.
Yeah, they end up kind of coming here and trolling themselves. Like, we're just this mirror that pushes back, and then all of a sudden, all they see is themselves.
So,
dude, it's not your job to convince anyone. It's
exactly.
Like the analogy: you could lead a horse to water, you can't make them drink it. These people you can lead them to the truth. If they don't drink it, that's on them.
Amen.
Whatever.
Amen. It's like, hey, I see it, and they're like, "You see what? I see that you just believe everything they shove down your throat." And just like, "Oh, well, not everything. Well, but it's like, what don't you believe that they're shoving?" Well, but they don't have anything to offer.
95% are not gonna. They're not gonna see it. It can be plain as day. It's not gonna happen.
Right, Ron,
they're in their own fog, dude. They're in their fog. We don't need everybody. We need 5%, 10%. That's it.
Well, I mean, the numbers don't matter. Hey,
probably already got that.
I think we're above 10%, but
we are.
Same time. But as far as the conversation goes, like we were talking earlier, we were just busting each other's balls and talking shit.
What, Helio? My point is, people 10% that's loud and proud. If you're like loud and proud and you're not ashamed to talk about it, that's what we need. We probably have about 20% or more, but they're
Well,
just scared to talk about it.
Here's the thing, though. I mean, people think that we, as the less than 10%, under 10%, are trying to convert them.
No, I don't want.
Hold on. Let me finish my
Go ahead.
goddamn statement.
Finish your thought. Go ahead.
Nobody is trying to convert you to flat Earth or conspiratardism, whatever you fucking everybody else thinks that it's like. A lot of people in our realm know what's up. Nobody here is like preachers of conspiratardism or whatever fuck you want to call it, flat earthism. You know, nobody here is trying to convert you to that. We're just letting you know that we don't buy the bullshit. Now you can look for yourself and see that there's something fucked up here.
What? You know what? All I ask is you judge the evidence. Pretend this is a courtroom. You take the evidence on both sides, and you'll find that one side has no evidence, right? One side is all bullshit, and the other side has evidence, right? So if you're an honest person, you'll look at the evidence without your preconceived bias and come to a conclusion. Unfortunately, most people aren't capable of that. Most people have their head straight up their ass and they can't see what's right in front of their face. You could have stacks of evidence and it's futile. They just are not willing to accept evidence.
Sure, at the same time, you still have to have compassion for people that.
Well, no, it's the way you present. The way you present the evidence.
No. Hold on. I'm not talking about who the people that you. Listen, Ron, I mean, you still have to have compassion for the people that can't see it and will never see it.
I beat my head against the wall every day trying to talk to these people. But it's like,
hold on, Ron, are you seriously saying that the people that can't see it and will never see it,
I try.
You have no compassion for them at all?
I do. That's why I spend so many hours trying to.
So you have compassion for them by berating them for being fucking retards about the globe?
I do not berate them.
What the fuck are you talking about then?
I
You
think
don't have
that's
any
least
compassion
acceptable when you berate people.
All right, cool. So
when you
you're
talk
saying
down to them like they're fucking idiots, then you're a fucking piece of shit.
Okay,
you're
cool,
useless
cool.
to the movement. If that's your approach, it's like you're turning off potential people that could be on our side. You're poisoning the fucking
I'm asking you, Ron. Do you?
I don't do that.
Hold on. All right, and I know you don't. I just want to ask you: when you talk to people and you realize they'll never get it,
Then
and
you
they
move
could give a
along.
fuck?
Then you
Okay.
bounce. Don't waste your breath.
All right, cool. All right, we're
You
on the
kind of
same
know
page.
when you've hit a dead end. It's like you remember Gregory Apple? Remember that guy? Don't waste your breath on that fool.
All right, cool. So we're on the same page. I just wanted to make
you only
sure.
got so many hours in your life. Don't waste it on idiots.
Yeah, it's all good. But at the same time, if you meet someone who's like, I'd rather just live this out this way. Once you talk to them and they're like, hey, you're smart dude. I see what you're saying, but I just, see, like if you have enough time with one person, they're just like, you know what? I see what you're saying, but I'd just rather live it out this way. It's like,
and you know what? Some people,
that's on you,
shouldn't
bro.
know, dude.
I'm not trying to convert you.
Some people
actually,
shouldn't know.
that's a victory because
Helio,
they
not
actually
everybody
understood
should.
they actually understood what what you're saying, and it's like, you know what? It's not worth my time to fight the system. I'm just gonna go ahead and play this out.
Also, people that shouldn't know, like people that are say someone's older, right? They're an older person, and it might upset their whole way of life too much. That it would be non-productive for someone who's only got a few years left
Sure,
to turn their whole world upside down.
It
It's
can
just
be
not for everyone.
it can be very frightening.
Right.
Yes, of
So you
course.
got to think before you do that, because it's like, you know what? Like my one brother who's the blue pilled one. It's like, do I really want to put this burden on him? He's comfortable
He
in his
already
bubble.
did. He
No,
probably
he
thinks
just
about
he kept
you
his
every
blue
day.
pills, dude. He kept his shield up. He keeps eating the blue
You
pills.
know,
I'm like,
my
I'm not
brother
gonna
does
break.
too. My brother does too, but he already knows.
Don't break his bubble, dude. Let him
No,
live in his blue
I'm
pills.
not. But
I know.
yeah,
I already.
Because then
He
he'll
already
turn into
knows.
you. He'll turn into you. He'll be
No,
on
he
here
won't.
24
No, he
hours,
won't.
and he'll be fine.
That's
Yes, he
impossible,
will.
man. Me and my brother are freaking intrinsically connected, but he is not me. Yeah,
what I'm
he's
saying
fine. I mean,
is,
as far as all this goes, he's
it's
good to go.
Hey,
Helio. What I'm
Helio.
saying is,
Helio. Hey, Helio. Is your brother a Scorpio by any chance?
Shit is what he's like late January. I mean,
Oh, so
I
no.
don't.
Okay, never mind. Never mind. Never mind.
my point is, it's a blessing and a curse. Like, okay, like I've learned a lot from it, but it's also a curse because if you look at what you did before you knew this and then after, sometimes you can view it as a curse. Like, what did I get myself into? Like,
Dude, me and my brother have spent hours and hours, like alone, just talking about this stuff.
but look how
And
you utilize your time. That's all you have is your time. And if you utilize your time going down this rabbit hole, it consumes you and you only have your one life to live. And it's like, is this really what you want it to be? Because sometimes it could unintended consequences. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't intend to fall down this.
you're subject to every single circumstance, so it's not like, I mean, what are you gonna fight? I mean,
It's like, well, what I'm saying is, like, I wish I had those years back. It's like I fucking wasted a lot of years doing
well,
this shit.
sure. I mean, maybe I would have taken a different path in life if I knew something, but
Well, I'm just thinking how
20
much
years
more shit I could have gotten done. There's so many things that I haven't gotten
ago,
done.
regrets.
Yeah, well, no, there's projects that I didn't get done, and there's like I build things with my hands. I'm a carpenter, a metal fabricator, and there's like projects I want to get done, but I'm spending time doing this shit, and it's like all these projects have remained undone.
There's nothing. Hold on, Ron. What do you mean undone?
Things that I haven't completed, projects that I have yet to complete that are on my list of things to do that
There's
I wanted to
nothing
get
undone.
done.
What do you mean by the word undone?
Well, they're not
Only way
completed.
that something can
You
be
know when you
undone
start something and you don't finish it and it's
done,
undone.
and then
Do you want to
then
hear
it
or
was
you go? Okay, you tell
hard.
me. You ask me a question and then you answer the question.
Well, you said the word undone.
You mean what do you mean undone? And then you answer the question you asked me. I was gonna answer it, but go ahead. You're giving me the answer.
I mean, the only way that something can be undone is
If it was
has
started and
it
completed,
already
right?
completed.
When you start
No,
something that you
completed.
don't finish.
No,
No.
it's completed and then it's undone.
No, something that's incompleted. Something that I was in
Yeah,
progress and I didn't complete the progress.
Undone means that it was
Well, no,
completed.
disassembled and undone are not the same.
It could be similar in definition, I guess.
No, you have to understand context. Do you understand context?
I'm gonna fucking
I
come
could
to
use the
Detroit
same word, but in a
and
different
fucking kick
context.
your
If
ass
you
if
don't
you ask
understand
me.
context, I can't have a conversation, Helio. We're not on the same level.
What context means? God damn it! All right, so
Helio just likes to be a contrarian. He likes to argue with people.
He likes to answer
that's
his own
not true.
question. He
That's
asks a
not
question,
true.
he answers the question.
All right, how about we have a psychological talk about my personality or whatever,
or anybody else's. Yeah.
Well,
I think
sometimes people do get rhetorical and answer their own questions,
especially Helio, yeah. I think this
All
is a
right.
psychological session. It's like a psychology class. Like everyone's fucking. This is the couch. Tell us your thoughts, Helio.
I think I already did. It's Ron's turn.
No, well, I already did too. Someone else. I'll let Lemon. Lemon's new. He's new on the mic tonight. Let's get Lemon's opinion. I learn a lot when Lemon's here. He's always got these nuggets of wisdom.
Yeah, I love Lemonberry, man. He's fucking
Like
awesome.
he's very well researched. Like one of the only people I learned from.
The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom.
There you go. That's a good
Amen.
one.
See these little pearls of wisdom. Lemon's a fucking genius, dude.
Yeah, he's also a genius at detracting from. No, actually, Lemon's a good at getting the focus on. I don't know. That could be a detraction or a distraction because
he's well researched in a lot of topics. Like he's well read in a lot of subjects. That's what I like. People who are versatile. If you just know flat Earth and you don't know a lot of other subjects, then it's boring. Like,
well, we're not talking about flat Earth at this point. We're talking about the
I mean, we beat that horse to death. We've beaten that horse flat.
How's the mic? Mic check.
Mic
is it okay?
good.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Mic check. Good. You can hear me. Okay, good.
Yeah, I mean, as far as this point, yes, Lemon's been here for a long time, as the rest of us are. Yeah, we're talking about At this point, I mean, you were giving me shit. Let's talk about the psychology of flat earthers.
That's a mixed bag, dude. Flat earthers
wait. You were trying to psychoanalyze my ass a minute ago, and so now you don't want to talk about it? Let's go. Okay.
Well, who's the psychologist here? Who's gonna read it? Let's give a Rorschach test. If I show you a flat
Rorschach
test, what do you see?
I'm not locked in here with you.
Tell me what you see. I see whiskey and beer and cigarettes. Like you're gonna see what you want to see, man.
Show me on the doll where the globe touched you.
Oh, we crushed their balls. We crushed the balls flat. So the globe has been deflated.
That started when your mother got your cat's balls cut off, and they called it neutering, but you were probably confused about that. It's like, why did my kitty have to get his balls cut off?
I don't think they go into the details. We're just taking them to the veterinarian. I don't think they get into the specifics. He's having his balls removed. Speaking of balls, you know they dropped that ball on New Year's, the Big Apple. Like, I don't think they're having their New Year's celebration because of the whole New York situation, the lockdown. I haven't heard from our boy Mitty. He's in New York, as far as I know.
Your boy?
My homeboy Mitty HD, yeah.
If you say his name 3 times, I bet his ass will jump.
Will he appear? I wish he would. Mitty THC. Mitty THC.
Get your ass in here. You know, he already knows we've been looking for him.
I miss Mitty, man. Busy, he was fun, dude.
I guarantee he'll freaking come in here in the next couple of days. You know, we miss him, man. He's the freaking coolest dude.
I hope he's well, dude. I hope that he's
one of the coolest dudes in New York. We have plenty.
I hope he's not. I know, but he's living under tyranny, dude. It's hard. I mean, to live under tyranny of New York City. I hope he escapes. I don't know if a lot of people want to leave, but they got nowhere to leave to. You know what I mean? They're stuck in that system.
I don't know. I mean, it's
their job or whatever. It's like it's very difficult to escape that shithole.
Yeah.
New York is a shithole. I mean, only the rich people, like if you own your own building like Trump, then it's not a shithole because you live in your own damn building and you have like other homes as well. But if you're just a normal person,
Come
it's
on,
tough to
Ron.
live.
Why do you try to simplify everything? It's like New York is the financial center pretty much of almost the entire world. I mean, there are many different financial centers across the world, but New York, uh,
The most
you're making it.
expensive fucking place.
But as far as living, I mean, you're looking at it
Oh,
too shallow. I mean, you have to
dude, they'll
look at it
feed
in a
you
broad
dry.
perspective. Now, as far as I think Mitty, doesn't, even though he lives there, doesn't just look like, hey, I'm exploited because I'm just like some simple guy. I mean, last time I talked to Mitty, he sounded like he was doing pretty good. He has like a rented studio where he can play drums and record music and shit.
Nice.
I don't know why you say, but because New York is the biggest piece of shit on earth, and nobody should live there. And why do a fuck would
No, I'm
anybody
saying
do this?
everybody that
I
lives
mean,
there
you
complains.
seem very negative right now, Ron. I'm just like, what the fuck
Every
are
person
you
that I
thinking?
know from New York complains about it. Nobody has a good, they complain about the
Dude, I
taxes,
mean,
the rent.
people from New York talk on this server all day long, and they never sit here and bitch about New York all day. You're
No,
from Detroit, and
when I hear it,
you're bitching about New York. I bet you bitch
I
about
don't like any,
Detroit.
I don't like any cities. Like I don't like Detroit either. I'm just saying.
I don't either. Come on, man.
You find yourself in a situation that's hard to get out of. Is my point.
Hey,
Like,
I'm
yeah,
in that situation, but I don't bitch about New York.
I ain't bitching. Just calling it out, dude. The governance is tyranny there, dude. It's straight tyranny.
No, yeah, it can be very difficult for a lot of people in some of these major cities because they're doing these lockdowns, with the masks and shit. I mean, there's all these rules and shit. So you can't even come and watch a show unless you
Hey, you
show
got
a
COVID?
card
You're
that
talking
says you
for me.
got your jabbity jibbity jib jab. Anyway, we're not talking about that. So anyway, who was trying to interrupt
Somebody
me?
was asking something. I don't know.
Yeah, I want somebody else to not to interrupt us
Go ahead,
because
Lemon Bird. You still here, buddy?
I
Anybody?
think
Hank
I think
Hill?
I think Lemon Bird lives near New York or
Is
somewhere in
he?
that area. I'm not sure if
New,
he's in New York,
there's
but
New York State and New York City are different things.
sure, and so is Detroit is different than
Yeah.
New York, but
Well, I'm just saying the downtown area, the city, is ran by tyrants. The state of New York is also ran by tyrants, but there's a little more freedom in the upstate New York. It's a little more free country.
hey, you know what's really cool about Arkansas? And nobody fucking with me.
I couldn't tell you what's cool about Arkansas.
Because you ain't never been there.
I
Hey, but
have. I have been there.
oh,
I
really?
told you I've been there. I
All
haven't
right.
lived there. I've been through there. I've been through Little Rock, Hot Springs.
It's pretty freaking beautiful, right?
I like it. It's
I'm
actually
talking about
it's got
right
a bad
now.
rap.
Like I can go to
It's a
Walmart.
beautiful
I can go to
state.
Walmart, any restaurant, and you don't have
I
to.
would say
You
it's
don't have
very
to pretend.
underrated.
You don't have to
Arkansas,
pretend that you're scared of the air right now in Arkansas.
it's a better place. It's very underrated. It doesn't get enough
Uh,
credit, and that maybe that's a good thing because you don't want everybody to
Maybe I
know.
shouldn't tell anybody about it. It's
Don't
like,
tell anybody that it's so nice. Like tell
yeah,
people like
stay the fuck out. We got this. We got
right
this.
because it won't remain that way. If too many people
What are the
come
weed
there, it
laws
won't be
like?
nice.
What are the weed laws like in Arkansas?
Well, they have medical marijuana is legal as far as that goes. Yeah.
Got to
But
get permission from the high priest, huh? Okay.
yeah, but it costs like $200 for you to go to a doctor and get a weed license. You can pretty much tell them anything you want to. So, I have an ailment, and you pay them $200, and they'll give you a fucking card.
I have this hangnail. It's really driving me crazy.
They want their $200, Helio. They don't give a damn if they know you're going to smoke it either way. They're like, hey, let's see if we could squirm $200 out of this asshole. It's like,
Well, I
don't even
don't,
bother
I,
with the card.
Yo, hey, hold up.
I can't smoke weed, so I don't really. I don't. I'm not against. I don't really think like drug laws should be a thing. But
Yo, we got a new guy in here,
oh,
Charcoal. Y'all want to talk to him? He said he's
Thank
willing to do the. Yeah, what's up? He's willing to do the 3 points and the Black Swan if y'all want to.
Who wants the red pill? Go ahead.
Yo, is Witsit in here? Ah, that'd be perfect, bro. Witsit, come on.
Is he in here? Oh shit.
He had a debate earlier, so did y'all see his
Go
debate?
ahead, Hank. Hank Hill will handle it.
No, Witsit's way better than Hank. He's got me beat by like 1 word per minute. I'm just joking.
Any one of us could handle it, but whoever wants the mic, go for it, dude. Even
I
anybody.
guess I can do it. What's his name? Who's the new guy?
Charcoal Consumer, welcome.
Hey Cole, you there, buddy?
I'm here. Yeah.
Right. So, what brings you to the server?
My friends and I were goofing around in science, Jordan Ram stuff, and then he got banned from this, but I found it interesting, so I joined tonight.
Cool. So yeah, you're curious, huh?
Yeah.
Curious why in 2022 people know the Earth is flat? Well, I'm gonna ask you.
If you wanted to, yeah.
I'm gonna ask you some questions, kind of see where you're at, right? That way we know how to talk to you. So the thing is that there's absolute truths, right? There's some things that are objectively true, right? Like scientific experiments, like the results are like, obviously true, right? Are you with me so far?
Yeah.
Okay. You might need to adjust your sensitivity a little bit. I didn't hear your answer if you did answer. All right. So, if I were to say the sky's blue sometimes, that's like an objective fact that nobody can really argue, right? So some people might be like relative truthers and they might say, well, it's not actually blue. What you're seeing is, the light is refracted and it breaks down, and what we perceive. No, it's blue sometimes. Right? That's just the easiest answer. You look up, the sky's blue. Is that right, bro?
Okay.
Okay, so the first question is, in history, ancient times all the way up to modern times, who has directly measured the Earth's curvature? And if so, how did they do it? Do you know? If you don't know, you can just say you don't know, and we're going to move on, because many men know many things, but no man knows everything. But if you say that you do know, we're going to dive deep into it, and we're going to follow it to its conclusion, okay? So, do you know the answer?
Sorry. I will not claim to know that answer now.
Okay. So the next question, the axial rotation, the Earth spinning on an axis of 66.6 degrees. So if you take the 24.3, I think, 24.4, right, and you minus 90, or 90 minus 23.4, it comes up to 66.6 degrees. So have you ever, in ancient times or in modern history, all the way up until modern times, has anyone directly measured the Earth spinning on its axis? And if so, how do they do it?
I mean, I feel like someone's done it at some time, but I'll just say I don't know for the sake of this conversation.
All right, that's fine. So you believe somebody's done it? That's fine. So last question: is there any way that anybody can demonstrate high pressure gas next to a vacuum without a container? Example: the Earth has 14.7 psi at sea level, and it's adjacent next to a near perfect vacuum in space. Because I claim that space is a near perfect vacuum of 10 to the 17 negative torr. Is there any way anybody could demonstrate something like that? Can you have gas pressure without a container?
Other than the large scale model that we live on, no. Not that I'm aware of.
Well, the truth is we don't live on a model, right? So do me a favor, close your eyes. We're going to do word association real fast. Close your eyes, and what pops into your head when I say the word Earth? What do you see?
A picture of Earth.
Right, so you see the blue marble, right? What you saw since you were a child on TV, you saw in magazines, on the beginning of every Universal Studios movie, right?
I see.
Yeah, it's all about the globe, dude. It's the indoctrination.
But yeah,
right. So all the years of indoctrination have tricked you into thinking that's what Earth is. Now this might really trip you out if you think about it, but Earth, I'll take it. Earth is actually that stuff that earthworms live in. You know, Earth is that stuff that gets in between your toes. Right. What you pictured in your head was the model of Earth. And you know the difference between a model Porsche and a real Porsche, right?
Yeah.
Right. So the real thing is totally different than a model. So what people have done, right, is they've been brainwashed into thinking you live here, right? And in reality, you don't live on a model. Right. In reality, you live on top of the earth, which literally means dry land or dirt, right? But somehow we've been brainwashed to think that it's that model, but that's just a model. So I need to go over a few things, right? Like the scientific method. And I just got a question, and it's okay if you don't know, right? Do you know the three constituent parts to an experiment? So I'm talking about natural science. What are the three things that you have to have in order to conduct an experiment? You know?
Are you thinking of like the hypothesis, experiment, data?
Well, you're on the right track. So yeah, you need a hypothesis, right? Which the hypothesis is the dependent variable, which is the natural observed phenomenon, the independent variable, which is the cause of the said phenomenon, and then the control variables, right? So that you don't manipulate more than one thing, right? That's why the independent variable's independent, because you just manipulate it, and when you manipulate the cause, you see the effect like a light switch. You follow me? I can't hear you if you answered. You might need to adjust your sensitivity.
Yeah, I hear you.
All right. So let's say, you know, a caveman, he sees hot springs in Arkansas, right? And he wants to figure out what caused it. So he noticed the water was hot. So he formed a hypothesis, went back to his village and added heat, so fire, to some water, and he caused it to boil. He took away the heat, it stopped boiling. He added the heat again, and the water boiled. So what did he prove with the scientific method?
Hot water makes it boil.
Right, you add heat to water, enough heat, enough duration or time, it boils. But science never settled, right? It's not like a religion. Like Jesus will always be the Messiah, Muhammad will always be the prophet, and Abraham will always be, you know, the father Abraham. Right? That's never going to change, right? Because religions don't change, right? But science is open to change at any time. So at any time, someone could say, hey, if you lower the gas pressure, you can actually make the water boil at room temperature. So this is a second cause to the same effect. Is that right?
Sure.
So science is never settled because of that reason. So even though we proved the first thing, that doesn't prove the second thing incorrect, because science is always open to new information. And in fact, if someone says to you science is settled, that's a religion. If someone says you can't question the shape of the earth, that's a religion. So what we have to tell you, and this is really important for you to understand, not everything they call science is science, right? So they say that the moon's gravity, it's causing the tides, right?
Yeah.
Who manipulated the moon's gravity on and off to watch the tides go on and off? No one ever. So anyone who's ever said that to you, it's not a scientific statement at all. It's pseudoscience. And what you'll find the more you look is that there's so much pseudoscience that it's unbelievable that we've fallen for it. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to reform
Yeah,
the
stop the
way that people,
indoctrination.
we want to stop the indoctrination and reform what is truth. So what is truth? That's a good question, right? This day and age, right? What is truth? Truth is that which is falsifiable. And you know what? Science has to be falsifiable. So if I make a claim that dark matter is causing this, right? And I haven't produced any science, it's just poetry. It's just poetry. That's all it is. So if I make a claim that the moon's gravity causes the tides, that's poetry. So anything that you've ever heard in cosmology, astronomy, excuse me, and theoretical astrophysics, it's all been poetry. It's not scientific at all, because you can't manipulate the heavenly bodies. You're here on Earth, right? You're here on dirt, or maybe the ocean, but most likely dirt. Most humans are on dirt, right? Next to the ocean. So now that we've went over that, right, and you want to know, like, this verifiable thing, like, it's really important, because a lot of people believe a lot of dumb stuff that they have absolutely zero evidence for, right? Like the guy who said you should wash your hands after you come from the basement and working on the cadavers. You go to the OB department and you deliver the babies, and the mothers are dying. And he presented the evidence to the doctors. Hey, the midwives, they're not losing anywhere near the amount of people that you doctors are losing. You guys need to wash your hands. They told him he was crazy. They put him in an insane asylum, and he died of an infection. Something he knew that he could cure, but he was locked up and he couldn't cure it. So the really important thing to think about, this is the germ theory. They told that guy he was crazy because he said you should wash your hands. And now it's accepted. You should wash your hands after you touch something dead. It's pretty innate if you think about it, right? So that brings me to the shape of the earth. Now that we've talked about how to verify things, do me a favor. Do a little search. What is the radius of Earth? Can you do that for me, please? In miles, please.
The first result says 3,958.8 miles.
Right, 3959. Excellent. Okay, so now go back to your search engine and type in Earth curve calculator. So we got a radius. Now we need to figure out where's that horizon. So let me know when you get an Earth curve calculator. What you're looking for is eye height or observer height. And you're going to type in 1 foot. Let me know when you got it.
So distance 1 foot.
No, observation height or eye height. That's the only thing you're typing in.
I'm on the wrong one then. Certain website that is good.
It's all right. Take your time. Observation height. Eye height.
Okay, yeah, 1 foot. All right.
All right. Now, don't type anything else in. Look for the horizon distance, or distance to the horizon. What does it say?
1.225 miles.
All right, you got it. So if they tell us where the horizon is, then they tell us boats go over the horizon, and this proves the Earth is a sphere. Boats disappear from the bottom up. You heard that before?
Sorry, have I heard what?
Have you heard that boats cause? Sorry, the horizon is the spherical edge, and when the boats go over the edge of the Earth because it's curving, right? Have you heard that before? That boats disappear from the bottom up.
Sure.
Okay, because of the Earth curve. Do you believe that currently?
Sure.
All right, so I'm going to give you this thing called the Mohs-Tollens argument. So if a woman is 9 months pregnant with triplets, if she's on her back, she can't see her toenails. And if she can see her toenails, then she's not 9 months pregnant with triplets. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Why can't she see her toenails?
Because she has a massive belly.
Right, she can't see past the curvature, right? All right, I'm going to ask someone to take over because the weather's changing and my voice is failing, and I want someone to do the black swan with this guy. I got
know what
all
that voice sounds like.
Yeah, the weather just now got cold here in Texas, so I need some vitamin C and D. Can
In the
somebody do the black
Midwest, it's
swan?
complete opposite, my lord.
Can someone post the black swan at least? I bet it's already posted. I'm just not looking. And he's going to need roles to see the live stream voice text.
I think I have it.
All right, cool. All right, hang on just a second. Let me get a drink. Okay, I'll just do it real fast. Okay, so you see the oil rigs. Where's the horizon in that picture?
1.22 miles.
No, it's actually behind the oil rigs, is it not?
Oh,
Because we
yeah.
can see the
I thought
oil
you were
rigs.
asking for the. Sorry, yeah.
No, it's good, bro. It's good. So look at the picture. It's a still shot. And we'll give you the video. The video is going to eliminate all the other variables and factors like observation height so that you know we're not tricking you. But the thing is, you can go do this yourself. So don't believe anything that I'm telling you. What we're trying to show you is that you can go do this yourself and you can measure it. But here goes the argument. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, p, then every horizon distant measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, q. This is the geometric horizon, right? So not q, the horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles. Therefore not p, the Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles. So this argument has been really popular. And the Globers, the anti-flat earthers, they used to say that there was a geometric horizon. And after this, they admit that we can see too far. They admit that the horizon moves and that it's not an Earth curve based horizon, it's optical. So they say refraction is causing this phenomenon. So remember how science works. How do you prove that it's refraction? Well, you got to stop all refraction. So they can't do that because they can't make the Earth a vacuum, the surface of the Earth right above the sea level. So we don't know why we see too far, but we no longer believe we're on a globe. We've lost belief in the heliocentric model, and we've reverted back to just trusting our senses. We experience the world with our senses as flat, stationary, and no vacuum above. That's what our experiences tell us. We don't see any vacuum. So the whole vacuum of space, it's unverifiable. If I were to sell you propane, you would have to have the propane accessories because you can't go home on Mother's Day with the propane in your hands and cook for your mom. You're going to need to put it in a tank because you can't have gas pressure without a container. But according to them, the Earth is an open system. And you can go back and forth between a vacuum and gas pressure without a container. This is a violation of natural law, specifically entropy. Do you know anything about the second law of thermodynamics?
Not by name.
Yes.
Yeah, you can just look up entropy. Do that real fast.
So look up what?
The law of entropy, the second law of thermodynamics.
Okay. No.
Yeah, just give me a second. Yeah, give me just a second, please. All right, I'm back. So the thing is that this is falsifiable. If what I'm claiming here is incorrect, you can go out and prove it wrong, or you can prove it right. So, they've been telling us the Earth is a sphere for a long time. Some people say 2,000 plus years. Some people say it's started around the Reformation and the Counter Reformation of the 1500s. Some people say it's been less than 100 years, right? But we don't know exactly how long they've been telling us this. But the thing is that our optics have gotten so much better over the past years that we can falsify this now. But you don't even really need optics. At 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature. So we measure over water because there's no topography. And if the Earth is 70% water, then it has to be curving because 70% of the water is made of Earth in the globe Earth model. 60% of the Earth is made of water, covered in water. So I'm trying not to focus on my throat, but so you're probably wondering, what about gravity at this moment, right?
And yeah.
That's crossed your mind. All right, so you remember what we said about the scientific method. So Newton produced no hypothesis. Albert Einstein produced zero hypothesis in his paper in 1915. But I want you to type in something for me. Type in specific gravity, right? And tell me what you come up with in your search bar, search engine.
I just have a quick question.
Yeah.
Do you have like an idea of how long this whole thing is gonna last?
It's almost over. I'm about to debunk gravity and then you're free to go.
Okay. Okay.
All right, so specific gravity. Did you get an answer?
Yeah, yep.
Relative density, right?
Yep.
All right, so let's say Newton had a pail under the apple, and the apple fell in the pail, right? And the next day it rained and filled up the pail, but then it stopped raining and it leaked out, and the apple sank to the bottom. So when you manipulate the medium, which is the contents of the pail, it causes the apple to rise and fall. When you're manipulating the medium, what you're actually manipulating is the relative density of the object. Is that correct?
Can you repeat that again, please?
So when you manipulate the medium in the bucket, it causes the apple to rise and fall, right? And what you're actually manipulating when you manipulate the medium is the relative density of the object. Is that correct?
Sure, yeah.
So what causes the apple to rise? And what causes it to fall or sink? The lack of buoyant force, right? Or the buoyant force. That causes it to rise and fall, right?
Okay.
So what happens if you drop a helium balloon? It floats away, right?
Yeah.
What happens if you drop an anvil?
It
Goes
floats.
down.
That's right. It floats if you drop it in mercury.
I was just joking.
No, seriously, we got gifts. We can show you that the anvil floats in mercury.
Really?
So yes, somebody post that gift, please. So
Oh
the
yeah,
thing about it
mercury is
is,
a very dense metal, even though it's liquid.
that's right. So the thing is that other than birds using aerodynamics, every everything in nature rises or sinks due to the relative density of the object. Everything. Because if you looked in entropy, you know that hot always goes to cold. So if you got a hot cup of coffee, you get a phone call, come back 30 minutes later, the heat dissipated into the room until it reached equilibrium. The same thing with a battery. You got two batteries, one's dead and one's charged. You hook them together with jumper cables. You come back the next day. All the high energies float into the low energy space until they become both halfway charged and they reach equilibrium. It's the same thing with gas pressure. If you got a propane tank and you open it, the contents are going to spew out until it reaches equilibrium, high pressure to low pressure. And then all I'm doing is I'm adding this. This is not part of entropy, but I'm adding it. And I'm saying that all objects in a medium will seek their equilibrium. So if you have, let's say, a bowling ball, you can drop it, it's going to go down until it reaches the ground, the dirt, because that's the densest object around and it has more buoyant force, so it holds it up. But if you drop, let's say, a beach ball at the bottom of the pool, it's going to float up until it reaches equilibrium. Every object on Earth is seeking equilibrium. And that's the real gravity, specific gravity. Everything else they told you about bending and warping of space-time, it's a mathematical concept. You can't put space-time in a jar and manipulate it because there's no physicality. It's supposed to exist in a near-perfect vacuum, meaning that the space-time continuum or the space-time fabric, it's non-material, non-physical. So it's metaphysical. So it's a concept. Like I'm a Texan, I have a concept of freedom. Nobody can bend my idea of freedom because it's not physical. You can't bend it and warp it. Those are physical attributes. And therefore you can't bend it. I am done. So is my voice box. Any questions?
Or did you say something just a second ago?
Yeah, I was trying to say any questions.
I don't gotta have any questions that I should ask here as opposed to somewhere else, no?
You can ask questions. I asked you questions. It's only fair. But yeah, the whole thing about specific gravity is you can prove it by putting an egg in a bowl of water. It'll go to the bottom. You add salt to the water. You mix it in really good. The salt is gonna, what's that word? Bond with the water? No, dissolve in the water. And when it does, it's going to increase the density of the water, and it's going to create more buoyant force, and the egg will rise. Anybody can do this experiment. Anybody, anywhere in the world, and they can show that the cause of something falling is because of the lack of buoyant force. Thanks.
Okay. So, like, is that it?
Well, I mean, if you want me to keep going, I can keep going, but I thought you had to go. Yes,
I'm like, yeah.
Are you curious?
I'm curious. I'm also sleep deprived.
All right, bro. Tell you what, get some sleep. Think about what I said. Sleep on it. Come back. You'll probably have some questions, and when you do come back, there is loads of information at the bottom of the server and all the rooms down below. So, yeah, if you're curious, come back. You handled yourself really well today, so we hope that you come back to see us. Peace.
All right. See you later.
Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. You guys asleep? Where you guys at? You're all just here a minute ago. You started to think I'm a little bit boring, eh? Am I even on right now? This must be what it's like when you get kicked. You're talking and nobody's there.
Can hear you, Hank.
Well, somebody's there. Starting to wonder. How's it going, bro?
I'm good, Hank. How are you?
Good. Have we spoke before? What's your name?
I'm FE Batman.
Hey, man. I love that dog, that pug. You know what I'm talking about? The Chinese pug that's Batman.
What was that?
Have you ever seen the video of the Chinese pug saying Batman?
No, not really, mate. I don't watch television.
Oh, it's not on TV. It's the internet.
I don't watch the internet.
You close
yeah,
your eyes when it's on.
I'm.
So
Oh,
I was always
busy
curious,
day.
Batman. Yeah, it's been busy. Yeah, lots of people. I was always curious, Batman. Why do you guys wear your underwear on the outside? Is that like a new trend that you're trying
Well,
to set?
we've got something to hide.
Wait a minute. Who's wearing their underwear on the outside?
Batman and Robin, back in the day. I don't know if they
Oh,
do it so
that's
much anymore.
right. Okay, I don't watch TV either.
I'm a different type of Batman. I'm a very different type of Batman.
Oh, yeah. Me too.
Me too.
If somebody sees my underwear, I'm not doing it right. I must be messing up.
I'm a different kind of Batman. We've never seen before. Wow.
Yeah, definitely haven't seen this Batman.
You ever had salmon croquettes? Those are pretty good. I mean, it's cheap, easy to make, and nutritious.
Don't eat fish.
I'm sorry, that's rude. Eating in front of company.
You sound British. You don't eat fish?
Pardon me?
No, don't eat fish.
British and you don't eat fish.
Didn't know Sonny was
Who
British.
said I was
What?
British?
You didn't.
not
You didn't
British.
know. You didn't know Sonny
Uh-oh.
was British. That's fucking funny.
Where do you hail from, Batman?
What was that?
From whence do you hail, me lord?
Yeah, where are you from, Batman?
Haven't you seen? Check out my picture.
The what, my teacher?
Oh, he's Australian.
Oh,
That's
could
it.
tie
You
me
got it
kangaroo
now.
down. Tie me
That's
kangaroo
Sorry,
it.
down. Tie me kangaroo down. Okay, got it. I was on the wrong side of London. I'm sorry. I forgot we were down under. Right. I thought you were British, actually. That's hilarious.
You talking to me, Sonny?
Pardon me? Yes.
Yeah, no, I've always been Australian, mate.
Yeah, I don't know
In the
why.
land down under, you know, the part that's actually being terrorised by everyone.
Yeah, that's horrible, man. I heard about it. I didn't know. Yeah, I'm surprised I missed the accent though. That's horrible of me.
I'm hardly on
What?
because my internet connection's quite lousy.
Mine is too.
Have I lost everyone?
Hank?
Yeah, I thought I lost everyone.
No. How are you, Hank? Oh, Hank had to drop out for a second. Okay, no problem. Well, I heard Hank had some good news the other day, so that's good news. I've had some good news with a terrible thorn in the side from ruthless agencies claiming to have some kind of authority, but they sure do because they can intercept any funds that are coming to you and electronically cut it off at the ankles.
That's pretty shit, isn't it?
Oh my God. It's my retirement money.
I've been. Yeah, it's terrible. And are they going to take it?
No, I'm already got it back because I made an arrangement with my ex. We finally came to an arrangement after like 20 years of not speaking. Or, well, not quite that. 10 years. I'm not speaking.
That's unbelievable.
It's fucking horrible. But anyway, so things are better than I thought. Things got a lot better. And then next year, I'll actually get some retirement from an employer I worked for over 12 years at. So, and then, so that's good. But they told me I can't exercise my Second Amendment right until I have a zero balance. Doesn't that sound like you have to pay for your right?
Sounds exactly like that.
Sounds like you have to pay for a right. So anything that you say you have to pay for, our rights cannot be paid for. Or not can be, or can't be taken away for lack of paying for. Wow.
We live in a strange world, don't we?
Strange world. Yeah. Well, listen, where I can't travel, I can't get a passport or buy a gun until I have a zero balance. And like I've tried for 10 years, 15 years to fight it. There's no way out of it. They got every angle. So they don't care what you say. That's part of your Federal Reserve Social Security slave system in action. You thought you were going to get your retirement, silly duckling. You didn't know we could take half of it, did you? Really? So sad because we're driving around with brand new Lincolns and Bentleys.
Now, what's wrong with you poor peasants?
It all goes back to what's that movie we were just talking? It's a documentary, Idiocracy. So remember the woman? She goes up to the McDonald's vending machine, and she tries to get food for her kids, and it was like insufficient credits. CPS is on its way, and CPS comes and like takes her kids, and then at the very end he goes, "I'm eating good tonight, bitch." So this week I'm not on keto, and I'm noticing like the brain fog. Like I can't speak clearly. I use the wrong words. Like it's definitely noticeable. Because when you're on the keto, man, it's like everything is just running smooth. Now I got all these cravings.
I did keto once.
For how long?
Oh, 6 months to
You
reverse
lose about,
diabetes.
yeah, I was gonna say you probably lost about 50 pounds.
I'm not a heavy fella. I got down
Oh,
to
okay.
about 72 kilos.
What were you before?
90.
So about 18 kilos. I don't know what that is in pounds.
I had to stop it because I just didn't feel right.
Yeah, I don't think it's a long-term diet. At least not the 20 grams of carbs per day. If you want to do it long term, I think after you get like the ideal weight, I think you should go up. Men should probably go up to like 50 or more.
Yeah, so
So
I try to stay away from carbs. They're not carbs and I don't go together good. But yeah, unfortunately, I just didn't feel right on the keto diet. I didn't feel bad, but I just didn't feel right. There was just
Not for
something
everybody.
missing.
Yeah, for real. Something missing. It's salsa. Mexican
Salsa.
salsa. Mexican
Did you say
food.
salsa?
Yeah, Mexican food.
You like the Mexican food, do you?
Oh man, Mexican food, Cajun food. It's like all those spices. Indian food. Shit. I'm a foodie. I mean, I'm all pro marijuana, but I'm not the type to sit and smoke every day, all day long. I don't really indulge in marijuana. I'm more of a foodie. I love food. Not so much carbs, but not so much carbs these days.
Carbs are tasty.
Yeah, so are steaks. But yeah, on the first, I'm starting again. This time of year, there's just too much food. So I took a week off. Totally worth it. But honestly, I can't wait to get back to my state.
Where are you at the moment?
Oh, yeah, I'm at work. But I meant like, I can't wait till the first.
Oh, it's in about 6 hours for me.
Yeah, we're in the future.
We're in the future.
Yeah, you're in the future. Well, honestly, I think if America doesn't change its ways, we're going to start looking like Australia. So you guys are a
Look,
possible future.
do you know what, Hank?
What's up?
Right now, it's not too bad because our dictator's gone into holidays. When he comes back from holidays, I'm sure he's going to put some restrictions back on us. The unjibby jabbies, they can't turn around and go into restaurants and hairdressers and that sort of stuff. They can go into the retail stores now.
Mm-hmm.
They just can't go into restaurants, which is stupid, you know, but that's what he's like. They just announced today one of the states had 21,000 cases. Not that it means anything, but to them it does because they make all the decisions based on cases.
Paces?
You know?
What are
Cases,
paces?
you know,
Cases.
positive cases.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. They locked us up for 5 cases, and now currently, I think today we had 5,000 cases. And we're free to roam with 5,000 cases, but we were locked up with 5. It's ridiculous what's going on. But anyway, that's life. Just think we're living in a period where what we're going through right now.
We're living in a period where facts can be debunked. Now, I don't know how you debunk a fact. I guess you have to change definitions like Dr. Fauci did when he was being grilled by Rand Paul. I guess you could change the definition of words, right, to avoid a fact. I guess you could lie, right? Or you could debunk a straw man, right? That's another way a fact can be incorrect. But I don't know how facts can be fake news. But
I don't
apparently,
know.
people on Twitter were getting their accounts deleted, and it was fake news when they were posting something from the American Heart Association.
I got me banned on Facebook for posting facts. But anyway,
Good for you, bro.
That's life. Yeah.
Well, that's what you're supposed to be doing right now.
you don't actually know what you're posting is wrong because they don't tell you. They just sort of give you a ban and they say, "Do you agree with this decision?" I don't know. It's crazy times we're living in. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
Crazy times.
Well,
How come we don't see Bong much these days? What's going on?
unfortunately, Bong had a falling out. I hope he comes back.
Well, he won't be coming back.
No, I said I hope he comes back.
Yeah, because he's sort of one of these blokes that sort of goes and comes.
Yeah, that's right.
But I just haven't seen him for the last few months. It's like Vlad. Is Vlad coming back?
I don't think Vlad's coming back either.
Oh, wow.
Well, I
Okay.
meant to say I don't think Vlad's coming back because I still talk to Vlad, and I don't think he's interested in coming back.
Oh, fair enough. Okay. I didn't mind Vlad. He was a bit over the top sometimes, but yeah, he was all right. It's hard
We're
not to
all
be
over the top
passionate.
sometimes. Yeah, that's the thing about Bong. Extremely passionate. You gotta
Yeah.
admire that. Stands up for what he believes in. But the thing about the server is that, we don't care what other people believe, right? You can believe whatever you want. I mean, unless I'm incorrect. But I think that's how it goes here. Like, we're not policing other people's beliefs.
I thought the point was to educate people. No?
Right, but in order to educate people, you can't have a bunch of flat earthers arguing over religion, right?
Oh, right. Absolutely.
That's not gonna,
Isn't there a
that's not
separate
gonna
channel for that?
Right.
They do kind of go hand in hand, though, I will say. I mean,
Well, all roads lead to, excuse me, sorry. All roads lead to religion when you're talking about cosmology. It's just on the live stream, we're not going to be like, calling each other out and debating doctrine. That's for biblical.
yeah.
Because this is a science channel where we try to stick to the science when applicable. We try to stay away from doctrine.
Bless you. Oh, everybody's tired, or